Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If Guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Issei Had Broken Boosted Gear. Now before starting, please give this video a like, and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Ddraig was flying by himself as he approached the base of the fallen angels. Only a day had passed since the incident with the Nekomatas took place, and now he had to deal with an even more troublesome event. Ddraig, I know I have no right to ask you for anything, but I need your help. As the parental figure of Vali, I need you to meet her for the sake of her mental health. Albion hasn't taken your message too well, and its constant rants are becoming unbearable for Vali to handle. Please come and meet her so that we might figure out a way to improve this situation. I await your arrival. A letter from Azazel had arrived at Surzech's office with one of the representatives of Grigori. Peaceful negotiations were going well between the sides based on Surzech's comments, but the process was far from being done. The four great Satans were hoping for peace as well as Azazel and those close to him such as Barakil, but there was a certain amount of opposition on both sides. The old devil families still hold grudges from past conflicts, and the oldest fallen angels besides Azazel were the same. But even with the oppositions on both sides, nobody had the guts to interfere due to the obvious elephant in the room. These negotiations had begun due to Ddraig, and his presence had become a major factor that was pushing them along. Even the gods of the underworld decided not to interfere and leave the negotiations alone. Hades had sent a letter that pretty much read, do whatever you want but keep that monster away from my realm. The memories of Ddraig and Albion's past fights were still present in the minds of those that watched the destruction with their own eyes. By this point, everyone and their mother knew that Ddraig was free and that he had the power to destroy any who had the guts to face him. Surzech couldn't deny that he and the other members of the four great Satans were pleased with this development. But Ddraig was more concerned with the task at hand. Albion. He couldn't deny that he felt some responsibility for the current situation that the girl was enduring, so he wasted no time before he departed for Grigori. After flying for some time, he had almost arrived at the place. The floating base was like an upside-down castle. There were many undeveloped areas around it, which meant the faction could do something with the area at some point in the future. As he got closer to the base, he began to see some of its denizens who, after seeing and feeling his power, decided to stay as far away from him. But one specific figure stood up amongst all of them. Issei, who was Azazel's closest attendant, began to approach him. We were expecting you, Mr. Welsh. My name is Issei and I'm Azazel's right hand. Issei said after he met with him. Please follow me. Azazel-sama and Vali are waiting for you. Ddraig nodded before he began to follow the fallen angel. As they entered the castle, he began to notice that the outside was just a cover-up for the real base. The inner castle was bigger and more complex than he had imagined. It was a city hidden with many technological advances and obvious elements such as casinos that clearly showed the difference between the values of angels and the fallen ones. Human desires and impurities as they were defined by the concepts of heaven were accepted by the fallen angels. They had chosen freedom and the concept of free will over their attachments to their creator. To Azazel and his fellow fallen angels, the concepts of sin, good, and evil weren't that simple. They saw and learned more through their ability to think freely than those that still lived in heaven. Mr. Welsh, may I ask a question? Issei asked. You don't have to be so formal, but go ahead, Ddraig said. If that's what you want. How is the bookworm doing? Issei asked. His formal tone was lost within seconds. Grafia is still training her. I have heard her screams, but Grafia hasn't let me see how she is doing. She says that her training is going well, but her bad mouth might not disappear in the end. I have no worries about the result based on what Grafia had said. I even prefer that she keeps that bad mouth of hers. I'm not too into formalities or blind followers. I like loyalty, but I also like someone that can say what they think without holding back. Ddraig admits. I understand and appreciate your answer. We have been trying to get her to get out and see what's outside, but she is too attached to reading books. That bad mouth of hers and explosive attitude were also major problems for us, although we can't deny that we enjoy it from time to time. Please take care of her, but if she ever betrays your trust, you're free to eliminate her on the spot. We are still dealing with the aftermath of Cockabeel's betrayal, and if another one of us decides to do the same, we might not be as forgiving as before. So, keep that in mind, and once again I apologize for the actions that were taken against your family. Azazel is tired of conflicts and he doesn't want any wars unless it is to protect his people. As his right hand, I can assure you that child killing is not among his actions. Issei says. Ddraig looks at him but finds no sign of lies. I have forgiven him already, so you can relax. As long as the treaty between us is held by both sides, we can put this issue behind us. He didn't pull the trigger, but Cockabeel did, so you can expect no mercy for him or his followers once I find them. Issei nods. I expect none for them. You can do as you please with all of them, but if you do capture one of them alive, please do keep into consideration that we provide methods of punishment that last for eternity. A creepy smile forms on his face. Death is too good for some of them. No taken. Trust me, Cockabeel is going to wish he had never touched that artifact that night. Both began to laugh sinisterly after their minds began to run wild with ideas of possible punishments for Cockabeel. It was a weird way of forming a friendship, but it worked for them. A few minutes later, we have arrived, Issei said as he opened the door for them. They entered a room which was adorned with many paintings, flowers, and even a small fireplace. "Thank you for coming to meet us this soon, Ddraig," Azazel said from his seat within a table with some food. Vali was also there and her eyes were solely focused on him. Shemhazai bows and leaves the room to offer them some privacy. "Please take a seat with us," Azazel says. Ddraig approaches the table and takes a seat on the opposite side of Vali. "I see that you're his current host. I'm Ddraig. It is a pleasure to meet you, Vali." Ddraig offers his left hand. Vali doubts for a second before she accepts it. "Your voice seems different than during that day." Ddraig smiles before he switches with Issei. "That's because unlike your case we are sharing one body although we are going to fuse into one being at some point. My name is Issei Welsh. I'm the original owner of this body and former wielder of the booster gear." Vali and Azazel are surprised by the change. "Can you explain to us how all of this happened? I can't believe that the boosted gear wasn't able to stop you from escaping," Azazel says. Issei switches back with Ddraig. "Albion, are you there?" Vali's right arm transforms into the dividing gear. "You came." The voice of Albion is heard. His tone is somber. "Good. Do you remember our last fight?" "Yes, it was almost 100 years ago. We were fighting during a storm." "Yes, we did." "Do you remember the name of your former partner?" "Cassius was his name. Mine was Mikhail." "Do you remember what happened during the fight?" "Every detail. Like all our other fights before." "Where are you trying to get to?" "What happened to both of our previous partners?" Albion stays quiet for a moment before he answers. "They lost themselves, went mad. They were so absorbed into our rivalry that they forgot themselves even without the use of the Juggernaut drive." "Yes, exactly that. Mikhail had a pregnant lover waiting for him but he went mad during that fight and forgot even his own name. He was no longer able to return to her or that child. So, I made a choice during that fight. I gave up and stopped boosting him. I allowed you and Cassius to finish us with that attack. It wasn't my plan but that attack caused enough damage to the gear which allowed me to escape my seal 2 years ago during the fire that was about to kill my current partner. You are the cause behind my freedom and I thank you for that but I can't continue with this rivalry. Why? Because of that previous host. This is not the first time that a host goes mad due to the sacred gears. And that's the problem. It doesn't end. Can you remember all of those hosts that have been trapped in this endless cycle? I do and I'm still dragging their empty husks with me. Have thought about all the lives that we have destroyed with this rivalry. How many families have been damaged? How many deaths have we caused? It started when we were still back in our old bodies, but it hasn't stopped. I can't continue like this. I can't continue the cycle with more hosts being dragged to a toxic rivalry that continues to create so much damage. I'm not a saint, but I can't continue like this. I don't want more innocents to die or be hurt because of us. I don't want more fights that always end the same way. I know that the previous host you had died shortly after the fight ended. All that damaged, it was too late for him to go back. Can you say that this rivalry has something positive? We have become stronger, at the cost of a large number of deaths. I'm no longer that young dragon that wanted to prove his strength or fight with any being that looked at me the wrong way. I'm too old for any of this and I have to move on or this will never stop. I cannot continue with this rivalry or being the same Ddraig that started all of this. That's why I decided to fuse my soul with my current host. I'm going to force myself to start a new page in this story. I need Issei to create a new me. A new Ddraig that holds the memories and experiences from the past but one that can cut my connection to you and one that can move farther than my past self. No more Red Dragon Emperor, no more cycle of husks. I destroyed the boosted gear and now I'm going to fully change the present me. I need to be a better Welsh dragon and eliminate the Red Dragon Emperor that continues to face the White Dragon Emperor. You're my equal but I'm choosing to move on without you. Ddraig said. You can't do this to me. You're my rival. The only one that was immune to my poison is you. The only one that was able to match me is you. You're the one that approached me and started our rivalry. When I was alone due to my poison you brought light into my existence. You can't leave me behind. Albion says, but then he feels the last nail in the coffin. Crimson flames that can even kill gods. A power that was sealed away when the rivalry began. I already did, Albion. I understand what our rivalry means to you because we are equals, but I can't do this anymore. I started this and I'm the one ending it. The day that Issei Hayato died, it was the same day that the Red Dragon Emperor did as well. You need to reflect on us, our past, our sins, and begin to move on toward a future without our rivalry. Your current host is a blank slate that lacks any attachment to this rivalry, so alongside her find a new path for yourself. If you ever need my advice you can always find me, but as of this moment, we are no longer rivals. This is the end of the cycle for us. The blue jewel on Vali's vanishing gear went dark. She couldn't hear Albion anymore. Is this okay? Is he going to be fine? Vali asks. She felt worried about her partner. I trust that he will. He needs time to reflect, and as my equal, he will find a way to move on just like I did. If either of you needs help or someone to talk to, you can always look for me. I don't consider you as my enemy and I hope that you never become my enemy. Azazel knows very well that what I said is true. He has been alive for a long time and has seen this rivalry since its beginning. So please think twice before choosing a path similar to the previous hosts. The power of the gear is dangerous and the Juggernaut drive is a power you shouldn't use. You can become strong but don't let yourself be consumed by the power of the gear. There is no Red Dragon Emperor left, so I pray that this can allow the husks trapped within the vanishing gear some type of releasement. Ddraig says. Azazel, who was hearing all of this, doesn't know what to say. After hearing all of this from Ddraig, he didn't know how to react. He had changed so much that he was almost a whole complete entity from what he remembered as Ddraig. But he still had some questions for him. So what are your plans now? This freedom gives you the ability to do what you want. Traveling. I hid my treasure in different parts of the human world before the rivalry began, and I need to retrieve it. I began a relationship with Tiamat, and she wants a child, so you can imagine that I'm going to have to settle down with her. There is a debt to Great Red that I need to pay, and he needs me to become stronger, so I still have to do that. Finally, I need to pay some respects to my previous partners. I owe them some kind of tribute, especially those that are trapped with me. I also have curiosity about Mikhail's family since he was my previous partner, so I have some research to do. Ddraig said before he remembered a certain Nekomata and redhead girl. I might also need to keep my eyes on the Ria's Grimoire due to a promise I made to her, and there's a Nekomata that is currently under my care, so I have my hands full for the moment. Wow, that's a lot of things, Volley said after hearing all the things Ddraig had to do. Seems like a big list to me. What about the boy? Does he also have a plan? Azazel asks. It's the same for both of us, but what he wants the most is to settle down with Tiamat at the moment. He has no other family left, and Tiamat is the closest connection that we have at the moment. Ddraig admits. Azazel smiles. So, the big dragon Ddraig has a mate now. One of the oldest S is finally going to become a man. Azazel finishes saying that Shemhazai appeared out of nowhere and slapped the shit out of him with a horizon. You don't have the right to call him that or joke about those things in front of Volley. Miss Volley, please cover your ears, Shemhazai says. Volley looks confused, but Des is told by the fallen angel. How dare you? How can you call the dragon that almost killed you, or do you want to die? He is. I can sense his ID. You have no right to offend a being that can destroy our whole base. But he is a massive. Although now that he has found a mate, I'm sure that he is going to get a harem in no time. Ddraig watches in silence how Shemhazai continues to hit Azazel with the horizon. He wasn't feeling offended, so he calmly took some tea and biscuits while he watched the comedic scene taking place in front of him. These taste good. Volley, on the other hand, couldn't understand what these adults were talking about. Mate Shemhazai had made sure that she stays pure when it came to relationships and all matters related to the world of adults. It was a surprising fact that she had stayed so innocent after living for almost 3 whole years with the fallen angels. She turns her eyes towards Ddraig and thinks about the person in front of her. Azazel had taught her about the rivalry of the hosts of both heavenly dragons, and he had always advised her against meeting the other host, but things had changed in such a short time that she didn't know what to do now. But one thing was sure, she wanted to know more about this person in the years to come. After the meeting at Grigori, at night time, Ddraig had returned to the Grimoire house. They had 3 days left until Grafia finished the training regime that she had imposed on Rainier. After that, they were free to leave and start their travels through the human world. As he walked through the gardens, he felt her arrival. Surzech told me about the Nekomata incident. So, I'm getting 1 or 2 more rivals, Tiamat said as she descended next to him. It was a mistake. I just wanted to help them, and Kuroka was the one that kissed me. Shiren didn't do anything like that, Ddraig admits. Tiamat smiles before she talks once more. I told you before, females will come and get close to you even if that's not your intention, but let's talk about something else. How's Albion? Stay Alive by Takahashi Ri. Depressed, confused, broken, he is going through many feelings right now, but that's the way it has to be. As my equal, he is going to overcome it. It took me many centuries to realize it was what needed to be done, but I know that he will do it in less time than me. He has a blank slate as a partner and no rival to chase after, so he will find a path for himself at some point. He is not alone anymore, Ddraig says. Are you sure? Can he really overcome all of this? Tiamat continues. Yes, Albion is equal. A reflection of me who was suffering from the same situation. I was born from an egg all alone in the depths of the ocean close to Wales. Since my youth I was strong, and these flames keep pushing everyone away from me except for you. You can be hurt by them like many others, but Albion is different. Only him besides Great Red and Off Eyes is immune to these flames like I'm immune to his poison. If I was able to change, he can also do it and be even better than me at it. I see him as the superior version of myself, Ddraig admits as he looks at his burning hand. Tiamat puts her arms around him. I have never been afraid of these flames. Since I met that young and stupid red dragon, I have been chasing after his light. Your life is mine and I won't let go no matter how much you change. If you truly believe that he can change, I'm going to believe it. She grabs his head and gives him a kiss. You're not alone either. I know. His draconic eyes were focused on her, ignoring the rest of the world just for a few seconds. Meanwhile, Grigori. Volley looks at her sacred gear as she sits down on a window. She was Albion's host, but she lacked any true connection to him at the moment. Albion, I don't know what you might be feeling at the moment. I don't know the whole story, but I wish that one day we can truly become friends. I will be here if you ever want to talk, so don't feel lonely. I'm here for you, so please confide in me when you feel ready. As a child that only knew the hate of her dad, Lunafreya had instead learned and absorbed the values of her mother. One of those being compassion and care for others. But even her words of support couldn't heal the deep sorrow that Albion was feeling at the moment. For him, the light of his life had disappeared, and now he found himself all alone with the husks of his past hosts as his only companions. It was going to take some time before he ever got out of the darkness that surrounded him. Now, after hitting rock bottom, he couldn't deny that he was deeply hurt by Ddraig's choice. He was trapped inside of the dividing gear and there wasn't a way for him to reach Ddraig. He was left without any choices. The night before the departure, Hiroka and Cheyenne lay awake on their bed, unable to close their eyes. Tomorrow would be the day in which they would separate for some unknown amount of time. The boy that had saved them from a dark future had been waiting patiently for his maid to be trained, and Grafia had said that tomorrow would be the day Rainer would graduate from a pathetic fallen angel into a perfect maid. Not their words but those of Grafia. "Neeson, do we really have to separate?" Cheyenne asked. She was afraid, and she couldn't hide it. Even if Riaz was someone completely different from her older sister's previous master, she was still scared. Afraid of being unable to achieve the expectations of a member of Riaz's peerage. Afraid of not being strong enough. Fearful of being incapable of not being able to survive without Kuroka. Kuroka looked at the ceiling and then turned her face toward her sister. "I don't want to do this, but we owe them our collaboration. Issei prevented me from leaving and committing a fatal mistake. He also assured me that he would protect me, and I'm still unable to face all kinds of enemies right now. I'm still considered a stray devil, but by being with him, nobody can touch me. Riaz is the one that gave you a second life, and I had discussed my expectations when it comes to you with her." Kuroka pats her sister's head. "She promised me that she would take care of you, and I have also given her notes on how I want you to train from now on. So please work with her." "Well, you can join the peerage alongside me," Cheyenne said. Kuroka shakes her head. "I can't, we had discussed this before. I can't join a peerage, at least not for now. I can't easily join one after what I had to suffer, but you're going to be okay. So please, Cheyenne, grow strong and show me you can be a strong senpai for the next members joining Riaz's peerage. Don't let fear take over, take things one step at a time. Do it for yourself and me." She continues to pet her younger sister. Cheyenne feels a little bit better after hearing Kuroka's words. "Are you going to be okay with this?" And he said he didn't ask you to join him because he loved you. Kuroka's face turned red after remembering the aftermath of the kiss. Then she turned mad after remembering the first meeting with Tiamat. The dragoness was always hugging him and kept a close distance from Issei. It looked like she was marking her territory. Tiamat ensured Kuroka knew who she was in Issei's life. "He is mine, little kitty." Those were Tiamat's first words to her, and she was livid after hearing them. "Cheyenne, I'm going to be okay. To tell you the truth, I kissed him in the heat of the moment. I need to think twice before I do something, but I can't back away after seeing Tiamat. I felt offended and challenged by her. She had the guts to tell me those things, and I won't back away. He is also cute, so I won't deny I might have a small crush on him." Kuroka admits. Cheyenne nods. "He is charming and strong. His eyes are also so appealing, but Issei seems marked by pain." Cheyenne remembers their first meeting. "Do you think his pain will ever heal?" Kuroka stays silent. She remembers his words and the things he had talked about. They asked him about his past, and he told them the story. "I don't know. His past is very painful, and I don't know if he will ever truly heal once he gets revenge. You and I still miss our mom, but she died during an accident. A traitor of the fallen angels killed his parents. There is also the fact that he blames himself for their deaths, so I can't really say if that pain will ever disappear." Cheyenne slowly nods. "It is true, but I don't want him to be sad. I want him to be happy. So, you and I should do our best to help him heal." "You're staying with Riaz," Kuroka says. "But he said that he also will come to visit, so while he is traveling, you'll take care of him, and when he is back, we'll do it together." Cheyenne's eyes shine brightly. Kuroka laughs a little bit after hearing Cheyenne and seeing her reaction. "Does my little sister have a small crush on the boy that I kissed before? You know that you're too young for that. And you as well. You're 11 and I'm 7. Neither of us is an adult, but there is nothing wrong with having a crush on him. Once we grow up, then we can try to win his heart together," Cheyenne says proudly. Kuroka smiles at her younger sister's antics. "Let's go to sleep. We can talk about crushes and love at another time." Cheyenne nods, and they sleep after feeling more relieved, thanks to their talk. The next morning, Issei didn't know what to say after seeing Rainer. Her French-made costume looked great, but her face was killing the whole appeal of the image one would have of a maid. "Rainer is ready to follow your orders." "Well, Sama," Rainer said with an angry face. She was trying to smile but still burning with rage after being forced to endure Grafia's training regime. "Please stop forcing yourself to smile, and you can drop the formalities. I'm sorry. I know we took the joke too far, but I needed to know that Grafia could train you and assure me that you won't betray me. I can't just trust a fallen angel that easily after learning that one was the cause of my parents' deaths." Issei explains. Rainer is fuming, but after hearing his explanation, she calms down. "I understand, Wo-sama. Formalities. This is the best I can do besides blaming my teacher for this change. She has smushed me to a pulp, and I don't know how to shut it off. Anyways, I understand your insecurities. The alcoholic asshole Sama chose me because he trusts me, and I also asked Grafia for something extra to prove my determination to follow you as an ally." Rainer shows her, and a small red circle is visible on her left. "This is a slave mark. It's set up to activate if I ever try to do something against you." "How and when did you do that?" Issei asks. "Remember the vial that she asked you to fill last night? We used it to form the seal. It was my own recommendation, and my teacher agreed to do it for the sake of the mission." so it is not commonly used, but certain people still use it. Rainer explains as she covers her. Can it be removed? I didn't ask for something this drastic. Issei says, only you can, but I ask that you don't. I was given this mission, and I accepted, although I wasn't really into it. I saw what you could do and knew that you could have erased the whole base with one single attack if you wished. So I thank you for not killing our leader or hurting our home. Until you wish otherwise, please allow me to follow you, Well-sama. She bends the knee as a sign of respect. Issei looks surprised at her commitment. Please stand up. I can accept the Well-sama, but you don't need to do all this. Shemei asked me to take care of you, and as long as you don't betray me, I will be fine. So, relax and say what you want to say. I don't care about your bad mouth or that explosive character, and I will try to get you any books we can find during our trips. Rainer's eyes turned on like lights on a Christmas tree. I will follow you to the end of the cosmos if you do that for me. Are you that into books? Yes, I love reading. Novels, history books, fantasy books, the more words, the better. Rainer says. Her eyes were shining so much. Issei scratches his head. Why did you fall from heaven in the first place? Prohibit books such as love novels, cursed grimoires, and other materials. Issei couldn't believe it. When we return to Japan, I will buy you a collection of love novels, so please stay away from any cursed books. I don't want to deal with a sealed monster or an ancient curse. Not even a little bit. No, unless it is indispensable, I prohibit you from touching or opening any cursed books. Understood. Your orders are my commands, Well-sama. She slaps herself angrily after realizing she is talking like a maid again. Grafia really made you into a maid. She did. I never knew that a newspaper could become the most painful experience I could ever feel. She shivers after remembering the first day of training. Well, they are waiting for us. It's time for us to depart, Issei says before he approaches the door alongside Rainer. Outside of the Gremory house. Now that the trio was together, they just had to say goodbye to the Gremory family, at least for now. Please take care. A house in Kuo will be ready in 2 weeks, so by the time you return, it will be ready for you to take the keys. We'll let you know if we find Cockbill or get any information. Surzech says. Got it. Thanks again for everything. Issei says. Grafia then approaches Issei. I have trained her for everything, but let me know if she makes any mistakes. She looks at Rainer, and she shakes in fear. I will. Thanks for your help. He then approaches her ear. Be careful with your pregnancy. Rias is going to be very happy when she learns about it. Grafia nods and tries to stay calm as she returns to her husband's side. They hadn't told anyone about her pregnancy, but Issei knew somehow. She wanted to ask him but was working and didn't want anyone else to know. He smiles as he sees her grabbing Surzech's hand without anyone noticing. Ria's parents are next, but they only say a few words. Then there is Rias and Shiren. Please come back to visit as regularly as possible, Rias asks. We'll try, but no promises. Remember my words, if you want more peerage members, you must look for them. Be sure to be careful with how you choose. Issei says. I will, and Shiren will be with me to do it. Rias smiles. Shiren looks at him and her sister. Take care of her. I will. I promise to do it, and I won't back down. Shiren then hugs him, which takes him by surprise. Take care of yourself as well. I don't want you to be in pain forever. Issei understands what she means, pats her head, and Shiren wiggles her tail in reaction. I'll try not to. Be strong. She releases him, and Issei creates a teletransportation circle with the emblem of Ddraig. Tiamat was working at the moment, and she had said what she needed to say the night before. With nothing left to say, they depart, leaving the home of the Gremorys behind. Location, southeast region of Wales. The trio reappears near the coast in a deserted area. Where are we? Kuroka asks. Wales, specifically the southeast region. Some of my treasure is at the bottom of the ocean in that direction. Do any of you have a problem with swimming? Issei asks. Why don't we just use teletransportation to reach the exact location? Rainer asks. I secured that underwater cave with many runes to prevent anyone from getting to the treasure unless they could swim to that depth. So, magic won't do. It is where I hatched from the egg, so it's a special place for me. Ddraig takes over. Kuroka cites. No way out then, at least we can hold our breaths for a long time. We do, but the pressure will surely be uncomfortable even for us too. Do you really want to do this? He looks at Kuroka. I want to see the place, and staying here might be risky, Kuroka says as she ties her hair into a ponytail. Got it. Rainer activates the spell for the two of them. Should we do this naked? Kuroka blushes. I don't really want to do that. We can dry our clothes afterward. Then let's go. Ddraig transforms into a smaller version of his dragon self and jumps into the water. Did he just do what I think he did? Kuroka asks. Yes, get used to it. This is what it means to follow a dragon in his quest for treasure. Rainer says, although she is fuming in anger. They wasted no time and jumped into the water. After seeing him waiting for them, they swim and grab his horns with all their strength. After feeling their hands on him, Ddraig begins to descend. He is fast, and the girls get no time to enjoy the descent. The pressure increases, but they can endure it thanks to their bodies' physiologies. They can't see anything and question how Ddraig knows where he is going. The descent continues for a few more moments until Ddraig enters a system of tunnels in the ocean floor and travels through them easily. Within a few moments, they exit the water and enter a cave. Kiroka and Rainier begin to breathe once more. The place is covered in darkness, but Ddraig quickly uses his flames to illuminate the area, and the fire spreads out through the walls, and within seconds the cave is lightened up. That was insane, Kiroka says with difficulty. Well, Sama, how do you do it? Rainier asks. They don't get any answers, and then they see why he is not talking. Gold, diamonds, and many other valuable items are laying in piles within the cave. All of this is yours, Kiroka asks. She can't believe all the riches that she sees. Then she sees the remains of a dragon egg. Is it the one? Yes, and yes, that is the egg from which I hatched. Many centuries ago, before the modern world began, even before civilizations, I hatched and only saw darkness surrounding me. Then my flames offered me light, and the rest is history. All of these gold and precious gems are the things I collected from my fallen enemies, and so, my spoils from war, Ddraig said. So, which one would be the oldest between you and Rainier? Kiroka watched the two members of her team with curiosity. He is. By the time the Bible God created me, Ddraig was already facing his first fights with the other magical beings that roamed the human world before the age of man. Angels used to watch the fights and try to guess who would come victorious at the end. Rainier said. And he won all of them? Kiroka asks, although she knows the answer. Yes, his flames killed everything, no matter the creature or what powers they had. Ddraig always won until he met his match with Albion. He tried to face Great Red once, but his challenge was quickly shot down, and he got reprimanded by the old dragon god. Some gods were dumb enough to attack him, but the results weren't the best for those gods. So we watched everything from heaven, and it was fun, but then it stopped being fun. Rainier said. Once the rivalry with Albion began, things got more serious, and it also matched the time when the Age of Man began. We were given our titles as Heavenly Dragons by Great Red during that time, and not too long after that, we started to be called the Dragon Emperors by the different factions. Ddraig continues to explain. The fights in the realm of the dead, I read about those. Why did you choose that place to fight? Kiroka asked. We dragons don't like to fight close to the places in which we rest. The human world was out of limits after our powers became too strong. It was also due to the recommendation of the other dragons, such as Vritra, before he got sealed. But I think that's enough history lessons for one day, Ddraig said after feeling that he had forgotten his task. Wait, one more question. Do you know who your parents were? All dragons needed to come from somewhere. Kiroka couldn't stop her curiosity from coming to the surface. No idea. Albion, Tiamat, Vritra, and all the other great dragons from legends just hatched from eggs in different parts of the human world. No parents nor guiding if you don't count Great Red or Gaia. He claims he is not our father or creator, and Ophis is out of the question as well, but I have the feeling that he is hiding more than what he says he knows. Ddraig says, the biblical God didn't do it either. He created humans, and many other creatures alongside the other gods, but dragons are a whole different can of worms. Nobody has the full story, nor do we try to figure it out. It is an unspoken rule, but some things are better left alone, and the story behind the birth of dragons such as Vritra, Tannin, Albion, and even Crom Cruach is part of that. Rainier's face shows her sincere feelings. Many beings have been alive for long periods of time, but their world still holds secrets that very few know about. Kiroka saw all of this as a big conspiracy but didn't have the guts or interest in any research. That was a task that any other being desires, the knowledge that others kept hidden, and she wasn't that being. I won't push the matter any further. What are you going to do with all this treasure? Kiroka and Rainier jump to the floor and turn around to look at their leader. Ddraig changes form once more. I'm going to bring it with me. This is the last time I'm ever returning to this place, and I have a use for all this treasure. Ddraig approaches one of the piles and grabs a few coins. I never told any of my previous hosts about my treasure, nor did I ever think I would return to this place. Life really takes unexpected turns. He then turns his sight towards one golden sword. So many of his previous hosts had used swords and other weapons. Most had become respectable knights, wizards, soldiers, and warriors, but each one had fallen victim to the curse of the boosted gear. Then an idea forms in his mind. I'm going to need your help, Ddraig says. The girls were drying their clothes with magic before they looked at him. What's the plan? Rainier asked. Ddraig picks up the golden sword. Get as many weapons as possible. I'm going to create a tribute for them in this place. Several minutes afterward, the gold, gems, and other items had been taken into the pocket dimension. The only items left were gold weapons that were stabbed into the floor around the cave. On the back wall, a message had been carved into the wall, in the memory of the previous hosts of the boosted gear. None of them ever asked for the task of being the host of such a troublesome object, but they did and died while fighting a cursed cycle of endless death. Most of you never got an actual resting place, and many have also been forgotten, but I, Ddraig, the Welsh dragon, will never forget any of you or the things you had to sacrifice. This is my tribute to every single one of you and the symbol of the end of the cycle. Their names were carved around the walls, and Issei Hayadu was the last one. 70 centimeters Shahaunomado-Bar-O-T-T-N-G-R-A-F-F-T-Y. The end of an era and the start of a new one. Kiroka and Rainier watched silently as Ddraig prayed for the souls of those that were trapped within himself. Ddraig, the heavenly dragon, was praying for those that fell to the madness of being the host of the boosted gear. It truly was the end of the cycle for the Red Dragon Emperor. For a moment, Reynir and Kuroka saw the shapes of the previous Dragon Emperors coming out from Ddraig's body. Each of them lacked eyes, but they looked at peace for one moment. It was truly the end of the cycle for them, and each appreciated that Ddraig had decided to end the rivalry that had dragged them to their fates. No more hosts, rivalry, or new boosted gear users, just the end of the legend and the start of a new one. 3 days had passed since they left the cave behind. One would think they would have an easy time finding the rest of Ddraig's treasure, but the dragon knew how to destroy expectations. The trio found themselves in front of the entrance of a forest covered in fog which was located on an island close to the United Kingdom. So, tell us once more why you chose this place and why we can't simply use magic and find the treasure again without wasting time around, Kuroka asked after seeing the forest in front of them. This place is even worse than the underwater cave. She didn't know why, but the place gave her weird and creepy vibes. She couldn't ignore the feeling of someone watching her from within the forest. I have to support Kuroka's opinion. This place is the worst one you could have chosen to hide a treasure. After all, this is the cursed island of Gale. I have read about it, and not even angels can purify this place. Reynir says, the curse on this place is one that can't be eliminated easily, and it keeps increasing in severity with the passage of time. Issei, who was in control, laughs slightly before he replies. This is why it was chosen. The object that was hidden in this place could be defined as pretty unique, and it's something that I, as the Welsh dragon, desired to protect. The curse in this place is troublesome but not impossible to overcome. This makes it the perfect hiding spot for my treasure. Just remember this: don't react, don't evade, don't defend, or attack anything that you see. Ignore everything before you and focus on me while moving forward. If you feel lost at some point, follow my roar. So, you know how to traverse this forest? Kuroka asks. Sort of. It took me 3 weeks to figure out how the curse worked and how to find a place where to hide the artifact. If you forget why I said this before, please run back to the entrance and wait for me there. Close your eyes and just run. Do not engage and turn away. The more you choose to fight, the harder it will become. Flying or magic circles for escaping are obviously also out of the question. The curse affects space and even the passage of time somehow. Issei says as he looks at the entrance. So, how long will it take us to find the treasure before coming here? We bought food and other items, but you didn't say how long we would be here. For Kuroka tries to look beyond the fog but is unable to do so. I don't know. The curse around the forest changes the space, as I said before. The forest is not that big if you look at it from the outside, but once inside becomes massive. Reynir might also know the legend of how this place came to be. Issei turns toward Reynir. I do, Osama. Long before the age of man and before the first wars began, two unspecified gods fought many times. Their hate for each other was so massive that when their last fight ended in their deaths, their pantheon erased their names from the records. Their corpses, which are resting deep within this forest, curse the land. This fog is a product of the curse, and it attracts conflict. The curse eliminated armies, warriors, and diverse groups that came to the island, and once inside, they never returned. Their souls are now trapped within the forest after their deaths, thus increasing the severity of the curse. The curse is attached to the island and is not spreading out, but it's still troublesome. Reynir explains. Nobody remembers them, Kuroka asks. Their names were erased from the records in our minds by the Bible God. We can't remember them, nor there's any sign that could tell us who they were. The other gods also prohibited the mention of their names. They have been practically erased from existence except for the island. Reynir continues. So why not destroy it if it's so troublesome? It would be for the best if it were just destroyed. Kuroka guesses. If the island is destroyed, the curse might spread into the rest of the world. We are talking about a curse created by the death of gods. Their grudges against each other haven't disappeared to this day, and I don't think it will ever end. I also understand now why we waited 3 days before coming here. You wanted us to relax before we entered the forest. Reynir looks at Issei. That is my plan, but it doesn't mean it is foolproof. You two have to focus on just advancing and disregarding anything you see. Nothing is real, but once you engage, it becomes real. The more you fight, the worse it gets, so please stay calm and follow my orders. Issei looks at both of them. The girls look at each other before they nod. If you truly want that artifact, I won't back away just because of my fear, Kuroka says. I'm your ally, and your orders are definitive, Welshama, Reynir says, although she mentally kicks herself after falling once more to control the maid syndrome. Issei feels confident and grabs their hands. Then let us enter, but don't forget my words. The trio steps into the forest, and their bodies are consumed by the fog. But none of them expected the pair of siblings they would find within the massive forest. Inside the cursed forest. Once they set foot inside the forest area, they began to be affected by the curse. What should have been a decent-sized forest began to expand itself even more. The trees grew in size and prevented the sunlight from easily making its way inside, and the fog covered the area ahead of them. So, how are we supposed to find our way through here? Kuroka looks around, and her instincts warn her about the imminent danger. Smell. Pay attention, and you can find the smell of the death gods. The area is distorted, and it may take us several days to reach them, but the smell will guide us there. Just remember my words and walk calmly. Don't rush it, Issei says before he begins to walk while following the smell. A disgusting, rancid smell of dead flesh, and right now, it was weak, but as they got closer, the smell would increase in strength. The girls follow him. Hiroka focuses, and her nose tracks the scent. For the love of all that is good, that's insanely bad. Is that really the smell of rotting godly flesh? Rainer tries to do the same but is unable to. I can't say. My nose is not as good as yours. So what will we find on our way there, Well-sama? You're about to see. Don't move or react, Issei says. The girls feel an immense sense of fear, and within seconds they see the figures of undead Vikings jumping toward them. The enemies try to attack them with their weapons in hand, but their attacks go right through to them. The girls stay frozen in their places as the Vikings continue to try to cut them down, but they cannot do any damage. This continues for a few more minutes until the Vikings disappear into the fog. Both girls breathe out after having to endure the phantasmal onslaught. Those things are part of the curse. The souls trapped in here will continuously try to make you engage them in combat. Ignoring them is the only way. Don't evade, don't defend, don't attack, don't try to reason. These things gain the ability to interact with you once you engage them. The curse then becomes attached to you until you can exit the forest. If you engage and stay inside the forest, they will continuously attack you and call other beings to your position. They can't be killed, erased, or completely stopped. Issei explains. It gets worse the closer we get to the bodies of the gods. Rainer was starting to form her own theories regarding the place. She had read books regarding the island and its legends, but nobody had written down the way in which to deal with the curse. There was no treasure except for the one that Ddraig had to bury deep within the forest, but nobody knew about it. Those who had entered this place sought fame and glory, but nobody succeeded. A few beings had reached the bodies, but nobody could handle the curse. It does. First, it's the souls trapped within the forest. Then it starts to create illusions with the use of your memories. Issei turns towards Hiroka. You might see your old master or even your father. Don't let your anger get the best of you. If you need it, turn away and run towards the exit. It's easier to get out. Hiroka thinks about it, and she can't shake the feeling that it might become the worst experience of her whole life. I'm going to try to stay calm. For the task's sake, I will keep my feelings in check. Good, let's get going then. Issei takes their hands and continues to walk through the cursed forest with them. Time passed, and the group encountered many apparitions on their way toward their goal. Giant snakes, World War II soldiers, fallen angels, devils, and many other types of apparitions appeared before them. Each new challenge had to be ignored and disregarded. Their bodies constantly felt an immeasurable amount of danger around them, but somehow, they could keep themselves in check. Rainer had a bigger challenge than Hiroka due to her explosive character, and more than once, she had to force herself to bite her lips or outright close her eyes. The sight of former fallen angels attacking her brought memories of Kakabil and the traitors, which increased her anger. Yet through all that, Issei kept holding her hand while guiding her through the forest, which helped her stay in check. Well-sama has stayed so calm through all of this. He hasn't twitched or even shown surprise at anything. How much control does he have over his emotions? Rainer was still figuring out who the current Welsh dragon was. Ddraig and Issei were similar due to the influence that Ddraig had on the boy, but they also came from very different backgrounds. Two different beings that had been united by fate. He truly has changed since then. If it were the old Ddraig, he would surely attack everything on sight. Rainer was old. She had been around since the foundation of Grigori and had seen many events through the ages. When Ddraig had shown up that day in front of Grigori, she was sure that her whole faction was going to be erased from existence. She had seen the destruction that he was capable of, and he had never shown any mercy to anybody or any kind of restraint in the past. Ddraig was feared by many for many reasons, but when he chose to spare Grigori and Azazel, she was amazed and in disbelief. But now she was seeing all of this with her own eyes and wanted to see how far this new Welsh dragon could go. Call it personal interest or just her determination to do a good job, but she wanted to see this story until the end, no matter what. On the other hand, Hiroka was hoping to not see her previous master. Hiroka really wanted the mission to go well and that she wasn't forced to escape due to the obvious severity of the situation. As she looks at Issei's hand, she tries to be as strong as the boy. Many types of enemies had attacked them, and Issei had been the one that was seen as the calmest among them. I can't fail on this. He is younger than me and he is doing a lot for me. I need to show that I can hold my own and be an actual member of this team. Hiroka thought, but her senses then noticed something unusual. Issei, I am the only one that is detecting that scent in those auras. No, you're not. Who they are I don't really know, but they clearly don't know what they are doing. He was able to smell not only their but also their powers. They were strong, but none could ever be a match for his team, and the smell also told him that these idiots were young. His ears detected the sounds of fighting, and that clearly told him that whoever it was, they had broken the first and only law of the curse. Should we go and look? Well-sama, Rainer asked. I don't want to, but they will die if we leave them in here. Remember to stay calm and don't engage until I do. Issei said. Understood. Both girls answered. Meanwhile, in another place within the forest, a pair of siblings were fighting against a group of undead knights to save their lives. They had entered the forest with different objectives. The girl had fears about the state of the curse and the possibility of going out of control without intervention. The boy who was older had followed his sister because of the possibility of testing his skills and sword against a respectable enemy, a concerned girl and her calm but stupid older brother. They were far from normal humans as both held a lot of potential. She was a young magician with talent while he was a swordsman that could become one of the greatest ones in his generation. But now they found themselves against the ropes. It had been 3 days since they entered the forest, and the challenge just kept getting harder. "Arthur, watch out," said the younger sister as she used her magic to freeze one of the undead knights that were closing in from behind. "Thanks," the brother said before he clashed against another pair of knights. They were both injured and had dark marks under their eyes. Sleeping in this forest after breaking the only rule was close to impossible. The blonde boy continues to slash the bodies while trying to make sure that his sister wasn't caught by any of the enemies. One wrong move and this whole thing could mean the end for the pair. The boy knew that he couldn't continue for much longer as his sword was severely damaged and his injuries became more severe each moment. "Lefay, get ready to run. I'm going to distract them and you will use that chance to run away." "Oh no, you won't, stupid Arthur. I'm not going to leave this place without you. I won't be the one that tells Elaine of your demise. We're going to escape this together," Lefay said as she looked around. The enemies just kept increasing in numbers, and their chances continued to dwindle with each second. "Please, God or whatever deity that is hearing my thoughts, send us a miracle and I will pay any price, but please send it fast," Lefay prayed. Maybe luck was on their side that day because 3 figures appeared behind the enemies and made quick work of them before moving too fast for their eyes to understand what happened. "Got you." Rainier grabbed the boy and heads for the exit. "Put him to sleep if it's necessary. Hiroka, try to stay close to me and keep an eye on our backs," the young boy with green draconic eyes said as he grabbed her bridal style and started to run. "Who are you?" Lefay asked as she tried to understand what was happening. "The group that is saving your lives. Stay quiet, and let us exit the forest before things take a turn for the worst," the boy said. Lefay looked in amazement as her brother was grabbed like some kind of luggage by a French maid, and her amazement increased after seeing a Nekomata wearing a red kimono running behind them. "Issei, they are coming," Hiroka said. "I know, keep running," Issei replied as he heard the steps of many enemies running after them. His instincts were in full overdrive as he was forced to jump and duck to evade the projectiles that were being thrown at them. Hiroka and Rainier were doing the same. The trio kept running for several minutes while evading the enemies that were coming after them until they exited the forest. As Issei had said, it was much easier exiting the forest than reaching the center of it. Once outside, the siblings were released to the floor. "You two are a pair of idiots. What were you even doing in the forest?" Issei asks as turns to look at the pair. "With all respect, although you have saved our lives, we don't know you nor are we forced to answer your question," Arthur says as he tries to stand up. "Rainier, put him to sleep before I do it myself," Issei says. Rainier quickly sends Arthur to Morpheus's arms after using her teacher's technique. The blonde child with glasses falls right onto the sandy floor, unconscious. Lefay quickly stops after feeling the power that is coming out of Issei. Her legs trembled in fear, and her eyes could not look away from him. She can't even try to use a spell to escape. "I'm going to ask you one more time. What were you two doing here? No, better yet, tell me who you are. How can a pair of kids enter this horrendous place without adult supervision?" Issei's eyes look at her with a small amount of rage. Lefay feels her heartbeat increase even more, and her mind cannot do anything but give in. "Please forgive my brother. That wasn't his intention. My name is Lefay Pendragon, and that is my brother Arthur Pendragon. We came to this island 3 days ago due to my research and fears. This island has been here for many centuries, and the legends surrounding it are something my family knows about. I fear that the curse might spread out into the mainland if something is not done, so I took it upon myself to do something about it. I can't let my nation get hurt if I can do something about it. My brother decided to follow me because he believed that he could find a good challenge for his skills within the island," Lefay says in fear. Issei stays silent for a moment before he grabs his temples. "How old are the two of you?" "I'm 6, almost 7. My brother is 10 at the moment," Lefay replies. "And you believe that a pair of kids was going to figure out a solution for a curse that has existed since before the age of man? How childish. Take your brother away and return home. This is not a place for kids. Hiroka, please heal some of their injuries and get ready to go inside again. We can't waste any more time with these two." Issei turns away from Lefay and lowers his power. He had the answers he needed, and now he knew that the pair was even dumber than any other humans that had entered the forest before them. Hiroka starts to work right away on the older brother first. Lefay feels offended, but her mind quickly realizes this group is abnormal. "Are you a dragon? What is a dragon doing in here with a Nekomata? And isn't she a fallen angel?" she says after she looks into her eyes. "Stay quiet and get out of this place. We saved your lives and don't need to answer your questions," Issei says. "Oh no, you won't. I thank all of you for helping us, but I did this for the sake of my nation. I won't let normal people get injured due to the island's curse. This thing shouldn't be left alone, and if gods aren't going to do anything about it, I will do it myself as a member of the Pendragon family," Lefay says, sounding very determined. Issei laughs and turns to look at her. "I'm the Welsh dragon and have seen many things, but I'm telling you this. You can't do a thing to end that curse. This island has been cursed since before the age of man, and I believe you saw just a few of the poor souls who had been trapped within that accursed place. You might believe that your actions are those of a hero, but they are those of a fool. That curse hasn't escaped the island in many centuries, and I believe it will never do it. So stop playing the paper of a hero and go home. You have a life ahead of you. This is not a place for kids. This curse will never end. LeFay can feel his power again, and his eyes are so close to her that she can clearly see every detail they have. Her body was telling her to run away, but her mind was thinking, Ddraig, what is all of this, mighty King Arthur? This can't be real. Why does he look like a kid? Shouldn't he be sealed inside the boosted gear? I have so many questions, but I can't forget this and go home. This place is too dangerous to be left alone. Arthur can't continue to fight, and I can't go back now. I need to do this. Maybe it was due to her unbreakable determination. Maybe it was due to her commitment to her nation. Or maybe something else was pushing her on. But right now, LeFay was making unreasonable decisions without thinking of the effects they might have. I'll pay you, LeFay said. What the dragon and crew are surprised by her words. I'll pay you. If you really are the Welsh dragon, you must be really strong, and based on what you said, it sounds like you know more than me about this place, so I'll pay you for your collaboration to help me end the curse. LeFay continues. Hiroka and Rainer look at each other before they break into laughter. You truly think that you can buy his services, girl? He is the Welsh dragon and not some mercenary. He is telling you that this place has been cursed for a long time and that no one can handle it. Just give up for your own sake, Hiroka says while trying to pull herself together. Miss Pendragon, with all respect, my partner couldn't be more on the spot. Well, Sama is not a mercenary, and if he takes a task, I doubt that the currency of your family will ever pay for his services. He is doing this for your sake, so turn away and forget about this place. This is not a curse that can't be easily solved. I have been alive for a long time, and I never saw someone finding a way of stopping it. Gods, devils, fallen angels, not a single one of the factions has been able to do it. Rainer explains. LeFay looks at the boy, and he shakes his head. Just stop and don't make this even harder. Forget about this place and go back to your home. LeFay feels even more offended, but her mind also can't let go. Her nation was too important, and she couldn't turn back. She had the same determination as her ancestor, so she was willing to pay the ultimate price for England. I'll pay with my life. If you can take me into the cause of the curse and protect me until I'm done with my research, I will pay with my own life. I'll be yours and yours alone. My body, soul, and whole being would be yours alone if you could help me. I, LeFay Pendragon, offer my life to the Welsh dragon in exchange for his help with the curse of this island. Even if I cannot end the curse, I will still pay you with my life. Everyone goes silent. Issei and the rest of the group watch as the girl takes her coat off and bows before him without any sign of doubt, shame, or regret. Her face was buried in the dirt as she waited for his answer. She lowered herself to a point no other Pendragon had done before in the family's official records. She was offering all of herself in exchange for Issei's collaboration. Issei is the first one to react after seeing this demonstration of idiocy and foolishness. You're 6 years old, and now you're trying to play the hero for the sake of a nation. Are you hearing yourself? Don't you feel any shame? Don't you see how insane this way of thinking is? Look at me. LeFay raises her head and looks into his eyes. Her eyes show no fear or remorse, just a blind determination that prevents her from turning away. Issei looks at this, and he can't believe it. Are you this determined? Yes. Are you willing to sacrifice your life, your future, and your own chance to find love for the sake of England? Yes. If an invader came tomorrow to England and the army was defeated, would you keep fighting until your body was drained of? Yes. Are you insane? Yes. Do you care about yourself? No answer. LeFay didn't have the courage to answer such a question. LeFay, what's your answer? Issei tries again. LeFay begins to tear up. I do, but I can't just leave it alone. You know how many people have lost their lives in this place, and I know I'm stupid for doing this, but I can't wait until this becomes a more serious problem. Please accept me as a payment for the sake of the innocent denizens of England. I'm willing to do this for those who lack any knowledge of the danger that awaits just miles away from the coast. Issei goes silent and curses himself internally for asking the question in the first place. She's an idiot, partner. We have to act, or she'll die in this place. The choice is yours, Issei. I'll trust your judgment. The voice of Ddraig told him. Some people are willing to go to the extreme for a goal, and LeFay seemed exactly that kind. If he says no, she will still try alone and possibly kill herself. He curses himself for what he is about to do. Get up and put your coat back on. Don't make me repeat myself twice for your own good. LeFay feels the severity of his voice, and while she is still crying, she puts her coat back on. He approaches her and lifts her chin. What you offered is something too precious, and it seems you're determined enough to keep trying even if I say no. So, I'm going to accept, but as a punishment, I will make sure to change your way of thinking. A girl your age shouldn't be trying to be a hero, especially not a national hero. Any life is precious, and you just threw yours away for the sake of your nation. Congrats, you gained a husband for life, but you also lost your life for a pathetic goal. From now on, I will ensure you care more about your life. Your life is mine from now and forever. Issei's instincts kick in, and he bites her neck. LeFay screams for a bit and tries to get away before he forces her to bite him back, thus sealing the deal. As he releases her neck, Issei turns to her. The deal has been completed. You're mine alone from now on. This is what it means when making deals with a dragon. Her drips from his mouth and into the floor. Reiner and Kuroka can't even say a word as they see their exchange. LeFay feels the intoxicating taste of his dragon, and her eyes grow wide as a result before they twitch in an erratic way. She had never experienced something like this before, but LeFay knew she couldn't return to her former life. Her body was being changed from within. The process ends her time as a normal human, cursing her to life alongside the Welsh dragon. She could not escape her fate as a bride of the Welsh dragon. She had blindly offered herself as the price for the collaboration of Issei, and he was going to make sure she changed that form of thinking even if it took him many centuries. Her fate was sealed that day. Elaine had been patiently waiting for the return of the siblings for 3 whole days. 3 days had gone by and the siblings still didn't show up. Why did I let them go on this supposed special mission? Other is going to kill me if they don't come back by today. The Pendragon siblings had told her about a small mission that wasn't going to take long, but they didn't say what place they were going to. It was due to the blind trust that she had in them that they were able to do this, but now she was cursing herself for being so lenient with them. She was the maid of the house, but she also was in charge of LeFay's education. Although Elaine was only 10, she was practically the only mother figure that LeFay had due to her mother passing away at a young age. LeFay was someone important to her, and if at some point she was fired from her job, she had confidence that their connection wouldn't disappear. The same could also be said with her relationship with Arthur. The boy was so charming, and since the first moment they met, they had been developing feelings for each other. Although she knew that it was never going to work for them, she had been falling in love with the young heir of the family. He was the heir of the Pendragons, and one day he was going to marry a respectable lady that matches his social status, but she still had hope in their relationship. No, I won't. I will do anything to make this work. I will get stronger, and one day I'm going to fight my father for the right to choose my own bride. I choose you, Elaine. Arthur's words were always in her mind. Arthur, LeFay, where are you? Elaine sighs before going back to work. She was organizing the books within the family library at that moment. Then she saw a teletransportation circle in a different part of the library. She approaches it and recognizes the crest as the one of LeFay, and her fears began to disappear. Within instants, the shapes of the siblings and one French maid appear. Arthur, LeFay, who are you? Elaine summons her staff and prepares herself for the possible confrontation. Elaine, she is not an enemy. Arthur needs help, so please focus on him. I need to go back. Reiner, we can return, LeFay said as she and Reiner moved away from Arthur's unconscious body. LeFay, don't you dare go away, Elaine said as she rushes to Arthur's side first. I'm sorry, I need to do this. I promise to be back, LeFay said. Elaine watches in anger as her student and daughter disappear alongside the French maid. LeFay, back in the entrance of the forest, Kuroka and Issei sat down on the sand while they waited for the other two to return. Kuroka was still coming to terms with what she had seen. She had never expected something like this from Issei, and it was hard to accept it. Issei, was that the right option? Did you have to go so far? Kuroka asked. She is 6 and playing the hero, putting her life at risk for the sake of a nation and without really understanding the curse. A child her age shouldn't be thinking that way, nor should she offer herself like that to nobody. You wouldn't want Cheyenne to do the same. Just thinking about it is making me mad, Issei said. Kuroka stays quiet and thinks about his words. Cheyenne doing something like what LeFay did would be insane, and she would surely slap her right on the spot if something similar happens with her. But why not just ignore her? She was going to enter the forest anyway. She was insane enough to do it with her brother, and if I said no, she was going to get herself killed. I wasn't going to have her death on my mind, and I can't just bring her inside the forest because it is the right thing to do. There is nothing right in this situation except for her to give up and turn away, but she wasn't going to do it. What's done can't be changed, and I'm going to make sure that she learns to appreciate her life. I don't care if she is the descendant of King Arthur, a child shouldn't be acting this way. Issei turns to look at the Nekomata. I might seem harsh, but I dislike the fact that a child such as her can just offer her life like that. I'm the Welsh dragon, and she offered me her body, mind, and soul for the chance of reaching the source of the curse. I was 6 when I lost my humanity, and I didn't have a choice. LeFay had a choice and chose to sacrifice her life and future without a second thought. Kuroka keeps reflecting. She knew about his past, and he had saved her once. He cares deeply about the lives of others and had chosen to save the siblings from certain death, but LeFay's actions seemed to trigger his anger. Then she decides to see what he would do if she tried to do the same. If I tried to sacrifice myself for Cheyenne again, what would you do? I would interfere. You put your life at risk once for her because you didn't have a way out then, but now you have choices. I'm your ally, and your life is something that you should care about. If Cheyenne was in trouble once more, I would do anything to make sure that she was safe, and you wouldn't need to put yourself at risk. You wouldn't ask for a price after that. I wouldn't. I'm your ally, not your owner. Although devils now think that I own you based on what Sirzech and I did, it is not like that. I did what I did for your sake, and just that. In the future, when you're capable of protecting yourself, you can choose what to do with your life. You can leave me and follow your own path. What if I want to stay with you? Kuroka asks as she lets her mind run wild without restraints. If that's your choice, I wouldn't be against it. You can follow me for as long as you choose to, Issei says in a calm tone. Kuroka blushes and hides her face away. She couldn't believe that this boy was this mature, but her expectations with him kept being put to test. Before the pair could continue their conversation, Reiner and LeFay came back. The blonde face showed a determined smile as she held her staff. Her injuries had been taken care of by Kuroka's abilities, and Rainier had taken care of bandaging the rest of her more serious ones. Her witch outfit, which seemed similar to a school uniform, had also been repaired by Rainier thanks to her training under Grafia. A perfect maid should be capable of everything. That principle was drilled into Rainier's core, and she wouldn't be able to make it disappear that easily. Don't smile. I'm still mad at you. Also, give that magic staff of yours. You're not going to need it once we get inside. Issei said. Why, I can't defend myself without it. Lefei said. This is why not many beings ever reach the core of the curse. There is only one rule that the curse follows, and that is no engagement. Ignoring every apparition is the only way of safely traversing the forest. You two survived by a small margin, and I doubt you were going to get farther by mindlessly attacking and engaging every enemy that appears before you. So, give me the staff and follow my orders, my dear bride. That last sentence had a hint of anger, and his face clearly showed his dislike for the situation that Lefei had created. Lefei feels a child running down her spine, and after seeing his face she can clearly understand that she was still deep in the danger zone. Her new husband wasn't happy with her, and it was going to take some time before the situation cooled down. Understood, darling, she says, although she doesn't get a positive reaction from him. She gives him the staff and lowers her face in shame. Good. Issei grabs the staff and puts it away. Now give your hand and stay close to me. No jumping, no evading attacks, no screams, no engagement with the apparitions. I need to reach those corpses as fast as possible, and I don't want to have to exit and re-enter the forest once more. So, if you feel like you need it, just close your eyes, and let me know if you can't keep going at some point. I'll try to figure something out. Lefei nods and grabs his hand. Issei's hand is hot and not much bigger than mine, but he is so strong. I have never met someone like him. With Lefei attached to his right hand, Issei offers his left one to Kuroka, and she offers her own to Rainier. It was time to do this once more. Later that night, after walking for many hours and ignoring many apparitions, the group has decided to settle down for the night. After collecting some bark and dry wood, Issei had created a small bonfire. Rainier was the person in charge of the dinner, and after getting the tools, ingredients, and spices, she began to work on the dinner for that night. As they sat around the bonfire, Lefei took the chance to get to know the group. After a long day in which she had to force herself to go numb, she needed something to distract her mind. So, your name is Issei, she is Kuroka, and the maid is Rainier. Lefei started. That is true, Issei said while he enjoyed the heat of the fire. I think you're the youngest wielder of the boosted gear. How did you become a dragon? I have never heard about a user becoming a dragon only by possessing the boosted gear. I'm not the possessor of the boosted gear. Since you're my bride, you need to understand who I am, Issei said before he began to tell his story. The minutes went by and Lefei went silent as she heard the cruel reality behind the boy that stood before her. She had no idea that the boy in front of her had lost so much. You're 8 and all of this happened to you. Yes, I lost my parents, my humanity, my past. Everyone I ever knew except for a childhood friend believes me dead, and I am practically dead. Right now, I'm just the aftermath of that event and one of 2 pieces of the Welsh dragon. I wasn't given a choice, and yet you offered your life that easily. Do you understand why I'm so angry with you? He looks at the girl. I didn't ask for any of this, but I accept it and continue to move on. Lefei feels the weight of his words. Then she looks at Kuroka. And you're a stray devil following him because of the bounty on your life. Kuroka nods. We haven't had any attempts against my life yet, but we can expect them at some point. They know that Sirzich gave the Welsh dragon ownership over me, but that is not the reality. I'm leaving my life in his hands for security, and it might not be permanent. Lefei nods and then looks at Rainier. But you are similar to me. You're following him because of your connection to Grigori. For the sake of your home. Rainier shakes her head in disapproval. You're a child, I'm a fallen angel many times older. This is my job, and when Welshama gets his revenge I might leave his side. You're 6 and offered your whole self as the payment for this mission, which is impossible. I have been alive for centuries, and only those that entered the forest had ever been affected by the curse. This is blind heroism syndrome. You're still a kid and you should remember it, but now you have sealed your future. I don't blame Welshama for choosing to do this and still being mad at you. He asked you to leave and forget about it, but you kept pushing on. You might not feel its effect now, but in the future, you will understand the things you just lost. Lefei feels even worse now, but she holds the tears back. She was educated by her father to not back away after deciding to act for the sake of England. She was educated to put the future of the nation over her own life. The will of the House Pendragon was to put your own life after the nation. I made a choice, and as a member of the Pendragon family I won't back away. That's the problem, you no longer can. You will understand one day. For now, let's just eat dinner and go to sleep. I will take the first turn for 3 hours, then Rainier for 2, and finally Kuroka for another 2. After that we will start moving once more. Issei says. Dinner takes place and Issei thanks Grafia from the bottom of his heart for training Rainier so well. Then the time for sleeping comes. Kuroka gets close to Issei and settles down next to him before one of his wings covers her. Rainier takes the other side and leans into his arm before her own wings act as her sleeping sheaths. Why are all of you sleeping so close to him? Lefei asks. Heat and protection. Nights are cold, and the closer we are to him the less cold we endure. There is also the danger of enemies, so lower your voice and get close to him. Rainier says before she closes her eyes. Kuroka is already purring like a cat from under Issei's wing. Lefei, come here and stop wasting time. Issei pats his legs. The blonde understands and settles down in between them with her head using his as a pillow. Another one of his wings covers her. You're my second mate now, and although I'm still angry, I won't let you endure the cold. Close your eyes and leave the rest to me, Issei says. She nods. As she settles down, she feels the heat that his body produces. It's warm. Before long, Issei is the only one awake. They had been walking for many hours, and after facing many apparitions, they were finally able to enjoy some rest. But that was far from the truth. Issei could still see and hear them around. They were like predators waiting for the chance to attack. The curse was strong, and since the last time he came to this place, many more victims had fallen to it. Issei knew he needed to stay calm and don't let this place get the best of him, but he also had doubts. Since he met Lefei, he had been thinking about it. Can this thing be even worse than what I remember? He didn't have the answers, but once they reached the corpses of the deceased gods, they were going to find out. Days and nights went by as the group continued to advance through the forest. The enemies continued to increase in severity and numbers. More than once they had to close their eyes and just let Issei be their only guide, which leads us to this moment. Ddraig, fight me, you can run away from me, a phantasmal Albion said as he tempted the boy. Kuroka, you can't escape me. You and your sister are my property. The dead illusion of Kuroka's former master floated in front of her. The bookworm came out of her hole. I can't believe that you think you can ever face me. The image of Cockabeel appears in front of her, which leads to Rainier having a hard time keeping it together. She hated his guts like any fallen angel and couldn't wait for the day he had to pay for his betrayal. And you child, you should have died alongside your parents that night. They screamed in pain as their bodies burned to a crisp. Issei was keeping her emotions in check, but they were starting to rise to the surface. The boy knew that he wouldn't be able to endure this for far longer. It was the first time he was seeing the fallen angel, and his mind just wanted to blast him to kingdom come. Lefei, who was also watching all of this, didn't know what to do except to continue to walk. She had her own demons that she had yet to overcome. Lefei, the witch, you are a waste of resources. How can the Pendragons have a daughter like you? You will never reach the gloriousness of your brother. Imperfect, childish, you will always be under his shadow. The many ladies of other noble families tempted her to react. They really knew how to trigger her switch, and she was getting close to exploding in anger. How many times she wished for the chance of blowing their stupid faces into oblivion, but Elaine had advised her against it. This situation was really testing each of their wills to ignore their emotions, and not a single one was having a good time with it. The group had been walking for at least 5 days, and they were inching closer to the corpses of the dead gods. The scent of them was so strong that even Lefei and Rainier were able to smell it. Issei kept dragging them alongside him. Keep moving and focus on me. You can't leave me behind, Ddraig. I was the one that killed them. Bookworm, we both know you will never truly become a respectable fallen angel. I will come back for Cheyenne and finish what I started. Pathetic excuse for a member of the Pendragons. The group kept walking and chasing the end of this trap. Apparitions kept trying to incite them to engage, but they continued until everything went silent. The apparitions were forced to stop by some kind of unseen barrier as the group continued ahead. Keep moving and follow the scent. We are almost there, Issei said. I feel like throwing up. I have never smelled something so disgusting. Lefei covered her mouth and nose. It up. This is the thing you wanted, so don't start crying now, Kuroka replied. She was hating every second of this particular part of their trip, but she wasn't going to be the one that messes it up for Issei. Rainier said nothing and just took short breaths as she kept her explosive character in control. Seeing Cockabeel and hearing his voice had affected her as much as it did to Issei. She hated his guts because he was her former superior, an important part of her faction, and he had thrown all that away for his selfish goals. The group began to see how the fog dissipated in front of them, and it wasn't long before the group saw the place in which the curse had begun, but instead of the dead gods' bodies, they saw something completely different. A wide-black cocoon stood in the middle, dripped from its outer layer, and it also produced the insane rotting scent that the group had been following for several days. This is not what I was anticipating, Issei admits before turning his sight towards Lefei. You might be right about your fears, but I doubt you or your brother could take care of that thing. We don't even know what it is, so please stay away from it and don't try anything that might worsen the situation. Rainier, can you take a look at it? Lefei nods after seeing the fact that Issei is looking quite concerned regarding the cocoon. They had traveled through the forest for days by this point, and finding an unknown object wasn't the goal they expected to reach at the end. She felt slightly happy about being sort of right regarding the curse, but this new development wasn't one that deserves any kind of celebration. Keep it together, Lefei. This is far from over. It was like looking for a lost active grenade on an old battlefield, and instead of finding just one, they had found a whole field that could be filled with them. A problem on top of another problem. The curse was still active, which meant that this cocoon had to be the source, but how it came into existence was a different mystery. Rainier approaches the cocoon but keeps a certain distance for security reasons. As a former assistant of Azazel, she knew that things like this couldn't be handled carelessly. She lifts a finger to her right ear and begins a call with Grigori after activating a small magic circle. Alcoholic Sum, are you there? Is that what you're calling me these days? You truly have a way with words. How are you, Rainier? Azazel asks. Doing well, but right now we might be in trouble. You remember the curse on Gale Island, right? Are you there right now? Did your little group find something? We are, and we did find something. We have been traveling through the cursed forest for several days while trying to reach the source of the curse. Instead of finding the corpses of the dead gods, we found a Y cocoon. I need your advice. A cocoon, you said. Is the curse still active? Yes, and strong as ever. We were following the scent of the rotting flesh of the corpses, but instead of finding them, we found the cocoon. What should we do about it? Azazel goes quiet for a few moments before he replies. Can you see its insides? No, it's completely black and it sort of beats like a heart. I don't want to get any closer to prevent an accident. Do you have any suggestions? I want to say I do, but I am not really sure what to expect. This is a curse born out of hate between two gods and is something that we can't easily erase. It would be troublesome if we left the island unattended for much longer within the human world. Is the kid there? Rainer looks at Issei and gives him a sign to get closer to her. He is. Ask him if he can create a dimensional rift big enough to the island into the dimensional gap. Is the safest place for us to take care of that thing. We didn't do something like this in the past due to the fear of worsening the situation and the lack of ability to remove or eliminate the corpses from the area. But now this requires drastic measures. If that cocoon opens in the human world, we might have a catastrophe that could lead to severe consequences. This is something he has to do for the sake of the human world, although we might have Great Red's anger afterward. Destroying that island and the cocoon might be the safest way of ensuring that whatever is inside the cocoon doesn't create more problems for us. Azazel said, don't worry about the human world and leave that whole task to us. Rainer looks at Issei. Well, Sama, we might need to transport the whole island into the dimensional gap. It seems that we might need to destroy the cocoon before it hatches. Issei sighs. Let me just retrieve the treasure and then we can start to figure this out. Luck is not on my side like always. Rainer nods and the other two members of the team follow him as he walks towards the place where he buried a certain artifact many centuries ago. For now, they were able to ignore the cocoon, but Issei was already expecting the worst possible situation. Whatever was inside that cocoon was going to come out, and regardless of his own desire, he was going to be forced to fight it. Problems were going to chase him down no matter where he went. A leader requires certain skills if he or she strives to be successful. A leader should know his or her own limits and when a situation is beyond its capacity. A leader shouldn't let any opportunity escape, especially if that opportunity leads to eliminating a problem that has been causing struggles for a long time, and Azazel saw this event as such an opportunity. The cursed island of Gale was something that all factions had to ignore due to the troublesome backstory behind its creation and the lack of resources that could finally end the curse. It was a hard task reaching the center of the forest even for himself, who was among the strongest beings at the moment, and doing something with the corpses was outside their capacity. They had tried many centuries ago, but the corpses wouldn't move a single centimeter. Teletransportation didn't work either, and destroying the corpses was a hard no for many centuries. Great Red was strong, but his services cost more than what any faction could pay. Atlantis was the biggest example of making a treaty with Great Red and being unable to pay afterward. Curses are troublesome, but Azazel knew that he couldn't find any other way to deal with this except for asking the Welsh dragon to destroy the island alongside the cocoon. A cocoon, of all the things that the curse could have created, and it did that, why couldn't it be any other thing? Azazel knew that when a cocoon was involved in anything, the end result will lead to the birth of a catastrophe. A basic rule that any scientist dealing with the unknown knew. Around the fallen angel leader, many of his followers mobilized with the preparations that they were going to put into motion. The disappearance of an island was an issue that could attract more attention from the common humans, and Azazel wasn't having any of it. So, to ensure that the plan worked, he took one more drastic action. Azazel looks at the mirror in front of him and patiently waits for them to pick up. Relations with heaven weren't the best ones at the moment, but the cocoon elimination task took priority over past relations between factions. He had Surzet's collaboration, but he needed heaven's participation as well, and he also wanted them to see the Welsh dragon in action. A little push could help to push Michael and the other seraphs to initiate peace conversations with his and Surzet's factions. Seconds go by until the image of Michael and Gabriel appears. Azazel, my former brother. It is a pleasure to see you once more, Michael says politely. Michael, I know all of you are seeing what is happening in the human world right now. I need your collaboration. The Welsh dragon is going to transport the cursed island of Gale into the dimensional gap, and I need you to help to distract the humans while my followers and those of Surzech create a replacement for the island. Azazel explains, the cursed island, didn't we all give up on that place a long time ago, and what is this about the Welsh dragon? Do you actually know where he is? Michael begins to ask. So, you don't know? That's just great. Michael, I don't have the time to explain every single detail, but I'm going to say this. There is a cocoon in the center of the island right now. The Welsh dragon didn't find the corpses of the forgotten gods, and in their place, he found a cocoon. My agent is currently following the Welsh dragon. She has given me a clear description of the object, and it doesn't sound good. Whatever the thing that is inside that cocoon might be, it can't be good for anyone, especially us. I don't want another Beast of 666 situation, so please move your connections and distract the humans. We can't have them realizing that a whole island just got transported into a whole different place. Azazel says. Michael goes silent while Gabriel takes the chance to ask some questions of her own. So it is true and not just error in the system. Ddraig is actually free. How is he as his previous host still alive when compared to her siblings? Gabrielle was more innocent and curious. She held no prejudice just like Michael, but she also was more gullible, which led to the other siblings being overprotective over her. Gabrielle, to tell you the truth, he is far different than what he used to be. The host is still alive inside of that body, but he and Ddraig are going to fuse into one being at some point. If you have more questions, just ask him in person. He is approachable, and if it is you who approaches him first, I think it's going to be fine. But leave that for later. He is not available for the moment. Azazel says as he talks to his former sister. They were all created by the Bible God, and at one point they were equals, but each of them took different paths. Few of the original fallen angels were still alive after the war, and that pretty much left the former family in ruins. No creator, Cockabeel's betrayal, and now their factions were on two different sides of the spectrum. It was truly a broken family. Michael interrupts the conversation. I'll do what I can, but I expect answers. Ddraig running free is something that we need to discuss. I don't know what is taking place in the underworld, but I want at least the basics. Make sure that whatever is inside the cocoon doesn't escape back into the human world. It won't. Ddraig is far from being that same dragon, and whatever comes out is as good as dead. Let Gabrielle be the one that approaches him first, and you will see that we are no longer dealing with a normal heavenly dragon. Azazel says. Michael thinks for a second. I'll think about it. We're going to be paying close attention to whatever takes place after the island is gone from the human world. Let's hope that Great Red doesn't explode in anger after seeing how his territory is being used without his consent. Let's hope for the best, Azazel says before sighing in relief. With Michael on board, they could start with this event. Meanwhile, above the cursed island, Issei and the other members of his team waited patiently for Azazel's signal. After exiting the island with the artifact that they were looking for, they had met many fallen angels and devils who began to implement the preparations for the rest of the plan. Azazel said that he was going to take care of the island's disappearance, which left him with not only transporting the island but also eliminating the cocoon and whatever decides to come out of it. Due to the possible fight, Issei is wearing most of his armor. It had a few similarities with the common boosted gear scale mail, but it had many differences as well. The armor wasn't fully red in color since it had many golden and green jewels while also having some black parts around. It also looks more dragon-like since its design seems to closely resemble his dragon form. Its components were directly connected to Issei's skin, which makes it into a second skin for the boy. The armor had an extra set of arms that levitated and acted independently while fighting. His tail ends in the shape of a trident as well. Lefay, who is holding her staff as a form of flying transport, looks at the armor with curiosity and amazement. This is way different than the one described in the records. You truly aren't the boosted gear wielder anymore. Is this what it means to hold the soul and power of the Welsh dragon without restraints? Issei nods. This is beyond what the boosted gear was capable of, but it also came with its own drawbacks. Having to relive the memories and experiences of the previous users for 2 years wasn't enjoyable nor easy. My body had to endure the pain that it came with each of them to acquire techniques, moves, and even fighting styles. Issei then grabs a blue sphere from his pocket dimension. The sphere produced a calm but strong aura. So, what do we call this artifact again? Kiroka asks as she looks at the sphere. Valkyrie's Legion Core, an object created by Odin for the sake of war, capable of creating an army of hundreds of energy figures capable of supporting the user during a fight. Odin wasn't happy after he realized that I stole from his vault many centuries ago. Now I'm going to absorb it just like when I did with the booster gear. Issei looks at the sphere once more before he puts it right next to the green jewel on his. Within seconds the sphere is absorbed into the boy's body. Do you feel anything different? Wilshama Rainer asks. No, for the moment. It might take a few minutes, maybe a few hours or days before the process is finished. I can't really say how long it is going to take, but I will know when it's ready for my usage. Of all of my treasures, this is the only one that was made for war, which is why it is the only one I'm planning to absorb. The other two were made for completely different things and aren't found in locations such as the previous ones. We can use magic to reach those places, but now we should focus on this thing. I don't know what to expect, so stay away from the fight and protect yourselves. I don't want any of you to get injured, and especially not by whatever is inside that cocoon. Issei says. Isn't your fire enough to kill anything? Kiroka asks. Never think that way. My flames are effective, but that thing might be something completely different. My flames don't kill strong enemies instantly either. The stronger an enemy is, the longer the fire will take to kill them, so I need to be capable of killing with my hands even if my fire is going to kill at some point. An injured beast can be the worst matchup that one could ever face. So, watch closely the whole fight. The type of enemies that may begin to appear before us in the future can range in variety, and all of you need to get stronger. He looks at Lefay. Your parents, you and me also need to talk when this is over. There are things we need to discuss, especially regarding your education. I won't forget our meeting for the rest of my long life, and none of our descendants will be taught those values of self-sacrifice as children. I'll make sure of that. Lefay and Kiroka blush at the mention of descendants. Even if Lefay knew what having a husband involves, she didn't expect such boldness. Are you thinking about having children this early? On the other hand, Kiroka couldn't get used to such words that easily. He was younger than her, at least in body age, but he had no restraints when it came to saying what he felt. Why are you so bold? Can't you bring it down? It's not easy for me hearing you say such things. Rainier looks at both girls and sighs in disapproval. You two are forgetting that he and Ddraig shared a mind. He is a child only in body and an adult in mind and soul. You need to get used to this, especially if Tiamat-sama shows up. She is not going to hold any punches when it comes to her words either. Rainier says before her attention is drawn to the magic circle on her ear. Rainier, it is time. Tell him to do it now. I wish you good luck. Azazel says. Well, Sama, is time, Rainier says. Issei's face gets covered by the helmet of the armor. 6 sharp eye visors that adorn the front of the helmet light up. 2 sharp horns that point forwards from the side also adorn the helmet. Let's do this. The 2 halves of the Welsh dragon were never going to fight separately. 2 heads will always work better than one if they can synchronize as well as they did. The Welsh dragon extends his hand and stars move to rip open a massive dimensional rift which begins to extend around the whole island. Within seconds the whole place is absorbed into the dimensional gap which leaves an empty hole in the area. The group doesn't stick around to watch, and by using the same rift they leave the human world behind. In the dimensional gap, Great Red watched carefully as an island came into his territory before being shortly followed by his debtor, the Welsh dragon. He would normally ask for an explanation, but he knew that if it involved the boy it would lead to him becoming stronger, which was something he wanted. Continue to fight and get much stronger. Don't stop until you can pay your debt to me. With the group, Lefay, Kuroka, and Rainier were static after seeing the great dragon at a decent distance from them. Is that him? Great Red, Lefay asks. Yes, he is the one and only true dragon among all of the species. The strongest being in existence. Rainier says. His aura is too strong. How can something like him exist? Kuroka asks. Those are questions for another time. All of you move away from this place and find a safe spot. Do not interfere with the fight. The Welsh dragon orders. The girls hear his voice and waste no time. They understood that this fight was beyond their current strength. The boy watches as the girl continues to move away until they find some debris far away from the island and him. Then it's time to do this. Let's see how long this fight is going to be. Cometh of the hour, part Shiro Sajisu. Infinity once again, the voice is heard from within the jewel in the center of his. The magic circle forms once more behind him. Crimson flames begin to accumulate into a sphere in front of the child which is not bigger than him. The size doesn't seem to change after a few seconds, but in reality, it was becoming much stronger with each second. The boosted ability had been just an initial stage for the Welsh dragon. Its current main ability, Infinity, applies the exponential increase in power within a short amount of time with the bonus of not being able to be stopped or affected by other abilities. The longer the fight, the stronger his attacks would become without any drawbacks except for the heavy exhaustion he could endure after a long fight. Off-Eyes and Great Red had created the worst kind of enemy anyone could ever face. The temperature begins to rise incredibly fast, and before long even the girls begin to feel it. The attack continues to gain power until the child deems it right for usage. Take this. The sphere is shot like a high-speed projectile. The attack reaches the island after a few seconds. The island begins to break down into pieces, and those pieces are then absorbed by the sphere of flames until only the cocoon remains. The attack continues to push against the cocoon for a few seconds until the second phase of the attack begins. A massive explosion of flames occurs. The temperature reaches levels that shouldn't be possible. All of the debris trapped within the explosion is incinerated within seconds. The girls gasp in amazement at the attack. Their bodies, which are feeling the effects of the attack, begin to sweat uncontrollably. Kuroka, Lefay, let's create an ice barrier around us. This is too much heat even for me, Rainier says. Both girls nod and start using their abilities to protect themselves from the heat. Meanwhile, Heaven. The 4 seraphs were watching the event, and their eyes couldn't believe that this child was the Welsh dragon. How did all of this happen? Ddraig wasn't supposed to escape from the booster gear. Uriel looks stressed by the fact that a dragon capable of killing gods was free from his prison. I have no idea, but we can assume that the egg Tiamat was protecting for the last 2 years was him. We can even infer that Great Red has something to do with this as well. Michael, how do you want to proceed? Raphael looks at his brother. Michael looks pale after seeing the attack. He knew those flames, he knew what Ddraig could achieve, but he also had many questions. What are you going to do now? Are you the same dragon from the war? I can't let Heaven suffer more losses. Another war will be the end of our faction. Michael keeps thinking until he feels the hand of Gabriel. You're thinking too much, brother. We can ask him any questions we want after the fight is over. Azazel assured us that the previous host of the booster gear is still alive, so he didn't steal the body of the child. Just let me be the one to start the conversation. Gabriel says. That is not going to happen, Gabriel. We aren't going to allow you near him without any protection. Uriel says. I'm going with Michael. We know that Raphael is not that approachable due to his cold attitude, and you, Uriel, are too wet-headed. You do remember that you had a small match against him a long time ago before he was sealed, right? Gabriel looks at both of her siblings. Uriel looks offended and mad about the event while Raphael keeps an indifferent face. Michael sighs. Let's just continue to watch the fight. I feel that this curse has just turned into a problem that might be too hard for even the Welsh dragon to take care of. Back on the site of the fight, the flames began to die down for the most part, but one single thing was still burning brightly. It survived the attack, Issei said as he watched the burning container. Then he felt the creature inside of it. a heart beating like crazy and a power comparable to a ranging deity. Come on out of that cocoon. I can feel you and you can feel me. We both know that you're not something that should even exist. As a reaction to his words, a monstrous dark hand reaches out from within the cocoon. The smell of rotting flesh increases in strength once more. The cocoon begins to break down, thus revealing the creature that dwells within its inside. It was a creature born from the curse, born out of hate and strengthened by the grudges of the souls trapped within the island. An avatar of only hate and anger. Its shape was completely black and almost not humanoid. It lacks any facial features except for two deep red eyes. One of its two arms was massive and seemed to be formed from the remains of many creatures. Its other arm was in the shape of a blade. His other arm was its lower half resembles a four-legged creature with hooves. Although the cocoon had protected it from most of the flames, his body was beginning to be consumed by them, which caused its anger to further increase. God-Shattering Star by Takeru Kanazaki, Ray Kondo, and Hiroki Morishita. The avatar of hate roars in anger and points its blade toward the Welsh dragon. Its body was formed by the rotting bodies of the deceased gods, but that didn't mean that it was incapable of giving a good fight. The beast closes the distance between it and the dragon before it tries to cut Issei into pieces. Issei reacts accordingly and evades the attack before kicking the beast across the face, which sends it flying miles away from him. I'm not going to let you escape alive from this. The beast collects itself and charges a beam ray in a matter of seconds before shooting it against Issei. Issei uses his wings to evade the attacks and continues to approach the beast before he sees something that he had completely forgotten about. The apparitions reappear once more, and this time is in full force. Each and every single soul that was trapped within the island began to surround the beast as a sort of army. This also includes the phantom form of Albion and the other figures that the curse created after using their memories against them. If that's how you want to play, you just made the biggest mistake of your short existence, Issei says before his body is engulfed in crimson flames. The jewel on his begins to shine, and before long the flames start to spread out. The flames then begin to form more copies of himself. You have an army and I do as well. Let's see who is the strongest one. The copies roar as an army willing to follow the original one. Back with Azazel. It's a crimson army. This child is going beyond my expectations. How many copies are there? Azazel asks Shemhazai. Shemhazai, who is accompanying Azazel, counts every flaming copy he sees and comes to one conclusion. So the number matches. What number? Azazel turns towards him. The number of the previous boosted gears, at least the ones we have records of, Shemhazai replies. Azazel's eyes grow wide and he begins to laugh. This was beginning to reach heights that he had never seen before. We just won the lottery with our treaty of no aggression with him. Vali is also safe from having to deal with all of that. Let's see how far your powers go, Welsh dragon. While Azazel and Shemhazai continue to watch the fight, Vali was hiding in the room as well. Her eyes couldn't move away from the fight. Albion, is this the Ddraig that you remember? How did he get so strong? She tried to communicate with her partner, but once more she receives no reply from him. Meanwhile, heaven. The four seraphs' eyes were locked into place as they saw the fight between the dragon and the avatar of anger. Not a single one of them was able to look away from the fight taking place. A phantom Albion on his prime and an army of apparitions that would continue to get up until the curse was destroyed. An army of crimson flames, a beast born from the hate between deities, and above all else, one dragon capable of breaking any expectations. Their emotions were in disarray, to say the least. Flashbacks to the war, the losses, and the death of the Bible God came back. They couldn't deny that each one of them, including the innocent Gabriel, feared the Welsh dragon at the moment. Michael, we can't face him, Raphael said. I know, I have always known. Michael replies. So, a treaty of non-aggression with him is our safest option. We have no other option against all that power. He is far too much for us, and I don't think that the other pantheons can do much. Thor might be strong, but even he said that Ddraig was an opponent he preferred not to face again after what happened in the past war. Uriel said, I know, but is that going to be enough to buy his collaboration? We need more information, and Azazel might be the only person that can give it to us. Michael says, what about Ascalon? We have the sword, and it's an offering of peace that not everyone can give. Gabriel says after thinking of ways and how to approach the situation. Maybe, but it would mean that we are losing one of the few artifacts that can hurt a dragon, Uriel replies. Uriel, we can't fight him. We don't want an enemy like that. It took 3 factions, gods, devil, fallen angels, us, and our creator to bring him and Albion down. Our creator is dead and we don't have the strength to face him. We can't start another war, and even if we fear him, we shouldn't act based on that fear. Raphael was hard to read when it came to his face, but his words were straight to the point. Michael was the leader, Uriel was the warrior, Gabriel was the innocent one with good ideas, and he was the one that thought about the future. Now that they didn't have their creator with them, they needed to plan every step carefully for the sake of their faction. War wasn't an option for them like it wasn't for the 4 great Satans and Grigori. Peace was the only path forward for the 3 factions. Back with the girls. Their eyes saw the blows between both sides. Their leader was a powerhouse that had to be respected, but the avatar of hate wasn't an adversary that should be taken as a joke. The blows between them created shock waves all around the dimensional gap, and the girls were feeling each of them. While the flaming army of the Welsh dragon fought against the apparitions, Issei was not only facing the avatar of hate but also the phantom Albion. The Phantom ignores the army that his rival had created and went right ahead for Issei alongside its creator. One would think that since it was a fake Albion its power wouldn't be strong, but luck wasn't on the side of the Welsh Dragon. This was Albion in his prime and he was no pushover even if it was a fake. The current Welsh Dragon continues to evade the attacks of each beast with ease thanks to his smaller body and much higher speed. His senses were working at their fullest potential. His whole body is acting faster than any previous host of the booster gear could ever strive for. Issei approaches the Phantom Albion from behind before he grabs the Phantom's neck with his forearms and crushes it without any remorse. He knows that this is not the end since these apparitions continue to get back up for as long as the curse continues to exist. The Avatar of Hate appears in front of Issei and then punches him with its monstrous arm. Issei blocks most of the impact with his arms but still suffers heavy amounts of internal damage. He coughs within the armor but he ignores the pain and fights back against the Avatar. He connects several punches and kicks against the beast as they fly around the dimensional gap at impressive speeds while their armies continue to fight against each other. The apparitions try to eliminate the flame copies of Issei but the flames don't burn out. The site is taken out straight out of the deepest part of the underworld where sinners are punished for all eternity. The apparitions are burned to ashes every second before returning once more just to repeat the cycle. They scream in pain just like if they were alive but are unable to escape from their fate as they are crushed, burned, cut into pieces, and exterminated like pests by the burning army. The Flames copies created weapons out of their own flames which make them even harder to oppose and defeat. The girls can't watch away. Not even Rainier, who had survived the wars from the past, can turn away. Not even the impaled sight of the Phantom Cockabeel was able to bring her some joy. Rainier, is this the level we have to reach one day? Kuroka asks. Yes, if we're going to follow him, we need to become as strong as those flaming copies. We have to be faster, sharper, and more determined than our current selves if we strive to fight alongside him. Rainier admits, he's going to be hard but it's not impossible. We need to break our limits or we're going to be unable to follow him. This has to be only the beginning of a long path. Kuroka and Lefay's respiration slow down. They reflect on what they are seeing. They knew they were weak but they had never experienced such a sight in all of their lives. I need to become far stronger than this. He is in a whole different dimension than me at this moment and I need to catch up with my own powers. The strongest Nekomata is what I need to become. Kuroka tells herself, Elaine, I have met the strongest guy I have ever seen. My eyes still can't believe what I'm seeing but I know is true. As his bride, I need to strive to surpass even you, my teacher. I now understand those words, Issei. My life is no longer mine to do as I please. Lefay began to understand what she had lost. Her heart and body were reacting to her husband, thus confirming her thoughts. She sold her soul and life to someone that lives in a whole different dimension of power. As a bride of the Welsh Dragon, she was going to need to be much stronger and maybe she would never return to her nation. The life of the human Lefay had stopped for good. She had truly lost more than what she expected and now she was coming to terms with it. Point of view, Issei. His power continues to increase with each second but he was noticing the reality of the current fight. His right arm creates a fire spear and he stabs it right into the beast. The Avatar of Hate screams in pain but continues to fight back by trying to slash him with the bladed arm. Issei evades the attack and flies away when he feels the presence of the Phantom Albion right on top of him. You're not alive. That body feels pain and has a heart that is beating but you're not alive. You are the curse. A curse that's just using the bodies of those gods as a puppet and a way to continue to exist. The boy kicks the Phantom Albion in the head with all of his strength which leads to his total decapitation. You can copy his strength but the endurance of this copy is pathetic. This is just a fake. Issei flies down and approaches the beast before stabbing its bodies with a few more spears. The beast screams even more. The flames are covering its whole body but the beast continues. He then stabs the beast with his tail and then drags an undead heart that becomes ashes after losing its connection to the main body. He then decides to end the fight with the only choice left. Hate, you hate me. You hate everything. You're born from hate and that's the only thing you know. Issei transforms into his dragon form. He grabs the Avatar of Hate with his claws and looks at it one more time. You might have been stronger if we left you alone but I'm not giving you that chance. My flames are taking too long to end the job so I'm going to end this curse with a more direct method. His massive jaws open. Rows of burning sharp teeth await the meal of a lifetime. In one simple move, he consumes the undead body alongside the curse. He bites down on the Avatar of Hate and chews its meat for some minutes. The Phantom Albion tries to attack him but he easily mutilates his body with his tail. The difference in sizes was more easily to see now. If Great Red was still the biggest one of all the dragons, the current Welsh Dragon was an easy third place with Off-Ice taking the second one. The massive dragon continues to chew down until he stops and begins to absorb the flesh puppet and curse into his body. And Grigori, did he just eat that thing? Azazel asked. Shemazai didn't reply and just walked out of the room. His stomach was in shambles after that sight. Vali came out of her hiding spot and just hugged the old fallen angel. Vali, what were you doing here? Azazel asked after seeing the girl. He received no reply from the girl as she shakes in fear after seeing what the Welsh Dragon did with his opponent. Azazel didn't hear any tears but he quickly understood that this had left an impression on the girl. He pats her head. Don't fear him. He has a reason and we know he would never do something like that to you. Never fear him or anybody, my dear child. Strive to be strong like him so that you can protect everything you care about. Azazel consoles his daughter while he also continues to watch the massacre. Truly an event that left a mark on Volley. With the 4 Seraphs, if the previous fights and clashes between the adversaries had made them scared, this final move had sealed the deal for them. There was no way they wouldn't accept a peaceful approach with the dragon. If he wanted the sword, he was going to get it no matter what, and if that failed, they were going to need something else that could seal the deal. Call Azazel right now, Michael. We need all the information we can get, Raphael said. Michael began to do it right away, and Uriel looked completely paled. Gabrielle ignored her brothers and began her own preparations for the future meeting with the Welsh dragon. I can't wait to meet you two. I hope that we become friends. She looks at the image of the dragon mutilating the Phantom Albion. For our own good. With great red, a massive grin formed alongside his face. He was proud of the Welsh dragon and his actions. The fight was short but straight to the point. The child had strength, speed, and the sharpness of an experienced warrior, but it was still not enough. The flesh of gods in one curse. Keep growing strong, my child. Use your enemies to grow much stronger. Don't stop now. Great Red turns away and disappears back into the deepness of his territory. Back on the battlefield, the apparitions began to disappear after some time. The curse was slowly being absorbed into his body, and without it, there was no way they could continue to exist. Which also meant one thing for the souls that used to be trapped within the island. Issei watches as several small spheres of light began to escape from the inside of his body as the avatar of hate continues to be dissolved and absorbed by him. Go on. The time for all of you to return to the cycle of life is now. The spheres seemed to hear his words and began to follow the path that will get them to the realm of death in no time. While Sama, the voice of Rainier, attracts his attention. The fight is over, but this thing is going to take some time. I can feel it fighting back against me, but it's a lost battle. I'm going to fully destroy the curse within my body, the dragon says. But I might need some sleep before I can move. This wasn't a good meal. The massive dragon begins to transform back into the boy. Rainier sees his eyes are closing erratically and catches him before he completely loses consciousness. Is he going to be fine? LeFay asks. He will. He is far stronger than any of us, and if he says he is going to do it, I'm going to believe his words. Kiroka says as she has his cheeks. He is our leader after all. We need to go back to the human world. Our trip is far from being over. Rainier says, we should go back to my house. I imagine that Dad and the others are still waiting for my return. He also needs to talk to them, and I don't know how that is going to go. LeFay admits. With a curse taken care of, the group began to move. A meeting with other Pendragon awaited them, and there was also the first time they were going to ever meet the Seraphs. But a far more important event awaited the Welsh dragon. The fate of Mikhail's descendants was still unknown to him, but his last living descendant might be the only hope he would ever get of paying back for the cruel fate that had to destroy the life of his previous host. Within the deep void that was his mindscape, Issei and Ddraig watch as the avatar of hate continues to rage on while trying to escape. We have to admit it. Its desire for survival is massive, Issei says. He was watching the beast in front of them that was trying to escape. Ddraig, who is an exact copy of Issei, doesn't look impressed. It should just give up and allow itself to be absorbed. We don't have the time to play around with this beast. We have other things to do. Issei nods. He knows what he is referring to. Mikhail, we need to go to Italy for that. That would also mean us needing to go to Palermo and find information about Bella. It's not going to be easy. It has been almost 100 years since Mikhail died. Ddraig sighs. But we still need to try. Mikhail didn't deserve to fall into madness. None of the hosts of the boosted gear deserved that. Even the worst ones didn't deserve to lose themselves and become mindless beasts because of my power. We need to see what has happened to his family, and if we can offer them monetary support, that would be enough for me. Money doesn't pay for lost lives, but it can help those that stay behind. Issei understands the urgency that Ddraig had with the issue. It was his guilt eating him from within, and just getting to know their fate would be enough for them. As soon as we figure the matter with LeFay, we can depart for Italy. We just need to talk with her parents and tell them what the situation is going to look like. Are we sure we want to do this? 2 years? Shouldn't we take her with us right away? This is the best way. 2 years for her to come to terms with the fact that she's no longer going back to England would be enough. Based on what she said, her maid is the only maternal figure she has, and leaving her would be the hardest thing she could ever do. I want to be firm but not extremely cruel with her. Giving her time to say goodbye is fair enough. And if her father says no, we both know what is going to happen. I'm sure that he was the one who taught her that self-sacrificial ideal. Giving your life for the nation. No child should be saying that. If we leave her with her dad, she is going to do another stupid thing in the future. She is too childish to realize that her life matters more than what she thinks. She is not a messiah, nor was she chosen by the Bible, God, or any other deity to give her life for the nation. We may even say that she has an inferiority complex with her brother. Based on what we saw on the island, she isn't the favorite child of the family. Typical monarchs and royalty. One child is always preferred above the others. It seems like more than that. The other families dislike her because she is a witch and lacks the ability of her brother with the sword. She is also named after her ancestor Morgana, and you already know that story. Issei looks at Ddraig. That is a hard pill to swallow. Let's not talk about that. So, 2 years and then we take her away. What if they just throw her out right away? We just take her with us then. We are giving her 2 years to enjoy her home for the last time. We both know that there is no way in hell for us to move to England. I don't want that, and the church is more present over there. Dragon Slayers don't sound appealing at all. At least in Kuo Town, we know who is in control and we have a closer connection to Grigori and the devils. Ddraig smiles. How did the crying child grow so much in just 2 years? Now he is planning his whole future and fighting supernatural entities without a single sign of fear. You and their memories are to blame for that. Issei looks at the husks which are dragging the avatar of hate into the depths of his subconscious, a place in which it will dissolve into a memory. I am you and you are I. Our minds are one and we share sins, memories, and the rest of our existence as one single being. If I make such harsh choices is because of your influence. You're not a saint. Neither are you, at least no more after those 2 years. Ddraig shows a smile full of sharp teeth. Idiot, Issei says. You're calling yourself one as well, Ddraig replied. The void in his heart still existed even when he was able to smile, but at least now it was a little smaller than before. Since he began to meet Tiamat and other people that he could trust, and his life began to look a little brighter than before. He was never going to forget his parents or his desire for vengeance, but not everything was so dark like before. The memories of those 2 years inside the egg still linger inside his mind. The tears, the fears, the moments in which he wished to die, but every single time Ddraig continues to drag him to the surface. You're young. Everything feels like it doesn't mean shit right now, but it can change. Do not stop now and don't give up. You are still alive and there is a future that is still waiting for you outside. Grab my hand and let's reach it together as one being. I have the experience, the memories, the power, but I lack too many things. You're still a blank slate with the potential to become whatever you desire to be, so become the pieces that I lack. I need you to change me forever. I don't know how to forgive most things and I don't know how to endure most of these draconic instincts. This rage I feel most of the time is restless and almost uncontrollable. I need to give up on my rivalry, but I'm too attached to it to take the steps necessary for the sake of Albion and me. I need you, the one who lacks so many of the things I have. I also need you because you can possess the things I need. I need you to change and move on. Accept me and I promise that your life is going to change. Those were his words then, and he still was following them. One day these talks were going to end. One day the second voice in the ear was going to disappear. One day Issei Welsh was going to be the final name of this whole situation. That day we was going to be just I. His mindscape was going to become a solitary place, but until then Issei still had a partner on which to count on. I think it is time for us to wake up, Ddraig says. Is this thing going to be fine? Issei signals the avatar of hate. Yes, leave it to me and the husks. We're going to finish the job. This curse is as good as dead. Ddraig transforms into a dragon and then approaches the beast. It was time to bury the beasts. Back in the real world. As he began to open his eyes, Issei realized that his surroundings were completely unknown to him. The ceiling, the fancy bed sheets, the expensive lamp on the table next to the bed. Well, Sama, are you awake? Rainer asks as she puts the book she had to the side. Issei starts to sit up and looks at the fallen angel. How long was I sleeping for? 8 hours. After you fell unconscious, we came to England. The exact location is the mansion of the Pendragons. Hiroka just went outside not long ago for some water. We have been waiting for you to get up. Rainer explains. How's the situation? The lord of the house learned the basics of the current situation. He said that he wanted to talk to you as soon as you woke up. Elaine, the maid of the house, took Lefay away. We haven't seen her since then. They offered us food in this room for the night. Rainer said as she helped him to get up. You didn't react to anything we tried. It was a deep sleep. The beast was giving us troubles and I was conversing with Ddraig. Sorry for making you worry. Rainer shakes her head. It is okay. You fought a massive fight against that son of 2 whores. I and the girls were completely immersed in the fight and couldn't believe the extent of your abilities. You demonstrate once more why we fear and respect the title of the Welsh Dragon. Issei smiles and stands up. I need a shower and a change of clothes after all those days. He looks at his black pants, boots, and green jacket. They are a whole mess after their days within the cursed island. I imagine that you already took yours and that uniform is a different one. Rainer nods. Well, we both know that you and I don't do that type of master and servant activity. Can you give me some privacy? Understood. I'll wait outside. Rainer leaves the room and Issei walked towards the bathroom. Minutes afterward, Rainer watched as he came out of the room wearing a deep blue suit. Hiroka, who was next to her wearing a black and pink kimono, began to whistle. Look at our leader. Can you stop looking so cute? She tries to make him blush. Issei shakes his head in disappointment, although a small smile forms on his face. We can talk about who looks better on another occasion. He approaches her and pats her head. But we both know that you're the one that looks the best in all of those kimonos of yours. Rainer, let's go. Issei leaves Hiroka with a blushing face. I will get you one day. Rainer and Issei shake their heads. They had been traveling together for almost 2 weeks and they were getting used to each other's antics. The group continues to walk through the halls of the mansion for some minutes until they arrived at the office of Other Pendragon. Rainer knocks on the door. You can come in. The voice of an adult male is heard from within the office. The trio opens the door and walk in. Issei's eyes focus on the man sitting down in front of a desk. His blue eyes and blonde hair match those of Lefay to the most minuscule detail. My name is Other Pendragon. I'm the current head of the Pendragon family. Please take a seat. Other says. Issei and the girls do as told. My name is Issei Welsh. I'm the Welsh dragon and the former user of the boosted gear. I imagine that your daughter told you my whole story. Issei looks at the man and focuses on his every action. She did. First of all, thank you for saving my kids' lives days ago. I didn't know that they were planning to go to the cursed island, and it seems they forgot to tell Elaine about it. Issei nods and other continues. Second, thank you for taking care of the cursed island. LeFay was very detailed about what happened inside and afterward. I did not expect for the situation to be so serious, and you save us from a catastrophe. Other then looks at him with cold eyes. What I can't accept is the fact that you made my daughter into your bride without my consent. Issei looks at him with the same cold eyes. First, is it your fault that the two of them were even on the island in the first place? A parent should pay more attention to his kids no matter what job or charge he has. Second, your sacrificial ideals are the ones that led to her offering herself in exchange for my collaboration. I told her many times and gave her many reasons to turn back. She denied each one of them and claimed that she was willing to sacrifice herself for the nation. What do you think she was going to do if I said no? We both know the answer to that. I wasn't going to bring her along for the sake of doing the right thing, and neither was I going to have her death on my mind. So, I did what I did. Other looks completely unaffected by Issei's words. Us Pendragons are the end soul of this nation. We live and die for this nation as King Arthur did. We should always put the nation before our own desires. My daughter did the right thing, but you should have taken the money in the first place, or wait until returning to me for your payment. Issei stands up and walks up to him. I am not a mercenary, and no amount of human money or whatever you might offer can pay for my collaboration. If you believe that sacrificing one's life at that age is the right thing to do, you're more insane than many psychopaths. If it were up to you, LeFay would be sold like a piece of meat for the sake of this glorious nation of yours. Your child should come first, even before the needs of the many. I won't allow any more of these suicidal ideals when it comes to her, and she's no longer yours to control. I'm giving her 2 years to say goodbye to this house. After that, I'm taking her with me. You don't need to pay or do anything for her after that. She is my bride, and you can't stop me from taking her with me. Use that time to say goodbye to her. Other keeps his emotions in control and says the following. Since she is your bride, you can take her right now for all I care, but I appreciate the formality of giving her time to prepare herself. In 2 years from this day, LeFay will be your responsibility. You might also want to take her maid Elaine with you. She is her teacher and only mother. She has served this family well for many years, but I believe that it is still necessary for LeFay to continue to improve her skills. I accept those terms, but any children that came from our marriage are never going to inherit this family or its legacy. Don't expect to meet them if it comes down to me. If at any point something happens to her, England is going to be the next Atlantis, so be careful with what you do to her. I will come and visit at different times of the year, and if she wants to leave at any point before the 2 years, I'm going to take her with me. Issei says, understood. I believe our exchange is done. You can leave my office. Please leave our house by tomorrow morning. It was not a pleasure meeting you. Neither was mine, Lord Pendragon. I wish you a long life. Issei turns and begins to walk alongside the girls. The matter was taken care of and the conditions were set in place. They didn't need to meet ever again. As soon as Issei and the girls got outside the office, they found LeFay and Elaine waiting for them. Issei looks at her face and sees a few tears. Did you hear all of that? LeFay nods. Issei approaches her and grabs her hands. You might be hating me right now, but know this, I'm doing this for your sake. He might be right in some ways, but you shouldn't need to sacrifice your life for this nation just because you and your family are the descendants of the first king. You're LeFay Pendragon, a child, with only 6 years of age. You shouldn't have been on that island no matter what. I'm your husband, and worrying about your life is part of my job as one. So please stop thinking like a member of the Pendragon and begin to live for your sake. Your life is not a tool for peace. LeFay nods and hugs him. She was still dealing with the whole situation, but hearing his words was helping her to endure all of this. After a few moments, she lets go of him. Thank you. She then turns toward Elaine. She is Elaine Westcott. She is my teacher and the closest thing I have to a mom. Elaine looks at Issei and sighs. I have many concerns about you, but I can respect many of your opinions. It's a pleasure meeting you, my Suntob master. You don't need to call me that. Just Issei is okay. But that maid refers to you as Welsh-sama. Elaine points at Rainier. Issei sighs. That's a whole different story. You don't need to call me that, but if your ideals as a maid are that strong, Welsh-sama works. Welsh-sama is going to be then. Please follow us. There are things we need to discuss. Elaine offers to guide the way. Minutes afterward. Now they were in one of the gardens of the house. They sat down under one of the trees as they enjoyed the night breeze. Miss Westcott, you can ask any questions that you might have, Issei says. LeFay was sitting down in between his legs while Kuroka took his right side and Rainier sat down on his left side. Elaine sat down in front of them. So, LeFay has told me you have a wife already. I do. Tiamat, the Chaos Karma Dragon. Issei replies. So, it's really the case of the male dragon syndrome. Fantastic. Are these two lovely ladies also part of your growing harem? Issei looks surprised at the mention of a scientific name for the common state of relationships among male dragons. Before he can answer, Rainier and Kuroka do it for them. I'm his attendant for as long as the treaty between him and the fallen angels continues. Once his vengeance against a common enemy is done, there is a high chance that I will leave his side unless we form a new agreement. Rainier says. Issei thinks about how many books it was going to take for Rainier to continue to work for him after Cockabeel was eliminated by him. I'm a stray devil. As you might expect, there is a non-official bounty on my head and following him is the way for me to survive. I'm alive thanks to him, so I follow him as a member of his team. Once I'm strong enough to defend myself, I'm free to leave, but I'm still figuring out what to do after that. Kuroka looks at him and smiles. Issei had a hunch that told him that she was going to be around him for a long time no matter what she chooses to do in the end. No mistresses then. That's a relief. Regarding your plans for the near future, Elaine continues. After this, Italy is the next stop. The previous host of the boosted gear had a lover and child waiting for him, but he never got to go back. As the Welsh dragon, I have curiosity and the mission of at least checking on them. If they need my help, I will offer it. At the very least, I need to know that his descendants are doing fine. After that, my next treasure is in an area in the north of Italy and the final one is in South America. He then looks at the sky. I will then move back to Kyoto Town in Japan. If I heard any news of my target, I'm going to chase him down. Outside of that, training and a few jobs for my allies are going to be most of my activity. A normal and quiet life is in the plans, but we both know that problems are going to arise and drag me, and even if I don't want any of it. Like with me, Lefay interjects. Yes, like with you. Because no matter what I do, it always seems like luck is not on my side. Issei admits. Elaine looks at the boy. So, you have plans for now. You have a house and your future might lead to more problems. I really can't leave Lefay alone. Well, Sama, once you decide to take Lefay with you, I'm going with you as well. We can talk about my pay when the time comes. I wouldn't expect anything else. Please continue to take care of her and make sure that her training continues to increase. She has potential, but she needs more experience and development. If you ever need my help, call me and use any method at your disposal to get to me. Issei says. Thus continues the night for the group until Lefay and Issei are left alone. My brother wants to talk to you before you leave, Lefay says. If it involves fighting him or some conversation that sounds similar to that of your parent, I prefer not to, Issei says. They were all alone and the night breeze was quite enjoyable. Lefay had many questions, but this one was crucial for her. Would you ever fall for me? We are husband and wife, but we don't really have feelings for each other. Lefay asks. One day I will. Ddraig is saying the same thing, by the way. Things like love take time, and you're not the only one that wants me to develop those feelings. Tiamat and I are starting to get to know each other. It's not going to happen right away, but I know it will. I doubt that my instincts would kick in if I didn't feel attracted to you in some way. Aren't they kicking in for Reina or Kuroka? No, or at least I'm keeping them in check unintentionally. Tiamat told me to make sure I don't let them run wild or it would lead to disastrous situations. Kuroka is under my protection and Reina is my ally. Creating tension between us this early due to my instincts running wild is not something I want. If at any point we begin to feel something for each other, that is going to be a different affair, but I'm not going to force them to do anything. No neck bites like with me. None of those unless they ask for them. He begins to her hair. She closes her eyes and enjoys the feeling. Then she asks one more personal question. Are you going to keep having more girls join this harem of yours? Are you doing this to recreate the sense of having a family? Issei goes silent and thinks about it for some time. I don't know. I have never thought of it that way. I lost my parents and Ddraig was never the one that cares about love. But after hearing Tiamat's confession and coming to an agreement of getting to know each other, I have started to enjoy the feeling of someone that cares about me. I do want a family. I can't replace my parents, but I want people that can share a close connection with me. I imagine that more girls will appear in the future if this syndrome is real, but I want to assure you that my goal is not faking feelings for anyone. If this is going to work, I will show the same levels of affection for each girl that joins this weird family. Would you kiss me then? Why? You kissed Tiamat before, and based on what Kuroka said, you did share a kiss with her. So, I want one. One of those was an accident. I still want one. Do you? Yes, I do. You're 6, almost 7. I'm 8, only physically. You're a dragon that is several centuries old when it comes to your mind and memories. You're an adult in the body of a kid, and that makes it better. Just kiss me. We live an abnormal life in which normal values don't apply. Lefay turns around and looks at him. Issei looks at the blush on her face and smiles. You're pushing yourself. I'm not. You are. The blush, your hands are shaking, and your voice doesn't sound convincing. But Tiamat and Kuroka did it. Tiamat is several centuries old and has waited for Ddraig for centuries. Kuroka misread my words and acted without thinking about it. We have time, so you don't need to push yourself, but I can give you this for now. Issei kisses her forehead. Once you're ready for the rest, we can give it a try. Lefay blushes even more before she rests her face on his. Dummy, that's much better. Idiot. Go ahead. Hairhead, give me another one. Lefay stops before she says something else. I might have a small crush on you. That wasn't what I expected, Issei admits. He was enjoying the fact that she was acting like any normal girl and not one that was ready to give her life for a nation. He wasn't expecting her to go there. Before they could continue to talk, Arthur interrupts their conversation. The heir of the family appears before the pair after falling from the sky. I have been waiting for you for far too long. Arthur points a wooden sword at Issei. Do you really want to do this? I had a massive argument with your father and now you want to spoil the night. I'm leaving by tomorrow morning. I don't have the time for any of this. You're strong and I need to get stronger if I want to defeat my father. Face me, Welsh dragon. He then throws another wooden sword at Issei. One of the levitating arms of his armor appears and catches the sword. If I give you this fight, are you going to leave me alone? I will. This also will prove to me that you're capable of protecting LeFay as a man. Arthur says. LeFay removes herself from Issei and allows him to stand up. Both combatants move away from the tree and take their positions. You better endure this and learn from it, Issei says as he throws the sword into the air. Arthur looks at it with curiosity. What? Before Arthur can even say a word, Issei disappears from sight. Arthur then feels many cuts all around his body and even his wooden sword is cut into pieces. You lost. Issei reappears in the initial spot and then catches the falling sword. Arthur grabs his as he feels a cut across it. What was that? Shapeless style. A style that incorporates everything from martial arts and swordsmanship to even the usage of other weapons as well. The body becomes a weapon capable of doing the impossible if one has the speed, precision, and power to make it into a reality. If I had used this wooden sword, I was going to end up hurting you since I'm not a master yet. Those cuts you're feeling aren't real, but they do hurt like hell. Even thank one of the previous hosts of the boosted gear for this defeat. Issei offers his hand to the boy. Arthur takes it. I have a lot to learn if this is the power of an apprentice. I appreciate this fight. Why are you so focused on getting stronger? Issei asks. Elaine, father gave me one chance to gain the right to choose my own bride. I need to defeat him if I want that right. And you believe him. If it is a lie, I'm going to cut him into pieces and leave the family to decay. I won't marry anyone that I can't trust with my life, nor will I take over a family that doesn't allow me to choose my own wife. LeFay is now free, so he has no other options beyond accepting the deal. Thus, why I'm striving to become stronger. Arthur explains. Issei looks at LeFay. Is all of this true? It is. They like each other that much. Elaine and Arthur do share the same feelings for each other, but our father will not allow a marriage between them that easily. Pendragons might be the descendants of the first king, but they are also pressured by the other lords to follow certain standards. Arranged marriages are almost always a must, and our mother was the bride that my grandparents choose for my father. Arthur is going to be in the same path as him as the next lord of the family. LeFay explains. I won't give in and let father choose what's best for me. I choose Elaine and I won't back away. Arthur's face looks calm, but his emotions are a whole different case. It was a void of anger and hate which Elaine was keeping in check. You do realize that Elaine is going to leave this house in 2 years from now. You can just leave and get married if that's what you want. Issei looks at the blonde and waits for his answer. Arthur shakes his head. I can't. Father will surely find a way to hurt her, or the other will do it instead. She is still a member of Golden Dawn, and my father possesses influence beyond normal means. The only way I have of gaining the right of marrying Elaine is to defeat him. Issei reflects on Arthur's words before offering his opinion. You need to keep gaining experience, but I'm not the perfect master for you. I imagine that you know what you should do. Leave this place and travel on your own. That's the only way you can increase your skills and achieve that goal. There is a world full of fights out there, and by challenging other adversaries you can get much stronger. Just make sure you don't create more problems for yourself or join a group that can get you in trouble. Stay away from anyone called Cockabeel or his associates as well. Arthur nods. He appreciates the fact that Issei had read his whole plan even before he said it. I leave LeFay and Elaine to you. Make sure to protect them. I also expect a rematch when the time is right, brother. He extends his hand. Issei grabs it. Leave it to me. Make sure you grow much stronger and sharper. LeFay watches the interaction with a smile on her face. She felt sad about the fact that her brother needed to take such drastic actions for the sake of his own future, but she had hoped for Arthur and his skills. The rest of the night went ahead with no other problems, and by early morning the trio had left the house of the Pendragons. Their path continues, and their next stop was the last place where Mikhail's lover lived. Palermo, Italy. This is so good, Kuroka said as they walked through the streets. There was some stigiola in her hands. She saw all the food, and there was no way in hell in which she could continue without trying some. Well, Sama, you shouldn't buy anything that she asks for. Although we have the money, we shouldn't start buying everything that catches our eyes. Rainer says. What about those 13 books that you asked me to buy? Issei looks at the fallen angel. But they were cheap, and it is not every day when I can get some Italian literature. Rainer replies. Her weakness for books was easily usable against her, and Issei had in the bag. This is just some food. Your books are a whole different matter, Ms. Book Maniac. Kuroka laughs and takes another bite of her food. Issei enjoys the positive atmosphere that his group had for the moment. The fresh air, full streets, different stores, and good food made this small part of the trip quite enjoyable. But all of this was just the calm before the storm. Almost 100 years had passed since Mikhail died, and without him, many things took place without his knowledge. An hour later, an area in the outskirts of Palermo. Is this the place? Kuroka asks. Before then, a mansion lays on shambles of its former glory. The gates were almost non-existent. The gardens were unattended and left to their own devices. Issei approaches one of the gates and touches it. This was Mikhail Colombo's house. His lover and soon-to-be wife Krista Rixai was in this place before Mikhail left for the battle. Well, it doesn't look like the family had a good time after he died, Kuroka says after seeing the mess that the outside of the home had become. We might find some answers after we look inside the house. Rainer looks at our leader and sees that he is not taking this too well. Well, Sama, don't blame yourself just yet. We need to find some information before we can make any conclusions. Issei says nothing and moves past the gate and into the gardens that lead to the house. The girls follow him. As they move deeper into the house, the group sees the full extent of the damage. Statues that used to stand up around the area were now in pieces. The main fountain is filled with trash. There were also signs of a fire that took place not too long ago. Do you have any idea of what could lead to all of this? Kuroka looks at Rainier. None. This city is not under the jurisdiction of the fallen angels. I think that the Catholic Church is the one that has control over it like the rest of Italy. I have zero information on all of this, Rainier affirms. Kuroka then sees the house and she really loses hope in finding any information. It is not even a house. It is just ruins of what it was once. It truly was. A few walls were still standing up, but most of the house was completely destroyed. A fire, an accident, maybe too many years of not getting maintenance. No matter the reason, the house of Mikhail Colombo was no more. While Sama, Rainier called out to him. The boy didn't turn back and just kept walking into the ruins. He began to search for anything he could find. Don'ts, letters, maybe even a painting, but he was not successful. Well, Sama, you need to stop. There is nothing here. If we want some answers, we need to look somewhere else, Rainier says as she stops him. Issei stops and looks at Rainier. The maid looks into his eyes and sees the guilt that he was feeling. Don't do that. We don't know what led to this, and you said yourself. He couldn't return home after losing himself in that fight. But I didn't stop him. I should have done more. He had a child that he never got to meet. Once again, the two halves were in synchronization. The girls weren't surprised at this. It was becoming more common. The stronger the emotions are, the more they synchronize and begin to talk as one being. Rainier shakes her head. You did what you could. The past can't be changed, and what happened after Mikhail died was outside your control. Let's go back to the town and look for any information that can tell us what led to all of this. The boy says nothing and his head just hangs in there. Rainier is forced to drag him alongside Kuroka back into town. They needed an answer and Rainier knew how to get it. 3 days later, it took them some time to collect the information they needed, but now they had a mostly completed profile. The decay of the family involved many things, but they had one last source they needed to hear from before taking any actions. An old man was sitting down in front of the group. So, you claim to be a distant relative of Mikhail Colombo? Yes. Issei takes out a bag of gold and presents it to the old man. I came to this place to learn about what happened to his child and lover. The old man grabs the bag and looks at it before talking. You came too late. I was working at that house when I was only 17 as a member of gardeners. The day that Master Colombo disappeared was the day that everything began to go wrong for Krista. They were supposed to get married a few weeks after that last trip. She waited patiently for him, but he never came back. The trio said nothing and allowed the man to continue with the story. Josephine was born 3 months after the disappearance of Mikhail, but she was born amidst the chaos that was beginning to take form around the house. Mikhail was the breadwinner, and the businesses he had were beginning to drop due to the mismanagement that came with his disappearance. Krista was a good wife, but she lacked the drive to take care of all of his affairs. The partnerships began to break down one after the other, and more than once the associates of Mikhail took advantage of her lack of experience as a businesswoman. She was losing money, and she was also dealing with the disappearance of Mikhail. She said he was alive and he was going to come back, but he never did. Issei continues to keep his emotions under control. 2 years after the disappearance of Mikhail, she was forced to make a choice. She sold the mansion and left with the money she had left. She planned to go back to her hometown in Milan. She was young and many men were looking to replace Mikhail, but she chose not to. She was madly in love with him and no other guy could ever replace him. She knew it was going to be hard for her when she went back to Milan. An unmarried young woman with a child and no husband, it's not seen in a good light even if she has some money. Do you know anything else? Kuroka asks. I have heard that her life continued to go downhill after that, and that after she passed away at the age of 35 the family has been under some sort of curse. The old man says, what curse? Rainier didn't get any information regarding this during their research. I learned that Josephine got married when she reached the age of 16 and she had a girl shortly after. Then the story began to repeat itself. Her husband disappeared just like her father did, and the cycle began to repeat itself since then. Only girls had been born since Josephine within the family, and each time they find a guy, they lose him. Death and misfortune began to follow her descendants. Husbands don't last. They either leave them for another person or die due to accidents and diseases. The curse of the green eyes is the name that was given to the misfortune of the family. I couldn't believe it myself, but the fact that each one of them had the same blonde hair and green eyes like emeralds made it impossible for me to ignore its existence. I saw Josephine and 3 of her descendants. Each one had the same hair and eyes. The old man says. Issei stands up. I thank you for the information. He walks outside the cafe without saying another word. Rainier and Kuroka apologize to the man before they run after their leader. They knew that he was blaming himself for all of this. It was his nature, and as the Welsh dragon, he couldn't ignore the connection that he had with the family. He wouldn't be able to move on until he confirmed the situation with his own eyes. Meanwhile, in a church not too far away from Milan, a young girl with golden hair like the sun and green eyes that shine like jewels continues to pray in front of a statue of the Virgin Mary without knowing that her fate was about to change. If the eyes of the devil were set on making her into one of his dolls, those of the two-headed dragon was set on protecting her at all costs. You are cursed. Your whole family is cursed. You can't fall in love with anyone, Asia. Your whole line is tainted with an endless curse. She can still hear their voices, the voices of the people in the city. Asia Argento was the name she was given by the members of the church that had been taking care of her since she was a baby. She had never met her mother, but the rumors she had to hear from the visitors that came to the church had confirmed that she was dead. More rumors helped her confirm that her dad was no longer around Milan either. He had moved on, and what he had with her mother was a farce. Just a fling of one night. Asia was cursed, and because of that, she prays every day. As she sat on her knees in front of the Virgin Mary, she prayed for herself, for the soul of her mother, for the soul of those girls that came before her. She didn't have all the information, but she knew that she wasn't the first. Others just like her had suffered the same cruel fate, dying young and losing the man that they love at some point. It was a curse, that was what everyone said, at least those who visited the church. Not a single member of the church confirms nor denies the allegations. Focus on your tasks as a nun, Asia. Your power to heal should be used for the sake of those in need. Those were the words of the head priest in charge of the church. Yes, she was cursed, but she also was blessed with the power to heal. Such an ironic situation. A child that came from a cursed line was blessed with the power to heal. Heavenly priest and holy mother who watches over earth and the lives of men, I pray to you once more to thank you for the life you have given to me. Thank you for the blessings I have received. Thank you for allowing me one more day on this planet, Asia said as she prayed before the statue. The same routine every day. The same routine she had been following for most of her short life. Pray, sleep, eat, heal, clean, help others, and repeat the cycle all over again. She didn't dislike it, nor did she find anything wrong with it, but Asia felt that something was missing in her life. Is it wrong that I want to have a family? Is it wrong that I wish to be normal? Is it wrong that I don't want people to keep calling me a cursed child? I pray for the cleansing of this curse. I want a life outside these walls. I want to experience what other children experience. She wasn't the only orphan who had reached this church. Those other children had left after being adopted or growing into adults, but her case was different. Becoming a nun is your path, Asia. Your power to heal is proof of that. You were born to serve God and help the people of Milan. This is your home. The words of the head priest were still clear in her mind. She wanted to believe them, but her heart wishes for freedom. No curse, no rumors, not a life that she didn't get to choose on her own. She believed in God, but she also had feelings of her own. Please hear my voice. I don't know what to do. I need a signal. Is being a nun really my destiny, or can I choose to leave this place and move on? Thus, she continues to pray for the whole night, waiting for a miracle. The next day, Milan. Our trio had reached the city of Milan. Somehow the girls were able to calm Issei down after he left the coffee store the night before. Flashback starts. He wanted just to fly right into Milan and begin to look for Mikhail's descendants. It's my fault. There is no curse, and yet her whole family has suffered so much after Mikhail died. I need to find them, Issei said before he summons his wings. Rainer and Kuroka trapped him between their arms. You are not doing this like this, Issei. You're too emotional, Kuroka said as she uses all of her strength to prevent him from flying off. Well, Sama, I told you that I was going to help you through all of this, but you can't do anything like this. I told you before, and I'm telling you now, it is not your fault. Life can be cruel, and I believe your words. There is no curse attached to the family. Everything that has been happening to them is just coincidences and bad luck. They're not the only humans that suffer tragedies or have to endure bad relationships. You can't blame yourself for every single thing that goes wrong in the lives of others, Rainer says. Issei tries to fly away, but his emotions are in disarray. He knew that they were right and that all of this was just due to his emotions getting the best out of him. So, he just gave up that night. Flashback ends. Now they were right in the middle of Milan and needed to start to look for the descendants of Mikhail. So where do we begin? Rainer Kuroka asks. Government buildings will have don'ts on all citizens. It worked in Palermo, but it might be more effective here. We just need to make our way in while the building is close. We have to look for the descendants of Josephine. Rainer says. The curse is the way we can find them. If they are known as a cursed line, someone is going to have some clues, Issei said. Thus began their search throughout Milan. They were chasing after the stories, the rumors, and the appearance of the girls. If the curse had any real claim, it was just that. Some genes are more persistent than others, and LaFay was a living example of that. They just needed to find blonde ladies with green eyes. But that was easier said than done. 4 days after reaching Milan, another fake lead, Kuroka said as she set the don'ts down on the kitchen table of their hotel room. Although those are green eyes and she is blonde, she has no relationship to Josephine, Rainer says after dropping her don'ts as well. I have read many of these don'ts, but the path ends in Clarissa Abruzzo, who died 8 years ago. She had no daughters and committed suicide due to unknown reasons. Twin sisters, cousins, aunts, grandmothers, all of them are dead or have left the country and never return. I don't think that any of his descendants are left within the city or even the nation, Rainer said. Issei said nothing and just kept looking at the don'ts. They had confirmed that there had not been any boys in the family, or at least those who were descendants of Josephine, but there were also some lies. Not every single one of them had endured miserable lives. Those who had left the country were living normal lives. The curse was a farce like they expected. This relieved him from some of his guilt, but there was still something that told him that not everything was fine. What about the rumors of that girl in the church outside of the city? Issei asks. We have no information on her parents. She is a clean slate and she is under the care of the church. I believe her name is Asia, but her last name doesn't match any of the other ones. She is also called a cursed child, but we have no way of confirming her connection to Mikhail or Josephine. She matches the description, but her lack of family information may lead to another false lead. Based on the reports, she might also be a sacred gear user, Rainer says as she looks for the folder. Here she is. Issei grabs the folder and looks at the photo. Blonde hair and green eyes. She matches the characteristics, but there was nothing else that could tell him if she was the last descendant of Mikhail in the city or the country. I'm going to go and check it out myself. After that, we can move on to the next treasure. You two have a free day tomorrow, but please stay away from trouble. If you need me, just scream loud enough so that I can hear you. Why don't you want us to come with you? Kuroka asks. 1 is a church. 2, you two have been working non-stop for my sake. You two deserve a break, and I need to accept the fact that all of this is not my fault. I just need to check this last lead out and then we can leave this city, Issei says. Hiroka and Rainer look at each other before feeling a sense of relief. If that's the plan, I'm not going to oppose it, but remember our words. This is not your fault. Humans die and life can be cruel. Enjoy the night, Will-sama. Rainer stands up and leaves the kitchen. Are you really going to be fine? Kuroka asks. I am. Don't worry about me. Issei takes a seat at the table and grabs an apple. He looks at it but puts it away after not feeling well. His stomach was enduring his stress and that was killing his appetite. Your eyes tell me otherwise. You still feel guilty about them. You care about the lives of others, and the fact that Krista and Josephine had hard lives still hurts you. Issei says nothing. Kuroka grabs his right arm. I know that Mikhail appreciates your sentiment. You're not a heartless monster, and you took the steps to prevent any other boosted gear tragedies from happening. You also created that tribute site for them. You can let go of the guilt. Kuroka gets up from her seat and gives him a hug. Issei allows it to continue for several minutes until she releases him and goes to sleep, leaving him alone. Issei, Ddraig. The phantasmagoric voice of the husk of Mikhail was heard in his mind. I know. I have always known, but I'm still sorry about it. You were my partner. I will never truly be paid for what I did to you. Let go. I can't. Fine. It was your family. Your daughter. Your wife. You were supposed to go back. Move on. Although he was a husk of his former self, Mikhail was still capable of talking a few words. His mind was broken, but the pieces were still there, and with the escape from the boosted gear, they were beginning to pull themselves together. They were husks, and that might be their fates for the rest of eternity, but they were not forgotten, nor would they disappear. They were going to continue to follow the Welsh dragon until the end of time as a sign of his past and the end of an era. The Welsh dragon just needed to move on and accept that nothing could be done to repair the damage. The next day, another day had begun for Asia, and like any day, people were coming to her for healing. Believers visited the church each day for different reasons, but many only came for her healing abilities. Pray the Lord for the blessing of this child. Those were the words of many of the visitors when she helped them with her powers. She had seen many faces since her powers awakened. She had saved many lives since then, and some even call her an angel in disguise, but she knew she was far from being that. Helping others felt good. It felt right, but she also had doubts and dreams of her own. The day continues without any changes until a certain boy enters the building. Asia's eyes were focused on him as soon he got closer to her position. He was wearing a fancy black suit with white flowers. His hair was brown, but those strands of green hair made him stand up from the rest. Then she saw his eyes, and her mind couldn't let go of the feeling of curiosity. He looks at her once and then turns away. Sadness, anger, and guilt. Why do you look so hurt? Why do you also look so strong? Where are you? Who are you? Why are you here? Asia had many questions, but the boy kept walking past her. He shows no interest in her powers and just went ahead with his objective. Asia watches as the boy begins to talk to one of the members of the church before he leaves the church without stopping to look at her for a second time. Asia didn't see the boy for the rest of the day until late afternoon. Asia, the priest in charge of the church, approaches her. Yes, head priest. You have one last meeting. A young boy donated a lot of money to the church and asked for a private meeting with you. A private meeting? Since when do we do those? Let me rephrase my words. He asked for a meeting with you in the garden of the church. We're going to be around, but he just wanted to talk with you one-on-one without that many visitors around. He donated a hefty amount of money and asked for nothing else. I wanted to say no, but his eyes looked full of pain and guilt. I understand, head priest. Thanks for understanding. Asia began to follow the priest into the extensive garden where the young man was sitting down near the pond. His back was turned to her. Go ahead, Asia. We're going to be around just in case we need to interfere, the priest said. The other members were also watching from a decent distance. Asia began to walk towards the boy until she was right behind him. Thank you for your donation, Mr. Issei is okay. Mr. Issei. Issei without the Mr. is okay. Understood. Your name sounds like it's from another place. Japan. And you know Italian. I learned it from a friend. That friend taught you well then. So why did you ask for this meeting? Issei, do you need my powers? I don't think my injuries can be healed by those powers. I just wanted to talk to you. To me, why is that I don't think I know you. No, you don't, Issei says before he turns to look at her. Now that I see you from this close, I can almost say that you are his descendant. Do you know my family? Sort of. Do you want to hear a story? What sort of story? A story of guilt and regret. A man's guilt and regret. A story that might be related to you. You asked for this meeting and I don't see why I shouldn't hear it. Issei smiles and begins his story. A long time ago, two partners went to a battlefield to finish a conflict that started many years ago with another group. One of the two men had a lover who he was going to marry. She was also expecting their child, so this final battle was going to be the last one. During the fight, the soon-to-be husband lost himself. He became a mindless beast bent on killing his opponent and didn't remember his own name. His partner saw this and took the choice of allowing both of them to get killed. He couldn't allow the wife to see what had happened to him, and he couldn't endure the guilt of failing to prevent it from happening. So, both men died. Yes, but one of them came back to life with the help of a certain item. Many years had passed and he felt that he needed to see what had happened to his partner's family. When he came back to Italy, he found a destroyed home, a family that had to endure many hardships, and his friend's wife had to suffer the tragedy of not really knowing what happened to her husband. The man found out that the wife died while waiting for her husband for many years, and their daughter suffered a similar fate with her own marriage. Since then, the family has suffered many tragedies, but some of its members have enjoyed happy lives outside of Italy. The man came looking for at least one of his friend's descendants to see how they were doing and to ask them a few questions. Could I be one of those descendants? Maybe. The man is not sure either. Let's say I am. What are your questions? She decides to play along with this conversation. Is your life good? I guess so. Is your life peaceful? It is. Are you eating each day? I am. Are you happy with your life? Sort of. Does that mean you're sad? It is complicated. Issei doesn't look happy with the answer but decides to continue. If that man told you that he is sorry for hurting your family, would you forgive him? I guess I would. After hearing what he did for the sake of his partner's family, I can forgive him. A mindless beast doesn't sound like a good parent. She laughs. He feels a little sad about it. If that man offers to help you with anything, would you accept it? I don't think I need help. But aren't you sad? It's complicated. Do you blame the man for this complication? No. I can feel that the man has no association with my current life. He was dead after all. But he was still sad about what he did. He shouldn't be. He should try to move on. Issei said nothing and just turned away. That man feels that he owes you something. He shouldn't. I wasn't even alive when that event happened. Is there any other thing that this man wants to say? If you ever need help, the man is going to be here for the next 3 days. After that, he is going to disappear and move on. If at any point you need help during that time, that man will hear your screams and will come right away. He offers you his support if you feel like you need it. Asia feels that he actually means it, but she doesn't know if she should believe a kid that looks as old as her. I will keep it in mind. Is that all? That's all. I thank you for this talk, Asia. I hope that you live a happy life. Issei stands up and looks at her with a smile. You look better. Just a little bit. I still need to come to terms with many things, Issei says. He then summons his wings. Asia and the other members of the church are left speechless, but nobody moves from their spots. Thanks for meeting me, Asia. Take care of yourself and remember my words. Issei flaps his wings and disappears into the sky after reaching incredible heights in a matter of seconds. Nobody moves for a few seconds before everyone begins to talk. The priest approaches Asia. Asia, are you fine? Did he do anything to you? The priest asks. No. What was him a devil? Asia asks. No. A devil wouldn't be able to enter the home of God. He was either a dragon or at least the wielder of a sacred gear. Let's go inside. We need to discuss this event with the rest of the church. The priest guides her inside, but Asia is still thinking about the boy's words. A dragon, why here, why me? Then she remembers the story. Was it all true? Does he really know about my family? He came here because he was blaming himself for my family's pain. Her mind reflects on their conversation. The rest of the day went on and she barely paid any attention to what was taking place. That night Asia lay awake on her bed trying to go to sleep. She wanted to ignore everything that took place, but she couldn't do it. She had prayed for a miracle, and the one that showed up was completely different from what she expected. He was so young, it shouldn't be possible for someone that young to be so old. But she knew that it was possible. Her powers weren't normal, and she had knowledge regarding devils, fallen angels, and angels as well. It was the first time that she had met a member of the supernatural, and she was still coming to terms with the fact that he was connected to her. How long back does my connection with him go? How many generations did my mother know about it? Do the priests know? She had so many questions, but no way of answering them. She approaches her window and looks out into the night sky. She wanted to call out to him, but she didn't have the guts to do it. This whole situation was a mess, and she was still dealing with what she had learned. What should I do? God, please give me a signal. She looks at the sky but receives no answer. Asia turns back and begins to walk towards her bed. You should follow your heart. A voice called out to her. Asia turns around and finds an angel, but not any angel. She finds Gabriel right in front of her. An angel. Asia kneels before Gabriel. Your Holiness, you don't need to do that, child. Raise your head and look at me. I heard your worries. My name is Gabriel. I'm one of the members of the 4 Seraphs. It seems you have a connection to somebody very special. Asia raises her head. You saw all that? I did. He is someone well known, and I'm planning on how to meet him at some point. I'm keeping an eye on him. I didn't expect him to approach the family of one of the former wielders of sacred gear. He really has changed since then. She remembers the war like it was just yesterday. So, you know who he is? Yes, he is the Welsh dragon and also a former human that was called Issei Hayadu. Former human. If you have the time, I will tell you the story of how he came to be. Asia nods and sits down on her bed. Gabriel begins to talk about who Ddraig was, his past, and the booster gear. She describes the users and the curse that comes with the power. She then moves into Issei and the events that took place 2 years ago. In the end, Asia is left mentally exhausted. So, my ancestor was a wielder of the boosted gear. Yes, and he died while fighting the user of the dividing gear. Exactly. Their rivalry has lasted for a long time, but it seems that Ddraig has moved on based on what Azazel has told us. Even his rivalry with Albion had a limit, and Issei is the host of Ddraig's soul. Azazel told us that they are becoming one, so I can induce that he has the memories of the past. He feels guilty about everything that involves your family's fate, but he didn't do anything. My ancestor went mad, and based on your words he did what was best for us. The emotions of a dragon are more complicated and complex. They feel stronger emotions than the rest. Asia understands his reasons but still finds it too extreme. I told him I forgave him and he offered me his help. What should I do? You tell me. You're the one that wants freedom and a life beyond this church. But I like helping people too. And that's not wrong, but making yourself sad is not a good option either. Your life has been rough and I feel that you deserve the chance of choosing your own path. So, I'm telling you as an angel to make your own choice. He is offering you a chance and it's up to you to take it. Although following him would mean finding yourself in a different kind of life. How different? He is a dragon. A fallen angel is his maid. A Nekomata is under his care and he has alliances with devils and fallen angels. It's far from being a normal life, but is one that you might like if you give it a try, and it's up to you to choose it or not. Isn't he an enemy to you then? We are not looking for wars anymore, and especially not with him. Not every devil and fallen angel are bad. There are even some members of the church who use the word of God to do evil around the world. Not everything is black and white, but I'm afraid of taking that step. I want a life beyond this place, but I'm not sure. You have 2 days to choose, and my recommendation is that you follow him. You're 8 and going out into the world by yourself is not the best choice. If you wait too long you might also regret it. So, choose what's best for you, my child. Gabriel hugs her and kisses her on the forehead. I'm going to be watching over him, but I can't interfere more than this. You should follow your own path without intervention, but for this once I will make an exception. Take care, Asia. Gabriel disappears, leaving no signs of her presence behind. Asia was left to reflect by herself. She had the guidance of Gabriel, but it was up to her to make the final choice. Back in heaven, what did you do? Uriel asks his sister. Answer to prayer, Gabriel says. She was an airhead and innocent, but that didn't mean she didn't have her moments of glory. You interfered, Michael says. I did. You did. Raphael grabs his temples. I did it for her sake. She is the descendant of the previous boosted gear, and we know that a certain devil has his eyes on her. Gabriel says in an angry tone. We shouldn't interfere, Gabriel. Unless it is an emergency like the cursed island, we should leave humans to their own devices for the most part. Their faith matters to us, but they shouldn't follow us like mindless puppets. They need to be able to choose for themselves. Michael explains. But she will choose by herself. I just gave her some words of encouragement, Gabriel says with a smile. The 3 brothers look tired. Michael then begins to talk. We prohibit you from interacting with any other humans except for that girl. If she chooses to follow the Welsh dragon, she is going to be your responsibility. Michael says. Wait, what? Gabriel asks. You want us to take you seriously, so this is going to be your new task. You're going to be the one that takes care of anything regarding the Welsh dragon in heaven. We are going to sign that treaty of non-aggression with him, and you're going to be the agent that we put in charge of following his movements and actions. You can interact with him and his group, but you can't join any fights. We ask that you suppress your powers and hide your identity while in the human world. Raphael continues. When did you decide all of this? Gabriel looks at her brothers. For the last 4 days, we were thinking about how to do this. Azazel has Rainier as his piece and the devils have Tiamat as theirs. We need someone that can talk on our behalf with him. We asked other angels, but all of them said no. You're the last option. You're going to be our connection between him and heaven. Uriel finishes. Gabriel looks perplexed. You planned all of this without me. You were sleeping, or planning how to approach him, or doing any other thing except paying attention to us. We asked you several times to join us. The brothers throw their reasons at her like spears that call out her carelessness. But I have been working hard. We know, and this is why you're perfect for the job. Michael can't be the one because he is our leader. Uriel doesn't like him and I'm needed here. Raphael explains and the other 2 nod in agreement. So, you're giving me to him as a bride or maid? Gabriel asks. A few seconds go by and nobody says anything. Then it explodes. No, neither one of those things, the 3 brothers say in unison. Don't you dare cross that line. If you do, we're going to start a war. Well, you're asking me, the girl of the group, to follow the dragon and the rest of his group. You know what can happen if we spend too much time together, Gabriel says. Do you want the job? Uriel asks. I do, Gabriel admits. Then don't cross the line. Father told us to stay pure and that's going to stick. Uriel continues. You will remain pure. The other brothers nod. Gabriel reflects once more. So, no falling in love, no fighting, keeping my identity hidden from humans and preventing him from affecting heaven. Yes, the brothers scream in unison. What's going to happen to my old work, and when do I start with this new task? Gabriel looks at them. We can take care of your tasks here in heaven most of the time. Just come back once in a while to help us. You can start right after the meeting with him. Just stay with him for as long as necessary. Michael says, good, then it's practically an arranged marriage. Her mind was a complete mystery to her brothers. The things she says could have a deeper meaning or just be completely innocent comments. Nonetheless, Gabriel was the chaotic one of the 4 siblings. No, they were losing it. It was going to be a long night for them. Meanwhile, the underworld. Ddraig was losing it. He had been observing Issei for several months since he got his latest puppet. He loved breaking nuns and adding them to his collection, but the fact that Issei had approached her was unacceptable. To make matters worse, he had seen Gabriel in her room. This makes 2 obstacles that he needed to evade if he wanted Issei in his collection. This shouldn't be possible. Why is the Welsh dragon interested in her? Why is a seraph talking with her? She is my target, Ddraig says before he kicks one of the former nuns that was massaging his feet. Issei is mine and I will get her no matter what. That stupid fire lizard and heaven whore are not going to prevent me from getting what I want. He didn't care what others said about him. He didn't care about the fact that Gabriel could destroy him with one finger. He was Ddraig and no dragon or angel was going to stop him at all. Ladies, get ready, we are taking a trip to the human world. There is a prize I need to get. He looks at his peerage and sees their head bowing to him. Every single one of them was one of his toys, and Issei was going to be the newest piece no matter what. He didn't care if he had no evil pieces left. She was his newest obsession, and that was final. What he desires, he was going to get it, even if it means using drastic approaches. The next day, Issei woke to a new day feeling less stress after having her talk with Gabriel. She still had her doubts, but with 2 days to make a choice, she had time to think about it in peace. What she didn't expect was the arrival of a certain maniac with a fascination for breaking nuns whenever he pleased. Issei started to take care of her daily day-to-day once more. After getting that refreshing talk with Gabriel, she got a good night of sleep. She still was thinking about what she should do, but now she had less stress about it. Issei, the head priest, approaches her. Yes, the girl replies. You're going to be working on the garden for today. After yesterday's event, we have to be careful. At least until he leaves the city, you should stay behind doors. The head priest was very worried about Issei. The dragon coming to visit Issei had to be a sign of bad luck for the church, or at least that was the mindset of the members of the church. Do we really have to do this? He didn't attack us, nor did he enter the church with evil intentions. My child, he is a supernatural being. You don't know what his real intentions are. The words of a dragon can be full of lies, just like the words of a devil. But he knows my family. We are your only family, my child. Since that night when we found you on our doorstep, you have been a member of our family. The other orphans are your brothers and sisters as well. This is your family, and being a nun is your destiny, Issei. Issei said nothing and just lowered her head. Desire, dreams, or this so-called destiny. She needed to choose one, and this might be the only chance she would get to do it. If she decided to stay, there was a high chance that she would never leave the church. But if she took the offer with Issei, she was going to start a life that was going to be very different from what she had in mind. Gabriel's words were still clear on her mind. She should choose what's best for her, not for the sake of the church, nor the world, but just her own self. I'm going to work in the garden. I'll see you later. Issei began to walk away from the head priest. The old man watches as the girl leaves for the garden without turning back. He was worried about her. Since the day he found her at their doorstep, he had been caring for her. When her long blonde hair began to grow, it made him realize who her mother was. He knew what had happened to her and prayed to God for her soul. The curse was not real, but it had a hold on her line. Too many deaths, too many broken marriages, and too much pain just kept giving the so-called curse strength. He didn't believe in the curse, but he fears for her future. Love can be something beautiful, but it can also be something cruel. Maybe if you don't find love, you can escape the cycle. I don't want to see you sad, Issei. You're too good to deserve any kind of pain. This place is your home, and if you follow the path of a nun, you will never need to suffer the same tragedy. He was old, and age can be a double-edged sword. Experience makes us strong, but it can also make us afraid of what we don't know. He just was doing what he felt was best for Issei. Head priest, another one of the members of the church, approaches him. What do you need, my brother? Asks the head priest. We have a group of foreign nuns who have come to visit. Foreign nuns? We didn't have any reservations for a trip. I know, but they seem to have come to visit Issei. They heard about her healing powers. That sacred gear is a blessing, but it also attracts a lot of attention. Let's meet this group, the head priest said before turning one last time to see Issei. Please God, protect this child. Don't let her suffer any tragedies. The hopes of the old man were pure, but life is not always what we want. Meanwhile, Issei. So, let's go over this once more, Kuroka said. You met her? Yes, Issei replies. Do you really think she is a descendant of Mikhail? There is a high chance. And you talked to her about the past? We did. And she forgave you for killing her ancestor? She did. But you're not sure if she is truly his descendant? No, I'm not sure. Then why did you offer your help to her, and why did you reveal your identity as a dragon? Kuroka was trying to understand the actions of her leader. I want to believe she is. Her face, her words, her voice, I remember those of Krista, and I can't just ignore the similarities. The photo wasn't enough for me to realize it, but when I saw her in person and talked to her, my mind was screaming that she was her descendant. Even Mikhail's husk was reacting to her within my mind. Issei admits. I felt relieved to hear her voice and I wanted to make sure she was happy. When she answered some of my questions with answers that sounded evasive, I just had to assure her that I could help her if she needed help. And you show her your wings to make sure that your words were true, Rainer asked. Yes, I hope that she doesn't call for me. I truly want her to be happy, and if I don't need to interfere, that would be for the best. The church looks fine and the head priest was someone that didn't lie to me, nor did he appear to be interested in gaining money for his own desires. I can say that he is truly a selfless person and that Asia is living a normal life. If being a nun is what she wants, I'm not going to interfere. He looked calm and more relaxed after meeting her. Both girls see this and feel relieved about it. Hiroka was still mad about the whole revelation of his identity, but if Issei was feeling better, she was willing to let it go. So, he gave her 3 days to make her choose. Does that mean that we get 3 more days to enjoy this city? Hiroka asks. We do, but we also need to get ready for our departure. We have a treasure left in Italy and then we need to travel to South America for the last one. After that, we can go back to Japan and the underworld. I imagine that Tiamat wants to see you, and I feel that we need to confirm the alliance between fallen angels and devils. While Sama is crucial for the alliance and your presence can push the negotiations to go even faster. Rainer said. Bastard Sama hasn't said anything, but we might need to confirm it with our eyes. You really hate Azazel. Hiroka couldn't believe that since they began to travel together, she hasn't called Azazel by his real name. I have known him for centuries, and that stupid alcoholic bastard owes me a lot. He deserves all of my hate, and there is no way he can make it up to me. Her eyes were burning with anger. So, you hate him more than Kakabil? Hiroka continues. That's a different case. I want Kakabil to suffer the worst fate possible. What I want for the alcoholic bastard is for Vali to use the dividing gear on his private parts. Thus began a small rant of how Rainer wanted Azazel to feel the biggest pains a male could ever wish to endure. Hiroka began to laugh and Issei continued to smile. If everything continues without problems, they would be back in Japan in no time. Kakabil was still hiding in some place, but he had to show his face at some point. But nothing stays that peaceful for him, and today was one of those days. Back with Asia, with tools in hand, she began to take care of some of the plants around the garden. They had a lot of different kinds around. Flowers, fruit trees, and several kinds of vegetables. This garden was crucial to the church, thus why she was taught from a young age how to take care of it. This is a good garden, my dear, a male voice says. Asia turns around but finds nobody. She looks around and still finds nobody. Who are you? I'm just someone that has an interest in you, my dear Asia. Asia looks up and a figure begins to descend into the floor. His wings and his clothes told her that he wasn't an angel nor a dragon. He looked to be around 18 years old, but he was far older than that. Why are you here? I don't know you, nor do I have any connections to any devils. No, you don't, Asia, but you met a dragon and an angel not too long ago. Asia grows pale after hearing the revelation. Don't look scared, my dear. I have been watching you for many months. I know everything about you and you have caught my interest. My name is Ddraig Astaroth, a pureed devil, and I have come to collect you. Ddraig admits. A wide grin forms on his face. Collect me? Yes, I want you. Since I saw you months ago, I have been researching you and watching every single one of your movements. I was planning to wait a few years until you become at least 13 or maybe more, but since that dragon and that angel decided to approach you, I'm not going to wait another moment. So, it's time for you to come with me, my dear nun. Ddraig said as he offered his hand to her. What are you saying? I'm 8 and I'm not an object. What gives you the right to come here to collect me? Asia backs away from him. Ddraig laughs. Dear Asia, I'm a pureed devil. I take what I want and you are my newest obsession. Ddraig snaps his fingers and 15 girls with wings appear in a circle while grabbing the different priests that lived with Asia and the rest of the orphans. Each girl held a dagger close to their necks. My dear Asia, this wasn't my initial plan for you. I really wanted you to mature like a delicious fruit. I wanted to collect you when the time was right. All of these girls were just like you in the past. Each of them was a nun that captured my interest, and each one of them became part of my possessions. Asia looks at each of the girls. They looked normal, but their eyes were dead. There was no life in them, no will, just broken husks of their past selves. You're a monster, maybe, but I'm willing to give you a chance to prevent a tragedy. Come with me, Asia, and none of them have to suffer for your transgressions. You will become my possession either willingly or by force. You come with me willingly and they live. You choose the other route and they die alongside every other person in this church before I drag you to the underworld with me. Ddraig says. The priests watch and fear the whole affair, but none of them can do anything. They were suppressed by the girls with no problems, and by some divine intervention they only decided to take them instead of the orphans who were trapped inside the building. Those children were still screaming from within the building. Asia's breathing became more erratic and her heart was beating even faster than before. You can't do this. I didn't do anything to deserve this. I don't even know you. My sweet Asia, I don't care. You capture my interest and now I want you with me. The same happened with each of them and I did what was necessary to get them. I broke each one of them like a toy and now is your turn, so you better decide now. Will you come with me willingly or will I need to kill every single person in this pathetic church for you to understand this is your destiny? Destiny, a word she had been hearing for so long. Becoming a nun was her destiny based on what the head priest said. Becoming a possession was her destiny based on what Ddraig had said. It was never her choice. Others always were choosing for her before she got a say in her own life. She wanted to cry. She wanted to scream. She hated all of this. She wanted the freedom to choose. Then her voice came back to her. I feel that you deserve the chance of choosing your own path. The words of Gabriel came back to her. It's going to be far from being a normal life, but is one that you might like if you give it a try, and it's up to you to choose it or not. She then remembers him. The boy, the dragon, the one that had said those words to her. If at any point you need help during that time, that man will hear your screams and will come right away. He offers you his support if you feel like you need it. She wanted to believe in those words and in the kid that had to apologize to her for something that she did not know of. So, she began to choose for her own sake. She chose to scream. Issei, her voice screamed his name with all of her strength. This was her own choice, the first of many, and she prayed with all of her heart that he was going to hear her. Ddraig laughs. Who are you calling now? Do you think someone is going to show up and stop me? Nobody is coming for you. But his smile disappears in a matter of seconds when he sees the teletransportation circle that appeared behind Asia. 3 figures stood behind the girl, and one of them he knew very well. I'm going to give you one chance to explain yourself. Who are you? Why are you here? Issei said as he pats Asia's hair. His eyes look around and analyze the situation. He approaches her ear. I'm here now. Leave the rest to me. The girl began to cry as soon as she heard his voice, and her legs were barely able to stand up. She turns around and hugs him without saying one word. She couldn't control her emotions. She prayed for him to appear, but she wasn't sure if it was going to be real or just a farce. Ddraig becomes mad after seeing this but tries to keep cool. I'm here for my possession, Welsh dragon. She is mine. I asked for your identity. Ddraig Astaroth is my name. I'm giving you one chance to take back those words and apologize to Asia and the priests. I won't. That girl is mine, and I've been waiting for her for far too long. And you think I'm going to allow it? I told you, you have one chance, and if you take the wrong choice, this is not going to end well for you. Issei says as he holds the anger back. He was waiting for the moment in which Ddraig crossed the line. Ddraig becomes even angrier. You filthy dragon. You think you can oppose me and interrupt my actions. I don't care about your connections with the Gremmaries or the 4 great Satans. She is mine, and I won't back down. Ddraig creates a spear made out of demonic energy and throws it against Issei's face. It was the point of no return. Lucifer's hymn. Rainier, Kuroka. Knock these girls out, Issei says before he grabs the attack with one of his extra arms. The grip is so strong that the spear breaks into pieces. The girls nod and begin to take care of each target. Rainier summons several spears of light. This is going to hurt. So, clench those teeth. She went ahead and began to face the queen, rooks, bishops, and at least 3 of the pawns. Her spears move with such speed and precision that even the queen of Ddraig was having trouble while trying to evade them. Kuroka smiles before taking out 2 pawns with one single spell. I have been waiting to use some of these in targets that actually receive damage. Don't worry, I won't kill any of you. The rest of the peerage was hers to deal with. Each of the peerage members that was still conscious was forced to release the prisoners. Each one of the priests fell to the floor, but none were able to lift a finger to move from their spot. They got beaten into submission not too long ago by these same girls. Ddraig watched as his peerage was forced to deal with one of the strongest stray devils in existence and one veteran fallen angel from the heavenly war. Both were more than enough to take on normal enemies, and his peerage was still not at its fullest potential, but he had other problems to deal with at the moment. I gave you one chance, and now you're going to pay for it. Issei disappears from Asia's embrace and reappears in front of Ddraig. Ddraig tries to put up a barrier to protect himself, but that is useless against the ability of penetrate that the Welsh dragon possesses. Issei kicks the pureed devil on the chin with all of his strength, which sends him flying away into the sky. The body of Ddraig is unable to recover from the first hit since Issei catches up with him and starts the savage assault against him. The first of his limbs to get broken was his right arm. The bone cracked after receiving a spinning kick. Ddraig screams after hearing the sound and feeling the immense amount of pain. Ddraig tries to conjure a blade to attack, but Issei doesn't let him breathe for a second. He grabs the head of the devil and gives him a knee to the face. His nose cracks on impact and stains the pants of Issei. A few of his teeth are also damaged due to the attack. You filthy. Ddraig tries to talk, but Issei is not going to stop with just that. A series of boxing punches against the ribs leaves Ddraig without air for a few moments. Each one feels like being hit by a massive creature that weighs millions of tons. The ribs were like ice against the strength of the punches and broke with ease. These same broken ribs cause more internal bleeding for the devil and even more pain than before. I gave you one chance to take everything back. One chance to save yourself, but you went ahead and attacked me. Issei grabs the wings of the devil and rips them with ease before incinerating them with his flames. Ddraig almost loses consciousness after that kind of damage. His eyes begin to cry for mercy, but there is none to be found. I don't know what you were doing, but trust me, you will tell me everything or she will do it. No matter what, you will suffer until the very end. You will die when I tell you can die. Issei grabs Ddraig's left arm before he breaks the humerus, ulna, and radius, which leads to the bones piercing the skin. Ddraig looks into his eyes and only sees unrestrained rage. His fear levels rise to new heights he has never reached before. Then he looks at his private parts. One of the extra arms approaches it before it grabs the delicate male organ. He turns back to Issei, and the child shows not a single drop of mercy before he does the deed. The sound was indescribable, and no words could describe the amount of will that it took for Ddraig not to pass out. The remains were incinerated in front of his eyes just to add salt to the injury. Notes of the author: as a male, writing this hurts me like hell. The devil screamed even higher than before after losing the most sacred organ a male has. Mercy, you lost it right. Issei grabs the right leg and twists the limb until a horrible sound is heard. I'm going to make sure you wish you went back to your mother's womb. Back on the floor, Asia lays on her knees. Her tears continue even after Issei disappears from her embrace. She looks up and can barely see the bodies of both Issei and Ddraig. Every hit causes a sound, and in between those sounds, she can barely hear the voice of Ddraig. His screams are the most noticeable sound. The moments begin to move in slow motion as she watches what is taking place around her. The priests try to get up and the head priest is calling her, but she can't understand what he is saying. The girls that came with Issei are still dealing with the former nuns, but they seem to have no problems with dealing with them. Then a single drop falls on her shoulder, then another one, which is then followed by many more. She even sees a few teeth on the ground. It's raining. He is making rain on this land. Her mind was slowly coming to terms with what was happening around her. The devil came to collect me and the dragon came to save me. He is doing this for me. Maybe it was due to her stress caused by the situation, or maybe it was due to the guilt she felt after becoming the reason for the church to be attacked by Ddraig, but Asia had come to a decision right there. While her body was stained with the of a pureed devil, she made a decision at that moment. She was leaving the church and the life of a nun. She was going to leave alongside Issei. Minutes afterward, the broken form of Ddraig Astaroth was dropped into the ground by Issei after demolishing his mind, body, and soul. He was still alive, but there was no way for him to recover after that. Broken limbs, one missing eye, several missing teeth, a missing organ, several broken bones, and a broken will within a short time period were the perfect recipe for someone that wouldn't recover ever again. Issei touches the floor and begins to walk toward Asia. The girl had stayed in the same place and didn't move an inch, even though the head priest was talking to her and trying to clean her with a towel. Issei kneels in front of her. Take me with you, Asia said. My child, you can't do this. The head priest tries to reason with her. I can't stay here. Look at me. I'm the reason why he came here, the reason why all of you almost died. I can't be a nun after all of this, Asia says without looking at the head priest. Issei, please take me with you. Issei looks at her eyes and sees that she is determined in her decision. Are you sure about this? Asia turns towards the former nuns who lay unconscious on the floor not too far from them. I was about to be like them. They were nuns before being broken by him, and yet you saved all of us before he did the same with me. Being a nun is not my destiny, and I'm tired of others choosing for me. With you, I can start choosing for myself, and I need to see that they get some help. I can't do that here. Rainier and Kuroka are standing next to the unconscious peerage. They look fine and lack any visible injuries, while the girls on the floor are mostly fine except for a few scars that the attacks of Rainier were going to leave, or the broken bones that Kuroka might have caused to some of them with her kicks. Issei was angry, and having nuns, peerage, and the devil in the same context didn't feel right. There was something fishy behind all of this, but Asia was first. Asia, you know what, I am right. I know, and you were the one that offered me your help. I'm going to the devil's territory after this. Are you sure you want to do this? You can have a normal life here. I can even help you later on since you're still young. No, this is the right option. Gabriel-sama even recommended that I follow you. That last sentence grabbed everyone by surprise. Issei grabs her hands. When did you talk to Gabriel? Last night. She told me about you and said that she was planning to meet you. I'm going with you no matter what. Asia reaffirms her choice. Issei looks at the girls and they don't know what to say. He looked into Asia's eyes and she had the same determination that Lefei had when she did what she did. Then he turns towards the head priest. I'm sorry, sir. She has made a choice, but I will keep her safe no matter what. The head priest sighs in disappointment. He couldn't fight a dragon to prevent her from leaving, especially not after that dragon saved them. Mr. Dragon, please take good care of her. I don't want the tragedy of her mother to repeat itself. Asia looks at him. You knew who she was. You said you didn't know anything about her. Why did you hide this from me? It was hard not to know it. Her hair and eyes made me remember her when she came to visit the church. She was a good girl, but she fell for the wrong guy. It seems she chose to hide the pregnancy for a long time and brought you to the church shortly after you were born. She did something no girl should ever do that same night. I didn't want you to face that pain. The head priest admits. Take care of yourself, Asia, and don't choose the wrong person as your husband. The rest of the priests lower their heads as a sign of guilt. Asia looks at the head priest but says nothing. Her emotions weren't in the right place at the moment. Issei, let's go. I don't want to be here anymore. Issei helps her to stand up, but before he transports himself and the rest to the underworld, he looks at the sky. If you're watching, you better come to the city of Lilith. Every single one of you needs to show up. This whole mess has your smell all over it. Issei then transports himself and the rest back to the underworld. This was a mess that they needed to take care of. The priests were left with the aftermath of losing one of their own. The one that was hurt the most was the head priest, since he only cared about protecting Asia. Meanwhile, heaven. Gabriel didn't know if to smile or feel stress about the tone of his voice. He asked for us. We need to go there. It is the underworld, Gabriel, Uriel said. We were planning on meeting him in the human world. Raphael didn't expect a direct invitation from him. We are going, Michael said. Gabriel, get the sword. We are doing this under his terms. He is going to learn that we didn't interfere and save those other girls. He is more emotional than what I remember, and not showing up is going to make it even worse." The other three understood the situation. They chose not to interfere unless there was an emergency, but this also meant that their followers were practically left unprotected. There was no easy solution to this issue. Surzich's office. Today the four heads of the four great Satans were getting together to go over different problems. The alliance with the fallen angels was still not done, but they had successfully acted in coordination to take care of the cursed island aftermath with some help of the angels, which was unexpected, to say the least. "Adjuka, you should change your last name already," Seraphol said. "All of us took the last names of one of the former Satans, and you're the last one. Just give me some time. I'm still trying to put my family under control. My cousin Ddraig is the new heir, but it doesn't sit right with me for some reason. He is 23, but he doesn't act like a proper heir yet. His peerage is also weird. Each one is a former nun, but for some reason, they all joined his peerage. I just know there is something wrong with it." Adjuka admits. Falbium Asmodeus, who was laying on one of the couches with his pajamas still in, turns to look at them. "You worry too much about them. You should focus on yourself and leave them to take care of their problems by themselves. Each of us went to war for our sake, and now we need to take care of reforming our faction. If you take care of their problems, your job, the raid games, and everything else at the same time, you will go insane. Too much work is not helpful for anyone," says the great Satan that sleeps for 18 hours each day. Seraphol looks at him with disappointment. "I still take care of my job. Sleeping is the best thing after all, and I deserve the rest I get." Falbium says. Surzech continues to go over some papers until he arrives in the middle of the office. A circle of teletransportation appears, and within instants, Issei and several people appear before the four great Satans. "We need to talk," Issei says. The members of the group look around, and Adjuka is the one that has the most disappointment on his face after seeing the barely alive body of his cousin. It was going to be a long day. 2 hours afterward, Issei looks around the room as the last people take their seats at the large table within the room. One look around and he could see that the room was packed. Some of the presents included Azazel, Shemhazai, all the members of the four great Satans, the current heads of the Astaroth family, Asia, Kuroka, Rainier, and finally the four seraphs in the flesh. The members of his group were seating right next to him. Asia was on his right while Kuroka was sitting on his left side. Rainier was after, and Shemhazai was right next to her. "So, are we going to start this discussion?" Surzech asks. "The treaty of no aggression was broken by one of the members of your faction, but that's not everything. Ddraig Astaroth is his name. It seems that he also has been interfering with other factions and forcing people to join his peerage," Issei says. His voice is heard around the room. "That is a lie," says the father of Adjuka. "None of those ladies were forced to join the peerage of our nephew. Do you want to hear it from his own mouth? I can assure you that I can make him talk even in that crappy state of his." Issei looks at the man with anger. "Guards, bring my cousin inside," Adjuka says as he tries not to lose his cool. "If all of this is true, you and I are going to have a serious talk after all of this." Adjuka turns to his parents, and they are more afraid of him than anyone else. The guards bow and go outside for a few seconds before they come back with a broken Ddraig. His injuries were given emergency treatment, but he was still weak. The people around the room look at the air with different emotions. Azazel was curious about how Ddraig had the great idea of facing the Welsh dragon. Surzech felt no sympathy for the guy and just felt anger toward him. Seraphol looks at Issei and then back at Ddraig. "I respect you even more. That's a lot of damage for an 8-year-old dragon. I will invite you one day for some tea." The four seraphs kept their emotions hidden behind serious faces. Uriel felt fear. Raphael was thinking about how to approach what was coming. Michael was reflecting on this whole situation, and Gabriel was happy with the fact that Ddraig didn't get to do what he wanted to do. Shemhazai was trying to hide a smile. He was now waiting for Cockabeel to become the next victim of the Welsh dragon. The uncle and aunt of Ddraig had to swallow their pride and stay calm after seeing the damage with their own eyes. Adjuka awaits the confession. "You better be innocent, Ddraig, or I'm going to execute you myself." Falbium tries to stay awake for the whole meeting, but his sleep cycle is starting to get the best of him. He didn't care about what Issei did to Ddraig. They had a non-aggression treaty with the Welsh dragon, and if someone from their faction broke it, an execution was the only answer. Kuroka and Rainier were proud of their leader. They would have clapped their hands if it were allowed. Asia was having a hard time finding some compassion for the devil. He had done so many horrible things, and he wanted to do the same to her. She didn't want to see his face, but she forced herself to do it because those former nuns needed justice. His whole peerage was put in cells where they awaited their fate. They were too broken to be even used as witnesses. Ddraig is our savior. He loves us. The fact that each one of them was repeating the same thing didn't help Ddraig's case. "Asia, can you please heal him enough for him to talk clearly? Don't do anything more than that." Issei looks at Asia. She nods and gets up from her seat. She begins to walk towards Ddraig. "Can she really heal his injuries?" the head of the Astaroth family asks. "She can. Her sacred gear is capable of doing it," Gabriel says. She smiles at Asia and the girl smiles back. Asia kneels next to Ddraig and uses her twilight healing on Ddraig to cure some of his injuries. She didn't need to do more than what was necessary. After a few moments, she stops and moves away from the devil. The guards force him to stand up before they wake him up forcefully. Ddraig begins to regain consciousness and looks around the room before his eyes find Issei. His body begins to remember the torture, the pain, the eyes full of rage, and he screams, "No, keep him away from me. Keep that hellish being away from me. I don't want more pain. I don't want more of it." His uncle and aunt can't believe his state. He wasn't even close to what he was before. "If you don't want me to finish what I started, you better begin to talk. Tell everyone what you did. Confess your sins, Ddraig, or I will make you suffer even more pain. Not a single person in this place can stop me from doing it. You have no protection within this room," Issei says before creating a small fire on his hand. Ddraig begins to cry before he starts opening the gates of hell. Everyone in the room hears the atrocities he has been doing since he got the evil pieces. How he began to prey on nuns all around the human world. How he makes plans leads to them being thrown away from their churches before he collects them by feeding them lies. The process in which he broke each one of the 15 girls physically, and how he broke their minds until they could only think of him. By the end of the whole story, Asia was crying on the floor. The new red dress that was given to her after getting a shower was stained by her tears. She was 8 and all of those girls had suffered so much pain because of this bastard. She wanted justice for them, but she didn't know if they could ever recover from this. When she got back to her seat, she couldn't let go of Issei's hand. She needed the support. "Is that all?" Adjuka asks. "Yes, Asia was my last target," Ddraig said. Adjuka got up from his seat and approached his cousin. "I created those pieces for the sake of our faction. I gave them to you and told you to never use them for things like this. Our faction is dying and you use the pieces to get slaves." "Son, you," Adjuka's mother tried to interfere but stopped when she saw his eyes. "You two told me he was the best heir for our family. You asked me to give him the pieces and look at what he did. I didn't want another war and he was pushing the line with Heaven's faction. You don't get to tell me what to do," Adjuka says before he creates a spear of pure darkness. The guards move away and Adjuka approaches his cousin. "I'm sorry." Ddraig tries to get mercy from his own family. Adjuka says nothing and impales him with the spear from head to toe. He looks like a pig ready to be cooked for dinner. Adjuka then snaps his fingers and the spear destroys Ddraig, leaving no remains behind. "Father, Mother, get out of this room. You have nothing else to do here." He could easily kill them as well, but they were still his parents. The lady and lord of the Asteroth family say nothing else and walked out. Adjuka walks back to his seat and tries to cool down. "Michael, Uriel, Raphael, Gabriel, I sincerely apologize for what my family did to your people. I created the evil pieces as a way to repopulate our faction. They were never created to use as a way to force a person to join our faction. I'm going to make the necessary changes to prevent this from happening again. If you wish for any compensation, I'm willing to discuss it with you at some other time." Michael breaks the silence. "You don't need to apologize. You're not the only one responsible for this situation. I, as the leader of Seraphs, admit that I saw the things that were happening to those nuns but choose not to interfere due to the greater good." Why would God allow something like this to happen?" Asia asks. The atmosphere becomes tense. Everyone here knew the secret except for this poor child. Gabriel takes it upon herself to give her the cruel news. "Asia, during the last major war, God died." "What?" "He was weakened due to the seals he put on a beast of pure chaos that goes by the name of 666. He fought a war while knowing that he couldn't endure more damage." Gabriel continues. "This can't be possible. What is happening to heaven then? What about us? What about the humans on Earth?" Asia couldn't believe this. "Michael has taken the seat of father and we have been supporting him since then. We don't have the power that father had, so we are in a dire situation like the other factions. Each one has dwindling numbers. God is the only one that can create angels." Raphael explains. "Fallen angels can procreate, but we can't have kids that easily." Shemazai continues. "And devils have the same issues that fallen angels have," Seraphal says. "We don't have the numbers to protect each other and sometimes we are forced to sacrifice a few innocents because we can't save them. There is also the issue with the state of Christianity and the fact that Father didn't want direct intervention with humans unless it was an emergency." Michael then lowers his head. "I'm sorry for failing you, but I'm doing what I can to keep heaven stable. We don't have the numbers nor the power to save everyone." Asia is left speechless and then she looks around. "Is this it then? Everyone can do what they want with humans? Do we just become tools for each of you?" "No, they can't. Humans are necessary to each faction and neither of those present here wants a war. They can't allow any more of this crap for their own good." Issei looks around and every single one shakes their heads. "Then what are you going to do to fix this pathetic situation?" "The fallen angels and devils are forming a peaceful alliance. They also have a treaty of non-aggression with me. I can forget what Ddraig did, but those 15 girls need treatment and the evil pieces need more regulations. You angels need to choose what you're going to do as well." "We know," Gabriel says. She summons a scallon and holds it in her hands. "We are ready to make a treaty of non-aggression with you as well. This sword is a gift to you and I offer myself as the representative of our factions, like Rainier is the one for the fallen angels." Another maid, Issei, receives a glare from Rainier. "It was just a joke. No, Gabriel would be our contact with you. She is going to be a part of your group, but her powers will be suppressed and her identity is going to be hidden. We just ask for no romance between you two. Father asked us to stay pure and Gabrielle is our sister. We don't want her to lose her purity and fall from grace as Azazel did. Michael says before looking at his former brother. I'm not offended. I like, Azazel says. Issei just looks at Gabrielle and blames his dragon male syndrome for what he started to feel. His instincts were telling him a whole different thing than what the angels were saying, but he was going to keep them in check. God, are you looking at this? Did you plan for this? I'm not touching her. I won't touch that angel. He then looks around the room and decides to test the waters for the idea he had been forming on his head since the meeting began. What about an alliance between all of us? If all of you share resources and have a complete ceasefire, you wouldn't need to worry about the future so much. Issei looks at the leaders. They look at each other and then look at him. What would you want from this if the alliance forms? Azazel asks. No aggression with me and no secrets between all sides. I will help each one of you with your problems, but you should never betray me, nor should you give me any troubles. If the other gods are against me or any other enemy shows up, you three will take my side. I will even take care of rebels within your ranks like I'm going to do with Cockabeel, but you will owe me a payment for each of those enemy groups or rebels. I will become the fourth member of the alliance. We can discuss other details as we go along, Issei says as he puts all of his cards on the table. A few seconds go by where nobody says anything. Each side thinks about their conditions and the benefits before Serafal takes the first word. We accept, Serafal says. Surzech and the other two just nod in agreement. We do as well, Azazel says. Shemazai seems more relaxed now that he doesn't need to think about another war with heaven. We accept the conditions. Michael finalizes the deal. Her siblings approve as well. Then congrats, you gained an ally in the peace that not even the Bible God achieved. Now let's make sure it doesn't break down. Start taking the skeletons out of your closets because each one is going to clean the house and force immediate changes in each of your ranks. I don't care how many have to be killed, but each one of you is going to make sure your factions don't mess this up, Issei says. He looks at Asia and the other girls. Each of them seems happy with the agreement. Now it was up to them to start eliminating troublesome objects within each faction. Let's do this. He was a former human, and after seeing the mess that each faction had, he was willing to do what was necessary for his own future. So, this is the underworld, Asia asks. Yes and no. This is just the surface. There are several levels below us, Issei said. Their small group was walking through the streets of Lilith once more. The meeting had ended just a few hours ago, and now they were trying to relax their minds after all the talks. The other factions asked for several things from him. It was like Christmas, but in this case, the other factions were the ones getting presents. The four great Satans asked for his collaboration against the old Satan faction. Although the war was over, the enemies were still hiding and waiting for the chance to strike back. Serafal also asked for 1 day of his time. She wasn't clear about it, but she said it had something to do with the human world. The fallen angels wanted nothing, at least for the moment. They were happy with getting an alliance and the great Ddraig on their side, but he knew that at some point Azazel was going to ask for a favor. The ones that wanted the most at the moment were the angels. They had many skeletons in the closet, far too many for the so-called purist faction. The one event that they needed intervention for at the moment was a so-called project that was taking place in Italy. I shouldn't ask for such things, but if we truly want to make this work, we need that project to be shot down before the worst comes to happen. They are trying to create users for the holy sword Excalibur, but their methods are inhumane. I ask that you destroy the place, collect as many swords as possible, and save the kids from their fates. Pass judgment upon those who use the name of God for evil. Those were the words of Michael, and he was willing to take care of it. Even more, after hearing the location of the site. Coincidence or just plain luck, but it seemed that luck was smiling at him for once. Why are you smiling so much? A beautiful woman asked. Her eyes were gray. Her long hair was black as the deepest night. She was wearing a blue dress that hides most of her voluptuous body. She was right in front of him, and just a few centimeters were between them. Why is your smell so appealing? Did God plan this? This shouldn't be possible, Issei asked himself. She was truly a beautiful lady, but Issei was not touching any of her. She was the golden apple that could bring chaos into his life, and he was not going there anytime soon. That golden apple should be left untouched. Rael, please don't get that close. Be mindful of Wosama personal space, Raynor said. This woman, who was now a member of their group, was actually Gabrielle using a disguise. They needed to protect her identity at all costs, so they had made some changes around to make her less obvious. Although she was hiding her powers and her wings had to be hidden during most of the time, her appearance was still drawing the attention of many devils around them. I think our leader is thinking about Tiamat. It has been some time since we saw her, Kuroka says. Yes, but no. I want to see her, but I was also thinking about tomorrow. The Holy Sword Project is located right within the area where I hid my next treasure. This second one is very special since it was one of 2 items that Hephaestus made for me. I could even say that is my most important one, Issei admits. So, what is it? Kuroka asks. You got to wait and see. Issei continues to move on without giving them any hints. Could it be? Rael tries to say something, but Issei covers her mouth. No, don't you dare say another word. I know that you were able to see almost everything from your home, but I forbid you from mentioning what my treasure is. You keep what you know to yourself, Rael, Issei says. Rael looks at her leader and slowly nods. Good. Issei removes his hands. I didn't think you would get that protective over your treasure. Rael seemed surprised by his reaction. I told none of my previous hosts about them. I put them in places where no human or supernatural being would ever get to them that easily. A dragon protects its treasure like it protects his home. Issei explains. So why did you break Tiamat's treasures? Rael asks. That was an accident. I was young and really dumb. I needed them for a fight with Albion and I still regret it, so I'm planning to give her my last treasure as a gift. Issei admits. Oh, and why not this newest treasure? Kuroka asks. My second treasure can be helpful in case of emergencies. My third one has more use for her than what it does for me and she might like it. Issei then feels a presence approaching them. He turns around and he sees her shape in the sky. And here she comes. From the sky, a blue-haired lady falls at full speed while tracking her target. The rest of the group look up and see the approaching projectile. Girls, we might want to remove ourselves from the immediate area. Rainer grabs the hand of Asia and moves away from Issei. Kuroka pushes Rael away and Issei is left all alone as the projectile continues to approach closer and closer to him. Then it happens. A shockwave occurs as soon as Tiamat's body makes contact with Issei. People try to get cover and some are even blown away by the shockwave. There, did you miss me? I miss you so much. She hugs him with all of her strength while she spins around. The other girls watch as Issei is treated like some kind of toy. It's almost comical how Issei, the big Welsh dragon, is unable to escape the hug of Tiamat. His face even turns blue after a certain time. Should we help him? Asia asks. It's better if we let her release him on her own, Rainer said. She is not someone we want to make angry. Thus, the group was forced to wait for at least 10 minutes until Tiamat released their leader. Are you feeling better? Issei asks. He likes the hugs, but Tiamat was going to break his neck one of these days. I am. I have at least 3 free days, so I want to know everything that took place during the trip. Is there any other rival? Tiamat focuses her eyes on his. Issei sweats a little bit before he answers. There is one, but we should get someplace where everyone can sit down. The boy points his finger at the girls that are watching from the sidelines. Oh, Tiamat looks at the new faces. This is going to be a long night. Sometime after finding a place that was big enough for all of them and with the privacy they needed, the stories began. Tiamat wanted all the details, so Issei, Kuroka, and Rainer had no place to escape. After learning the names of the new members and the secret of Rael, it was time for them to talk. Let's begin with the cursed island, Tiamat says. It happened after we visited the underwater cave where Ddraig was born. Were you born in such an isolated place as well? Kuroka asks. For me, it was a volcano. It was a comfy place until people started to get too close and disturbed my slumber, Tiamat said. Then she grabbed her drink and took a sip. Tell me about the island and what took place there. We went to the island looking for the first treasure that Wolfsama had hidden before the rivalry with Albion, Rainer said. We were following the scent of the dead gods until we found the Pendragon siblings. They were in trouble, so we saved them because Issei wanted to be a good guy, Kuroka says. A smirk forms on her face. Then the whole affair with Lefay Pendragon began. So that's her name. How old is she? Tiamat wasn't going to let any detail escape her ears. She is 6 and is about to turn 7. Issei answers. I told her to leave the island. She said no. We discussed for some time before she offered me money for my collaboration. She really wanted to get to the source of the curse, so when I rejected the money, she offered her body, soul, and mind in exchange for my help. Wait, what? She is 6 and she did something like that? Tiamat almost spits her whole drink out. We know. Rainer puts her own drink away. Well, Sama was as shocked as us. If I said no, she was going to enter the cursed forest and she was going to die. The rule was no interaction with the apparitions, and she had fought them alongside her brother for 3 days. I couldn't accept that a child like her was doing this for the sake of a nation, so I did what you expected. To prevent Lefay from doing something like that ever again, I made her my bride and promised myself to make her change her way of thinking. Issei looked around and the newest members of his group were completely surprised. The ideals of the Pendragons are very extreme, but they can't really back away that easily from their past. The will of King Arthur is engraved into the family, and going against it is not easy. Rael says, those types of ideals shouldn't be part of a child's development. Adults can do whatever they want, but children shouldn't be influenced into becoming martyrs for a cause. Even if they are the descendants of a previous ruler, no child should be automatically destined to be the next one to pick the torch of sacrifice. Tiamat had seen many things, but she couldn't support the concept of destiny for no child. Destiny. So, Lefay and I aren't that different then. Both were destined to follow a path that others had set for us. Asia couldn't believe that just a few hours ago she was about to be forced into slavery by Deodora, but Issei had saved her, and now she was able to choose the path that she wanted to follow. She was but after taking care of the curse. I had a talk with her dad. We dislike each other but came to an agreement over Lefay. In 2 years, she is going to leave his house alongside her maid Elaine, and then she is going to live with me. I'm going to visit her once in a while just to make sure she is okay, but if something happens to her, I will make England into the second Atlantis. Issei says, which leads to more than one pair of eyes being raised. Would you kill that many people for your bride? Please think twice before taking such actions and don't be so rash. Rael couldn't allow such things to take place. Great Red killed all of those people and I'm still having nightmares about it. Wait, Atlantis was real? Asia asks. It was, but Great Red, the strongest dragon, took care of them after they didn't pay their debt to him. Tiamat knew the whole event because she was there when all of that took place. She was closer to him even more than the rest of the dragons since she saw him as a parental figure. He was the one that gave them most of their titles, and he even saved her life from Offeyes when they had a rough meeting a long time ago. Great Red doesn't forget any debts owed to him, and our dear Welsh dragon owes him one as well. All of the girls turn to look at him expecting details. Issei sighs. He then switches with Ddraig for this part of the conversation, since Ddraig was the one awake at the time. When the fire started 2 years ago and I took over our body, which was barely alive. The skin was burned to a crisp and many of our organs were failing, so I flew into the sky for survival. I needed a place where I could shed this skin and remake the whole body into something that could hold all of my power. Great Red was my only option, since I knew he could protect me from anything until the process was over. A dragon egg is weak to attacks and we can't defend ourselves. I knew that I couldn't hide without some help. Not even my old cave was safe enough for me to hide at that moment. Shed your skin, what's that? Asia asks. Is a process that us dragons have to change our bodies after gaining a certain amount of power or to recover after gaining too much damage. It's not the safest option, since you have to do it somewhere where nobody can find the egg. We created it by using our powers. The egg also produces energy which can be tracked down if we don't find a place that can hide us well. Choosing to ask Great Red was the best option he had. Tiamat explains. I myself have done it only once, since it takes time and is not easy to hide anywhere these days. Do you want to do it? You know I can look after you while the process is taking place. Ddraig says. My second treasure can also prove helpful for that as well. I would need to see that famous treasure of yours first. You never told me what they were. Tiamat looks at him with a little disappointment. Sorry, I hid the 3 of them because of obvious reasons. The first one was the Valkyrie's Legion core. I stole it from Odin a long time ago, and after absorbing it before the fight against the curse, I gained its ability to create an army with the use of my power. Ddraig says. He opens the palm of his hand and a small flaming copy of his dragon form appears. The girls look at the small flaming beast with curiosity. Asia, Rael, don't touch those flames. Those flames can kill you, Hiroka says after seeing how close the girls got to the copy. But it looks so cute, Rael admits. And it is so small. Asia joins in. That cuteness has killed gods before, so don't trust what you see, Rainier says. Ddraig closes his hand and extinguishes the copy. Don't let your eyes get the best of you. No matter how cute or beautiful it looks, things like this can kill you, so please be mindful of that. Understood. The voice change really drove the point that Issei wasn't just a child with the powers of a dragon, he was also an experienced warrior that had the memories of many teachings gained from rough events. Asia and Rael nod in agreement. Well, since we talked about Lefay, let's move on to Asia. How was the course of events? Tiamat looks at her mate expecting a full story. We arrived at Palermo and we were expecting to find Mikhail's descendants in their mansion. Mikhail had an eye for business, and since he awoke the booster gear he began to travel around the realms. He used every opportunity to learn and gain a profit. Slowly but surely by his 24th birthday, he was wealthy enough to live a life without any problems. When we found the mansion, it was far from being the glorious home he had once built. That was just the start of our search for his family. Ddraig admits. Asia chooses this time to ask questions regarding her ancestors. Can you tell me about Mikhail and Krista? Ddraig smiles. It would be my pleasure. Mikhail wasn't a saint, but he was a decent human being. He lived by following his gut and making reasonable choices regarding his life. He chose not to get involved that much with the supernatural world outside of business and a few fights here and there. He just liked having the boosted gear as a way of being able to protect himself and those who he cared about. War wasn't part of his mentality, at least until he met the host of the Divine Dividing. They were complete opposites and their ideals clashed many times during the course of the years. So, it wasn't only the boosted gear but an actual dislike that led to Mikhail's demise, Rainier asks. Yes, but my rivalry with Albion further increased their clashes. Not too long after meeting his rival, Mikhail met Krista in a tavern on the coast of Naples. We had gone there for business, but Mikhail never expected to find love that night. She was working as a waitress in that tavern and Mikhail was smitten by her. We stayed in Naples for 3 months. 3 months that he used to approach her and asked her on dates. She wasn't easy to approach at the beginning, but after trial and error he got her to accept the first date. Ddraig said with a calm voice. So, your hosts weren't affected by the male dragon syndrome? Hiroka asks. She was curious about what other hosts' love lives were like. I don't even think that the syndrome is real, but there were a few of my previous hosts who did have many lovers and some did get harems, but Mikhail wasn't one of those. He had a few nights of passion before meeting Krista, but he felt no connection to any. I asked him many times why Krista was different from all the others. He just said I can't really explain it with words. I just know that she is the right one for me. After 6 months of dating, she moved into the mansion after getting pregnant with his child, and a few days after that he proposed to her. The rest is history. Ddraig finished his story and every single girl was silent. Asia was the one taking it the hardest. Mikhail sounded like a great ancestor and she wished that she had been born while hearing stories about him. Can you tell me more about them some other time? Just ask me at the right time and I will be pleased to tell you more about them. Ddraig smiles before switching back with Issei. We are here for you. Thanks, Asia says with a smile on her face. This moment solidifies her confidence in the choice she had made. She didn't know what the future had in store for her, but she felt confident of facing it with the support of the Welsh dragon. The night continues with everyone having a good time. A few jokes and stories from the past made the night into an enjoyable one after the stressful situations they had to endure during the day. By the time it was time to go home, Asia, Rainer, Kuroka, and Rael separated from the couple. They were going to return to the Gremmery's house since Surzech had offered them rooms once again. Now they were walking through the streets of the city all alone. We can practically say that they are adopting you into their family, Tiamat said as a joke. Maybe they are. Would you be mad about me living with the Gremmerys in the long run, Issei asks. That is not going to happen. We have a house waiting for us in the human world. I have the keys. Tiamat takes them out and shows them to him. Surzech works fast and he took my expectations into consideration when making the plans for the house. It's a lot different from a normal house, but I know what I wanted and a small house wasn't going to be enough. So, have you seen it? I did, and I wanted us two to go there tonight. Issei laughs. He should have seen it coming. So, you didn't say anything in front of the girls because you wanted a private night for us two. I'm the first one in your heart, so I will use every chance I get to reaffirm my position as such. She holds his hand. Let's go. And then she takes them back into the human world. Back in the Gremmery's house. So, you're saying that they are not coming back tonight, Kuroka asks. That's correct. Tiamat was hiding something from us and we can expect that Welsh-sama is not going to be back until tomorrow. Rainer said. How do you know that, Asia asks. A maid should keep her eyes open to all signals and Tiamat is very possessive over him. We have been traveling with him for several days and during all of that time she hasn't seen him, so she is going to take this chance to be with him without any of us in the way. Rainer explains. Rael, who is floating on top of the bed, thinks about this. Do you think she feels challenged by us? That is correct, especially by Kuroka, who had the guts to kiss him. Rainer looks at the Nekomata, who is blushing furiously. It was a mistake, but I would do it again. She challenged me and I won't back down. Kuroka admits. Kuroka, you're 10 and Tiamat is centuries old. She has won the fight before it even began, but you can try to develop a relationship with him over the next few years if you do feel something for Welsh-sama. Rainer says. She was the maid, but she also felt like the one that should guide the youngest members of the group. Asia looks at Kuroka. Do you feel something for him? Kuroka sighs. I do have a small crush on our leader. He saved me and my sister. He treats me not like a servant but as an equal. Although I have only known him for a short time, I do feel happy and safe when I'm with him. Even if I become capable of living without his protection, there is a high chance that I won't do it. I want to see if it can work between us. Rael interferes after hearing Kuroka. You know you won't be the only one that falls for him. I know. Even my little sister has mentioned that she has a small crush on him. I told her that she was too young for that. So that makes at least 5 girls that had begun to show interest or are already part of his harem, Rainer says. 5. Who is the number 5? Asia asks. Tiamat is the first, Lefei is second, Kuroka is the third one, Shiren is the fourth, and Riaz is the fifth, Rainer explains. Ri is the same as in Surzech's sister. Kuroka feels that this is not going to end well. She is going to become the heir of the Gremmerys, and I know that an arranged marriage is going to happen. Pure devils don't do mixed marriages. Well, my teacher told me that there is a high chance that Riaz is already smitten by Welsh-sama. Nothing escapes my teacher's eyes and ears within this place. Riaz is young and I doubt she will be happy with an arranged marriage. Let's see what my teacher has to say about it. Rainer creates a tiny spear of light and throws it at the ceiling. Within seconds, Grafia moves away from the attacks, thus revealing her hiding spot. She then falls to the floor and looks at the group with a smile on her face. Thank you for joining us, teacher. Rainer bows to her as a sign of respect. Well done, my student. You're right about Riaz, but you should keep that to yourself, Grafia says. The rest of the group is in shock after seeing the wife of Surzech coming out of her hiding spot. When Kuroka asks, since you set foot in the house, that's why I didn't welcome all of you when you arrived. Grafia answers. How Rael couldn't understand how Grafia was able to hide from her maid's secrets. Grafia continues. Then she approaches Asia. Miss Argento, I'm really sorry about what you had to go through. My name is Grafia Lucifuge and I have been asked by my husband and the Welsh Dragon to take care of the girls that were affected by Deodora's actions. I'm going to do my best to help them recover and regain their minds. Nonetheless, they are devils and lack a master now, so they will be in the same boat as Kuroka. So, they will be released into the custody of the Welsh Dragon when they recover from this. The process may take years, but I assure you that they are going to be fine. Why is he the one that will get custody over them? Asia was curious about the fact that Issei was being the one chosen for the task. Stray devils can get out of control, and the Welsh Dragon is the one that asked for them to get treatment, so he is the one that is going to take the responsibility for them. Kuroka is doing well with him, and so the 4 great Satans believe that he can take care of them as well. There is also the fact that he is now considered as his own faction, so allowing him to increase his ranks is a benefit. All of you are technically part of his faction as well, Grafia said. Then it began to settle in. The Welsh Dragon was not only one of the strongest dragons, but he also had allies now, and all of those that were under his leadership were practically his responsibility. He was being acknowledged as someone that should be respected and feared like Azazel, Michael, and Surzech were. Things had really changed in the last hours. So, what happens now? He is the leader of his own faction, but he doesn't have a territory or base. Kuroka wasn't sure that this was going to be fair if he lacked at least his own land. He does have one. The house in Kuo Town is his primary base, and Kuo Town is his place of birth. The city is mainly the territory of devils at the moment, but sharing it with him is not impossible. Dragons don't do contracts with humans, and as long as we don't disturb his residence, it can work for both sides. In the long run, we might also plan to take over the land left by the old Satan faction, which means even more territory for him. Grafia says as she goes over the extent of how important this alliance was. The other gods are going to have a heart attack after the news begins to reach them. Having a dragon like Welsama without restrictions is one problem, but having 3 factions forming an alliance with him as an equal is going to make many pantheons scared of the future. Alliances mean power and rivalries mean opportunities for shady actions. More than one group is going to feel challenged by the alliance. Rainier was already reflecting on the future. The alliance means a bright future for the angels, but it also meant that they were going to gain more enemies thanks to it. They will, but some of them may choose the peaceful option. Everyone lost something during the Heavenly War. Some pantheons were destroyed, many gods died, families were lost, and even to this day, some factions are still recovering from the effects of the war. We just have to be ready for the movements each group is going to make. Grafia then tries to change the subject into something more enjoyable. So, 5 girls are the current number of the harem. Miss Argento, are you interested in the Welsh dragon as well? Asia shakes her head. I'm too young for that. Right now, I just want to start living a different lifestyle than the one at my previous home. Grafia understands and moves to the next girl. My dear student, are you interested in him? My dear teacher, I'm not one for small crushes like Kuroka. Ask me again in at least 9 years and I might tell you if I find Welsama appealing. Rainier wasn't a small girl like the rest of the group. Well, try again later on then. Rael, you're the last one. What's your opinion regarding a love relationship with the Welsh dragon? Grafia wanted to test the so-called purity of the most beautiful woman of all of heaven. Rael continues to float and think until she decides to talk. I don't know. My brothers said no and our father prohibited us from falling from grace. I don't have any experience with romance. When Michael and the others told me that I was going to be following him around, I asked if this meant that they were arranging a marriage between me and him. They didn't take it well and explained to me for many hours how I shouldn't fall in love with him. They said no and I'm going to follow their expectations. Grafia kept her smile hidden. We can talk about this once more in the future. Then maybe your answer might change. Teacher, you know what that would mean? Rainier said after noticing that her teacher was playing with fire. Trust me, my dear student. I'm not going to do anything. The Seraphs are creating their own tomb without any help or intervention. Grafia couldn't believe that they had sent this pure angel into the claws of the Welsh dragon. Tannen was the biggest example of why females shouldn't be left unattended around a male dragon. Meanwhile, Tannen's territory. The Blaze Meteor Dragon sneezes once more. This has been happening too often now. Are you sick? One fallen angel asked. No, it's just that I have been getting the weird feeling that someone is either talking about me or mentioning me in their conversations. Tannen says, it may be Ddraig. You two are close acquaintances, said Akitsune. Maybe. I should meet him sometime. I didn't expect him to escape from the boosted gear. Tannen was really surprised at the fact that his old friend Ddraig had escaped from the prison that the Bible God had created for him. You have things to take care of. There is no free time in your calendar for at least 2 weeks. Another girl said. Tannen sighs. I really need a break. The other 19 girls that were alongside him within the massive room look at him and shake their heads in disappointment. As his wives, they knew that he had created this whole mess with his own hands. There was no escape for him. No, when he had so many children and wives to take care of. He wanted a clan and now he had to take care of it. Back with the girls. Grafia and I have a question. Hiroka was forgetting about an important person to her. Ask ahead. Where are Riaz and Cheyenne? Based on what Surzech said, they are not in the underworld at the moment. Riaz has begun to look for peerage members while being supervised by some of the members of my own peerage. They left 2 days ago and we haven't had contact with them. You can rest assured that they are fine and nothing will happen to them. Sauji Akita, Beowulf and Nku are with them. Grafia explains. Even Beowulf, you sure are protecting her from any possible attacks. Hiroka was happy with the answer, but it also seemed a little too extreme to send 3 of the strongest reincarnated devils as bodyguards. Riaz is still young and we don't want her to get in trouble, so sending her alongside them is our way of preventing any accidents or misuse of the evil pieces. She should look not only for strength but potential as well for the members of her peerage, but above else those members should be ones that she can put her trust in. Grafia had confidence in Riaz, but a little guidance wasn't bad. In the human world, Tiamat. The house was massive, at least 12 floors and a massive garden. It took buying all the houses around, but she had the money. After working for Adjuka for so long, she was practically rich for the rest of her life, without including the mountains of gold that she had accumulated throughout the centuries. Do you like it? Tiamat asks. The boy couldn't believe that just days ago all of this area had been a neighborhood full of houses. You really went all out. Did you buy all of the neighborhood? Sort of. I wanted a place that was big enough for our family, and since a certain Welsh dragon went ahead and formed an alliance, this should be our main base. We can expand or find another area in the underworld later on for more space, but at least for now, this is ours. This is the place where we can start our family. Tiamat felt proud of herself. This really makes me feel even worse since I haven't retrieved the gift that I was going to give you. So, you are planning to get something for me. What is it? That's a secret and you're going to have to wait. I still need to take care of the Holy Sword project tomorrow. Did they ask for you to show mercy to the church members in the building? Issei shakes his head. I told them that they needed to deal with their problems, and if they keep elements such as those people within the church, the alliance is not going to work. Grigori has given me full freedom to do what I want with Cockabeel. The devils want me to eradicate any old Satan member that continues to be a problem for them. The angels have no other way except for allowing me to do the dirty part. If they clean their skeletons, we can move on and work to help each other. Right now, they must be preparing a series of orders for the Catholic Church. If any member of the church becomes an obstacle, I will be the reaper that they need to clean the mess. Tiamat listens to his words and feels amazed at the resolve that he has found. He was planning and moving his pieces to make sure that things went his way. Having two heads has really changed you, my dear. Look at you now, forming an alliance and making sure everything goes your way. It is the only way I can make sure that the alliance lasts. I need allies, and facing a few enemies will allow me to continue to improve. Great Red is still in my mind, and I won't fail to reach his expectations. Tiamat sees that he is thinking too much about all of this, so she decides to take charge. That's good, but right now I want you to focus on me. Stop thinking about the alliance and just focus on me. I want us to see the inside, and you are going to share a bed with me tonight. She starts to drag him into the building. I need an adult. He backs away. I am an adult. She steps forward. Tia, aren't we taking this too fast? We talked about giving us time to get to know each other. Sharing a bath and a bed is a way for us to connect. Don't worry, I got this. Tiamat's eyes were shining like two jewels, and she was determined to have a night with just the two of them. Issei gulps at the realization that he couldn't escape from her grasp. His fate was sealed. It was going to be a long night for him. Next morning, Issei started to slowly open his eyes, and he only saw the ceiling of his new room. The bed felt comfortable and the temperature felt nice, but he really needed to go to the bathroom. The morning needs of a dragon weren't that different from those of a human. He tried to move, but his body was being embraced by the arms and legs of his mate. He was dressed in nightclothes, and she was wearing a silky nightgown that matches her hair color. Her quiet breathing told him that she was completely trapped within the realm of dreams. A goofy smile was planted on her face as well. She looked happy and satisfied with the events that transpired during the previous night. They had shared a small night snack. Then they talked. After that was a hot bath in which she forced him to rest his head between her ass. During the whole bath, she kept massaging his head and talked about normal things. She asked questions about everything that didn't involve the alliance or her job. I just want for us to feel comfortable with knowing everything about each other. You can ask anything as well. Those were her words, so he did. The bath continued for almost an hour, and they just enjoyed the moment they were having. He had to admit that her body was really appealing, but they didn't do anything outside of kissing. After the bath, they changed into some clothes and went to bed. She did kiss him a few more times and even left a few bite marks on his neck, but nothing else took place. Why was I scared again, the boy thought. She was the big and dangerous Chaos Karma Dragon, one of the 5 great dragon kings, but she also was his mate. She cared about him and had waited for him for many centuries. She just wanted him to reciprocate her feelings and not to run away from her. Her methods were a bit unusual, but they weren't humans. That was the major thing he needed to remember at all times. He was no longer a human, he was a dragon, and he had done worse things that no human child should have ever done. Tia was putting all of her effort into making the relationship work, so he shouldn't fear her. But right now, he really needed that bathroom. Tia, he calls her. She twitches a little bit. Tia, his voice grows louder. She twitches once more but didn't wake up. He needed to do something that was going to make her react. Then he remembers a certain fact that she told him the night before. He was very close to her neck, and he just needed to turn his head just a little bit until he had a clear opening. He stretches his neck and then bites her without using too much strength. Within seconds, Tiamat began to and left the land of dreams behind her. Are you trying to turn me on, dear? Issei releases her neck. Bathroom now. Tiamat took a few seconds to connect the dots. She released him from her embrace and he ran towards the door. She touches her neck and smiles at the fact that he had remembered her words from the night before. I'm going to love our mornings together, and I won't let you go unless you bite me like that. I heard that Issei screamed from the bathroom. I know her smile wasn't going to disappear anytime soon. A few hours afterward. So how was your night? Issei Kuroka asks after meeting their leader and his mate. Did something happen? Tiamat continues to smile and puts her arms around him. We did everything and a little bit more as well. I can still feel his bite marks on my neck. Kuroka grinds her teeth after hearing her words. I will erase that smile of yours. Just you wait, stupid horny lizard. Try to do your best, little cat. We both know you can never catch up to me. Tiamat replied. The challenge was still on between the cat and the dragoness. The other members of the group watched the exchange between the rivals with amazement. They could see how their auras clash against each other. Issei sighs. It was a peaceful night and we did not cross the line, so you can relax. We have a house now, so we don't need to stay in the Gremory's house anymore. We appreciate your cordiality with us, Grafia. It was our pleasure. Be sure to come and visit us. Also, don't feel afraid from asking for our help. Grafia then changes the subject. I will do the best I can to help those girls, and if you allow me, I will transform all of them into great maids just like Rainier. Don't force them to do that. Just do what you can to help them get better. I can't even begin to imagine what must be going through their heads. As long as they are fine and they don't try to stab me in my sleep, I will take them under my protection. Issei knew that it was going to take time for the girls to recover, but he was willing to wait and hope for the best. There was no way in hell for him to allow the Astaroth family to get them back, and Ajuka was supporting him as well. Leave the rest to me then. I wish you luck with your next mission. Grafia bows. The group reunited and gets ready to depart. They needed to save the children, recover the swords, and eliminate the targets within the building. But like any other event in his life, it was easier said than done. A minute early or a minute late can be the difference between life and death. Deep within the cold and snowy mountains of Italy stood an institute, a place created by a certain group of members from the Catholic Church for the sake of one specific project. The holy sword Excalibur had been broken long ago during the reign of King Arthur, and its pieces were recovered by agents of the church. The sword was considered as one of the most important weapons that humans could use against the supernatural, and for that reason the pieces were used to create 7 different swords. The goal for this action was to create agents under the leadership of God that could be used against devils and other enemies of the human race, but few were capable of wielding such swords. Varper Galilei had the goal of changing that, and for that reason, he had started the atrocious project that was taking place deep within these mountains. Early that morning, Galilei's office. No, they can't do this to me. I'm close to figuring out how to make it work, Varper said. In front of him laid a don't. The seal of the heads behind the project was visible, and one single sentence mattered more than the rest of the don't. The project is terminated. Clean the remnants and return to us with the swords. Varper had been living his whole life for the sake of one day being able to wield one of the holy swords, and now when he was so close to figuring out how to do it, his dream had been destroyed by one single don't. Maybe it was due to the fact that for 3 years he had been unable to produce results. Maybe it was due to the multiple orphans that had died due to the drastic procedures that he had used in some cases, but now his bosses had taken a decision and he couldn't go against it. Or could he? Varper wasn't a one-trick pony, and he always had an alternative in case things didn't go his way. He had the 7 swords on his hands, and there was no way he could stop now. If they wanted to end his research, he was happy to destroy the remnants, but he wasn't going to return the swords. He had waited far too long for this, and he wasn't about to give up that easily. Varper takes the phone that is sitting on his desk and makes a call that would change the course of his future for the rest of his life. Training grounds. Isaiah and the rest of the orphans were practicing once more with wooden swords that were provided to them by the researchers in the institute. It had been 4 years since they were brought to this place for the sake of making them into heroes, or at least that was the story that they had been fed. They were fed, trained, and supervised every day of the year, as each one of them was subjected to different experiments. Some of these experiments involved simple things such as getting some samples from them. Others were much painful, and Isaiah had seen several of his friends being taken away after they had failed during such experiments. We are taking them back to the orphanage. That was the answer he was being given each time he asked. He wanted to believe them, but something was telling him otherwise. Even now, as he was clashing swords against a white-haired girl, he couldn't ignore the eyes of the researchers. Their eyes watch his every movement and track his every action. Liars. That was the name that Isaiah had given to them. Each and one of them was lying, and he knew it. While her partner continues to turn his sight to somewhere else that wasn't her, the girl took the chance to knock the sword away from Isaiah's hand in one swift move. The boy blinked for a few seconds as he looked at his hand. Hey, don't aim me. What are you doing, Isaiah? We are supposed to be training. The girl said. Sorry, Tosca. Isaiah wanted to give her an excuse, but he was unable to find one. Tosca looks mad and drops her sword before she pinches his cheeks. We are supposed to become heroes together, and you're daydreaming. Ouch, I'm sorry. Isaiah doesn't try to stop her. He was used to this. They had been together since day one in this institution. They shared a room, practiced together, ate at the same table, and shared everything with each other. The other orphans were his friends as well, but Tosca was his closest one. You promised me that you wouldn't get distracted. I know, but please let go of my face. But you keep doing it. This has happened 4 times in just this week. I won't do it again, but let go of me before the researchers punish us. Tosca looks around and sees that a few of the researchers are looking at them from the sidelines. They always wrote things down, and if someone did something they weren't supposed to do, they would either get reprimanded or forced to a week in solitary sword practice. Tosca hated that. Being forced to a white room in which you only had yourself, a wooden sword, and no interaction with anyone was the worst experience Tosca had ever experienced. Nobody liked that punishment. The walls of the room could make you paranoid, as the only sound you could hear was yourself. There was no bed and only a small bathroom area in the whole room. If an orphan did not practice as supposed to, the time within the room would increase until they choose to let the orphan out. It could take several weeks of complete solitude before a punished orphan could come back to the rest, so everyone tried to follow the rules. Tosca let Isaiah go and waited for the researchers to look at another pair. She then looks at Isaiah. This better be the last time that you get distracted during practice. You're my partner and I can't do this alone. We promised each other to become heroes as a team, so you need to keep your side of the promise. She extends her hand. Isaiah sees the determination in her eyes. Together, he grabs her hand and shakes it up. Good. Now go and get your sword. We still have time to practice. Tosca releases Isaiah's hand and moves to get her own sword. Isaiah begins to walk to the place where he was. Attention. All candidates must go to Main Hall B. We have a special announcement to make. The voice of the director was heard throughout the building. Isaiah stops and turns around. He looks at the researchers and sees they are moving away from the orphans before they begin to discuss something. Their faces look angry for some reason. Issei began to approach Tosca and the rest of the orphans. "What do you think the announcement is going to be?" Tosca asks. "No idea. They could just say it now and not waste our time," one of the older male orphans says. The rest of the orphans agreed as well. "Maybe they found a way for us to actually wield one of the Excalibur," says one of the younger girls. "This doesn't feel right to me," Issei admits. "Pietro, please be ready in case anything happens." Pietro, who is one of the oldest orphans, looks at Issei. He was a bit taller than Issei, his hair was brown and his skin color was a bit darker than Issei. "Why do you think we are in trouble?" "I don't know, but in case something does go wrong, you're one of the only ones that can use your powers. If something goes wrong, you and the rest of the old ones are our only way of protecting ourselves," Issei says. "Aren't you being too paranoid?" Tosca asks. "We can never be too careful. You also know that I don't trust them at all." The rest of the orphans look concerned but decide to stay quiet and follow the lead of the oldest ones in the group. "I hope that you're not right, Issei. I don't know if my power would be enough to protect everyone," Pietro admits. "I hope to be wrong as well," Issei says before grabbing Tosca's hand. If something did happen, he wasn't going to stop until he made sure that Tosca was fine. Tosca said nothing and just strengthened her grip as well. They were partners until the end. Some minutes afterward, the orphans were led by the guards of the institution into the hall where they needed to go. There were at least 27 orphans including Issei, and their ages ranged from 5 all the way to 11. So like always, the youngest ones were in the middle while the older ones separated between the front and the back. Once they reached the doors, the guards stopped at both sides. "Go inside and wait." The orphans nodded and entered the room. As they entered the hall, Issei felt that something was really wrong with the place. There was nobody inside when they got in. The fact that there were no windows or other exits made him even more paranoid. "Dear candidates, this is the director Galilei that is talking to you." Issei stops paying attention to the bastard as soon as he sees the doors being shut by the guards. Then he notices a weird smell coming from different spots of the room. Those bastards! His mind enters into overdrive after realizing what was happening. "Pietro, they are trying to kill us." His fellow orphan notices the smell as well and rage invades his eyes. "Everyone cover your mouths and noses, they are trying to poison us. We thank you for your participation, so we ask you to please die. In the name of God, amen." Every single orphan covered their mouth and noses, but for every single one of them, it was too late. The clock had begun and their fates had been sealed as soon as they entered the hall. The gas was entering their systems. It was going to get worse as time passed. Pietro and the other sacred gear users approach the door while covering their mouths before they start to attack it with their different powers. They were trying to escape before the poison killed all of them. Issei, who was next to Tosca, cursed himself mentally for being so careless, but he wasn't about to let himself and the other orphans get killed that easily. "Everyone be ready. As soon as Pietro and the others blow the door down, we are escaping from this place. Stay together until the end." Some of the orphans were scared shitless, but most of them understand what their fellow orphans were trying to do. It was a matter of life or death and they had no other choice but to trust the oldest ones. Back with Varper. "Come on people, move it. Erase all the data and prepare all the explosives around the base for their detonation. Give the timers between 5 and 15 minutes to explode. We have no time to waste," Varper said. "Sir." One of the guards approaches Varper. "We have retrieved Destruction, Nightmare, and Transparency. The other 4 swords are on their way from the containment areas." 3 guards were holding 3 different containers. Each held one of the 7 swords. "Good. What about the orphans?" Varper was ready to leave the place with his research and the swords. "Trapped. We even put several explosive charges set to detonate one after the other. Even if they escape from the poison, the explosives are going to take care of them or they will fall to their demise into the water streams under us. There's no way for a human to survive in that place," says the guard. "Great. I just need the other swords." And then before Varper could say anything else, a sound stopped him right on his tracks. The roar of 2 beasts capable of bringing the end of their lives was heard right outside the building. The monitors around them show the outside of the institute, and what they saw brought them down to their knees. Ddraig and Varper couldn't believe what he was hearing. Outside of the institute, Issei and the rest of the group had arrived at the institute. They were right on top of the complex and they needed to act fast. "Everyone knows what to do. Find the swords, save the orphans, and kill the rest," Rainer says. Everyone nods in agreement. "Good. Let's begin with them." Rainer grabs Asia in her arms and jumps from Issei's back into the floor. As soon as she finds guards who are pointing their guns at her, she kills them without any mercy by shooting a few light spears at their heads. Kuroka jumps as well alongside Rail before she does the same in a different area of the building. Her curses incinerate the bodies of the guards that try to oppose her. With the opposition eliminated, they enter the building through different doors. Tiamat and Issei then take care of their own tasks. They charge the flames on their mouths before they set several parts of the institute on fire. They do this with the security towers and the perimeter of the building, especially with the helipads where a few ones were waiting for the researchers to come out. The couple transforms back into their human forms before they set out to take care of the rest on their own. Their noses were smelling the sword's exact locations, which meant that only a miracle could save Varper now. Back with the orphans. With the doors out of the way, the kids began to move through the hallways of the institute. Some of them were coughing up more than others, but everyone seemed affected by the poison. Their bodies were slowly dying from within. Isaiah, do you think we can survive this whole situation? You heard that sound. Tosca said. I did, but I will not stop until I get us out of this place, Isaiah said before he began to cough even more. We need to find some help. That wasn't normal gas, Pietro said. As they began to turn around the corner, the kids found a group of guards who began to open fire as soon as they were seen. Kill every single one of them and activate the damn explosives, said one of the guards. His orders were heard, and throughout the whole building different explosions began to occur left and right. Are they insane? Tosca asked. They are. Isaiah, take a different route. Fall back now. We'll cover you. Pietro and the oldest kids activate their powers once more and begin to fight the guards in order to protect the youngest ones. Don't die. You need to come back to us, Isaiah says as he and the rest went back to pick a different path. Pietro and the others don't look back and focus on the task before then. I'll try my best, Isaiah. Pietro was determined to survive or die while giving these bastards a taste of his sacred gear. In a different area, Hiroka and Rail continue to advance through the halls while searching for their different targets. Rail, are you sure that you want to be here? You know that I'm going to continue to attack every single person that is not a kid. Hiroka says, I need to be here. Although I can't fight, I still can heal and offer a certain amount of support. I also want to make sure that those children get out of this building as soon as we get to them. I won't forgive myself if more of them die due to this atrocious project. Rail seems affected by the knowledge she had. 27 was the number of orphans alive at the moment, but the number of dead orphans that had occurred throughout these 3 years was quite higher than those alive. When Issei said that they needed to clean their closet and that he was going to help with that, she felt a sensation of relief. Having someone that they could ask to interfere on their behalf meant that they were able to be more like their creator and correct their mistakes, although it was going to be not as peaceful as when he interfered with human affairs. They needed to change, and the Welsh dragon was going to be the one to help them. I won't tell you what to do, but make sure that you keep that invisible barrier around yourself. Remember their condition, no interaction with humans. Just watch and keep your voice down. If we find a sword, you can take it and come back after you drop it off, Hiroka said. They had guidelines for her and Issei accepted them. It was a major disappointment that someone as strong as Gabrielle couldn't use all of her powers, but she wasn't the one that made the rules. Maybe later on the status quo would change, but at least for now, she was an invisible angel that only she and the other supernatural beings could see. Kill that thing, a guard said as he saw Hiroka approaching. Hiroka evades the bullets with ease before continuing to approach the group. Well, another group I'm going to add to the death list. Hiroka activates one of her spells. A magic circle forms below the guards, and within seconds a freezing mist attacks them. The guards scream in anguish as their bodies begin to freeze. The process doesn't take long, and after a few seconds, at least 10 human ice sculptures stood before Hiroka. Good. My spells are getting better with each day. I really need to continue this training regime in the long run. Rainier is a good training partner, but Issei is one that I can go all out with. Hiroka looks at one of the sculptures and sees a container in one of its hands. What can this be? Hiroka rips the container out of the frozen hand, which leads to the hand breaking into pieces. Hiroka disregards the mess that this creates on the floor and opens the container. Oh my, Rail, I think we just hit the jackpot. Hiroka smiles as she sees the object before her. Excalibur, blessing in all of his glory, was nicely packed inside the container. Hiroka closes the container once more and gives it to Rail. This is yours. Please come back as fast as you can. Rail nods and transports herself to another location with the sword in her hands. Hiroka smiles and then creates a small magic circle next to her ear. Attention, my fellow partners. I just got one of the swords. We have 6 more to go, and there are also the orphans. Let's finish with this as fast as possible. The Nekomata swings her tails from side to side, feeling proud of her achievements. In one of those swinging motions, her tails smack the broken frozen sculpture, and this leads to its fall. As soon as the sculpture touches the floor, the whole thing cracks and breaks into different pieces scattered around the area. Hiroka didn't show a hint of guilt toward the guard. This was a mission, and their leader was asked to take care of all the people inside the institution. They were the ones sent to eliminate the project and all of those involved in it. This was just the first of many judgment missions that the angels were going to offer to the Welsh dragon. The cleaning process had just begun. Back with Valper. This can't be real. Nobody knew about this site. Why are they even here? Valper watches the different camera feeds around the institute and sees how his whole security team is being slowly eliminated by Issei and the members of his team. In one monitor, Tiamat was seen surrounded by the charred corpses of many guards and researchers. In a different one, Rainier was seen cutting the heads of guards while being followed by Asia, who was wearing a red hooded cape. In the last one, Issei was being surrounded by flaming copies who were attacking everything that was deemed as a target. The screams of the researchers as they were crushed or cut into pieces were heard by all of those present in the room with Valper. I can't stay here. I need to leave now. Where are the other swords? Valper asks his chief of security. I don't know, sir. They were supposed to get here by now. I tried calling them, but none of them answered their radios. The chief of security said, Damn it, this wasn't supposed to happen. Valper looks around the room for solutions, but he can't find any. He couldn't risk getting out of the office, nor could he wait in here forever. He needed to make a run for it before everything went down to hell. Then he remembers something important. Varper walks towards his desk and begins to look through his things. "Sir, what are you looking for? Do you have something that can save us?" the chief of security asks. Varper says nothing and continues to look until he finds what he is looking for. He grabs a scroll and his face turns pale. "I know that this means selling my soul, but I won't die this day." Varper walks back to the center of the room and approaches the 3 swords that he has. He opens the scroll and begins to read its contents. The rest of the people inside the room don't understand what he is doing or what he is reading, but once they see a magic circle forming below Valper, they realize what he's doing. In a matter of moments, Valper is transported to a different location alongside the 3 swords, leaving the rest of the employees behind. Meanwhile, Tiamat, who was checking one of the sword containers that she had retrieved from the corpses around her, detected the disappearance of the scent of some of the swords. She creates a magic circle and communicates with the rest of the group. "I found one of the swords, but the scent of 3 of them just vanished." "Who took them?" "Not us," Rainer says. "It wasn't us either. Rail hasn't come back yet." Kiroka replies. "Someone on the researchers' team must be the one behind their disappearance." "Rainer, focus your attention on finding those kids. I'm going to demolish this building before another sword is taken away." Tiamat, Kiroka, go all out, and let's find the ones that are still here before someone else takes them away. Issei said. "Got it," Tiamat says as she focuses her attention on the sword closest to her location. "You're next, Isaiah and the orphans." The group continues to move through the hallways while trying to evade the guards and the explosions that are taking place around the building. Some were caused by the explosives prepared by the guards and staff, while others were caused by Issei's group. The kids didn't know what to do except keep trying to find a way out of this place. Time was running out for them as the poison continued to worsen their health. Isaiah was suffering the worst of its effects, and he was barely able to hold himself together. His eyesight was starting to fail. His legs were feeling weaker with each second, and his lungs were worsening with each breath he took. Tosca was in no better condition either, but she continues to push herself for the sake of the rest. She held Isaiah over her shoulder as they continued to move on. "Come on, we are almost out of this place. We can't die here. Tosca, you need to go in the front. I can continue on my own," Isaiah says. "You can barely walk and I won't leave you behind. Shut up and let me help you," Tosca says as she looks at the kids in front of them. All of them were feeling worse than before. Although they had covered their mouth and noses, it was practically ineffective to block the gas from entering their systems. The clock continues to tick down, and without some immediate help, their deaths were practically confirmed. Then the group heard the shots coming from behind them. The guards were getting closer to them, and they knew it would mean death if they stood around to face them. "Run. You need to run away. I will distract them. You can continue on this path, and I'm taking this one to draw their attention," Isaiah said as he pointed at the hallway on their left. The other kids were unsure, but the sound of shots was getting closer with each second. They needed to move now. "Go ahead without us," Tosca said as she ordered the other kids of her age to continue to guide the younger ones. The kids did as told by Tosca and began to move. "Tosca, you need to go with them. I'm only dragging you down," Isaiah said. "I'm not leaving you behind. We are in this together, so I will not let you do this on your own. So shut up and let's go," Tosca said as she began to drag Isaiah with her across the hallway. "That's the damn kids. Kill them both," said a guard as he and the rest of his group found the pair. Tosca pushes her body to run while she is dragging Isaiah alongside her. They try to evade the bullets, but that is practically a failure. One gets her on the shoulder. Another one gets Isaiah on the right leg. The pain was strong, but Tosca continued to run while dragging her partner alongside her, but luck was not on her side that day. Several explosives that were right below their feet went off. The explosion took everyone by surprise, and within seconds the floor below the pair started to crack. The pair tried to escape from what was coming, but they were too slow to do it in time. Time slows down for the kids as they begin to fall to certain death. Below them there was a series of dangerous underground water streams that not humans could swim against. Tosca tries to hold on to Isaiah, but as soon as they touch the water they are swept away in different directions. Their fates were no longer on their hands. Not too far from there, the girls continue to move through the institute while looking for the children. Raina had cut down many guards and researchers while looking for either the swords or the kids. Her clothes were stained with the of her victims, but she didn't care. This was her job, and it wasn't the first time that the of another stains her hands. Asia had come along not because Issei asked her to, but because she chose to do it. After hearing the fact that children were being used as subjects for outrageous experiments, she had chosen to come along for the sake of helping the children. "I know that there will be, and my hands won't be able to kill, but I want to heal any child that we might find injured on the way." With this determination as her guide, she continues to follow Rainer as they look for the children. "Come on, where can they be?" Rainer asks as she looks around. "They have to be close. We can't let them die in vain," Asia replies as she continues the search. The pair continued to traverse the hallways until they heard steps close to their position. "Asia, behind me." Rainer creates several light spears and prepares to attack while Asia hides behind her. The steps get closer until both groups meet each other's eyes. The kids are frozen in fear as they look at the Y form of Rainer, who has several spears pointing at them. Rainier is them. We found them, Asia says after seeing the 18 kids in front of them. Rainier makes the spears disappear. She approaches the kids but they are completely scared of her. You can relax. We're here to save you. Is this all of you? The children don't reply. Asia then approaches the kids. Don't be afraid of us. We were sent by a group that wants all of you to be safe. One of the youngest kids begins to cough violently and he falls to the floor. Asia reacts quickly and approaches the kid before she begins to use her sacred gear to heal him. The other orphans watch expecting a miracle to occur. Other orphans start to cough as well and this raises flags on Rainier's mind. She kneels in front of one of the older ones. Look at me. I know you're scared of me but I need to know what is happening. Why are all of you coughing? The child is scared shitless but decides to talk. Poison. They tried to poison us. Isaiah, Tosca, and the others stayed behind to allow us to escape. Please, help them. If you truly are here to save us, save them as well. Rainier looks at Asia and the healing seems to work but she wasn't sure about it. Asia, we're taking this group back to Grigori. These kids need immediate treatment. Asia nods and continues to support the child in her arms. The boy's breathing had become calmer but his face was still pale like a ghost. Rainier uses her magic once more. Well, Sama, we found a group of kids. They have been poisoned and need treatment. There are other kids left as well. I'm going back to Grigori with Asia. I'm coming back as soon as I can. Do what you have to do, Issei replies. Be careful. Rainier ends the call and looks at the kids. Get closer. We're leaving this place. A teletransportation circle forms below the group and within seconds the group disappears. In another place of the building, Kuroka continues to take care of the rest of the mission until Rail comes back. You took too long, Kuroka said as she kicked a researcher so hard that his body pierced the wall. My apologies. Michael and the others were giving some information. Valper took 3 of the swords and escaped from the building thanks to the use of an unknown scroll. He is nowhere to be found. I know that Tiamat has 2 swords on her hands. That leaves only 1 more sword and the rest of the kids in the building. Rail says, how many kids are left? 2 fell into the streams below and only 3 are alive at this moment. 4 of them died due to their injuries and the poison. Rail admitted with visible regret. Let's move. If 3 of them are still alive we can still save them, Kuroka said. Rail nods and the pair sets out to find the kids before it's too late. It was still late into the night and her new room was covered in darkness. The girl turned back and forth on her bed as she tried to escape from something until her eyes opened. Asia began to sit up on her bed. It was just a nightmare, she told herself as she tried to calm herself. She had dreamed about Deodora and what could have been if Issei didn't show up when he did. He was dead but his impact still lived on her memories. One day she would overcome the disgusting experience that still haunted her memories. With the nightmare out of the way, she began to go look around the room. A room that was hers and that felt so different from the one back with the priest. The bed was comfy but she still felt weird about the whole situation. Living with Issei and the rest felt like a dream and she had to tell herself that it wasn't one. It was to be expected as she was still getting used to this new place and the new life that awaited her alongside them. Before her mind could wander into another place, her body reacted to the need for water. Water. I need some water. The thirst she was feeling wasn't uncommon so she began to move. The still sleepy girl extended her arm and turned the lamp closest to her on. After this, she began to remove the sheets before she got to the floor. With small and careful steps Asia made her way back into the kitchen but she wasn't alone. You're up, you should go back to sleep, Rainier said after putting a small book away. I came to get some water. Rainier looks at the girl for a few seconds before she gets up from her chair. Take a seat. I'll get you something better. Asia looks confused but decides to do as she was told. The girl takes a seat on the kitchen countertop and watches how Rainier takes milk from the fridge before she heats it up before adding some cocoa. You had a nightmare, didn't you? Rainier asks. Asia is taken by surprise. She didn't expect that Rainier would read her so easily. I did. The odor captured me. How did you know? Your eyes told me everything I needed to know and it was to be expected after all. Don't feel bad about it. Events like that can leave scars that don't easily go away. I have my own scars as well. Do you have nightmares? Angels and fallen angels are similar to humans just like any other beings. We sleep, we eat, we have feelings and fears. I have nightmares about the past once in a while but I'm used to them now. Rainier continues to cook the hot cocoa. Those nightmares will continue but one day they will either disappear into your memories or you will get used to them. They are not real and Deodora is dead. You're now with us and we will make sure that you're safe. Asia appreciates her advice and relaxes for a second before a question forms in her mind. Rainier-san, why are you awake? Issei and the others left. Something happened in the underworld. Rainier replies. The underworld, why didn't they wake me up? Rainier sighs. You're still a child and you should be sleeping around this time. There's no need for you to push yourself beyond your limits. Once you get stronger you may be able to join them but for now, just live a peaceful life. Leave the hard part to us. With the hot cocoa ready, Rainier took 2 cups and filled them with the hot liquid before she moved back into her seat next to Asia. Drink it while it's hot. Asia takes the cup and looks at the cocoa for a second before she takes a sip. It's sweet. Do you like it? I do. Thank you. Good. Now finish it and let's go back to bed. Issei and the rest will be back before you realize it. Rhaenyra nods her head and smiles before picking her book once more. What are you reading? Asia asks. Rhaenyra smiles even more. One day I'll be able to tell you, but for now you can say that it is a love story. Asia notices the blush in Rhaenyra's face and chooses not to ask other questions. You truly have fallen from grace, Rhaenyra. Holy Father, please forgive the lust of your daughter. Note from the author, yes indeed. The book she was reading is called The Tale of Genji by Murasaki Shikabu. Send me book suggestions for Rhaenyra. Back into the battlefield. The battles continue all around the sky on top of the city. The denizens of Lilith began to wake up and came outside of their homes to see what was going on. What is that? Angels, fallen angels. Surzech-sama, why are devils fighting against each other? Many questions were asked by the denizens, but the answers weren't coming until the next day. Surzech continues to clash against Lord Bael. The power of the King Peace allowed Lord Bael to match the power of Surzech, or that is what he wanted to believe. Bael kept pushing his body to match the power level of Surzech, but it was becoming harder for him to match his opponent. I feel so slow, so weak. Why are you so strong, Surzech? My power should be stronger than yours. We have the same running through our beings. His eyes turn crimson and tears have begun to come out of them. His body starts to go through the same process that Zekrom did. Bael, give up and stop this insanity. You can't defeat me, nor can you ever accomplish those stupid goals of yours. Give up. Surzech tries to reason with Lord Bael. Have you seen how many of your troops have fallen to the Alliance? How many more corpses are necessary for you to stop? Are you unable to choose your own path without the need of Zekrom? Bael looks around and sees how many of his followers had been either killed or subdued by the troops of the Alliance. The few ones that are still fighting back don't that well either, since they are surrounded by more enemies than what they can deal with. I won't back down, Surzech. I will fight until the end. You will not stop me. Then I will crush you into nothingness. Let me show you my true power. Surzech decides to use his final trump card. His body begins to get covered by the power of destruction. It takes a few seconds and then Surzech's shape has changed into a being made out of destruction power. 2 horns, black skin, 1 long tail, a set of dark demonic wings, red hollow eyes, and a toothy grin are the characteristics of this new shape. This is your end. The eyes of many of those present turned to watch as Surzech started to destroy Lord Bael with brutal attacks. Many of the devils fighting on Lord Bael's side lose any hope of winning after seeing the new shape that Surzech has taken. The sounds of broken bones and the painful screams of Lord Bael further increase their hopelessness. We can't defeat them. What have we done? Lilith, please have mercy on our souls. The hopeless words of the devils were just the first signs of the end of this pathetic war that the royal faction had started. Lord Bael tries to fight back by using the power of the King Pieces, but his body is not doing well. His heartbeat slows down, his mind doesn't fully comprehend what is happening. Move. I gotta move. One of the many punches connects with his face, which leads to one of his eyes being crushed. His body is overwhelmed by the assault. Before he can even try to escape by using his magic, his body is pierced by multiple spears in different parts. Lord Bael coughs up. He lifts his head and watches how Surzech's dark demonic form smiles. At you, Lord Bael. Let's hope that your descendants choose a different path. Surzech snaps his fingers and the spears start to erase the body of Lord Bael. The pureed devil feels an immense amount of pain. He screams with all of his strength. His mind is filled with images of different events throughout his life, and the last 2 words that come out of his mouth are 2 names. Magdarin, Sereorg. The names of his children. The ones he would never see again. The only redeemable things of his whole life. A single tear runs down Lord Bael's eye before he disappears into nothingness alongside his King Peace. No amount of power boosting could match Surzech's immense dominion over his powers. The head of the 4 great Satans powers down and feels dizzy for a moment. I still lack some training. I'm strong, but I will never match your strength, Welsh Dragon. Surzech looks around and sees how the members of the royal faction are watching in fear. His eyes look around and he finds a few fights still going on, but most of the enemies have been taken out by now. Then his eyes focus on Adjuka. Do what has to be done, my friend. Finish the traitor off. In a different place on the battlefield, Bartolomeu and Adjuka continued to clash as the anger between them grew exponentially. Once allies, once fellow researchers, and now enemies. Enemies because of a major betrayal and different views regarding what the future of the devils should be. War or coexistence, peace or total separation. Only one side was going to prevail at the end. Look at all this power, Adjuka. Look at me matching you, the all-powerful Adjuka. I have finally reached your all-powerful throne above the rest, Bartolomeu said before he swung his axe once more. Adjuka evades the attack and counters with a kick. His eyes look different than their normal state. A pair of magic circles have replaced his normal eyes. Adjuka says nothing and continues to fight Bartolomeu. No words from the almighty Lord Beelzebub. Are you still looking down on me because I was born a low-class devil? Bartolomeu grows angrier each second. You truly are a stupid piece of crap. You never understood what you and all of them meant to me. Some of them were humans that I reincarnated into devils. Some are low-class devils that I recruited like yourself. Each one of the members of that small group is my family, and you were part of that. I looked for you, I cried, and yet you believe that I looked down on any of you. I recruited you and considered you my equal. I thought that you saw the view I had for the future of our faction. No more social classes, no more world domination, no more dead friends that I had to cry over. A tear runs down his cheek. And yet you betrayed me and ran away to create those king pieces. I never wanted to create weapons for war, and yet you went ahead. You gave them a piece that can create chaos. For that reason, I can't forgive you. Bartolomew's smile fades out when he feels something weird going on with his body. His energy was starting to go out of control. What have you done to me, Adjuka? I gave you a taste of my true power. Cersei can destroy stars with his power and even more. I instead can make anyone implode from within with this formula. Like a god, I create, but I can also destroy anything that opposes me. I'm a devil that has to surpass the first Satans as Cersei did. I pushed my body just like he did to master my power and develop it into something that nobody has ever done. Taste the power of Kinkara formula, Adjuka says before watching how Bartolomew's eyes start to cry tears of Adjuka. Bartolomeu screams. His body starts to burst from the inside. His demonic powers are boosted beyond his control, and like a wound that has been given too much air, he is about to implode from within. Cracks appear around his face and his whole body until he explodes into millions of pieces. His remains fly away in all directions, and the only thing that remains is a single king piece floating in front of Adjuka. Adjuka stretches his hand out and grabs the piece. Of all the things I have created over my long life, this is the one I regret the most. I didn't make you and the other pieces, but I'm going to make sure that every single one is erased from this world. Adjuka uses the Kinkara formula once more, and before the king piece explodes into ashes, Adjuka looks at the night sky and thinks about the future that awaits the devils after this war. Before he can move another finger, his body shakes in fear. His eyes turn around and focus on the place in which a massive dragon engulfed in flames is attacking the last of their enemies. This is the end of the road, Zekrom. We might have surpassed the first Satans, but he is the dragon that stands above the rest. Go ahead, Welsh dragon, end this stupid war. The end of this short war was coming, and the winners were already chosen. In a place far away from the city of Lilith, burning alive, DC. The ground was shaking as the two attacks clashed against each other. A monstrous black headless body with multiple wings, tentacles, and one massive mouth in its area was rampaging against the Welsh dragon. Several flaming spears were piercing its body and the flames were devouring its flesh. Yet, the monster was still fighting back. Call it the will of Zekrom or just the power of the king piece showing its true colors when getting out of control. The mouth on the monster continued to fire a beam of pure destructive energy which was expanding more and more with each second. If left alone, the monster would continue to rampage around the underworld, thus leading to more deaths and chaos, but the Welsh dragon wasn't going to allow that. On the other side of the struggle was the Welsh dragon. His two mouths were shooting one of his strongest attacks towards its target. He was determined to eliminate this monster. His mouths were filled with the horrendous aftertaste that the flesh of the monster had, but he had to ignore it. His mind was focused on eliminating this enemy. Infinity. The ability is activated and thus begins the end of this battle. I will never back down. The memories of the previous fights that Ddraig and the previous users of the boosted gear had to face popped up in his mind. I have been broken before, but here I am once more. The memory of that fateful night filled with flames and the one in which Ddraig was killed appear as well. I'm not a hero. I'm a monster from the past filled with sins. One who is determined to write a new path for me and those following behind me. The crimes and sins of the past also make an appearance. I will destroy anything that opposes me, anything that threatens my life and the peace I look for. The faces of his previous enemies appear as well, but above the rest is the image of Trihexa, the most dangerous being in all of existence. For those that are yet to be born, dreams about a family filled with kids. For those that are no longer here, images of his parents and the families affected by the curse of the boosted gear. For the ones I drove into madness, the faces of many of the previous booster gear users. For those that are following me, the Alliance and members of his group, I'm going to become a monster that nobody can defeat. An illusion of himself looking much older and stronger. I'm not dying here or on any other battlefield. I will devour my enemies. I will crush them, and you're just another corpse in my way. So, disappear from this world. His power keeps rising and expanding. His flames grow stronger and his eyes shine with the strongest determination. It has always been like that. No matter what the reasons behind our actions are, we choose to eliminate anything that opposes our desires. Be it love or hate, destruction or salvation, good or evil. You continue to be the dragon of domination. The beast that could either destroy or save the world. A sinful beast that is hated and feared by many, respected by some, and loved by few. Release the power that is held inside you. A power unknown to the world. A power that one day will surpass everything in its path. Endless flames of oblivion, the voices of the cursed souls call out its name, and the attack is then released from the depths of the Welsh dragon's body. The attack of the Welsh dragon begins to push back, and it doesn't take long for the flames to completely engulf the body of his adversary. But the attack continues to devour anything in its path. The first floor of the underworld is pierced by the attack, but the same occurs with the rest of the other floors as well. The attack continues for several moments until the dragon stops and looks at the destruction he has created. No signs of his opponents are found, and he smiles before releasing a massive roar, thus signaling the end of the one-night war. Sometime after, Adjuka and the rest of the Alliance were looking at the massive hole that Issei had created. He just pierced the floors of the underworld with one attack, Adjuka says. He is trying to keep it together. The other members of the Alliance nod. Their faces showed complete shock. All of you realize that this is the first time that this has ever happened. Adjika continues. Everyone nods once more. They were too surprised to even reply. It's not every day when you see an event such as this. Adjika looks at his allies and sighs in defeat. The current Lord Beelzebub approaches the hole and inspects the damage. This is insane. This amount of power is beyond my expectations. Welsh Dragon, you could have used some restraint. Adjika looks at the boy, but a sincere smile forms on his face. But I appreciate your help nonetheless. Each floor of the underworld was separated by some of the strongest barriers that involve tons of some of the heaviest minerals and metals that are known to supernatural beings. These barriers also include seals that prevent anyone from connecting two floors by drilling a hole between each. No attack from any god or human weapon could easily pierce such things. Issei had just done the impossible, and Adjika couldn't see how to fix this mess. Before anyone could say another word, several magic circles appeared around the holes before they began to repair the damage caused by Issei. Well, that's unexpected. Seems like we don't need to worry about the holes, Sirzech says with a smile. Sirzech, you know that this mess will put us in trouble with the gods of the underworld. Adjika looks around. But we can ignore it, at least for now. We have very long days ahead of us. Many things are going to change after this night, but for now, I want to thank all of you for helping us to deal with this problem. It is something that needed to be resolved as soon as possible, and something for which I feel responsible. I appreciate the participation of all of you. We're allies. As long as you have our backs, we will support you at all times. Shemhazai explains. Tonight, we have proven that we can work together and overcome any enemy. Let us move towards a different future and let's surpass our past mistakes. The future is ours to shape, Michael says. The soldiers of each faction scream in joy for the first time in a long time. Although there were rough edges and many differences between them, they had seen a bright light at the end of the tunnel. A light that they wanted to follow until the end. Issei, who was watching all of this in silence, begins to nod, and then he turns around before beginning to walk away. Good night, everyone. I'm going back to sleep. Don't call me unless it is an emergency for the next 7 days. I need a break from all of these fights. Tiamat smiles and catches up to him before holding his hand. Adjika, I'll see you in 7 days. Kuroka follows after them as well. We do need a vacation after all of this. Her tails move from side to side as a sign of happiness. Getting the chance to kick the ass of so many puree bastards was very enjoyable. Gabrielle transforms back into her disguise. I'll see you later, my dear brothers. All of us need our beds after all of this. Take care, Gabai. I hope that you come to visit me at Grigori, Azazel says with a smile. Rael nods and follows the rest of her unusual group. The sleepy angel floats away while the eyes of many devils stay on her throughout the whole exchange. Seraphal shakes her head in complete disapproval. Come to visit me at any time, Issei-kun, Seraphal says. We'll see about that, Issei replies in a positive but sleepy tone. The rest of the alliance watches how the small group disappears from their sight. We have truly gained an important ally. His power has grown a lot since the war, and I believe that he will continue to grow even stronger, Raphael says. The other members of the alliance nod in agreement. They knew that it was just the beginning, and they were going to make sure to not be on the wrong side of one of those massive attacks of his. While the leaders discussed a few things between themselves, Vali continued to watch the massive hole that Issei had made. He is amazing. All of that power in such a small body is almost too good to be real. Can I ever become as strong as him? Will he help me to get as strong as him? Can he help me to eliminate him? Her mind went into a dark place of her subconscious after remembering a certain devil. A devil that she once called father. A devil that made her suffer. A devil that stole her innocence after he killed her mother in front of her eyes. Run, my dear girl. Get away from here. The voice of her mother haunted her memories to this day. Vali, the voice of Tobio Ekus, was the one that dragged her back to reality. Is our dear princess feeling fine? Lavinia Rennie says after kneeling in front of her. I'm all right, Lavinia, Vali replies. Are you sure? Maybe you feel tired. Tobio says. I'm okay. Vali looks at the closing hole in the floor. I might need to become as strong as him. The members of the Dog team look at each other. Their faces show real concern. Vali, you don't need that kind of power. If you ever feel that your own power is not strong enough, you can always ask for help or just escape. We don't want you to go mad by taking the usage of the divine dividing too far, Tobio says with a serious tone. If you ever need help, you can always call us and we will be there as soon as possible. Don't strive to become as strong as the Welsh dragon. Strive to have a happy life like we always tell you, Lavinia says. Vali looks at the faces of the Dog team. They had been around her since the first day she arrived at Grigori. They trained her, played with her, and considered her as a young sister that everyone cares about, but even with all the care that they offered her, the trauma of her past was still there. The anger, the desire for vengeance, the need for taking that man's life. Vali, Azazel calls out to her. After seeing her expression and listening to the conversation, he knew what was going on. Vali looks at the fallen angel that she now called her only father. The one that saved her and offered her a home. The only one to offer her the love that she had never received from that man. Is okay, I know, my child. Let's go home. I think it has been enough for tonight. Sirzech, Michael, and everyone else, I think it's time for us to go back to our homes. It has been a long night. We can continue tomorrow. Azazel excuses himself and approaches Vali before holding her hand. Let's go home. Vali nods and departs alongside Azazel. The rest of the agents of Grigori do the same, and before long only the angels and devils are left. Lunafreya Lucifer. They call her Vali, and it seems that there's a whole darker story surrounding her. Adjuka says, that child is a descendant of the original Lucifer. I don't know the story, but I can imagine that her birth and early childhood weren't the best. Rizvam is not the greatest devil around, and his son is just as bad. I know they're alive and hiding somewhere, but I never expected that one of them would end up having a child. If my intuition is right on the money, Rizvan must be the father and the mother must be a human that he took captive. He claimed many times in the past that human girls were the perfect Yule slaves one could ever hope for. Surzech explained with visible disgust. And now his only child is not only the wielder of a Longinus but also a member of Grigori. Such an unexpected case. Raphael looks very interested in the story behind the child wielding the divine dividing. We can ask Azazel about it at another date. For now, let us depart as well. We'll be in contact, Surzech, and good luck with the aftermath of this small conflict. Michael stretches his hand. Surzech grabs it and shakes it. Thanks for everything, and let's hope that we don't have that many problems. This marked the end of the great royal faction within the underworld. Around 700 pureed devils participated in the war on the side of Zekrim, but only 15% of those survived after surrendering to the Alliance. All of the king pieces were either recovered or destroyed during the conflict. No deaths happened on the side of the Alliance, and no bystanders were injured during the fight. The next afternoon, many families had shown up to the city of Lilith for different reasons. Some came to surrender themselves and assume the consequences of their rebellion. Others came to learn the cruel truth about the family members who had disappeared the night before. Some were in jail awaiting their trials. Others were given back in coffins for the funerals. The general population learned about the war, the king pieces, and the goals of the rebels. Everyone was surprised to hear about all of this. So, what's going to happen with the ranking games? Is Adjuka-sama going to close them down? What about the ranks? Are new people going to enter the top 10? Those questions didn't matter that much to a certain devil who was walking through the halls of the base of the four great Satans. Dhasar Belial, please enter. Adjuka-sama is waiting for you, said one of the guards. Dhasar nods and enters the office. Welcome, Dhasar. Please take a seat, Adjuka says. Dhasar does as told while keeping a calm face. Tell me the whole truth, Adjuka-sama. Are my parents actually in jail? Adjuka sighs. There's a lot that you need to know. Your parents should be the least of your worries right now. I need you to watch this confession. Adjuka gives an artifact to Dhasar. Dhasar looks at the screen of the artifact before it begins to play the whole confession of Roigan Belphegor. It takes at least 40 minutes for the whole video to finish, and by the end of it, Dhasar was almost losing his grip. Is all of this the truth? It is. That boy was the Welsh dragon, and he was holding a special sword that allowed him to bend the will of its target. Roigan Belphegor was captured with a king piece in her possession, and after he brought her back, we collected all that information from her. That's the whole truth, but there is something else you need to know. Dhasar takes a deep breath. What else do I need to know? Your cousin, Cleria Belial, is alive. We found her the same night of the war and sent her to Grigori to get treated. She was in a critical state when I found her outside of my door. Even in that state, she had the strength to give us the information regarding the king pieces. The fallen angels have some of the greatest facilities, so you can rest assured that she is in great hands. I will ask for a way in which you can go visit her, but for now, I need you to stay calm and focus on the next steps for your clan. Adjuka shows him a photo of her. She was in shambles and pretty injured when he found her. Dhasar's hands are shaking after grabbing the photo. Cleria, my dear cousin, what did they do to you? His mind is almost reaching the limit, but he keeps it under control for the sake of Cleria. What do you need me to do? Take control of your clan. Your father and mother are not capable of leading your family. I know that this will mean an end to your place within the raiding games, but you need to do it. You're the only one in the whole Belial clan that can take the reins. The remaining members are loose pawns, and that can be troublesome. We don't want more, so I ask that you take the position of the clan leader. Adjuka says. Dhasar doesn't need to think twice. He stands up and bends the knee in front of Adjuka as a sign of respect. I have always respected you and believed in your actions. You have given me back something really important, and I care more about Cleria than the games. I will follow your orders, Adjuka-sama. You don't need to do that. Stand up, Dhasar. Adjuka is really surprised by the actions of Dhasar. Dhasar does as told. Can I ask for a chance to see them? You have the right, but you know that there's a high chance of them never seeing the light of day again. Dhasar nods with visible regret. I know what the consequences are. I won't ask for you to forgive their lives. I just need to talk to them and confirm her side of the story. They are my parents, so they deserved at least that from me. Adjuka nods. I know. Go ahead and follow the guard outside. He is going to take you to them. Dhasar nods and turns around. He was holding a lot of emotions back. He felt rage, sadness, and many other emotions. Mother, how could you really have done all of that? Did you actually help them? Family is important, but in cases such as this, even relations become meaningless. A few moments afterward, it was dark and the smell was disgusting, but Dhasar could see their faces even with the lack of light. Son, the voice of his father calls out. He was chained to a wall within his cell. His wife was in the same state. Both were injured, but none of their injuries were critical. Dhasar, my child. His mother sounded happy. Shut your mouth, mother. I need to know the truth. Ddraig sounded very angry. Both parents seemed depressed after hearing his voice. What do you want us to tell you? That we indeed supported the rebellion? You have always known that we were part of the faction. His father says that the whole manipulation of the games and the truth behind Cleria's disappearance. Ddraig gets closer to his mother. If you love me like you say you do, you will tell me the truth right now. His mother sees the anger behind those eyes. She shakes in fear and thinks about what she should do, but after remembering her current state, she gives in. Dear, what did you do? Ddraig's father asks. Lady Belial sighs. I was part of the group that took care of Cleria. I was involved in her assassination. I did it because as your mother I needed to do what was necessary to protect you, even if it meant killing a member of our own family. We also manipulated your matches as well to prevent you from getting hurt. Lord Belial is left speechless. His mind crashes after hearing those words. Ddraig clenches his fists. I'm really trying not to lose my sanity right now with the both of you. You tainted my career within the games by manipulating my matches. You know that Cleria is one of the main reasons why I started to participate in the games. My sister, a little girl I watched grow since she was a child, and yet you threw her under the bus. You tried to kill her. His powers flare up and his eyes shine with full intent to kill. His mother is unable to respond. The shame is too much. Ddraig looks at both of them. I had great news for the both of you, and I was planning for weeks on how to tell you about it, but you don't deserve to know about it. If you have the guts to kill Cleria, I can't ever trust you with the safety of my own children. Ddraig turns around. Children, his parents call out, but Ddraig doesn't stop. For devils, having a child is rare, and Ddraig had been trying for a long time. His peerage had 2 females whom he had taken as brides. Learning that both were expecting his children was one of the happiest moments in his life, and yet his parents would never meet them. Cleria, I have missed you so much. I hope to see you again and that you can forgive me for not being able to protect you when it mattered. Meanwhile, in another cell, she was chained to a wall just like with the rest of the prisoners. Her mind was in chaos. She was in deep problems and there was no way out for her. She is right here, Ddraig said, as he guided the parents of Roigan. The door is opened by the guard and her parents enter the cell. Look at you, her father says. I always had high expectations and hopes for you. Since you were a child, I told you that the easy way out would never be the right one. Daddy, Roigan is interrupted. You have tainted the legacy of our family. You betray the 4 great Satans for the sake of glory. Couldn't you win with your own hands? Couldn't you push yourself to climb the ladder with your own strength? Why did you have to endanger the lives of your opponents and your own peerage? Her father asked. Her mother is in tears and no words can even come out of her mouth. I needed to win, Roigan says, but with your own power and not just by using a dangerous artifact such as that damn piece. Your ancestors have always crawled their way out even if it meant losing an arm or a leg. I lost a hand during the war and almost my life on many occasions, but I never backed down from the battlefield, nor did I cheat my way out. You're not my daughter nor a member of the Belphegor clan anymore. Your peerage will be exchanged and separated. You're no longer their king since you were willing to put them at risk for all of this time. Lord Belphegor says. Roigan lets tears out as she feels how her whole life has come crashing down. What am I supposed to do? I don't care. Become the slave of another devil if you can't think of anything. Maybe find someone willing to take you in, but I'm not the person you should ask for help. Lord Belphegor turns around. Maybe the Welsh dragon will offer you a hand as he did with that stray devil, but as I see it, nobody would want someone like you. A traitor like you would never find a group to take her in. Her parents exit the cell and the doors are closed once more. Roigan was left with her thoughts once again. Alone, without a family, a peerage, nor a way out. What should I do? A few steps away from the cell. Belphegor, why did you mention the Welsh dragon? Ddraig asks. I have heard about the stray devil that was left in his care. My daughter is a mess that needs some guidance of the harshest kind, and maybe by following that dragon she can redeem herself. I also appreciate the fact that he stopped her and chose not to kill her when he came looking for her. I love my daughter, but it seems that she needs to crawl through the mud until she can rise once more. Lord Belphegor says. This is her only way of correcting herself. She has power but needs to be pushed to a breakthrough. Now that she has lost everything, she will be forced to either swim or sink. Lady Belphegor says. How can you be sure that is going to work that way? You don't know the Welsh dragon. Ddraig says. I don't, but I know that if you as one of the heads of our faction believe in him, I feel like I can entrust my daughter to him. It is either doing this or forcing her to marry another devil for the sake of her future. I never wanted that for her. I don't want her to be a trophy wife for any man. That's why I pushed her to become stronger since she was a child. She is my only daughter, and although I'm angry at her, I want what is best for her. She won't be the head of the clan, but at least she can become a respectable devil that fights alongside an ally of our faction. Belphegor continues to move on. I ask that you talk to him for me. I don't want Roigan to learn about any of this from me. You truly surprised me, old head. You haven't changed since the war, but maybe you're having too much hope on the Welsh dragon. He is not running a charity. Maybe I can use this to help Riaz with her peerage. Ddraig had his own plans for Roigan. He may be one of the heads of the devils and someone trustworthy, but he was still a mischievous devil. Rainier was calmly humming while she continued to cook. It had been a long night for everyone, and the rest of the inhabitants of the house were calmly sleeping. Even Asia, who had been sleeping for far longer, had yet to wake up. Rainier enjoys the silence that this situation is offering to her. Not needing to worry about the other people around her allows her to think more clearly and enjoy her books in complete peace. But like always, life had other plans for her. A magic circle appears next to her face. Damn it, who is the asshole that wants to interrupt my alone time? Rainer thinks before she answers the call. Rainer speaking. Who's this? It is me, Shemhazai. Shemhazai-sama, how are you doing? I don't have all the details, but Will-sama and the others said that the problem has been taken care of. We did. We eliminate almost all enemies. Very few gave up and surrendered themselves. Our troops were unharmed, so we can say that it was a successful mission. That sounds great. So why are you calling me? I wanted to talk to you about his power. What about it? We already know that he is one of the strongest beings around. Rainer, he pierced all the floors of the underworld with one attack. Give me a second. I need to do some math. Rainer grows quiet. As a member of the research team of Azazel, she was one of the smartest fallen angels around. Things such as these were part of her every day, and her curiosity, knowledge, and expertise were almost unmatched by the rest. Rainer starts to think and formulate several formulas to calculate the strength needed to pierce through the floors of the underworld. Her mind is running wild as she tries to come up with a conclusion. In the end, the math didn't add up. Not even all of her knowledge could help her to come up with a way to explain this whole situation. Mother of all shits, are you sure about this? Rainer asks. I am. He pierced the floors of the underworld. I saw the hole personally. The area was still hot after the attack was done. We already know that his flames don't follow any scientific or magic rules. No need for oxygen, not affected by water or cold, capable of eating anything regardless of any type of defense or material. Rainer, I'm asking you to keep a close eye on him and make sure that he doesn't go out of control. That amount of power is insane and everyone knows that. You're there to prevent a tragedy just like Gabriel is. He is our ally, but we want to make sure that he is not going to attack the human world or another faction because of his emotions. Be the voice of reason for him and prevent the worst kind of scenario. We want to make sure he doesn't go nuclear. Shemhazai says. He wanted to make sure that Rainer didn't forget her mission. Rainer sighs. I know. Heaven wouldn't send Gabriel unless they feared the worst possible outcome. The devils have Tiamat, angels have Gabriel, and I'm representing Grigori. We're the ones that need to keep an eye on his activities and voice our concerns to prevent chaos. Yet, I believe that he is going to be fine. I don't feel the same rudeness and headedness that he showed back in the day. Maybe it is thanks to his old age, maybe it is due to the interactions with the previous boosted gear hosts, or maybe it is due to the child with whom he is fusing himself, but Ddraig is not the same. He seems to enjoy this peaceful life and age. I doubt that he would go out of his way to start a conflict on his own. Shemhazai's tone stays calm but shows concern. I want to believe that as well, but we can't be 100% sure about it. Just keep your eyes open and do what's necessary to stop him. He is our ally, but he is also an element we can't control. He is an unpredictable being. Take care of yourself and let us know if anything happens. Thus ends the call, leaving Rainer with the same task that Azazel had given to her. She wasn't only a member of this unusual group, she was an agent who should keep an eye on the Welsh dragon and prevent chaos or any kind of problems for Grigori. Just another day in my life. I hope that I don't ever need to fight you ever again, Will-sama. You know why I'm here after all. Her eyes shift back into the food in front of her and the book she was still reading. Learning how to cook wasn't a bad thing in the end. Thus continues a quiet morning for Rainer. An hour later, Issei and the rest of the inhabitants started to wake up before starting their daily routines. It was around 1 p.m. so breakfast was long gone. Hi, Rainer, Kuroka said as she entered the kitchen. What do we have for today? German potato dumplings, Finnish salmon and dill pie, and shrimp Mozambique. All of you came back really late and I'm sure that your stomachs are practically empty. Rainer smiles as she turns around. Sound great. Kuroka's stomach growls. The other members of the group start to appear one after the other. Asia comes next before being followed by Rael, Tiamat, and finally Issei. Good to see that everyone is up and ready to eat my food. Take a seat. Rainer watches as everyone takes a seat at the dining table. All of you left, Asia says. Sorry, Asia. It was a conflict in which you wouldn't be able to participate. We were flying through the whole ordeal and they were ready to kill any enemy on their way. Issei replies. But what if someone got injured? Asia asks. We were fine in that nobody got injured. Asia, we do understand your concern, but there's always the next time. Don't feel left out, but if you do want to join us, let me train you, Rael offers. Train her, Rael, she's a child. Kuroka argues. A child with potential just like your younger sister. The earlier we start with her training, the stronger she can become. What do you say? Asia, Rael asks. Asia looks at the other members of her group. You're a child and there's no need for you to fight, but I won't stop you, Kuroka says. The path is going to be hard, especially for you. It will take time before you feel capable of protecting yourself, but you won't regret it in the end. Just remember to balance your training with your normal life. Not everything is fighting. Tiamat recommends. It's all up to you, Asia. No choice is bad. Living a normal human life, the life of a supernatural being, or a mix of both. No choice is perfect or completely bad. Rainer explains. The humans that are involved with Grigori usually live a mix of both. Tobio Ikyus is the team leader of the dog team and is the wielder of one of the Longinus. He is in high school at the moment, but he continues to participate in missions around the world. He is only 17, but he is one of the strongest humans around. It's not impossible for you to do the same, Asia. Asia's eyes turn and focus on Issei. The Welsh dragon is sitting in silence until he gives his own opinion. I offered my help to you, but I admit that training you is necessary. It's up to you if you start now or later on. Choose your own path, Asia. The girl smiles and turns to Rael. If you're fine with me as a student, I will follow your teachings to become stronger. It would be my pleasure. I will make sure you're stronger than most exorcists that have been trained by the church. Rael claims, get ready, Asia. Your training won't be an easy one. Rainer says. She knew that Gabriel wasn't the best of teachers, and although her intentions were the best ones, her methods were some of the hardest ones. Well, let's eat. We can worry about training and other things at another time, Issei says. Everyone nods and they begin to enjoy the food. After lunch, the group decides to use the pool of the building. The girls jump in one after the other, but Issei sits on the side of the pool while holding the egg in which Tosca is still changing into a dragon. Can you hear my voice? You don't know me and I don't know about your past, but I want you to know that once you come out you will find a different place. Isaiah is alive and many of the other kids are as well. A few of the kids died during that day, but almost all of those that hurt all of the kids are dead. Tosca, my runs through your body right now, and I want to make sure that you can enjoy a life in which you can be happy. I will be your father and I will offer you a home in which you can feel safe. The world can be cruel, but there are things for which you have to come back. That boy is waiting for you, so don't keep him waiting, Issei says. The egg shakes a bit as a sign that is reacting to his voice and presence. Issei smiles. Good. Hold on to your hopes, memories, and desires. Tosca, you're no longer human, but you're still alive. You're a dragon just like me. Although you're not human, what matters is the fact that you're alive. Don't fear what you have become and embrace the path that is ahead of you. As a child with I will be there for you from now and for the rest of eternity. The egg shakes once more. The egg is hot as the lava of a volcano. Issei smiles. What kind of powers will you develop? I'm going to watch you grow and make sure you never become a monster such as my past self. There will never be another red dragon emperor. The girls watch from the pool as Issei takes care of the egg. He was showing real care towards the girl inside the egg. So, he doesn't want another one like himself? Kuroka asks as she floats in the water. Her two-piece black bikini showed her best attributes, although she was still growing. Us dragons hold different titles. Our primary ones are given to us by Great Red, who acts as our grandpa and mentor. The Welsh dragon, the red heavenly dragon, and the two-headed red dragon of chaos are the ones that he has gained from Great Red. All the other ones were given to him by gods and other supernatural beings. The red dragon emperor was given to him close to the end of his first life, and it continued alongside the boosted gear users. His time trapped within the boosted gear is one filled with happy and dark memories. Not all the users were great people. Some killed many innocents, some conquered lands, some were monsters that were driven mad by him and the power. He doesn't want another dragon like that, Tiamat explains while holding Asia on her shoulders. Her exotic aquamarine two-piece bikini was more revealing, and any man would have fallen for her after seeing her attractive body. But he is not a sacred gear user, Asia says. Her schoolgirl swimsuit was perfect for her lack of any attractive assets. Rael nods. Yes, he is no longer just a human with a small grasp of the true power of a dragon. He is now the whole unchained dragon. His power will attract those that fear that power, those that want to challenge him, and those that will try to ask him to join them for the sake of using that power. Kakabeel was the first one but not the last. The Seraph was wearing a single-piece white bikini that was improving her impressive appeal. Power attracts attention. How many enemies will come to this place in search of him? 101,000. We will have to wait and be ready for the fights to come. Rainer looks at the ceiling. We will need to grow stronger if we want to be of any help to him. Her two-piece purple bikini was a really risky one, and any man would have fallen unconscious in a pool of his own after seeing her curves. The girls look at the boy and he offers them a calm smile. That face will surely attract the attention of other things. I'm not talking about enemies. Tiamat, how many brides can a male dragon have? Kuroka asks while trying to hide her blush. Tiamat thinks for some time. I don't think there's a limit, but I can tell you that we're going to see many, even if I don't want that to happen. Call it fate or pure luck, but it has begun. Let's just hope that the ones that end up developing interest in him are not insanely possessive. I will put anyone that tries to take him away from me in their place. Tiamat shows a creepy smile. Yes, you're already possessive. Kuroka thinks. Your feelings for him are truly amazing, Tiamat. Maybe just a bit too extreme. Rael argues. Tiamat is about to say something but is interrupted by the appearance of a small magic circle. Hello, Tiamat. The voice of the former Dragon King and current Ultimate Class Devil, Tannen, is heard. Tannen, how are you? Are your wives treating you well? Tiamat replies after hearing the voice of her old acquaintance. Well, right now I need your help. Can you allow me to hide in your house for a few hours? I need to hide until the situation calms down. The dragon sounds anxious and pretty scared. Tiamat smiles after thinking about the possible reason for his anxious tone. Sure, come and visit. My dearest will be happy to meet you. Thanks, I will go alongside Bova and Yukheim, Tannen says before he cuts communication. Tannen, who's that? Asia asks. The former Dragon King, the Blaze Meteor Dragon, the living example of what awaits him. Tiamat points her finger towards Issei. Dear, be ready to meet your old acquaintance. Issei sighs. Let's meet him and see how much he has changed since the last time we saw each other. A few minutes afterward, His tan skin was filled with superficial injuries. His face was red and inflamed after receiving many slaps. His purple hair was practically frozen after receiving an ice attack. Tannen, the former Dragon King, was a mess. His gray suit was practically in shambles as well. His youngest son, Bova, who looks like a younger version of Tannen, was covering his face in shame. He was sitting down on the right side of his father. He was wearing some jeans and a black jacket. He looks like a 16-year-old boy, but he is much older. I can't believe that we were forced to run away. Yukime was the youngest daughter. She has a veil that covers her face and says nothing while she's sitting on the seat on her father's left side. She has white skin like snow, light purple hair, and her hands had a few draconic scales. Her nails are sharp like the claws of a dragon due to the genes of her father. There was also a cold aura around her as well. She was wearing a white kimono with blue flowers. She was at least 14 years old when it came to her appearance. Most of the group was trying to figure out how the Great Tannen ended up this way. They were sitting right in front of the trio. Tiamat was just laughing like an insane lady. I can't believe it. Who is it, the first wife or one of the other ones? Tannen lowers his head. All of them. What did you do? Did you forget the birthday of one of them? Tiamat asks. I did, Tannen admits. Tiamat continues to laugh. I can't. Tiamat gets closer to Issei. Please learn from him what not to do. She then continues to laugh. The rest of the group starts to connect the pieces. The realization hits Kuroka like a truck. She then joins Tiamat and starts to laugh uncontrollably. Issei, is this your future? Kuroka asks. The Welsh dragon feels sorry for his fellow dragon. Tannen, it has been a long time. It truly has been. If I remember well, we last met around 14 years ago when one of the boosted gear wielders was training to become the greatest weapon master and martial artist. What was her name? Tannen asks. He appreciates the fact that Ddraig is ignoring his appearance. Lind, she did complete the formless style, but she never taught it to anyone, at least when she was alive. I'm still learning it through the process of reliving her memories. But let's talk about the present. Are these your son and daughter? Issei asks. Yes, this is Bova, my youngest boy, and Yukime, my youngest daughter. I brought them with me because Bova is in trouble like me, and Yukime is my only ally in moments like this one. There's also the fact that it is her mother's birthday, the one that I forgot. Tannen admits. Nice to meet the both of you. I welcome all of you to our home. These are the members of my group: Asia, Kuroka, Rainier, Rael, and Tiamat. Issei presents the group. Yukime nods while Bova starts to be rude. Is this really the Welsh dragon? I expected something bigger and stronger. I can't believe this. The so-called red heavenly dragon is just a small boy. This small fly can't be stronger than my dad, Bova says. Yukime lifts her right arm and creates a massive ice claw. She then smashes it into the head of her sibling. I apologize for his rudeness. Her voice is beautiful but almost unhearable due to her low tone. Bova is left unconscious after one hit. His body falls to the floor. Some even comes out from his head. Is okay. One question, are you a Yukiana? Those ice powers are not common among dragons, Issei asks while ignoring the unconscious dragon on the floor. My mother, Shizue, is a Yukiana. I'm a mix between a dragon and a Yukiana, Yukime answers. The girl smiles behind the veil. She appreciates the fact that he didn't mind the rudeness of her brother. Issei looks at Tannen. You truly have gone beyond my expectations, Tannen. You either have the greatest or the worst luck of all of us. A Yukiana doesn't sound like the easiest of mates for us dragons. They are cold while we are hot, but I guess that love can achieve the impossible. So, how's the family in the clan? The dragon grows more anxious after hearing the question. 22 wives, 45 children, and a whole clan that I have to take care of. My life is a mixture of happiness and pure madness. Sometimes I ask myself how it came to this. One day I was a single dragon beating challengers left and right. Then the next I was surrounded by so many wives that I started to forget the concept of time since they don't age. Ddraig, I'm no longer capable of exiting my mountain without a reason. They control each of my movements. I'm happy, but I'm also scared because if one of them is angry, every single one is angry at me. They have joined forces to beat me up. I, the Great Tannen, have become a punching bag for them to do as they please. Tannen seems to have a small mental breakdown. Yukime pats the head of her dad. It's all right, Dad. They love you. You're just a little too careless. I told you before, be careful with what you do and say around them. We just need to find a gift for her and hope all of them can forgive you. Tiamat and Kuroka continue to laugh even harder at his expense. Issei sighs and continues the conversation with Tannen. Why 45 devils have a small birth rate. Dragons, even those that have been rebirthed into devils, seem to not be affected by that. Especially if your wives are not devils based on my own experience. Our bodies are made to spread our genes, or that's what I want to believe. I had no problems with any of my wives when it came to pregnancies. Tannen tries to cool himself down. Ddraig, can I still call you that since the voice doesn't match you at all? Call me either way. Issei or Ddraig is all right. Issei replies. What are your plans for the future? You have a body now and I know about the alliance. By the way, did you really pierce the floors of the underworld with one attack? Tannen asks. I did. I'm much stronger than before and I have greater control over my flames now. Regarding my plans, a normal life in my own faction. There's also my debt to Great Red that I need to pay back in the future. The alliance is also in the plans. Tiamat wants children and we both know I don't have a way out of that. Issei and Tannen look at Tiamat. The dragoness stops laughing and smiles. I love you, dear. The creepy smile she gives to them makes Tannen even more scared. You're dead, Ddraig. You have carved your own tomb, but I wish you the best of luck with her. Regarding that faction, what are you hoping to do? One doesn't create a nation just for the sake of saying they have one. Tannen asks. Tiamat looks mad but ignores Tannen for a moment. She was interested in Issei's answer. Issei stands up and walks towards a window. A nation made for dragons, his descendants, and allies. A nest in which we can finally settle down. Not just a mountain but a whole nation in the underworld. I have the way in which to create that place. He points at the bracelet that Tiamat is wearing. I asked Hephaestus for help and he created that item for me. It holds enough power to create that place. I killed many beings to obtain the materials for that bracelet. It's the closest thing to the powers of Demeter or other gods capable of terraforming a whole place. Demeter, like the goddess of agriculture from the Greek pantheon, Rael asks. Exactly her. Hephaestus has created many weapons, but his siblings and fellow gods are ignoring his true potential. He can create many things if he is given the time and materials. His talent for the creation of artifacts is almost unmatched by anyone else. He is not the most handsome and many fake legends have tainted his name, but he is the one god from the Greek pantheon that I believe in. He is a good drinking partner as well, Issei admits. Tiamat looks at her bracelet with even more appreciation. So, we only need to find the perfect place for its usage. We do. It's a one-time item. It will lose all that power after using it once. So, we need the perfect place for it. Issei says. A faction for dragons and you will be the leader, Tannen asks. Issei shakes his head. Tiamat is going to be the leader. Of all of us, she is the one with the most reasonable mind. She has been alive through all of this and is not viewed as an enemy by most pantheons. I can be more like a sub-leader and the muscle behind the whole operation, but she is going to be the leader. Tiamat looks at him. Me, but I was killed and yet you have gained the friendship of someone like Adjuka and the respect of devils before I even showed up in the picture. Power is important, but a reasonable mind is more crucial for a successful faction. I kill, I destroy, but I'm not the greatest role model to follow. Bova said that he was expecting a big and strong dragon. That is what the Welsh dragon is. You are strong, but you're more reasonable than any of us, the first dragons. While Albion, Tannen, Vritra, Fafnir, and I were going around creating trouble, you have been calm. Not starting many fights. No heists on pantheons like I did. No wars against pantheons. You're the one leader dragons should follow. I will support you and make sure you rule for as long as you feel like doing it. Issei says. Tiamat is speechless. Tannen just smiles. He is actually in the right place. It does sound like a great idea if Tiamat is made into the main leader. Sign me in, Dragon King Tiamat. The other girls look at Tiamat and nod in agreement. There you go, Tiamat. You're about to become the one leader of dragons if the plan works. Rainer says. Grigori, but for dragons. This is really unexpected, to say the least. Michael, Raphael, and Uriel are not going to believe this, Rael says. Have you been planning for this that long? Kuroka asks while looking at Issei. Not all of it. A land for dragons that has been in mind for a long time after meeting Tiamat before the age of man. I knew that the world wasn't for us. The gods were killing and moving their creations around. We were born in that world, but it wasn't ours at all. Surzech, Adjuka, the Alliance, and the fact that Tiamat has been there since the moment I came out from the egg has been pushing me to change my plans around. When I came out of that egg, I didn't expect that she would just confess her feelings for me. She has been an unexpected element that has pushed me to change things around. I'm happy that she has been there for me since the beginning. Issei says with a smile. Ddraig, you really don't sound like yourself. Are you sure that she hasn't used some kind of method to control your mind? Tannen asks. Yukime lifts her arm once more before smacking her father. Stay quiet. This is an emotional moment. Tannen holds his head but stays silent. You are just like your mother. Why do you hit so hard? Tiamat starts to tear up. You stupid head-headed lizard. You can't just say things like that so easily. What do you expect me to do? Deny that I care about you? You're my first bride after all, and I will try to make you happy. Issei's tone is calm and his face shows a sincere smile. Idiot, Tiamat says while sobbing. I know. Don't cry. I will do whatever is necessary to make sure that you're happy. Issei tries to calm her down. Tiamat tackles him to the ground. Idiot, stupid. Look at what you make me do. You just know what to say to make me lose control over my feelings. Everyone watches the cute interaction between the couple. A true Casanova. I see many more girls falling for you in the near future. Kuroka thinks. The complexity of relationships such as this. Anger, appreciation, interest in each other's well-beings. I may be able to feel such emotions if I keep following him. Rael's mind thinks about what the future may look like for her. Asia feels happy about being around Issei and the rest. I hope to find someone in the future that will show such care for me as he does for her. Rainer takes mental notes of the mentality of the Welsh dragon. A faction, a future, no grudges against the gods involved in his first death. Truly a different dragon. Our future looks brighter than before. Tannen continues to scratch his head. You're deep in, my friend. I doubt that you can get out after saying things such as those. Your fate has been decided, and just like me, you'll keep attracting them even if that's not your plan. I see a high chance that the rest of these girls will completely fall in love with you as well. You will also learn to care for them, and without realizing it, you won't be able to let them go. The former dragon king looks at his young daughter, Yukime. His daughter looks at him. Yes, father. He notices something weird through the veil. Wait, are you before Tannen can say another word, his daughter punches him in the gut. SHHH, keep quiet. A lady needs to keep a few secrets, and old men such as yourself shouldn't reveal his own daughter's secrets. Her tone is low, but her intent is straight to the point. The fact that everyone is focusing on the couple helps her to hide her actions. Shit, what have I done? Ddraig run, but Tannen was too late to stop it. Alarm sounded on his head as the memories of his own experiences with her mother came back to him. The chase, the violence, the knives, and the incredible determination of the woman that he met under a cold night in Hokkaido. The sight of the youngest daughter was placed in one man, and like her mother, she wasn't going to back away. Mom, I have found my chosen mate. Strong and caring. Charming like no other. A man that cares about family, and one that you will approve of when I show him to you. I will see you around much more regularly, darling. Yukime smiles behind her veil. A beautiful face that hides the cruel determination of a dangerous frozen dragon. Joseph Joestar mandatory joke, oh my god, Nuo. Several minutes afterward. Thanks for visiting, Tannen. I hope that you come back. Make sure to bring your family as well. I will be happy to meet your other sons and daughters. Issei says. I will think about it, Tannen says with a worried smile. He turns toward his daughter. Yukime is lifting her brother over her shoulder. We'll come back once Mom and the rest talk about it. Daddy's agenda is packed, so it may be impossible for him to come, but my siblings and the rest of the family is another case. Right, Daddy? Tannen feels the cold glare of her daughter. His whole body shakes, and he then feels the hands of his wife sway around his neck while holding a Y knife. Like a judge from the land of the dead ready to take his life away. Why did it have to be my own daughter? Why did it have to be you, Ddraig? I'm so sorry for what I have done to you. Tannen nods while trying to hide his emotions. Bova starts to wake up. Why does my head hurt so much? Yukime creates another ice claw and sends him back to the land of dreams. Why did you do that? Kuroka asks. It's better if he stays asleep until we're back home. He is a troublesome sibling with a bad attitude. He tries to stand up by being rude and overstepping his boundaries, so the other siblings have to keep him in check like Mom and the rest do with Daddy. I appreciate your invitation, and I hope that we see each other again. Thanks for everything, Yukime says in a cheerful tone. It was our pleasure. Please be sure to come around with your siblings next time, Tiamat says. Her instincts are telling her that something is very wrong. We will. See you later, darling. That last word is directed towards Issei in a very low tone. Nobody hears the word, but a chill runs down Issei's back for a moment. His instincts kick in and his eyes lock onto Yukime. He can't see her face due to the veil that covers her face, but his entire body is telling him that she's dangerous. Oh no, stupid male syndrome, not her. The trio departs and Issei's mind is on high alert after the meeting. Life was full of surprises, and he had just met one of many awaiting him in the future. Here is the list. Watch out for spoilers. 1. Great Red and Trihexa, the true dragon and beast of the apocalypse, are obvious choices. Great Red is feared and left alone by the rest of the pantheons, while Trihexa is the one that could destroy everyone else. 2. Offeyes, the endless dragon, holds the second place because she has endless power, but she doesn't really use it to its fullest potential. She lost to Great Red due to the lack of control over her powers and the lack of ways in how to use them. She lacks training and a reason for fighting except for her current objective. She is the only immortal in all of the realms due to her connection to the dimensional gap. She will continue to exist even when everyone else dies. 3. Ddraig, Issei Welsh, after escaping the booster gear and having been blessed with the powers of Great Red and Offeyes, he stands as something that rivals Shiva, who has yet to appear in the story. He's still growing at the moment. 3. Shiva, the destroyer and strongest Hindu god. He can kill most of the cast if he wishes. He holds several abilities that make him the strongest god at the moment. 4. Vishnu and god of the Bible. Vishnu is the one that holds the strongest defense amongst the gods, and the god of the Bible was the one that sealed Trihexia. 5. Zeus and Odin. These two match each other in strength, experience, and power. Although Odin has lost his youth, he still is the king of the Norse gods, like Zeus is the head of the Greek pantheon. 6. Brahma, Indra, Quetzalcoatl, Angramaniu, and Susanoo. All of them are practically around the same strength. Brahma and Indra are just slightly above the rest. Susanoo is the current leader of the surviving Shinto gods. Quetzalcoatl is the only remaining deity from the Aztec, Mayan pantheon after the war. Angra is practically the big bad of his pantheon, and he has survived the ongoing war with the Persian gods for a long time. 7. Crom Cruach, Albion, and Thor. All of these match each other, although Albion can easily jump into the 5th place due to his poison and abilities. Divide and Reflect are easily some of the most overpowered abilities in the whole series. These abilities, and the ones that Ddraig has, are the reason why it was so hard for the gods to kill them in this story. Crom Cruach is the strongest evil dragon and an insane opponent that few can match. Thor is Odin's son and one of the most feared gods due to his insane powers and hammer. 8. Surzech, Ajuka, Michael, and Azazel. Surzech and Ajuka have surpassed the original Satan, so it is obvious why they are placed in this spot. Surzech can destroy a star, but his powers are still too much for him to go all out for long periods of time. Although Ajuka doesn't hold the raw strength that Surzech has, his own powers are insanely broken. Michael and Azazel are the leaders of their factions. Both survived the war and are practically two sides of the same coin. They are insanely strong. Michael has his own holy armament and Azazel has his own inventions that are yet to be seen. Azazel lacks a holy armament, but he is a former seraph. They can destroy a planet, but the main reason as to why they are in this place is mostly due to their experience as warriors. 9. Hades, Poseidon, and other similar gods can match Cersei and the others if they push themselves to the limit. 10. Aten and Lug. Both are the strongest ones of their pantheons due to being some of the few survivors. This is the current scale of power for the story. Even those in rank 10 can destroy a planet with their powers. The only character in the list that is dead at the moment is the god of the Bible, so you can expect the appearance of some of these characters. Tiamat and other dragons are not here, but Tiamat will join the ranking once she goes through her own skin shredding process. She has been blessed with some power by Great Red, and her place after she comes out of the egg would be around the 9 to 8th place. She has her own abilities like most dragons. Gabriel easily falls into 8th place alongside her other brothers, but the rest of the seraphs such as Metatron fall in the 910th place. Barakiel, Shemhazai, and Kakabil are not even close to joining in. They are strong but not even close to the ranking. Vali is going to join later on, really late. A young Hindu boy was sitting down with his eyes closed on top of a big tower. To the common eyes of humans, he could be mistaken for a normal middle schooler, but to the eyes of any supernatural being, he was obviously a dangerous individual. His well-trained body was filled with scars and many tattoos that symbolize his divinity. His back was covered by long dark blue hair, but behind the locks of hair, 2 massive scars stood out as a symbol of his past fights. His body was only covered by a pair of blue pants and no shoes. While the boy was quietly meditating, another figure started to approach him. The figure had a tall body with 3 arms, caramel-colored skin, and an elephant head instead of that of a human. One of the tusks of his head was broken, and like the young boy, his body was covered with scars from previous fights. The tall figure stops and takes a seat next to the boy. "Father," the figure calls out. The boy says nothing. "Father, you have been summoned. Lord Indra has asked for your presence on Mount Meru," the figure says. The boy starts to open his eyes and turns to look at his child. "Ganesha, do you remember the war?" Ganesha looks into his father's eyes before looking into the horizon before them. "I do. You lost 2 arms. I lost 1. Kardikya almost got killed and we lost many allies. Do you still hold a grudge against the other pantheons against Albion?" Shiva asks. Ganesha growls quietly. The god touches his back and remembers the pain he felt during that fight. "I used to, but now I don't. We joined the fight for the sake of following Indra's command. We knew what could happen if we joined in, and yet we still fought for nothing except pride in our status as one of the strongest pantheons. We sure did." The boy stands up. "Indra felt that if we didn't join in, we would be seen as weak by the other pantheons. We fought and then we lost more than what we got out. As the god of destruction, I destroyed all that stood in my path, and yet I couldn't defeat that beast. I, the one that is called the strongest god, almost lost both of my sons even with all of this power." He looks at his hands, the hands that have crushed so many opponents. The god looks at his son. "Ganesha, I know why Indra has asked for my presence. My eyes have seen what awaits us and we're not ready for what is coming. Ganesha, I ask that you follow me and pay attention to those that we're going to meet today." Ganesha watches as his father stretches his hand out to him. Ganesha takes it before standing up. "Have your visions returned?" "Yes, my son. What I saw is something that I can't stop, and yet I also saw hope at the end of the road. Let's go. It is time for me to confirm my suspicions." The god fs his finger and a portal into the dimensional gap opens up. Ganesha connects the dots. "I'll follow you. Let us depart." His father smiled and they both departed. Dimensional gap. Great Red continues to fly around his home. The old dragon had many things he was reflecting on, but that didn't mean that he wasn't paying attention to what was happening around his domain. The massive dragon stops and turns around until his eyes focus on the 2 gods that have entered his domain. "Shiva, Ganesha, can I know the reason behind your visit?" Ganesha tries his hardest to stay calm. "Dad, are you sure about this?" Shiva smiles after reading his son's mind. "Good to see you, Great Red. I ask for your forgiveness, but there are things that we need to discuss." Great Red looks at the boy. "And why should I talk to you?" Shiva's smile disappears and a concerned face replaces it. "For a long time, I asked myself if I could ever hope to defeat you, and after many visions of possible fights and its effects, I concluded that I couldn't defeat you, nor could I defeat Ophis or Triaxa. I accepted that fact, and I also realized a few things as well. And what are those things? You're necessary. The dimensional gap holds many secrets that not even I know. My visions have shown me things that not many have seen. Visions of what could appear from the deepest parts of this place. This is your home, but is also your task. You keep things away from us while we deal with our problems. It has always been this way. So, tell me, Great Red, why are you helping to create that monster? Why are you making Ddraig into the monster of my visions?" Shiva asks with a serious tone. Great Red shows little surprise. This wasn't the first time. Other gods had asked many things in the past as well. The massive dragon sighs. "Because even I fear death. I know what is coming, and I know that I can't defeat it on my own. I have reached my peak. I can't become stronger than this. I'm a massive container that is filled with water with no space for more water, a dog that can't learn more tricks, but they are not the same. Ddraig, Albion, Tiamat, Vritra, Yulong, Fafnir, Tannin, and Crom Cruach are containers that can be reshaped and made into much bigger ones. Each one of them was born with the potential to grow stronger and surpass their past selves with no end in sight. Among all of them, only Ddraig, Albion, and Crom have pushed themselves to break those limits. No matter what they had to lose, no matter the pain they needed to endure, each one of them continued to push on and become stronger thanks to that. Those three are the strongest children that I have watched grow, the strongest dragons below me in off-eyes. My eyes have been watching how each one has grown and changed over the centuries. I have been waiting to see where they end up, and after many centuries, Ddraig was the one that showed me the brightest light among the rest. He came back from the dead and took the chance to change even more. Albion is still sealed, and Crom Cruach still lacks love for his own life. Both lack a goal for which to live. You, I, and everyone else needs that Ddraig, the one in your visions. We need a monster that can surpass me, Off-Eyes, and Trihexa for the sake of our future. That man and his armies will come, but he won't be the only one. Others will follow after him if we overcome him. There are things beyond our home, other places, peaceful beings with great powers, and other beings that look for destruction. We need a monster to defeat those other monsters that will try to destroy us. Both gods are shocked by the revelations. Neither one was expecting to hear the strongest being saying that he fears something. That can't be it. There has to be another reason. You fearing death is not something that I can easily believe in, Shiva says. Ganesha looks at his father and sees the curiosity pasted on his face. Great Red smiles. I have grown attached to this place and those that I see as my children. We don't share, but I have been watching over them since they hatched from their eggs. I have seen their best, their worst, and I don't want that to stop. I have seen and given titles to each of the dragons that have been born from Tannin's many relationships. I will survive and see the ones that are yet to be born from my other children as well. I'm a grandpa that is enjoying his extended family, and there's no bigger reason than that for me to do what's necessary to protect that happiness. I'm going to make sure that Ddraig becomes the strongest dragon that anyone has ever seen, even if you tried to stop me. Great Red releases his power, and both gods feel the enormous power he possesses. Ganesha is stopped. Shiva begins to laugh aloud. Ganesha and Great Red watch as Shiva laughs without any restraint. Are you serious, Dad? Great Red is going to kill us. Ganesha is having a panic attack. You're an idiot. Great Red powers down after seeing the stupid child in front of him. The laughing continues for several moments until it stops. Are you done? Great Red asks. I am. I wasn't expecting you to be so attached to them. I didn't take you as a parental figure. You didn't interfere when Albion and Ddraig got killed, nor did you stop any of the deaths of Vritra and Fafnir. Shiva mentions the other dragons that have been slain before. Vritra was sealed into different sacred gears, and Fafnir was slain before being revived by Odin. Because I know when to interfere and when to allow things to follow its course. Vritra shouldn't have fought you, and Fafnir sealed his fate by causing chaos around the realms. Ddraig and Albion also sealed their fates after attacking the pantheons that were at war with each other. Getting killed is what has allowed Ddraig to change and become the Ddraig that I know today, but don't mistake my lack of interference with lack of care. If their souls are intact, I can and I will bring any of them back to life. Great Red admits. Shiva smiles. So, you're a family man just like me. You care about them even if you don't directly tell them. You're such a curious and interesting creature. I came here to confirm if you're the one that will lead to Ddraig becoming that monster, and you told me more than what I was expecting. I won't stop you, but I will keep a close eye on him. I saw 3 calamities in the future, and if he is the only one that can help us to surpass those calamities, then I will make sure that he becomes the strongest beast. You have my collaboration, Great Red. Father, what are you saying? Ganesha asks. I'm making sure that you and everyone else survives. Trihexa will come back one day, and even if we try to stop it, I can't take him down once he is unsealed. I also saw other calamities that come from places beyond the dimensional gap. I'm ready to fight, but I'm not enough. Shiva looks at Great Red. You're not enough either, so you're creating your own pieces for war. Great Red shakes his head. I'm creating the ones that will protect our future, and he is the one who will lead us in the fights to come. Shiva smiles with excitement. His eyes could see into the future, but he knew that the future wasn't set in stone. So, for the sake of that future, he was willing to allow the creation of something that could surpass him one day. My fists are at your disposition then. Ganesha watched in silence as his father and Great Red continue to discuss the knowledge they possess. Keep your ears open, Ganesha. This is what is awaiting us, and you are part of this, Shiva said as he pulled his son into the conversation. The things I do for my family. Ganesha gives in as well. Meanwhile, Chaos residents. Rael and Asia were sitting down in the library of the house. Asia had accepted the training she was offering to her, and Rael knew where she wanted to start with her. All right, Asia. First lesson. Can you understand this book? Rael holds a book in Japanese in front of her. Raelson, I don't know Japanese, Asia admits. I only know Italian and Latin. I even question why I can understand the language of demons and the supernatural. Don't worry and hold still. I will make you understand all of this in a second. Rael approaches Asia and touches her head. A magic circle appears on top of Asia. The circle spins around for several moments while Rael is unlocking something inside of Asia. After a few moments, the circle disappears and Rael removes her hand. Try again. Take the book and tell me if you understand what's inside, Rael says while she gives the book to Asia. Asia looks at the book for several seconds before she opens it and tries to read its contents. It doesn't take long for the girl to react. I can read Japanese. You can read and understand all languages. All humans can if one of us unlocks the fruit of knowledge that is inside of all humans. Your fruit was slightly unsealed due to the sacred gear you have. There's also the fact that all languages are connected to the language of the primordial gods as well. Rael explains. Wait just a second, you're saying that I have the fruit of knowledge, the same fruit that Adam and Eve ate? Asia asks. That same one, although is more complicated than just that. The fruit of knowledge is not something physical and every human has it, although they are sealed. I think it is time for you and me to have a history lesson, Asia. A lesson about the past so that you may understand the supernatural world even more than before. Pay attention. Asia nods and focuses on Rael. Everything began a long time ago. Before the age of the modern man, before the Great Holy War, before the universe was even created. In the beginning, the primordial gods of each pantheon were born inside the dimensional gap. They had great power but lacked purpose. Amongst those first gods were Father, Gaia, Uranus, the first Lucifer, Tanacaticutli, Ymir, Izanami, Izanagi, and other primordial gods. Each one was self-created and nobody truly knew what the purpose for their existence was. Rael says, so, are all the myths of creation real? Sort of. The gods are real, the myths and legends surrounding them are mostly misinterpretations of the actual events that humans have developed over the ages. Great Red also came into existence around this period due to the dreams of the gods, but he quickly disappeared after that. He is a being born out of dreams and illusions, so many mysteries surround him as well. Nobody knows where he went during that time, nor did we ask him about it. After Great Red's disappearance, each one of those gods started to learn how to use their powers, and one by one they each realized the gift that they all possess, the gift of creation. With this gift, they could create anything they desired, and with that in mind, Ymir led his fellow deities to the creation of Yggdrasil. The sacred tree was the first creation of the gods and one of the few things they ever agreed on. Your world, the universe, and each of the realms including the underworld are branches of the massive tree which is held inside the confines of the dimensional gap. Rael explains, the tree is real as well, so how does it work? The short version for the sake of your sanity is the following. Yggdrasil is an intangible structure that connects all the realms together while staying hidden inside the dimensional gap. Don't ask for the full explanation because it is too long for anyone to easily understand. After the tree was created, each deity decided to create its own separate realms like private rooms in a home. They also decided to create the first floor of the underworld as a place in which they could meet and interact with each other without interfering with their private realms. The other floors were added later on as the creations of the gods became more complex. Lucifer and a small group of those deities used the underworld as a base, but after some time Lucifer became the last deity staying in the underworld. Asgard, Heaven, Midgard, and other realms were created around this era as well. Why did Lucifer do that? You said that he was a deity as well, didn't you? Asia didn't understand why he just stayed in the underworld. We don't know. Some say it was due to laziness, while others say it was due to lack of power when compared to the other deities. Each deity continued to test their powers within their realms, and around this stage, the first living creatures were created by the gods. The demonic creatures that live in the underworld, the yokai in the Shinto pantheon, the vampires that live today in Europe. All of these were some of the first creations made by the gods. Shortly after those first creatures were created, the second generation of gods was also born. These included Kronos, the Titans, and many other gods that are described in the religions around the human world. So, we humans are not the first living beings. What about Father? Father wasn't creating life at that point. His sights were in other projects that included the creation of the cosmos alongside Uranus and other gods. The creation of planets and celestial bodies was the main objective of Father and his fellow gods. But this era didn't last long. The descendants of some of the primordial gods started their rebellions against their parents for freedom and the opportunity of choosing their own paths. Uranus, the original Tiamat, and many others were slain by their sons and daughters, which lead to the first separations within the pantheons. Rael explains before summoning a few ancient golden books. These are the recordings of my father, and in these pages, the history of all of those events was written down. Asia watches with amazement as Rael opens the first of the books, and her eyes almost began to cry after reading the words of their creator. Uranus has fallen at the hands of his children who were led by Kronos, and Gaia has been expelled from her pantheon. She has decided to settle down on a small planet that is mostly covered by water. I have offered my help to her. I don't think that she should be left alone after losing her husband, and she may start new forms of life in this world if she has our support. A small planet covered by water. That planet is Earth. At that time, the planet was mostly water and lacked any light source. Father and the few remaining primordial gods helped Gaia to make this planet into her home. The sun was created and other planets were added for future projects. This era is known as the fall of the primordials and the start of the first life forms within Earth. Rael says as she points to a drawing of Gaia. She then finds the names of two beings on the next page. I almost forgot these two. Before the fall of Uranus, another being appeared from the depths of the dimensional gap. A massive black dragon that had a beginning and no end in sight. That dragon is Issei, the child born from the depths of the dimensional gap. After it came into existence, the child changed form into that of an old man and it left its home before it started to interact with the gods. At that same moment, Great Red came back and took residence within the dimensional gap. Wait, he came back after Off-Eyes left. Did he know about her before the rest? We are not sure, but we have theories about Off-Eyes and Great Red. We believe that she already existed within the deepest parts of the dimensional gap when the first gods were born, and due to her presence, the gods choose to not make the dimensional gap into their home. She was either sleeping or in a state of stasis in which she couldn't be touched or seen by the rest of the gods. The only things that we are sure about concerning her are the fact that she was defeated by Great Red after trying to return to her home and that she hates him because of it. She can't be killed, controlled, or destroyed. Many tried to fight her, but she was unaffected by their attacks. Rail explains. So, she is practically invisible. Sort of. We don't doubt her strength, but she lacks drive like other beings. Rail turns a few pages back and begins to read one paragraph. I met Off-Eyes today. I was expecting an old man when I first saw her. The other gods had described her like that, and yet I found a small girl that lacks any sense of emotion. She is like a child that is looking around and interacting with everything that she sees. I fear that this may be dangerous since she is absorbing too many things without any guidance. She saw how Shiva almost killed one of his fellow Hindu gods due to his anger and began to copy his actions when interacting with other gods. She is like a sponge, and actions such as those may have an effect on her, but even if I want to guide her, she doesn't allow anyone to tell her what to do. She is dangerous and nobody can damage her. Izanami tried to test her powers and ended up with several injuries after she attacked her. Her movements lacked purpose, but they were capable of causing hefty amounts of damage to anyone. I have decided to stay away from her and hope for the best. Even Father feared her. Off-Eyes is the second strongest being after all. Only Great Red and Trihexa can compare to her. Rail turns another page and stops at the sight of an image. When we created the universe, we didn't expect for something to be inside. The universe was a blank slate that we were going to fill up, yet we found that thing inside. I can't really understand why, but that beast was already there and nobody knew where it came from. Floating around the void of space was a massive beast sealed inside a transparent coffin. A large beast with characteristics coming from different creatures. It has 7 necks, 7 heads, 10 horns, and 7 long thick tails of different shapes. It also has 4 stout arms and 2 legs that are even thicker than its arms. It has a malicious aura surrounding it, and although its eyes are close, I can feel how it knows that I'm here. This thing is alive, and like that red dragon, it has more power than me and the others. We have chosen to leave it alone. Shiva has also advised us that it would be for the best if we ignore it and forget that it even exists. We are discussing a name for it, and I can only think of one, Trihexa. I don't really know why, but that is the name that we have chosen for the beast, and everyone agreed with me. I hope that it never wakes up. This is horrible. Asia looks at the painting of the beast of the apocalypse, and her body shakes in fear after seeing the eyes that lack any remorse. This is the thing that can destroy all of the realms. Yes, one of the mysteries that nobody can decipher. Where did it come from? Why was it inside that coffin? Who was responsible for its creation? Nobody knows. We only know that it has no mind, no remorse, and no love for any being or form of life. A beast that is controlled by its instincts. A monster that eats everything in its path. It has destroyed stars, galaxies, and many planets after it got out of its coffin. Once it broke free, it began to eat and grow stronger with each meal. It was left alone in the farthest part of the universe for many millennia until the Great War attracted its attention. Maybe it was the chaos or the accumulation of divine powers, but Trihexa came back and it killed more deities than Albion and Ddraig ever did. Shiva, Father, and many others were forced to work together to seal it away. Shiva lost 2 arms during that fight, and many died while holding Trihexa back while Father prepared the seals. Father achieved the goal of sealing it away, but it took a lot out of him. Rail's eyes look at the book with sadness. If we didn't start the war, maybe we could have prevented that whole situation. Asia watches as tears fall from Rail's eyes. The small girl grabs the hand of her master. I'm sorry. I can see that this is a delicate subject. We can move on and talk about something else. Author's notes: if you're easily offended due to your beliefs, don't read this next part and skip it. I'm trying my hardest to make this part work. Rail shakes her head. It's all right. I just get emotional over Father's death. With his death, we lost many siblings, and especially our youngest brother. Rail summons another book and opens it. There's another important figure in the story of humanity that you need to know about. Father didn't reproduce like other deities. He created things, and we angels were the first life form he ever created. Humanity was the second, but there's a third creation. A son born out of his own soul and flesh. A child that was an extension of himself. Humans know him as Jesus, and we angels know him as the youngest sibling of heaven. He was made as a way for Father to reconnect with humanity after Adam and Eve committed the first sin under the influence of Samael, the cursed seraph. His task was to seal the fruit of knowledge inside of humans before guiding them into a new age until they were ready for the fruit. He was the gift that Father sent to earth as a guiding light, but with his death during the war, Jesus also died shortly after. He was a sibling that we cared about, a child that we educated and watched grow into a man. This book is the only recording of his life, the last memory that he left us before disappearing. Asia looks at the book with complete shock. Her hands tremble as Rael opens the book and allows her to read the words of the Messiah. Today marks the day in which I'm going to leave the security of heaven and go down into the world of humans. Father has allowed me to reconnect humanity to heaven, although it means becoming a mortal child with very few powers. I have been watching them from the security of these golden gates, and I have dreamed about the day in which I can meet them. Their lives aren't perfect, and many suffer a lot due to the chaos they created with their own hands. Yet, among all that chaos and cruelty, I see hope. I see a chance for redemption and a second chance for them. They don't need the fruit right now, nor will they ever need it. They can create amazing things with their hands without the need for such knowledge. I'm going to do my best and make sure that humanity is saved. I will guide those that need guidance, I will aid those that ask for help, and I will support them until they reach a better future. I just hope that the other pantheons will see their redemption as a sign for us to come together as allies once more. Asia finishes reading and she can't say anything. These were the words of the Messiah. Author's notes: please don't feel offended. I'm trying my hardest to make sure that such controversial characters are not clashing with their real-life counterparts. Don't read it if you're going to feel offended. I know what you're thinking. His words sound hopeful and make you feel a sense of peace. He was the brightest hope in all of heaven. He wasn't perfect, but he was our youngest brother, and we missed him as much as we do with Father. He did his best while on earth, but once he returned to heaven after his mortal death, he couldn't return. The Holy War began shortly after, and he was unable to go back like he wanted to. He never hated any of you, no matter what you did to him. He was an extension of Father, another version of himself that was born for your sake, and he never got the chance to finish his task. Now it is all left to us to make sure that humanity achieves the future that he saw in his dreams. Rael pats the head of Asia. The girl cries after learning about the fate of the Messiah. She couldn't control the tears after learning such a tragic truth. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit had disappeared, but his other creations were still standing. The future was left up to them and the remaining pantheons. An hour later, Asia had left her training behind, and now she found herself within the roof of the building that she now called home. The history lesson was long, and Rael did her best to teach her the most important things she needed to know. As a former nun, she never expected that the Bible she had read for so long was so faulty. They lacked many pieces of the massive puzzle, and she now knew that the church was being misguided for a long time. Asia, before she could continue to think about all of this, the voice of Issei grabbed her attention. Her eyes found him sitting on a bench with Tiamat laying on his lap. The eyes of the boy focused on her. You have been crying, haven't you? Issei asks after seeing her face. Want to talk about it? Asia slowly nods. Come and take a seat next to me. Issei signals the empty spot on his left. The girl approaches the pair. Tiamat was peacefully sleeping while holding Tosca's egg in her arms. Don't mind her. Were you crying due to Rael's harsh training, or did she tell you something that you didn't take too well? Issei asks. The second one. Hearing about the Messiah, God, and the misconceptions that I have been reading for so long wasn't something that easy to take in. Learning all that really changes your view of the world as a whole. Asia admits. How so? We have been following a faulty book and we lack knowledge about many things. God is dead and the Messiah is never coming back. I know, but that doesn't mean the end of the world. What could happen if the rest of the world learns the truth? Will everyone go insane? How many people know about all of this? Not that many. You can't easily bring it up and expect everyone to take it that well like you did. I didn't take it well. You did. You're hurt, but you haven't broken down and lost all hope in life. You're stronger than most people, even if you don't realize it. One day humanity will be ready for the truth, but now it's not the time. Asia grows quiet while she looks at the sky. She then looks at him. What about you? Weren't you afraid after learning about his death? You were a human as well. No, I was fine after learning the truth. I was inside an egg for 2 years, and learning about the death of the God of the Bible was the last one of my fears, because I knew that as long as Michael and the seraphs were alive, heaven wasn't going to collapse. They are no replacements for the old man, but as long as they continue to improve, humanity will be fine. Issei pats the head of Asia before he speaks once more. The seraphs and angels are humanity's last protectors, but if they end up needing some help, I will support them alongside the rest of the Alliance. I'm a dragon, but also a former human, and I believe that humanity deserves to continue even if they commit mistake after mistake. Gods aren't perfect, so humans shouldn't strive to be perfect either. There's a chance for everyone to improve. Asia feels some sense of relief after hearing him say that. He sounded so confident, and yet she felt that something was wrong. Everyone had something they wanted to hide, and Issei had one as well. Then what do you fear? I can see that you fear something just like everyone else does. Issei's face turned somber. His hands twitched for a second before he started to talk. I'm afraid of facing my parents, grandparents, and the people that used to know me as a human. My parents died in that fire, and I had to force myself to accept the fact that I couldn't do anything to save them. The fact that I can't change the past. Then I learned about the source of the fire, and now I'm incapable of facing them. What was I going to say to my grandparents after coming back? Hey, I'm alive. Sorry for not showing up for 2 whole years. Life doesn't work that way, and there's no way in which I could explain to them why I'm alive and the fact that my parents are dead because of me. The souls of my parents are surely in inner heaven, and I can imagine that they are watching me from there, but I can't push myself to try to talk directly to them even if Michael allowed entry into heaven. They died because I was the wielder of the boosted gear, and no number of apologies could ever fix that. A single tear rolled down his eye. I can't even face my friend Irina. She believes that I'm alive, but what can I say to her? Hey, I'm a dragon now. Do you want to talk like everything is fine? I'm the Welsh dragon now and not the same boy she knew 2 years ago. I have killed humans, devils, and I know that I won't stop anytime soon. This is my life now after all. I don't even know where she is, and I hope that she forgets that I even existed, because she won't find the same boy she used to play with as a kid. I'm not Issei Hayadu and I can't go back to that life. Asia knew that what he was saying was right. He had the appearance of a human, but he was far from that. He couldn't go back to his former life after changing so much, and the regrets he dragged around with himself were strong. She knew what having a sacred gear meant. You're no longer a normal human, but instead, you become a being that stands out from the rest. She remembered the first time her own gear activated and how the priest started to call her a saint due to her abilities. While she was praised for her gear, Issei was forced to pay the price for wielding the boosted gear even if he never used it. I understand what you're saying, but I don't see a monster in you. I see someone who saved me, someone that feels regret towards his past actions, and someone that I can trust. You're no longer Issei Hayadu, and that's fine, but a part of that child still exists inside of you. You couldn't control what happened 2 years ago. You can't get that life back, but you still have the chance for some closure. Your grandparents are still alive, or at least that's what I believe in, and just seeing them may be helpful for you. You don't need to talk to the souls of your parents, but you can ask Rail to check just in case they have something that they want you to know. Issei starts to look away. Asia grabs his head and forces him to focus his eyes on her. If that friend of yours comes back and is not able to accept the current you, that doesn't matter. You have us, and that's more important. We met the you that stands here today and not the child from before the fire. You're not a saint, but you're not evil either. Your actions have shown to me that there are beings outside of angels who can be agents of good even if their ways are not the most peaceful. You helped to save those kids, you cleansed the old church in the name of the Seraphs, and you helped to create an alliance between 3 factions. I'm happy that I met this Issei and that I can live in a world where you exist. So don't cry about the past and keep showing me how far you can take us. The smile of Asia was brighter than anything at the moment, and her words were reaching him. Maybe, just a small visit wouldn't be that bad, Issei told himself as he gave the idea of visiting his grandparents some thought. So, are we going to visit them? Asia and Issei's eyes move away from each other before they turn towards Tiamat. Weren't you sleeping just a few moments ago? Asia asks. I was, but the conversation you two were having was more important. Learning about him and his fears is more important than a nap. Tiamat begins to sit up while making sure that the egg is safe from falling out of her arms and into the floor. We can go right now if you feel ready for it. A trip would do us good. Not yet. I need to prepare myself mentally before I do it, Issei admits. The boy looks into the sky. He was feeling better about this whole situation, but his positive attitude was quickly replaced in an instant after seeing something in the sky. He notices a small rift in space and his instincts kick in after feeling the presence of 2 gods. Tiamat, take care of Asia. Issei stands up. Dear, what's happening? Tiamat asks. That. Issei points toward the rift in space. Both girls look at the rift. From the small rift, 2 figures come out. Well, it's time for us to meet once more. Welsh Dragon, I'm here to test your limits, Shiva says with a smile. Space, a place where nobody can hear you scream, or at least that's the reality for humans and mortals, but when it comes to gods and powerful beings, the phrase loses all meaning because science can't explain everything. In an area far away from Earth and the Milky Way, 2 beings continued to clash against each other. Come on, Welsh Dragon. Is that everything you have? Shiva was smiling from ear to ear. Around them, many planets and stars that have been created long ago have been practically destroyed after receiving the attacks of the child in front of him. He has the potential. He doesn't need oxygen like other creatures, and gravity is not affecting him, but we need to take it beyond this. Destroying a star, a planet, none of that matter when it comes to those calamities. We need to push you even further. Don't worry, Welsh Dragon, I will push you more and more for as long as is needed, until you become the monster of my visions. Before Shiva can continue to think about the future, his opponent cuts the distance between them once again before delivering a roundhouse kick to the face of Shiva. The attack connects and sends Shiva into the remains of one of the remaining stars around them. The god bleeds, but his smile doesn't disappear. Good, keep it going, child. I'm not satisfied yet. The god disappears within the flaming body of the star. Many opponents would have died after entering in contact with a star, but Issei knew that Shiva wasn't that type of opponent. This was a fight in which both were at a similar level and not holding any punches back except for one. Remember, you can't use those crimson flames. Show me how strong you have gotten since the war. Show me the new Welsh Dragon. The voice of Shiva was invading his mind once more. There was no place to hide or escape from him, and Issei knew that. Shiva wasn't going to stop the fight anytime soon until he felt satisfied with what he saw. Damn it. Issei was bleeding profusely from almost all parts of his body. His armor was broken in several places, and the pain he was feeling at the moment was beyond words. I need to finish this. I can't keep going like this. These injuries are getting more serious with each attack. Then stop holding back. Show me more. Use all of that power. Make sure that every other god and supernatural being out there feels this fight. The star is cut in half before it collapses within itself in a massive explosion. From within the flames, a small body comes out looking fine except for the several punches and kicks that he had received before. Come on, don't keep me waiting. Issei roars and releases even more power. His green eyes shine brighter than before and his red draconic energy starts to engulf his body. His wings spread out and he flew straight ahead with an astronomical speed. Shiva, yes, that's more like it. Let's continue. Shiva smiled once more before releasing more of his own power. A massive blue halo appeared on his back and then Shiva charged head-on towards Issei. The two opponents clashed once more and as a result, massive energy waves spread out into the void of the universe. It was a fantastic fight, to say the least, but to understand how we got here we need to go back 16 hours into the past. At the moment in which the god and the dragon met, 16 hours ago, Earth, Tiamat and Asia were frozen in place after seeing the shape of the god of destruction. Shiva's appearance was similar to that of a middle schooler but the aura surrounding him said otherwise. Issei was on high alert. Why is he here? I knew that at least one of the gods was going to show their face but I didn't expect him. I need to keep everyone safe. Shiva smiles after reading Issei's mind. The god then disappears and reappears right in front of Issei. Hello Welsh dragon. Tiamat clenches her fangs after seeing how Shiva just broke through the barrier around the house with ease. I should have expected that. Tiamat looks at the egg in her arms and puts it away in less than a second before grabbing Asia. Be ready. We are running away as soon as things go south. Her voice was low and calm. She knew that she needed to keep a calm mind during all of this. Asia slowly nods. Her whole body was shaking in fear after noticing the aura of both gods. No words were needed to describe the fear that she felt right at that second. Tiamat then created a small communication circle and sent a single message to alert the rest of the inhabitants of the house. Leave the house now. Regroup in the underworld. While Tiamat was acting to protect the rest of the members of the group, Issei was frozen in place. That speed, that aura. Can I defeat him? He looks at the boy that is right in front of him. His instincts were screaming at him to throw the first punch and he would have done it if he was the same dragon as before, but now it was different. Shiva, I didn't remember sending you an invitation to our house. Ddraig takes over after deeming his voice as more adequate to talk to the god of destruction. Shiva continues to smile before he takes 2 steps back. I know and I apologize for that. I also apologize for breaking your barrier. I just needed to make sure that you didn't run away as soon as you saw me. Shiva bows and then looks at Tiamat. You don't need to worry, Tiamat. I only came for him, but give me just a second. Shiva disappears once more. Ganesha begins to descend after seeing the actions of his father. The god keeps a decent distance away from Ddraig and the rest instead of doing the same action as his father. Why Ddraig Gok, we apologize for scaring you. We didn't come here to attack you or your group. I don't think I can believe any of those words. Your father just broke through the barrier around our house. Ddraig says. Shiva reappears, but this time he is holding 3 unconscious girls in his arms. Rainier, Kuroka, and Rael were captured by him before any of them could ever make it to the underworld. And now he just knocked the rest of my group out. I don't really think we can talk after this. Ddraig tries to move, but Shiva throws the unconscious bodies of the girls towards him. Damn you. The dragon catches the 3 girls with his arms. Is this how you try to be friendly? Shiva shakes his head. I knocked them out to prevent an escalation of the situation. If they had reached their destination, we don't know what could have happened. You can check all of them and see that they aren't injured. Shiva then sits down on the floor. Go ahead. I won't move an inch from this spot. Ddraig doubts for a second, but the state of the girls is more important at the moment. He puts the girls on the bench and starts to check each of them out. Tiamat and Asia slowly approach him while keeping an eye on the pair of gods. A small magic circle appears right next to his face while he is doing that. What just happened? Michael asks. Shiva just showed up with Ganesha. Ddraig replies. I know, but why we are watching and we are preparing the troops of heaven as we speak, but it doesn't make sense for him to be here. I also called the rest of the alliance. What's the state of Gabriel? Michael sounds calm, but in reality, he was very nervous. Give me a second and tell the others not to move a finger until I say so. This is Shiva, the god of destruction. I prefer to face him alone and leave his son to the rest of you. Ddraig continues to check the girls until he finds nothing wrong with them. The girls, including Gabriel, look fine, but they are unconscious. Keep the troops ready and wait for my signal. Don't attack until I say so. Gabriel sighs. Understood. Let's pray that this doesn't become a full-on war. That is my hope. Ddraig turned toward Tiamat and Asia. I'll leave them to you. Michael and the others are watching, so be ready. Asia nods while Tiamat tries to keep a calm expression. Be careful, Tiamat says. Her hands were shaking a little bit after remembering what happened the last time Ddraig fought a god. The memories of his first death were still fresh on her mind. Ddraig smiles. Everything is going to be fine. The dragon stands up and starts to walk towards Shiva. What do you two want with me? I don't remember attacking the Hindu pantheon since I escaped from the boosted gear. I have no problems with you. My, you really have changed. I expected a punch or two by now, but look at you trying to talk your way out of this one. Are you afraid of me or you don't have the S to fight back? Shiva says with a silly smile. Shiva's words just keep increasing the anger of the Welsh dragon. What do you want? Answer or I promise that I will make you wish you had never come to this place. His power began to be released. Several flaming soldiers start to appear around Issei. Before everything goes to hell, Ganesha moves and stands in the middle of the two beings. Ddraig, please forgive my father. He is just testing you. We have come under the orders of Great Red. He has formed a small alliance with Father. Ganesha decided to prevent a full-on fight by spilling the beans. He knew that this act was a way for his father to push the Welsh dragon to a fight. Issei, you weren't supposed to tell him yet. Shiva stands up. He was about to go all out. Father, you're supposed to help him train. Antagonizing him and starting a war is not the way to go. Issei turns towards Issei. Once more, I apologize. This is just father's way of getting someone to fight him. Issei doesn't move or say anything. His mind was trying to keep the anger he was feeling under wraps while also paying attention to the words of Issei. Ddraig, tell me that this is not true. Great Red and Shiva forming an alliance can't be real. Michael was starting to lose his calmness at this point. Old man, what in hell are you doing now? The flaming soldiers start to disappear one by one. Issei keeps his eyes focused on Shiva and Issei. You two came here just to motivate me to fight me, training with the god of destruction. This has to be the stupidest joke I have ever heard. Oh, his voice keeps changing. To answer your question, basically yes. I came here to test your current limits. Shiva replies. Why and why do you and Great Red have an alliance? Issei asks. Shiva approaches him. Because you appeared in my visions. Visions of the future, a future in which Trihexa is released. Everyone goes silent after hearing that. That's impossible. Father made sure that the beast never comes back. Michael reacts after hearing Shiva's words. Shiva smiles. He gets closer to the magic circle after hearing the voice of Michael. Yes, he sealed Trihexa away from the hands of anyone, and it's practically impossible at the moment, but at some point, the beast of the apocalypse will come back. Nobody can't stop that from happening. Michael grows quiet. His mind couldn't forget the beast nor the power that it held. But don't worry, our savior is right here. Shiva puts his hand on Issei's shoulder. My vision showed me a monster that was capable of facing Trihexa, and that monster is you. We just need to make sure that you become that monster. Issei moves Shiva's hand away. First, we're not allies, so stop getting close to me. Second, I don't believe you. Shiva stops smiling and takes 2 steps back. I understand. I won't invade your personal space anymore, but you should pay attention to what I'm saying, Welsh Dragon. I can tell that you have a lot of potential that is lying untouched deep inside you. Great Red saw that, and I can also see that you're no longer that same dragon that I met before, but as you are right now, you won't be able to protect anything. Trihexa will come back, and even if we seal him again, other things would come after that beast. Things that can destroy everything you love and care about. Issei turns around and looks at Tiamat. She was part of his life and became one of the people filling the void that he still had. Losing her wasn't something that he as the Welsh dragon wanted. There was also the rest of his group, and the idea of losing any of them was something he wouldn't allow. His sight returned to Shiva. Let's say that I believe your visions. Do you know who or how Trihexa is released? My dear Welsh dragon, there are many ways in which Trihexa can come back into our world. Offis, the Sephiroth Grawl, ancient rituals such as the one that the Bible God used to seal it away, sacrificing millions of souls or just sacrificing a few strong gods here and there for a specific ritual can be enough to bring the beast back. There are beings that are hiding from us as we speak who are capable of achieving that goal. You can try to hunt them down, but they will find a way to achieve the goal of releasing the beast. You can't stop them, but you can create obstacles for them if you do what's necessary. The 13 Longinus, well now 12, your alliance should be capable of finding most of the users and adding them to your forces. Those sacred gear users can become allies or become enemies that will help those that are going to release Trihexa. Get as many of the Longinus users, and don't forget about other sacred gears as well. All of you are going to need all the help you can find for the wars that are coming. Your other problem is Offis. That dragon is crucial to Trihexa's freedom due to the possible uses her power has. Her power is endless, and if someone gets their hands on it, we're going to have serious problems. I don't think I need to say it, but keeping her away from the hands of your enemies is important. Don't let her be dragged into the enemy's hands. Shiva says. Wait, you want me to track Offis down, and you also want me to force her to come with me? Issei asks. Not forcing her, convince her. Guide that child to a different path. She can't be killed nor controlled, but she can be easily influenced by those that want to use her. Some of her power is already inside of you. She has an interest in you already, so tracking her down shouldn't be impossible. Call it fate or destiny, but she is your problem, and nobody else can do it except for you who has a connection to her. Shiva snaps his fingers, and an image of Offis appears in his hand. She has endless power. That power can be used for good, but it can also be used for evil. It's up to you if she becomes a tool for good or evil. The child is your responsibility, and I know why I'm saying this. My visions are almost always right. Issei grows pale after hearing this. This has to be a joke. Why me? Why can't I get some rest? He just wanted some peace and quiet, but now he was being asked to take care of Offis as well. Luck wasn't on his side at all. Michael, who was hearing all of this, decides to interfere in the conversation. Welsh Dragon, go and train with Shiva. What Issei asks. If what he says is true, we're going to need you. You are strong, but I doubt that you can defeat Trihexa right now. I'm going to discuss all of this with the rest of the Alliance. We have 4 Longinus users in the Alliance, 1 in the Church and 3 Longinus users in Grigori. That leaves 8 users. We need to investigate each one and start recruiting them now if it is possible. Shiva, how long do we have before Trihexa is released from its prison? If my visions are correct, the earliest possible time is in 9 years. If you can recruit the wielder of the Sephiroth Grawl before anyone can get their hands on it, I say that 10 years would be the latest date. My recommendations are the following. Don't focus on the seals around Trihexa. Focus on becoming a strong force and prevent certain sacred gears from being grabbed by the enemy. Shiva explains. I understand, but I have one more question. Can we know the names of those capable of releasing Trihexa? Michael asks. This was crucial to him and the Alliance. You're asking more than what you should, but I will give you 3 names because you seem to believe my words. Rhizome, Livin, Lucifer, Loki, and Mitsuha Kanzaki. These 3 can achieve that goal if they get the things that they need. That is all I'm going to say about Trihexa. I'm going to send Gainsha as my representative to the underworld. He knows everything, so ask him any question you have. Shiva then focuses on Issei. Now, it's time for you and me to exchange a few blows. Welsh Dragon, we need you at your best. Shiva is the strongest god at the moment. He has a lot of experience and he has faced Trihexa before. We have 9 years to get you ready. Please accept this and push yourself to become much stronger. We'll talk later. Michael ends the call before Issei gets the chance to talk. Why can't I get a break? Is it too much to ask for a little bit of peace and calm? Issei looks at the sky. Michael, you better watch your back. I will get my revenge one of these days. Issei turns around. Tia, Asia, it seems I have no way out. I promise to come back as soon as I can. I know, I'm going to be here until you come back. Tiamat accepted the fact that she can't stop him. The old man wouldn't form an alliance with Shiva if he didn't have a reason. I am going to wait patiently for your return. Take care, Issei. I'm going to be ready to cure you once you come back. Asia knew that she couldn't interfere in affairs such as these ones. She could only pray for his safety. Issei smiles and focuses on Shiva. No way out. Can I take that as a confirmation? Shiva asks. Issei sighs. Yes, Shiva, I'm going to train with you. I owe that debt to Great Red, and if fighting you is the only way of becoming stronger, then I accept, although I really hate this idea. Oh, don't worry, you're going to hate it even more once it begins. Shiva smiles creepily. And the vision became a reality. Let's see how many more visions become reality and how many changes as we move on. Back to the present, the city of Lilith. 16 hours. It has been 16 hours and they haven't come back. What type of training is Shiva giving him? That's too much time. Seraphal says. Seraphalson, just trust my father. He is making sure that Ddraig pushes himself beyond his current limits. A dragon such as himself needs a strong opponent to grow stronger. My father won't kill him, but he will be exhausted after this first day is done. After that, my father will come at least 2 times each month to test him once more. Gainsha explains, and he has to continue with this for 9 years. Seraphal wasn't really happy about it, to say the least. It's for the sake of the world and the rest of the realms. None of us can defeat Trihexa, and if what Shiva says is true, others will come after him. We need to get ready. Surzech was calm, but he couldn't deny that all of these revelations were affecting him a lot. We just won a war and now we have to worry about Trihexa. Give us a break, for the love of Lilith. We should focus on finding those remaining Longinus users before anything else. Vali, Tobio Ekius, and Lavinia Rini are the 3 Longinus users within Grigori. Azazel says, the church has Dulio Gesualdo as his only Longinus user. Michael then creates a list of the remaining Longinus users for everyone to see. The true Longinus and its user Cao Cao were missing, but thanks to Gainsha's information we learned that he is under the protection of Indra. Lord Indra is not going to support this alliance, especially since my father is helping all of you. Don't expect to get your hands on that Longinus. He is going to be mad after he learns about this. Gainsha admits. Great, we already lost one, Uriel says with an angry tone. Relax, there are 7 left. Michael, please continue. Falbium looks more awake than usual and everyone is taken a little back because of it, but the reunion continues. The next Longinus is the Annihilation Maker and its user is a 2-year-old child called Leonardo Alias. This child is currently living in Argentina with its parents. Michael shows a photo of the young child. He is still young, too young to be even recruited. I can send a few of my agents to his city just to keep an eye on him until the time is right or something happens. Azazel says, we're going to keep an eye on him as well. More eyes mean more security. Raphael looks at Azazel and the fallen angel nods in agreement. Good, next one is Dimension Lost. Its wielder is Jorg Faust. He is around 10 years old at the moment and his current location is unknown. He is a magician and the last place he was seen was in an area under the influence of Grozabur. Michael shows a photo of Jorg. Grozabur, Mephistopheles may be our only way of trying to recruit that child. Leave it to me. Adjuka offers himself up as the one to take care of this one. The next one is troublesome, to say the least. We all know what happened with the boosted gear, right? Michael looks around. Everyone slowly nods. Well, Regulus Nemia is running around on his own without a user, Michael explains. But most of the room reacts in the same way. Let us explain. The previous user was killed by a group of his enemies. This event led to the Nemian lion inside of the sacred gear to go berserk. It materialized, took revenge for its previous user, and now it's running free. It's staying away from humans and we have been unable to seal the lion away for at least 5 years. Raphael explains. So, for 5 years a wild Longinus has been going around without any of us knowing. Azazel asks his former brothers. We keep it hidden by blocking the area. It hunts animals when hungry, eats, and falls asleep. We keep surveillance over it all of the time. Uriel shows a map and then he specifies the area of containment. This small area is its home and it has been that way for 5 years. Not unnecessary kills nor problems. Still is a lion on the loose. We need a way of getting a user for it. This is the Nemean lion and I doubt that it can be reasoned with. Azazel argues. A lion. The house of Vapula is known for being lion tamers. My little cousin Sariorg is a descendant of the house. I may have a solution for this one, but for now, let's leave the lion on hold. Let's move to the next one. Surzech said to move on, but his mind kept thinking about the possibility of Sariorg ever taming the lion. Alright, Sephiroth Grawl, this one is very important. Shiva specified this one above the rest. Its current location is Romania and its user is called Valerie Teeps. She is a damper. Michael looks around the room. Not them. Why did it have to be them? Why vampire? Seraphol looks annoyed. Our luck is not going well today. Has she used the sacred gear? Adjuka asks. No, to our knowledge. We understand why Seraphol seems displeased with the fact that the user is part of a vampire clan. I doubt they will ever allow us to reach the girl. Raphael looks at the devils. We don't have the best relationship with them either. Most of them are too seclusive. Many are prideful beings that don't connect with other races, and they also hunt humans without a care in the world. They don't need to hunt, they can get other ways, but they choose to kill for the sake of the hunt. I can't understand them, Seraphol admits. Well, we don't have many options when it comes to this one. If what we know is true, that child is living the worst life possible. Dampiers are not treated the best within their societies. Pure is one of the main issues within their clans based on what I know. Azazel looks at his peers and proposes an idea. We should steal her. Steal a child from a vampire clan? Are you joking? Falbium asks. No, I'm being serious. We send a small group and we take the child with us. We need to protect that sacred gear at all costs, and I won't show any sympathy to a society of suckers who mistreat their children for not being pure. For Azazel, this hit close to home more than anything else. The others understood his position regarding this one. A mistreated child was never something appreciated by any of them. Before we decide anything else, I would also like to add an extra fact. There's not only a Longinus inside that same place, but there's also Forbidden Balor View and its user Gasper Vladdy. It's quite the unique sacred gear and is a good choice to save both children if we decided to go with the route proposed by Azazel. Michael says before showing some information regarding the sacred gear. Time manipulation, well, look at that. So, 2 sacred gears users in one operation. Who's with me? Azazel looks at the others. I approved of the mission, but I want you to wait. We should do something like this in a way they can't track us down. We don't want problems with the vampires, at least for now. Begin preparations, but let's think about who should take part in the mission. Surzech begins to think but sees that everyone has their eyes focused on him except for Gainsha. What? Welsh Dragon? Adjuka says. What? Surzech says once more. We can ask him to take care of that mission. Uriel joins in. Wait, you want him to take another mission? He is fighting Shiva at the moment. Surzech argues. Not now, Surzech. When he is back, we can discuss it with him. The boy has been effective until now, and if we give him the resources and the team, he can pull it off, or I can send Tobio to do it instead. Azazel offers the 2 options at their reach. Massive Dragon Group or Black Ops Team. A dragon. They won't argue back if they realize it is the Welsh Dragon. We need to protect the Grail so he will understand once we explain it to him, and we don't want to put Tobio in danger. Vampires have a way of getting inside the mind of humans pretty easily. Seraphol says. Good point. So, Welsh Dragon it is. We can discuss the mission once he is back. Then let's move on to the next one. The Incinerate Anthem is completely different to the rest of Sacred Gears. Michael presents an image. This is the cross in which Jesus was crucified, and due to being bathed in his, it has gained a will of its own. Since the beginning, it has been acting on its own. It chooses its users by itself and we can't control it. It's always moving and we can't tell where it can go next. So, a flying cross has been moving around since immemorial times. If I remember well, the previous wielder fought against Tobio, and after losing the fight he told us that he saw a weird object leaving her unconscious body. Her name was Azazel, is interrupted by Raphael. Walburga, the cruel witch. We know about her. We're still figuring out why she was chosen as its wielder. Raphael explains. So, the cross is a possible one. We just need to keep our eyes open just in case a new user is chosen. Let's continue. Gainsha says. Right. Before I begin to talk about these last 2, let's talk about a certain human. As you know, Shiva named 3 possible responsible behind Trihex's release. One of those 3 is a human. His name is Matsuo Kanzaki. Michael presents a photo of the guy. A Japanese man in his late 20s, although he could appear much younger. Dark brown hair and a pair of dark glasses that cover his eyes. That guy again. I can't believe he is still alive after all the things he has done. Azazel seems furious regarding the man in the photo. Wait, you know this guy? Azazel? Seraphol asks. Yes, he is an anarchist. Someone that lives and dies for spreading chaos and despair. He cares for nothing more than to see the world burn. He is also called the one that tries to impersonate a god. He was also involved in a tragedy that took place in Tokyo at least 12 years ago. Azazel looks at Michael. You know more about this, don't you? I do. 12 years ago, a sacrificial ritual was taking place in Tokyo. Many were involved in the ritual and many died due to it. Matsuya was the wielder of Innovate Clear at that time and got involved in the ritual by mistake. The ritual was called the Parade of the Undead God. Based on the reports of church agents at the scene, the purpose of the ritual was to make a single human into a god through the use of human sacrifices. People were driven mad as the ritual continued. Their minds were corrupted by the influence of the ritual, leading to many innocents losing their lives, including many of the participants. The church sent agents to stop the ritual, and they did stop it, although many agents died in the process. Mitsuya and another girl were the only participants that were alive by the end of the ritual, but the girl died in a hospital only 7 hours later after having a heart attack. Michael shows a few images of the ritual. Many unknown symbols were drawn around Tokyo, and victims were found all around the city by the police. Our agents stopped the ritual, but they couldn't repair the damage done to Mitsuya's mind. Since that event, he disappeared from the radar, and his face only reappeared within other tragedies made by human hands. He not only has one Longinus, but he also has 2 of them. Tilo's karma is the second sacred gear in his hands. Raphael admits, too. How is even that possible? Ajuka looks at the seraphs for answers. We are trying to figure that out. How can one human steal a sacred gear from another person? We have researched many places. We have looked into many people's lives but found nothing. Is a mystery that only Mitsuya can end, and we doubt that he will ever answer our questions. Uriel looks at the photo of Mitsuya with visible disgust. So, we have a human that wields 2 sacred gears, that is known for being an element of despair and chaos, and a possible responsible behind the release of Trihexa. I got to say that the choice is obvious when it comes to him. We need to eliminate him before he becomes a problem. Surzech looks at his allies. We can't allow him to become the catalyst behind the apocalypse. That's easier said than done, Surzech. The guy has evaded death too many times. Tobio tried to kill him at least 7 times, and he came out alive each time. He is a pain that doesn't go away. He knows how to evade opponents that are much stronger than him as well. He is unkillable under normal circumstances. Azazel admits it with visible regret. Nothing is unkillable except for Off-Eyes and Great Red. If Tobio failed to kill him, I doubt that he could survive an encounter with Issei. Seraphal sounds confident. And what makes you so confident that he can achieve it? Gensho asks. I have seen what he can do. Those flames are enough to kill a god, and even if they fought hand-to-hand, the advantage will be with Issei. Strength, reflexes, speed, precision, he has all of that, and he is just getting stronger. Seraphal says with a smile. But she wasn't far from the truth, because as soon as she said that, a massive roar was heard across the realms. Then everyone begins to feel a shiver running down their spines. Could that have been him? Gensho asks. That I am not so sure about, Michael says. His roar is nothing like that. Back on the battlefield, a few moments before. Well, this is unexpected. Shiva watched as a small feminine figure appeared in front of the 2 of them. Well, Ddraig, I don't think we can continue now. Issei couldn't say a word. He was too tired and injured to even react to her presence. Off-Ice, the small Alita had appeared right in the middle of the match. Her eyes were sharp, and although she had a smile on her face, nobody could really know if she was truly happy or just faking a smile. Off-Eyes looks at the 2 males before she focuses on Shiva. Leave now. I'm sorry, Off-Eyes, but Shiva was interrupted by Off-Eyes. Off-Eyes started to release all of her power. Her appearance was surrounded by pure darkness, and the small figure started to change into a long draconic figure. Leave now, she roars with all of her might. Shiva struggles to stand up. Well, kid, I think it's time for me to go. I'll see you at another time. You're doing good. Shiva disappears in an instant before things take a turn for the worse. Issei then is left alone with the behemoth that stood in the second place of the scale of power. This is going to get worse for me, isn't it? He could easily escape by jumping into the dimensional rift, but he needed to meet her. She was an important element for the future, and if she was left alone, nobody knew what could happen. The massive dragon turns around and starts to shrink in size until she is back to her small form. She starts to get closer to him. Issei doesn't know what she is going to do, but decides to remain calm. Off-Ice stops right in front of him. She stretches her hand and starts to touch his. I have been watching you, seeing what you're doing with the power I gave to you. She stops and looks straight into his eyes. You have grown a lot, Ddraig, but it is not enough. Not yet. These injuries shouldn't exist on your body. I want you to become much stronger. I need you to be strong enough to kill him. I don't need anything else except for you to make my dream a reality. I wish to return home, so kill him for me. Kill Great Red. Her words were firm and cold. Her face showed a mixture of sadness and anger. The face of a being that lacked a moral compass and a guiding hand. A being that felt disconnected from the rest. A being with no place to which she could call home. Issei looks at her for a few moments before he transforms back into his human form. He lacked the energy, but he pushed himself to start a conversation with her. He grabs her hand and begins to talk to her. Why do you want to go back into the void? Do you want to be alone? His voice is weak but still understandable. She is taken by surprise. She wasn't expecting any questions, nor was she expecting the physical contact. Because I don't like this me. I don't want these sensations, these feelings. I need to be blank and devoid of feelings once more. I need to be alone and in silence. Off-Eyes answers. Why don't you want those feelings? Because I don't like it. I don't want to be like them. They make me feel sad. They make me angry. They attacked me. I don't need them. I hate them. I hate all of them. I hate myself for doing what they do to others. To me, Issei wasn't an expert, nor did he have all the answers, but he connected the dots one by one. Those people are the gods. Off-Eyes continues to look at him. She feels anxious about answering, so she just slowly nods. Are those people humans? She nods again. Am I one of those people? She doesn't answer. She just looks at him. She didn't know what she felt regarding him. It's okay if you can't answer. Can you answer a few other things for me? Offais, you don't need to answer if you don't want to. The girl continues to focus on him. Are you always close to where I am at all times? Yes. He was surprised, to say the least. If she was telling the truth, then it meant that since he came out of the egg she has been close by and watching his every movement. Do you ever sleep? No, that much. Do you eat? Sometimes. Do you want to be in a place where you can rest and eat? Offais doesn't answer and starts to pull away. It is okay. Remember, you don't have to answer if you don't want to. Offais stops. 2 more questions and then I will tell you something. Do you talk to other beings? No. A devil once asked me to help him with his organization, but I said no. His goal was dubious and his words seemed fake to me. Issei finds this fact curious and decides to keep it in mind for later. If I ever call your name in the future, will you come to me? Yes. Times 30 seconds to Mars alibi. Thank you for answering my questions. I know I'm not that strong yet, but one day I will get you home. To the place where you belong, to a place where you can be happy. So please give me time and work with me. Okay. Offais grows silent for a second after hearing that. Then a few tears begin to roll down her eyes. Hey, what are these? Why do I feel this way? Issei puts his arms around her. It is okay, you can cry. I'm here for you. If you feel angry, if you feel sad, if you feel hungry or sleepy, you can always come to me. You can bite me, hit me, or anything else if you feel betrayed by me, but remember this, I will make your wish a reality. I will get you home, so just give me time. Offais tries to stop the tears, but her emotions betrayed her. Why is this happening? Why do I want to cry? Issei keeps hugging her. I know what you feel. I understand why you want to return to the void. I can't kill Great Red, but I will get you home. It's going to take time, but I'm going to make it happen. Even if it means getting hurt by you. Issei, someone was calling his name. Not now. Let me sleep. Issei. He knew that voice, but he felt too tired to get up. Come on, let me rest. Issei. The voice was becoming louder with each second that went by. The boy felt tired, but due to the continuous calling, he was forced to wake up. Damn it. His eyes began to open up and then he saw the many faces of the girls around him. He was in the living room and he was unsure of how he came back. He is awake, Kuroka screamed with excitement. We were so worried about you when that girl showed up with your unconscious body in her arms. Issei begins to sit up before he notices a few bandages around some parts of his body. A girl, did she have black hair and unusual sharp ears, he asks. Yep, she had a weird aura around her as well. Kuroka replies. It had to be Offais. How long has it been since I was brought back? Issei asks. At least an hour, Master Welsh. Asia and Kuroka have been healing you since you came back. We were surprised when you showed up in that state. I'm sorry for not being of any help when Shiva showed up. He was too fast for me. Rainer lowers her head towards him as a sign of her shame. Issei shakes his head. It is all right. Shiva is an opponent that none of us could face that easily. All of these injuries are due to him after all. He touches one of his arm injuries and flinches back after feeling pain. He got me good this time. He did indeed. I have to admit that he took all of us by surprise. Lord Shiva showing up is not something we were ready for. We need to be more careful in case another situation like that happens again. Rael wasn't one to be proud of her strength. She was a seraph, one of the strongest beings around, but she knew that there's always a bigger fish when it comes to power. She didn't feel ashamed about losing to Shiva. It was a reminder of her own weaknesses. I never dreamed about meeting a god in the flesh anytime soon. It wasn't an experience that I enjoyed. I can still feel the place in which he hit me to knock me out. Kuroka puts her hand around the back of her neck. He knew what he was doing when he hit me here. It is Shiva. You don't get the title of strongest god by just being strong. Shiva has been alive for much longer than me and he has fought more enemies than any of us together. Tiamat then put her right hand on Issei's right cheek. Look at what he did to you. I didn't expect so many injuries. Her face looked worried. She wanted to stay calm through the whole 16 hours, but she couldn't. I don't want you to die again. I won't be able to endure it again. I'm okay, Tiamat. He didn't pull any punches, but none of his attacks were meant to kill me. He fought with all of his power to push me beyond my current state, or that is what I want to believe. Issei turns his sight towards Asia and Kuroka for just a second. Thank you for healing me. Asia shook her head. I told you, I was waiting to cure you. As soon as Lord Shiva said that he was going to test your limits, I began to imagine so many injuries. I'm just grateful that none of them were lethal. Right. By the way, how was the fight? Did you enjoy it? Kuroka asks while looking excited. Issei nodded. I admit that it was one of the hardest fights I ever had. He threw me into a few stars and planets, but I also did the same to him. I went all out, but I'm far from being able to defeat him that easily. He is not an adversary that can underestimate. His attacks are fast and powerful, but he has a few tricks behind his sleeves as well. He is not a one-trick pony, and he wants to repeat it for the next 9 years if what Michael said is true. It seems that we got involved in more problems. Rael looks stressed out. Trihexa coming back is the worst possible scenario. Chaos attracts it, and the human world may draw its attention once it comes out from its prison. We're in serious problems, and if Shiva's information is accurate, we need to start acting now. I know. It seems that more problems are coming our way. Issei gets up. I talked to Offais before I fell unconscious. I learned a lot from our talk. Tiamat was quick to react to the mention of Offais. You need to explain to us how she ended up meeting with you. She brought you home, but she disappeared right after dropping you off. Tiamat had a bad past with Offis, and the fact that she had shown up with Issei in her arms didn't make it any better. Yeah, I need to thank her for that. Please pay attention to what I'm about to tell you. First, she is around me all of the time even if we don't see her. Based on what she said, she is always close by but we can't notice her due to her powers. I don't know how but she is capable of staying hidden and keeping an eye on me, so I need to be careful with what I say. When she appeared in the middle of the fight, Shiva tried to stay but he was forced to run away after she showed her power to him. He wasn't in the greatest shape either and he must have realized that he couldn't go against her. Now when it comes to why she did that, I can only think that she did it to make sure that I don't get killed before I make her dream into a reality. Issei thinks about his conversation with her. She wants to go home and to achieve that she asked me to kill Great Red. That is why she gave some of her power, or at least that is what I want to believe. She is like a child that lacks any sort of connection. She is filled with doubts and her biggest desire is becoming a blank version of herself. A blank version? What do you mean by that? Rainer asks. An Offis that lacks emotions. She wants to be a being that doesn't feel anything. She said that she hated the feelings she had developed. Hate, anger, sadness, all of those and more seemed to scare her. She is incapable of accepting herself as a being that is capable of having emotions and connections. She wants to return to the void of the dimensional gap and stay isolated from the rest of the realms. Issei looks at the girls. Shiva said that she was my responsibility and if I leave her alone, we don't know what could happen, so I chose to make her dream into a reality. I'm going to help her get home. Would all of the girls except for Asia react this way? Dear, look at me. Trying to kill Great Red is the same as trying to commit suicide. Are you also forgetting the fact that you owe a debt to him? Tiamat grabs his face and forces him to look at her. Please tell me that you're joking. Issei shakes his head. I repeat what I said. Her dream is to return home and I'm going to make sure that it becomes a reality. Just believe in me and don't lose hope. It's going to be a long process, but I'm going to make her dream a reality. Just trust me on this one. He smiles, but most of the girls don't look confident. Asia, on the other hand, decides to approach him and confirm her own suspicion. Issei, when you say home, you mean home as in the physical or the emotional sense? Asia looks at him with curiosity regarding his answer. I mean both. Just let me take care of this in my own way. He had confidence in his actions, although he knew that he was going to get hurt at some point. Asia stood in silence for a few moments. Just be careful, you're putting yourself in danger by accepting to help her. I don't even know if you can achieve this, but if Lord Shiva is right about this, only you can guide her. Asia, we are talking about Offis. She is dangerous and unstable. One moment she can be a calm child and the next one she could send you into the next life. Tiamat wasn't that happy about this whole situation. Maybe that's why Lord Shiva told him to take care of her. There's no other being that can approach her that easily, and now we can't let her fall into the hands of the enemy. I don't know what you're planning to do, but you have to make sure that it works or we're going to have a massive problem in our hands. Rael was worried about this whole thing, but she couldn't do anything to stop it. We have no way of sealing her or a way to kill her. Father, please let this work, or we're going to have an angry beast running rampant within the realm of the living. I know. Now if you excuse me for a few moments, I need to try something. Issei starts to walk away from the group of girls. Where are you going? You're still injured. Hiroka asks. I know, but I need to get something from the kitchen. She has to be hungry. Issei continues to walk until he reaches the fridge. He picks up a few items from the fridge and walks away with his arms full of them. Stay here and don't follow me. I don't want anyone to approach her until I know it is safe. I need to do this alone. Also, don't open that door at all costs. The girls say nothing and just watch as he continues to walk until he enters one of the empty rooms on the floor. He shuts the door behind him and locks it up. He is insane. Rainer is the first one to open her mouth. Tiamat grabs the sides of her head. I know, and the problem is that we can't stop him from doing all of this. Since Offis appeared when he was inside the egg, I knew that she was going to be around his life. She wants him as a weapon to kill Great Red, and she's closer to getting it. I don't like any of this. He is not going to do it. I can see it in his eyes. He is not one to kill another being without a reason he can support. Asia began to walk towards her room. I'm tired. We all are. We should go to sleep and continue to talk about this at another time. The other girls looked at each other. You three can go ahead with Asia. I'm going to wait for him. Tiamat sat down on the couch. The three girls think about their options, and after a few moments, only Rainer and Kuroka choose to go back to their rooms alongside Asia. Once they are left alone, Rael decides to approach her with a worried look on her face. Tiamat, you need to trust him. We all do. I doubt that he is going to challenge Great Red to a death match. He is not the same hot-headed dragon that we knew back then. I know, but you don't understand my situation. Offis almost killed me once, and Great Red was the one that saved me. Great Red has been a father to me since the very beginning. Just hearing the fact that she is trying to use my mate, the dragon that I choose as my partner for the rest of my life, as a weapon to kill my father is making my boil like hot lava. Even if she is this broken child that needs guidance, she still is the being that is trying to kill my father by using my mate against him. I can barely control the anger that I'm feeling at this moment. Tiamat's eyes burned with pure rage while she talked to Rael. Rael sighed and grabbed the hands of Tiamat. You need to have hope. All of us need that. The situation is not an easy one, and if things turn the wrong way, we're going to end up in a position in which we can all die either at the hands of Trihexa or our enemies. I understand your feelings towards Off-Eyes. I don't have the best opinion when it comes to her, but I can't totally blame her for her actions. She has been wandering around for a long time, and the actions of the gods have been a major influence on her current self. We need to put our trust in his plan, have hope in him, and maybe one day your relationship with Off-Eyes can take a turn for the best. I doubt that Tiamat argues back. We don't know what the future has on hold for us. Rael then transforms back into her real form. I'm going back to heaven. I need to discuss a few things with my siblings and see where things are going. I expect more troubles for us. With our luck, I expect at least 2 missions and at least another war coming our way, Tiamat says. Good luck, Gabriel. Thanks. See you later, and please have hope in him. Gabriel stood up and disappeared into a beam of light. Hope. Tiamat started to reflect while she waited for her mate to come back to her. Meanwhile, Issei and Off-Eyes. The boy sat the items down onto the bed before he looked around. It was an empty room that nobody was using at the moment. It had a TV, a bed, and even a desk for someone to study. I think that it looks good. Let's just hope that she accepts and doesn't think that I'm trying to trap her inside this room. The boy takes a few deep breaths before he calls her. Off-Eyes, can you come out? Issei started to look around the room, but he found no signs of Off-Eyes. Off-Eyes, I know that you can hear my voice. Don't tell me that the barrier around the house is preventing you from coming inside, Issei says. A shiver ran down his spine at that moment. He turned around and Off-Eyes was standing behind him. Are you calling me weak? The small Alita looks angry. Never. Thanks for coming. Do you want to take a seat? He offered her a seat near the food on the bed. Off-Eyes' eyes focused on him for a second before her eyes were drawn towards the food. That voice you have right now is different from the one before. Oh, you do know that I'm 2 souls in 1 body at the moment, right? Issei asks. I can see it, but I don't care. You're the Welsh dragon and not a human. No human can have that smell or that kind of power. Either voice is fine. I can take any shape and my voice changes along with it, so it is not new to me. Off-Eyes sits down in the bed and looks at the food. What is all of this? Food for you? Issei replies. For me. You told me that you don't eat that regularly. So, I decided to bring you some food. Before Off-Eyes can say anything, her stomach reacts to the scent of the fruit and the different items that were around her. No, you don't govern this body. The rumbling of her stomach says otherwise. Off-Eyes tries to fight back, but her body starts to betray her. Issei watches as Off-Eyes takes an apple before she takes a bite out of it. Her eyes shine for a second, but after she notices Issei's eyes on her, she tries to hide her enjoyment. Don't worry about me. I won't judge you. I want you to eat and fill your hunger, Issei says. Off-Eyes tries to find his intentions. Why do you care if I'm hungry or not? Why shouldn't I? I told you, I'm going to make your dream a reality. Your life is my responsibility until I achieve that. So, I want you to hear me out for what I'm about to say. Off-Eyes takes another bite of the apple. Go ahead. Until I make that dream into a reality, I want you to use this room as your place of rest. I want you to use it as a place in which you can sleep, eat, and relax whenever you feel like it. Call it a base of operations until your dream is achieved, but there are a few conditions. What Off-Eyes shows a bit of her anger. Stay calm and hear me out. A dragon doesn't fight in his nest, and the human world has been our nest for a long time. If we want to fight, we do it in other places like Albion, and I did in the past. You are a dragon in someone else's nest, so be mindful of that. This building, this city, all of it is part of my and Tiamat's nest. I don't want my nest to be damaged by someone else. Can you understand that? Off-Eyes stayed quiet and reflected on the scenario that was being presented to her. I think I do. This is your home and you want to keep it safe. Exactly. My conditions are simple and are not hard to follow. First, no attacking the other inhabitants of this building or the inhabitants of the city. I like a peaceful home, and it would be troublesome for me if you started to attack everyone that came into contact with you. The other girls won't come inside this room as a way of keeping this room as your private area. You can also use the rest of the house, but you can't destroy anything, and you have to respect the rest of its inhabitants. Off-Eyes thinks about the first condition. What about if someone else attacks me first? Tiamat doesn't like me. We have history between us. I'm going to talk to her about it. If someone else attacks you, just knock them out and don't make a mess out of it. A quick hit to the neck that is not too strong should be enough. Issei makes the motion for Off-Eyes to see it. So just one quick hit and not too much strength. I think I can do it. I don't like to be seen by others, so I'm going to stay hidden most of the time. Are you sure that nobody else is going to enter this room? Except for me and you, nobody else will. I'm even going to clean it for you, but I recommend that you try to keep trash outside. I can show you how to do it at another time if you don't know. The second condition is that you don't bring outsiders into this city or building. That devil that approached you before, do you remember his name? Off-Eyes thinks for a second. His name was Ryzen Lucifer, if I remember it well. He said that he needed me, and in exchange, he was going to give me what I wanted. Don't believe anything he says. If he comes close to you again, just disappear from his sight. You don't want me to kill him. Issei shakes his head. I don't want you to fight anyone if you don't want to. Shiva told me something regarding Ryzen, and because of that, I see him as an enemy. Please, do not engage him and don't trust his words. I won't. Off-Eyes finished eating her apple in one single bite. She got up and approached Issei. Her hand pinches his cheek. I choose you to be my sword and nobody else is going to take that place. Until I return to my home, you're stuck with me. Her other hand touches his. The power that I gave you is proof enough of that, so rest assured that nobody else is getting this close to me. I accept both of your conditions. Is there another one or are we done? Yes, there is one last one. If you want to talk about anything, don't wait and come to me. I'm here for you. Issei showed her a sincere smile. Off-Eyes looks into his eyes, sharp and yet so calm. Your eyes have changed a lot since then. Off-Eyes released him and goes back to the food. Is there anything else you want to say? Issei turns around. I will bring you a few items to decorate the room and clothes for you to change at another date. You can tell me what you like and what you don't. He stops walking and looks at her one last time. Thanks for trusting me. I'm just hearing the advice of my sword. Keep getting stronger, Ddraig. I'm going to be watching your every move. Off-Eyes replies. I know. Issei opens the door and exits the room. Thank you, Off-Eyes, and welcome to our home. The boy relaxes for a second before he starts to walk into the living room. How was it? Tiamat asks after she sees him. It went well, at least for now. She accepted my conditions, but she is going to be watching each of my movements from now on. He begins to approach her. I'm sorry for doing this without your opinion. Tiamat shakes her head. I don't like it at all, but it's something that I can't stop. She was going to appear in your life at some point and I don't have the power to stop her. Issei places his hands around her body. Is okay. I'm going to try my best to make this work. It's going to take time, but I'm going to make that dream a reality in my own way. Tiamat smiles before she bites his neck. I hope that it works the way you're planning, but now I think you and I need to have some time for ourselves. Bath. A long and hot one. I don't want to do anything else for today except for staying with you. Issei lifts her bridal style. He ignores the pain his injuries were caused to him. If that's what you want, that's what you're getting. She smiles and puts her arms around his neck. Let's go then. After that, the couple disappeared into their chambers for the rest of the day. He was injured and she wanted to have some alone time with him. The rest of the inhabitants of the house also needed a break, so for the rest of the day, the house felt empty even with the inclusion of its newest resident. During the night, he was dreaming. He was sure of it, but he couldn't understand why he was here. He was inside the dimensional gap and right in front of him was Great Red. How are you doing? Ddraig the massive dragon asked. I should be the one asking the question, old man. Ddraig takes over. He looks around and notices something weird with his body. This doesn't feel like my real body. No, you're still dreaming as we speak. I am just using my powers to connect your dreams to me. I'm a being born out of dreams and illusions after all, so this is nothing for me. Now tell me, how are you doing? Shiva did meet with you if he followed my instructions. He did, and I was injured like never before. I'm still not there yet in terms of power. I imagined that it was going to be like that. You're going to get there one day, so take your time and train hard. Did he tell you about his visions? He did. Did you know about all of this before him? Great Red nods. I know many things, child. History is bound to repeat itself if life is unable to force itself to change and choose a different path. Look at yourself as an example. I never expected you to get out of the boosted gear, but you did, and now we find ourselves here. I want to see how many more surprises I can see before the time comes. You're keeping a secret from me, old man. I'm not one to ask questions when it is not necessary, but I want to make sure about one thing. Are you dying from old age? Great Red laughs. No, you idiot. I can live for as long as I want, but that doesn't mean I can't be killed. Ddraig, one day a man will come with an army from a place beyond the dimensional gap. If I face him on my own, I'm going to die, but if you become stronger, we can overcome that calamity. That is why I did what I did. I need you to be ready by the time he arrives. So, keep fighting until you're ready. Ddraig stood in silence while he reflected after hearing Great Red's words. He can't be joking about this, but what about Off-Eyes? Then he decides to discuss it with him. I will pay my debt to you when the time comes, but I have to know if Off-Eyes knows about this. She wants to return to this place and asked me to kill you. I need to know what sort of things she knows. So, she has finally approached you. I already knew that she was planning this sort of thing and know she knows nothing about this. She hasn't even realized the truth about her situation. What sort of truth? She won't be able to go back to what she was. Even if I die, even if she gets back here, she can't return to her former self. The moment she left this place, she sealed her fate. Only a being that is void of emotions, attachments, and desires can become one with the dimensional gap. She is no longer a doll that lacks emotions, so she can't become its guardian like she was at the beginning. She lost that ability. Ddraig was surprised at the revelation. It was more than what he was expecting. Then why don't you tell her? What do you think she is going to do if I let her try to come back now? She is going to blame me, and then she is going to blame everyone else for it. Just imagine her anger and the things she can do if she realizes the truth right now. She needs to grow up and accept herself as she is now before she can learn the truth. I won't let her know the truth, and you shouldn't either until the time is right. She is not ready for it. So, my plan is the only way then. I need to make her connect with us and help her to accept her emotions. I need to create a new home for her. It's going to be a long one, isn't it? It's up to you to stop her. I won't interfere unless it is necessary. I know that you didn't ask for this, but someone needs to guide her and she chose you. I don't know what is going to happen, but I pray that you can make it work. If you ever need to talk again, I'm always a dream away. Now go back to your own dream. I need to talk to Tiamat now. Hey wait, you have done this with Tiamat in the past, why didn't I know about this? She has always been close to me and my favorite child amongst all of you. It's time for you to go. Take care, Ddraig. Old man, you bastard, he screams as he is pushed away. And with that last sentence, Ddraig was sent back to his own dreams. He knew more now, but that didn't mean that he was out of the mud yet. The next day, after a day that felt very stressful for everyone, the next day brought more problems for them. Issei, why is this happening to me? Is this ever going to end? Issei asks. I'm sorry, Welsh Dragon. Your luck is just bad. Issei replies with an apologetic expression. Come on, only you can do this. We believe in you, Seraphal says. Sitting in front of him were Issei and Seraphal while Gabriel was sitting next to him. The rest of his group were sitting down on the couch while they listened to the conversation except for Offeyes for obvious reasons. Lift your head, Issei. You helped to create this alliance and you need to be ready to act whenever it is needed. She feels sorry for him, but the situation asks for his intervention. Michael and the others said that the rest of the Longinus users were going to be taken care of by the rest of the factions. You only need to take care of this one. The equipment and crew are being prepared by Azazel, so you only need to take care of the mission. Gabriel, they are asking me to go into a vampire faction to steal some kids. I understand the situation, but I need a break. Can I at least get 2 weeks of rest? Issei asks. We can wait, but you need to remember that time is against us, and the longer we wait, the worse it can get. Please look at this don't and read its contents. This is the crew that is being prepared for the mission. We are also taking a few of your team members into consideration. Issei slides the don't towards Issei. The boy grabs it and begins to read. 10 fallen angels, which include Rainier and Barakil. You also want Asia and Kuroka to participate in the mission. Asia and Kuroka look at each other before they nod. We can do it. Her sacred gear can be useful in case of injuries, and Kuroka's abilities seem perfect for the mission, Issei explains. We're still discussing Barakil's participation. He lives in Japan with his wife and child at the moment. He has been inactive due to his family situation for at least 9 years. 9 years. Azazel is really lenient if he's allowing this for this long. Issei says, is a delicate situation. His wife is human and she is part of a clan of Shinto mystics. They have a bad relationship with him. Issei explains. Wait, he married her even after learning that fact love really breaks through barriers. Issei puts the don't down. I'm okay with the team, but I want you to include Ria's Gremory. Ria's, why would you want her on the team? Seraphal asks. Remember the children in the Holy Sword Project. I won't go into missions that involve rescue if I don't have a devil with the ability to use an evil piece ever again. We don't know what can happen during the mission, and I prefer having her along just in case something goes wrong. Talk to Surzich about that. Issei notices how Kuroka lifts her thumb as a sign of support. They had a few close calls, and it would be insane if they tried to do it again without such a helpful item. Does it have to be her? Seraphal asks. Do you have any evil pieces left? Issei asks back. No, Seraphal replies with visible regret. If Adjuka, Surzech, and Falbion don't have any pieces left, then Riaz is the only devil I can bring along. I won't bring someone I can't trust into the mission. Issei explains. If I need to use a piece in one of those children, I need to be sure that the child is going to end up in a peerage which I can trust. Issei and Gabriel nod. He does have a point, Seraphal. Ria's Gremory has gained 2 peerage members due to her interactions with him, and it has worked well until now. We can let her join in if Surzech and her parents allow it. Issei says. Seraphal sighs. I need to discuss it with Surzech. I'll let you know as soon as I get an answer. Good. Was this all you came for? Issei asks. No, yet Issei. We have a few questions regarding Offeyes. You sent us a message yesterday saying that she was under your care, but you didn't say anything else. Seraphal gets serious. Give us the details. It is just what I said. She is under my care, that's all you need to know. Issei tries to end the conversation right there. Welsh Dragon, we are talking about Offeyes. We need to know all of the details. Issei argued. Issei sighed. What I know is just this. Rhizam seems to be interested in her, but she didn't accept his proposal. She also wants to go home, so for that to happen I need to kill Great Red for her. Happy. Both visitors grow pale for a second. They do their hardest to stay calm after hearing that last phrase. You can't do that. Is suicide. Seraphal argues. Seraphal, I know, but I'm going to get her home. Just leave Offeyes to me and worry about Rhizam. As long as I make her wish a reality, we don't need to worry about her becoming involved with our enemies. The boy waits for the replies of his allies. You're insane, but it was to be expected from you. I'm going to tell Azazel about it. We're leaving her to you. Issei decides to not interfere in this situation. Are you sure about this? Issei. Seraphal, on the other hand, can't let it go that easily. Don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing. Offeyes is my responsibility and I will take care of it. Issei replies. Seraphal gives in. We'll leave her to you. I imagine you angels already decided as well. Gabriel nods. We did, and chose to leave the issue to him. This is a matter of dragons, and I doubt that any of us can interfere on it. Issei relaxes after hearing the positions of the rest of the alliance. Thank you for trusting me. You have gained that right, but be careful. Offeyes is not a child. She is capable of destroying anything in her path. Seraphal says. Issei touches his. I know, and that's why I'm going to give her exactly what she wants one day. It's going to take time, but I will make sure of it. He was determined to prevent the worst-case scenario, even if it meant facing the anger of Offeyes all on his own. Meanwhile, in another place in Japan, Azazel continues to walk through the streets of a small neighborhood while holding Vali's hand. Are you sure that he is going to say yes? Vali asks. He will. It's time for him to come back to us. His family is not safe in this place. Azazel stops right in front of a small house. Here we are. Barakiel's home. It has been a long time since we saw each other. It's also the first time you're meeting him, but rest assured he is a very likable guy. Now let's see if he's home. The time for Barakiel to return had come after a long time of being away from his faction. Who's the cutest girl in all of the realms? A tall, black-haired middle-aged man asked as he lifted a young girl. The girl laughed and smiled from ear to ear. I am, but you already knew that, Daddy. She had long black hair and violet eyes. Dear, you need to be careful. Akino just ate a snack not too long ago. A young woman with black hair and light brown eyes said as she came out of the kitchen. Put her down. Shuri, she is fine. She is my strong little girl. Isn't that true, Akino? The man asked his daughter. Yes, I'm strong and big, Akino replied. Shuri kept smiling, but a dark aura started to surround her. Dear, if you don't put her down, I will make sure you can't get up tomorrow morning. The wooden spoon on her hand started to crack as she kept smiling. Father and daughter gulped at the same time. The father lowers the small girl to the floor. Shuri, we hear you loud and clear. See, she is fine and safe. Her husband replied. Please, Shuri, don't go there. I won't last a whole night if you do that again. He was a fallen angel, a being that had fought in thousands of different places. A warrior amongst warriors, and yet he couldn't defeat Shuri in the privacy of their bed. He was Barakiel, the left hand of Azazel, one of the strongest fallen angels, and yet he was defenseless in front of his wife. Please, Mom, don't do anything bad to Daddy. Akino tries to save her dad from the anger of her mom. Shuri looks at the pair for a few seconds. I was just joking, Akino. I won't do anything to your dad. Shuri turns to Barakiel. At least nothing that he doesn't like. Barakiel gulps. Oh no. Before the family can continue with their normal day-to-day life, the doorbell rings. Barakiel's attitude quickly switches into a serious one. His instincts detect two presences that were different from that of humans. The fallen angel looks at his wife. Shuri, I'm going to answer the door. Please get everything ready. We're having 2 visitors. Shuri notices the seriousness in her husband's voice. I understand. Akino, come with me. I'm going to need some help. Akino nods and follows her mom without wasting a second. Barakiel starts to walk towards the front door until he reaches it. His mind is plagued with different thoughts and fears. He knew that this peaceful life wasn't going to last forever. Barakiel opens the door. Good to see you, Barakiel. Azazel greets his old friend and ally. It's good to see you as well, Azazel. Barakiel's eyes switch from Azazel towards the girl next to him. And who might this young girl be? Vali bows her head before she presents herself. My name is Vali. I'm his and Shemhazai's daughter. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Barakiel. Barakiel smiles after listening to her presentation. Just like you described her, a well-mannered girl that has captured your and Shemhazai's heart. We are all becoming parents in one way or another. Barakiel moves to the side. Come inside. We can talk more over some tea. Azazel nods and enters the house with Vali, but as soon as he passes next to Barakiel, he says one single thing. They are watching your house. I know. Get inside. Barakiel replies. He knew that there wasn't a moment when his house wasn't being watched by Shinto mystics and their associates. There was a price tag for his head, Shuri's, and even Akino's head. The Hanjima clan had expelled Shuri 9 years ago when her pregnancy and relationship with Barakiel had been discovered. They didn't care if Barakiel was going to marry her. They saw her actions as a betrayal of their principles and rules. Barakiel was a fallen angel, a creature of darkness and an enemy of the humans in the eyes of the Hanjima clan. Being expelled not only meant that she was thrown out of her family, but she was also a target to be eliminated. Anyone who went against the principles, rules, and orders of the clan was as good as dead. Barakiel knew that, and for that reason, he had to stay in the human world for all of this time. Shuri wanted a life in the human world, and he was willing to give it to her even if it meant that he had to fight Shinto agents day and night. A few moments afterward, everyone was sitting down in the tatami living room while they were drinking some tea and eating some snacks that were prepared by Shuri. Azazel takes another sip of his tea before he puts it down. It is delicious, Ms. Hanjima. Once more, I thank you for your hospitality. It's nothing, Lord Azazel. I can't thank you enough for what you have done for us, Shuri says. Allowing Barakiel to be with his family, that's nothing. He asked for some time with his family and I couldn't say no. Azazel turns towards Akino. You have also grown a lot since the last photos Barakiel sent to me. You were such a tiny baby not too long ago. Akino blushes. She didn't know what to say to this person. He was her father's boss and someone she was taught to always respect by her parents. You don't have to feel scared, Akino. I'm not going to eat you so you can talk to me like with any other adult in your life. Azazel smiles. This is Vali, my daughter. I hope that you two can get along. Vali offers her hand to Akino. It is a pleasure. Akino looks at her parents. Go ahead. Don't be afraid, Shuri says. You can do it. Barakiel joins in. Akino sighs before she grabs the hand and shakes it. The pleasure is mine. Good. Now I think we should start to discuss a few Aquino knows about her heritage, Azazel asks. Both parents nod. Aquino, show your wings to him, Barraquil says. Aquino does as told and two small wings spread out from her back. Look at them. They are really beautiful. Are you using them, Azazel asks. Not that much. Daddy tries to help me practice once in a while, but there are not that many places that are safe in this city, Aquino admits. Azazel looks at the parents before he talks once more. What would you say if you could move into a different place in which you could practice more and feel safer? A different city? Aren't you talking about the underworld? Aquino asks. Azazel shakes his head. I tried that before, but your parents like the human world. They choose to live in this city for your sake, and I don't think they are in the wrong. Azazel takes a document and presents it to the parents. I came here to talk about many things. You know about the betrayal that we suffered at the hands of Cockabeel. His actions 2 years ago put us in a tight situation with the Welsh dragon, but we were able to talk it off. I need you back in Gregory as one of his leaders and one of my most important agents, but I can't force you to leave your family in danger. Barraquil takes the document. He begins to read it before he passes it on to his wife. You want us to move into Kyo Town? Azazel nods. Is either moving into Kyo Town or moving into the underworld, but I need you back. I have waited 9 years for your return, and now that we have formed an alliance with the devils, angels, and the Welsh dragon, I can't wait anymore. I need my left hand to return, but I won't leave his family in a dangerous position. Kyo Town is the city in which the Welsh dragon has taken residence and is also controlled by the devils. There's no other city in Japan that I can see as a better spot for your family to live in. Barraquil looks at his family. Shuri, what do you think? Shuri keeps reading the document before she puts it on the floor. She says nothing for a few seconds before she does a doja towards Azazel. You have allowed him to be here with us for this long, and not a single time have you ever called him back. You had no reason for allowing this, and you did. You accepted my relationship with him when my family couldn't accept it. Ms. Heimjima, you don't need to do this. We fallen angels put freedom to choose above many things. Your relationship with Barraquil is something I couldn't object to. Barraquil had the right to form a family with whomever he chooses. I'm his leader, but not a tyrant that couldn't respect his desires. I only ask that you accept this proposition. I need him back. Azazel lowers his head towards Shuri. I couldn't say no, Lord Azazel. Leaving my home city wasn't in my plans, but I'm willing to do it. Are you sure about the safety of Kyo Town? Shuri asks while keeping her head down. The devils are now our allies, and the Welsh dragon and Dragon King Tiamat have made it their home, so nobody from the Heimjima clan will dare to enter the town while knowing that devils control it. I will even set up a few guards to make sure that you two are safe, so please accept this proposition. Azazel continues to copy Shuri's actions. Barraquil looks at the interaction with complete surprise. I'm being left out of this conversation. Dad, stop. I think Miss Shuri understands your proposition. Volley tries to make him lift his body. Mom, lift your head up. Lord Azazel can hear you without doing all of this. Aquino does the same with her mother. This small interaction continues for a few more moments until both sides go back to sitting on their knees. You didn't need to do all that, Azazel, Barraquil says. A leader should know when to lower his head. I also know that Ms. Heimjima is the one that controls the relationship. If someone needed to accept this, it is her. Azazel smiles for a bit, but his smile quickly turns to a serious face. Many things are happening, Barraquil. I know about the alliance in Cockabeel. What else could be happening? Barraquil asks. War, the true apocalypse, Ragnarok, all names apply to this situation. Shiva had a few visions regarding the future, and in those visions, Trihexa comes back. Before you ask, we can't stop it from happening. Azazel drops the bomb without any restraints. The color leaves Barraquil's face. His hands begin to tremble as his memories of the beast come back to him. The corpses, and above the rest 7 heads that keep regenerating and eating everything on its path. No, this can't be true. That thing. Barraquil looks at his family. Azazel, please tell me this isn't true. That beast can't come back. Shuri and Aquino watch as Barraquil's attitude changes. His calm demeanor is replaced by complete fear. Barraquil, my love, you need to stay calm. Shuri tries to make him react. Shuri, I can't stay calm. You can't understand what facing that thing does to you. I watched as gods, fallen angels, devils, and everyone else involved in the war was being killed by one single monster before it ate them like snacks. It didn't matter if we cut one of its heads, they just reattached themselves to the main body. Great Red is the strongest being, but Trihexa is the one thing that everyone should fear. Destroying a planet is nothing for Trihexa. It took many sacrifices to seal it away, and our creator had to put his own life on the line to make it work. He was a strong angel, but his fears were still there. Azazel sees this and decides that enough is enough. He puts a hand on the shoulder of Barraquil. This time won't be the same. Shiva is supporting us, and he has given us instructions to get ready. This is why I need you back. We need to start preparing now. Shiva gave us 9 to 10 years before those responsible behind Trihexa's freedom can achieve their goal. We need to collect as many Longinus and sacred gears to strengthen our forces. The Welsh dragon is also getting trained by Shiva. He claims that Ddraig can become the monster that will finally defeat Trihexa, and all of us want to believe that. He pierced the floors of the underworld with one single attack, and if he can become stronger, we can't lose this war. Don't lose your mind and keep your head on top of the game. I don't think you want to show this face to your daughter ever again. Barracuda looks to his left and Akino's eyes are focused on him. The young girl was scared and Barracuda couldn't feel worse after seeing the fear in her eyes. Akino, what am I doing? Showing his deep fears in front of his daughters was one thing he didn't want to do. Barracuda lowers his head towards his family. I apologize to you too. None of you should have ever seen that part of me. Shuri grabs his face and lifts it up. It's alright, Barracuda. Even fallen angels can feel fear. You have been alive for a long time and I can see that you saw many things with these eyes. You are my husband and I can't judge you based on your fears. I only ask that you don't back down and you never show such fear in front of Akino ever again. A father should face anything head-on and never show weakness in front of his children. She smiles and hugs him for a few seconds before releasing him. Barracuda approaches his daughter and tries to talk to her. I'm sorry. As your dad, I shouldn't be acting that way in front of you. I'm your dad and my task should be protecting the family. Scaring you is unacceptable and I ask for your forgiveness. Akino stays quiet before she punches his chest. You are an idiot. I know. She punches him once more. Lord Azazel was right in front of you. I know. She stops punching him and looks straight into his eyes. You are my dad and you can't be a scary cat. So, stay as the strong dad I have always known. I will. As long as I'm alive I will continue to be the strongest dad you have ever seen. Barracuda claims. He couldn't back down and he was ready to go back to the battlefield for the sake of his family. Thanks to his actions, Azazel had regained his left hand and someone who was one of his best agents. Things were going his way once more. Back in Kuo, 2 days later. While preparations for the mission in Romania continue in Ddraig, Issei and the others were trying to enjoy some peace and quiet after so many events that had taken place in their lives. Just a few days to relax and enjoy themselves, but a dragon's luck wasn't the best one. Issei and Tiamat were inside the basement of the building while they were being surrounded by bright green flames. These bright flames that were too strong for the others to be present, so only the pair was inside the room. A big floating burning egg was in front of them and they were patiently waiting for the moment in which the girl inside the egg was going to come out. Why is it doing this? Tiamat asks. I have no idea. This is something that took me by surprise. Issei admitted. Tosca, can you hear me come out of the egg? The flames grew stronger after hearing his voice. The egg began to shake from one side to the other but nothing was coming out. Does she need help? Tiamat asks. It's the first time that a human has gone through this process after using that artifact. Maybe, let me get closer to her. The boy began to walk through the flames. His clothes were mostly gone at this point but he remained uninjured like Tiamat. After a few more steps he found himself right in front of the egg. Tosca, it has been a week since I put you inside the egg. You might be afraid of coming out but Isaiah is waiting for you. Follow my voice and come out. It's time, so don't be afraid of your new form. Embrace the new you and let us be there for you. Please come out. The flame started to decrease. A few cracks appeared around the egg and before long a flaming dragon jumped out from the egg. Her eyes are green like Issei's eyes. Her scales are green and white. She has 4 draconic wings and her size is similar to that of a pickup truck. She was a western dragon just like her father and just like him a few of the parts of her body were covered by jewels and armor parts similar to those of the boosted gear scale male. Tosca looks around the room for a few moments before her eyes focus on the pair inside the room. Tosca, Issei calls out to her. The young dragoness takes a defensive stance and growls. Baby girl, you need to relax. We are not going to hurt you. We're here for you. Tiamat begins to walk towards Tosca. Tosca roars in anger before she shoots a fire against Tiamat. Baby, your first fire. Tiamat slaps the fire away with ease. It's good but you're not there yet. Tosca, you need to get control over your body. Your instincts are the ones driving you to act this way right now. Remember who you are. Tiamat continues to advance without worrying about the fires that Tosca is shooting at her. Issei watches as the artifact repairs itself before shrinking in size. He picks it up and then puts it away. It was a success. He turns around and then smiles. Now it's time to take care of this. Tosca, calm down. The young dragoness keeps shooting fires for a few more moments until she switches to her second power. A green barrier appears around her as a way to protect herself. A barrier? Do you have a barrier? Tiamat asks. No, I don't. There may be a chance that she had sacred gear before I put her inside the egg. She must have absorbed it as I did with the boosted gear. Issei continues to advance until he reaches the barrier. He touches it and feels an electric shock. Well, that's a unique power. What do you think? Should we wait for her to come out? Tiamat touches the barrier as well. No, if we leave her alone, she may try to reach the surface. A young dragon in this state is dangerous. Issei forms a fist and accumulates a tiny piece of his power. I can pierce any defense. His fist connects with the barrier and the whole thing breaks down into pieces. Tosca's eyes are filled with dread and a pure sense of fear starts to invade her. She starts to back away more into the wall. Issei disappears from her sight and reappears right in front of one of her front claws. Issei touches the claw and looks into her eyes. See, I'm not hurting you. None of us want to hurt you. My runs through your veins, Tosca. Look into my eyes and ignore anything else. Tosca stops moving and focuses on his voice. The young dragoness looks deep into his eyes and feels how something connects them. She lowers her head after a few moments. Your name is Tosca. You were a human, an orphan in the Institute who was involved with the Holy Sword Project. You lived alongside an orphan called Isaiah. Remember him and the memories alongside him. Issei gets closer to her head. Remember who you are. He pats her head. Tosca closes her eyes and begins to regain control over her body. Memories start to rush in like a river. A single tear rolls down her eye after a particular memory returns to her. A memory of when they fell into the underground currents under the institute. How she screamed his name, the hopelessness she started to feel after sucking deeper into the cave systems with no sight of the most important person in her life. Issei, her body shines for a moment before her shape changes into a girl that is covered by white and green armor. The helmet disappears and the face of Tosca is revealed to the pair. White long hair with several strands of greenish hair. A pair of draconic horns were coming out of each side of her head. Draconic green eyes like those of Issei. Tears were running down her eyes. I lost him. I let him die. Issei shakes his head and puts his arms around her. He is alive. Tosca, he lost his humanity like you, but he is alive. Don't blame yourself over what happened that day and embrace the present. Another pair of arms surround her. We are here for you, and as soon as you feel ready, we can go to meet him. She feels the warm bodies of both dragons. Her heart starts to beat faster. What is this feeling? Why do I feel happy about them hugging me? This was a new beginning for her. The beginning of a new life that included the bad luck that all dragons have. 2 hours later, Gremory House. Issei kept walking through the halls of the house. She is waiting for you in that room. You two have things to discuss. She needs to see you. Don't keep her waiting. Those were the words of Issei, Tiamat, and Ria's friend. They had called him back from his training just a few minutes ago, and he wasted no time to come back. Akita and he were far away from Lilith when they received the call. Akita's training was rough and required an area in which nobody could interrupt his training methods. I hope that you won't pay attention to all of these bandages. His yukata was hiding many of the bandages covering his chest. Akita wasn't joking around when he said that he was going to make him into a swordmaster. Issei continued to walk for a few more minutes until he found the door. Here it is. She is right behind this door. Oi, what can I say to her? He takes a few deep breaths before he grabs the doorknob. Issei opens the door and his eyes fall on the shape of a young girl sitting by the window. A simple white summer dress and shoes covered her body. Her long hair was tied into a single ponytail and she had a tail. A tail? Is that what you're going to say first after getting separated? Tosca turns around and her eyes focus on him. Tosca, before he can say another word, his body gets tackled into the ground. A pair of strong arms embrace his body. Just stay quiet, you dummy. I just need you to stay with me for a few moments. Tosca hugs him and a few tears ran down her eyes. I thought you died that day. Issei felt the tears and his own emotions go rampant. He puts his arms around her and just embraces her. I thought I had lost you. They really needed this after what they had to experience. A few minutes afterward, after crying for a few minutes, both kids sat down at a small table. So, you're a dragon now. Is the tail permanent? Issei asks. Really, Issei, the tail again? I'm just curious. No, Issei, the tail is not permanent. It's because I'm still learning how this transformation thing works. If it wasn't for Tiamat's and Issei's help, I would be wearing armor and have horns. Armor hell. Yes, armor like the ones knights use. I don't have all the details, but I have this ability to cover my entire body in armor like him. You're referring to Issei? Yes, I don't know what I should call him besides his name. He saved me by making me into a dragon. His is running through my body, but I can't call him dad that easily. I have never known what a parent is or what having one should feel like. It's all weird and new to me. Don't worry, I don't know what a parent is personally. We're orphans and those researchers were no parents. We were just subjects for them to study the holy swords. Issei then grabs her hand. But we have a chance to learn what a parent is. The people that are taking care of us are the closest thing we'll ever get to parental figures in our lives. We should try to use this opportunity to learn and try to have what we never had before. Tosca looked unsure about it. Maybe, but I don't think we are there yet. Give me time and I might end up calling Tiamat mother if we get to that point, but I still don't know about Issei. Issei, can you tell me about the rest of the orphans? Issei's face turns somber. They are under intensive care in Grigori. The poison gas has affected their lungs and except for us two, none of them can move. 4 orphans died during the attack on the Institute. Pietro was amongst the dead. Her face grows sad. 4 of our friends gave their lives to save the rest. I pray that their souls reach heaven. What about the bastards? Did they escape? No, Issei and the others killed all of them, including those in the Vatican. The Vatican was burnt to the ground under the orders of heaven, but one single guy escaped his punishment. Let me guess, Director Valper. She had a suspicion that someone such as him wouldn't die that easily. Issei nods. He escaped alongside 3 holy swords. I'm training to pay my debt to Ria's Gremory as her knight, but I'm also hoping to get the chance of getting my hands on him one day. Issei said that he was going to make sure I get that chance. Tosca looks into his eyes. That makes 2 of us. He took everything away from us and he needs to pay for it. I'm going to train until I'm able to use all of these new abilities. Issei shakes his head. Train until you're capable of protecting everything you care about. Issei said one thing to me during that conversation regarding Valper. Vengeance is just a small ephemeral pleasure. One day Valper will die by our hands, but what do we have after that? We can't become heroes as we dreamed before. I'm a devil and you're a dragon. We're not human anymore and our lives will mostly continue to live in a world that normal humans will never see. Then what do you want to do? What do you want to do with this new life as a devil? A slight sign of anger was noticeable in her tone. I'm going to be the knight of Ria's Gremory, but I'm also striving to protect the remaining orphans and you. Her chest tightens after hearing his words. You and I have been together for almost all of our lives, and I almost lost you once. If I'm not strong enough, I may lose you for real the next time. I won't let that ever happen as long as I'm alive. Tosca goes silent for a second. You dummy. How could I ever let you do that on your own? She lifts her hand and tries to focus some of her new powers on it. The hand starts to be enveloped in draconic energy. I won't sit down and watch you fight on your own, Isaiah. If you're afraid of losing me, I'm far more afraid of losing you. If you're going to get stronger, then I will do the same as well. We have always been together, and that's not going to change anytime soon. She continues to hold Isaiah's hand. We're partners until our last days alive. Isaiah smiles. You do realize that devils and dragons have long lifespans. And do you realize that dragons are known for being creatures for getting extremely attached to certain things and individuals? Tosca drags Isaiah's body into her arms. I won't let you disappear from my life either. Tosca, aren't you being a little too aggressive and physical? Isaiah can feel her tail twisting itself around his body. Give me time. My emotions are not that easy to control. I missed you a lot and I don't really want to let go. She goes back to hugging him. That hurts a lot. My injuries aren't healed yet. Sweet Lilith, she is a little bit too strong for me. Isaiah looks into her eyes. Let go just a little bit. I don't think I'm going to last long if you hug me with all that strength. Not doing it. Did you know that I have 2 hearts now? Tosca keeps smiling while holding him captive. 2 hearts. Isaiah tries his best to escape, but his strength couldn't match Tosca's. Yes, 2 hearts, which means the double of feelings. She tightens her grip. Mother of all devils, can someone save me? It was a long road ahead for Isaiah. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of a pencil tapping on a table was heard throughout the whole room. She was alone, and before her a small diary lay empty. What should I write? She asks herself. The diary was hers to do as she pleased, but she wasn't sure what she should write on it. Why did I even ask him for this in the first place? The diary was something she asked for, and now she didn't know what to use it for. She started to scratch her head while trying to come up with ideas for writing. Her reptilian tail continues to swing behind her from one side to the other for several moments until it froze in place. Deep breaths. Tosca, let's give this a try. She takes the pencil and approaches the first pages of the diary. My name is Tosca. I'm 8 years, and for a long time, I was an orphan that was trapped inside an institute. I never meet my human parents and have no information on them either. I was just another orphan in Europe who was left alone at the doors of an orphanage as a baby. Around the age of 4, I was taken into an institute alongside many other orphans for a project that was trying to make heroes that were capable of using a holy sword. Inside the institute, we were paired off with a partner, and in my case, my partner was Isaiah. He was a small blonde child with bluish-gray eyes. He wasn't the strongest physically when compared to most of the other orphans, but he had guts and determination. Isaiah was my roommate, my partner, and since we were paired off, we began to share almost all of our time with each other. Sword practice, playtime, meals, and even those moments in which we were at our lowest, we were there for each other. He was there to listen to anything I had to say, and he had my back at all times. But life at the institute was a farce, and not too long ago the lie came out of the closet. Not that long ago, the adults in charge of the institute tried to kill us, and they almost succeeded if it wasn't by the actions of the older orphans and the intervention of a group that was unknown to us. That day we were poisoned and most of us almost died, but we were saved by them. That day, Isaiah and I lost our humanity after falling into the underground water currents below the institute. I watched as Isaiah was dragged away by the currents. I couldn't reach him, and I was then dragged into the depths. I tried to catch him, to rescue him, but my own strength wasn't enough. I escaped the currents by a miracle and found myself enveloped by the darkness of a cave. I tried to find a way out, but my body was injured and under the effects of the poison. I fell to the floor and started to lose consciousness. It was cold, and I couldn't keep my eyes open, but after a few moments, I felt the arms of someone around me. That person was warm, and he is the reason why I'm alive today. He took my humanity away to save me from death, and as a result, he made me into a dragon that shares his. He is the Welsh dragon, and throughout the last 6 days, I have been learning about him and the other inhabitants of the house in which I now live. Tiamat is one of the dragons that live in this place. She is the owner of the house and the mate of the Welsh dragon. She is someone that acts very friendly towards me. She is teaching me how to control and use these draconic powers while also telling me about her past. She is the person I'm the closest with at the moment, and I wish to learn more about her. Kuroka is another of the inhabitants of the house. She is older than me, and she has a sister as well. She is calm but also a bit too carefree. When she is not training, she is either calmly listening to music, watching TV, or sleeping. I don't know how, but she transforms into a cat, which makes Tiamat's remarks about her being the house pet more believable. Nonetheless, she is a big sister that enjoys her free time and tries to help wherever is necessary. She is a fun person to be around. Rainier is the maid of the house. She knows how to cook many different types of food. She claims that she learned from her teacher, but her skills are far too impressive. She also seems to fear rolled newspapers for some reason. She is very smart, and the few questions I have asked regarding Grigori and the state of the other orphans have been answered by her. I respect her, and I learn not to make her mad unless I want to hear millions of obscenities coming out of her mouth. She is someone that I shouldn't make angry. Asia is a former nun, and she does have the aura of a saint. She is the girl closest to my age and an easily approachable person. We have talked about our pasts and to my surprise were similar in a few points. The fact that she is a descendant of a previous boosted gear wielder surprised me. She seems mature for her age and I wouldn't blame her for being that way. It seems that she is training to become stronger and be capable of joining the others in the missions they take on. I wish her the best with her training. Gabrielle, is the same being no matter the name. Gabrielle is one of the seraphs and meeting her was a surprising event, but living with her is a different thing. She is normal, or that is what I want to think when it comes to a floating lady that radiates holy energy. She trains Asia and keeps a close eye on Issei's actions. Her words seem sincere and she apologized to me for being unable to do more for all of those orphans involved in the Holy Sword project. She is a reasonable being and her sense of justice seems to be in the right place, but all that goodwill doesn't take away from her curiosity. She asks many questions and it gets a bit too intrusive in a few cases. Off-Eyes is weird and mysterious. The other members of the house try to be careful whenever she is around, even if it is for just a second. She is strong and I haven't even seen her fighting, but I can tell. She stays mostly inside her room, but she will come out for food, a bath, or to watch Issei from the corner of the room. Her face is that of a child, but everyone has said that she is older than the rest. We haven't exchanged a single word, but her eyes have fallen on me more than once. I'm trying to not feel scared of her, but it's going to take some time. Finally, the last inhabitant of this weird home is Issei, Ddraig, the one that saved my life. I'm not really sure what to feel regarding him except for appreciation for saving my life. We share and he technically is older than me in a weird way, even if he looks like a child, but I can't call him father. He's too weird and I'm not confident. We talked about it and he told me to take it easy. He said that he wasn't going to call me daughter unless I allow it. We are still learning from each other and that's good, but we are yet to see where the future might take us. I hope that Isaiah is doing alright while training with Mr. Akita. I miss him. A knock on the door draws her attention. Who is it? Tosca asks. It's me, Tiamat. It's time for us to go. Tiamat replies. Right. Tosca closes the diary and walks towards the door. Let's meet this old man they talk so much about. A few minutes afterward, she was frozen. Her body couldn't move due to all the fear. Tiamat, I think I just broke her or something. Great Red watches the small child that is standing on top of his palm. Old man, she is a child and a former human. I doubt that she expected to be in this kind of situation. Tiamat says. Tosca, wake up and relax. He is not going to eat you. But he is so big and strong. Tosca gulps and tries to stand straight before the mighty dragon. Baby, you're going to be all right. Besides, we are also big dragons as well, so being scared of Great Red because of his size doesn't make sense. One day you're going to get much bigger. Tiamat says. Stay calm and do what we told you, Issei says. Tiamat and Issei smile before they transform back into their dragon forms. See, Tiamat says. You should also change into your dragon form as we taught you. Tosca looks at them and her eyes can't look away. They are also this big. Will I get as big in the future? I have so many questions, but they can wait. Deep breaths. Tosca. You need to keep it together and show that you can do it. Tosca focuses her mind and imagines herself changing. Her body starts to shine after a few moments and then she changes into her dragon form. Tosca opens her eyes and looks at herself. I did it. Tiamat and Issei nod towards her but say nothing as they wait for Great Red's assessment. Good for you. Now let me get a closer view of your body. Great Red closes the distance between his head and the small child in his palm. White scales and green ones as well. 4 wings and eyes like those of Ddraig. Your scent also reminds me of him. You're indeed his child, but you lack strength. You have a long road in front of you, but luck is on your side. Tiamat and Ddraig will train you so you don't need to go around looking for opponents like back in the old days. Shoot a fire for me. Tosca nods and focuses her flames into her mouth. A decent-sized fire is shot into the void of the dimensional gap. Is that okay? Yes. For a child your age you have a good basis for a dragon, but that doesn't mean you should fight everything that challenges you. You're not your father nor your mother who had a lot of experience under their belts, so keep that in mind. Great Red says before he begins to ponder while looking at her. Tosca blushes after hearing how Great Red called them her parents. It was bound to happen. I need to get used to it. Show me your barrier. Tiamat said that you have one, so let's see it. I don't have a good control over it. No child is born with knowledge. Your parents have their own abilities, and I can tell you that each of them took many years to master those abilities. Don't be afraid and do your best. Do your best and don't feel about the result, Issei says. You can do it. Tiamat joins in. Tosca says nothing and just closes her eyes. Come on, Tosca. Just focus on a barrier. Imagine a box around yourself. Focus on that image. A box around yourself. The rest of those present watch closely and await the result. Greenish energy walls start to form around Tosca. The walls look weak and unstable. Good, you can stop now. I saw enough. Tosca opens her eyes and watched as the walls crumble into nothingness. I still need practice. Tosca, child of Ddraig and Tiamat, I have seen enough. A dragon gets many titles throughout their lives, and I'm the one that gives each one their first title. Your first title is going to be the Rising Aegis Dragon. Your shield is weak at the moment, but one day is going to be stronger than what it is now. No matter how many times it breaks down, you should always get up and try again. Don't back down and keep your head up. You are a dragon now and your path has just begun. Great Red looks into her eyes. Welcome into the family. Tosca listens to the words of the massive dragon in front of her. A family. It sounds so weird to me. She felt the hand of someone behind her. You got your first title. My baby girl got her first title. Tiamat grabs the small body of Tosca before she starts to hug her and shake her around. Tia, I'm getting dizzy over here. Tosca tried to stop the older dragoness, but it wasn't possible. Issei laughs for a few moments before his eyes meet those of Great Red. They have stopped talking to each other in person since Off-Ice came into the picture. Even now the fear of saying something that might anger her was still present, so they moved their conversations into the realm of dreams, a place in which his true intentions could be said without the possibility of repercussions. I know, old man. Great Red nods and starts to move away from the group. His eyes focus on an area behind the trio. We can't see you and it is almost impossible to feel you, but I can tell that you're there. Off-Ice, I hope that his plan works or we're going to have to find another way of stopping you. The massive dragon starts to depart into the depths of the dimensional gap. Thanks, old man, we'll see you later. Tiamat screams. Great Red roars in a happy tone before he continues his path. The trio watches as the massive behemoth disappears into the void. Where is he going? Tosca asks. Nobody knows. The dimensional gap is a mystery. We only know this. If you try to follow him into the depths, you will either die due to the conditions in that area. He will kill for trespassing, or you will disappear to never be seen again. Only Great Red knows what exists in that area. Tiamat explains. Well, it's time for us to return home. We need to celebrate this. Tiamat then creates a rift in front of them. Let's go. Her excitement was obvious and neither of the other two wanted to stop her. Neither could they deny the fact that her positive attitude was influencing them. Let's hope that this doesn't end badly, Issei told himself. It was time for celebration, and Tiamat would make sure that everyone joins in the fun even if it meant a lot of cleaning afterward. Chaos Residence, 5:15 a.m. The house was a mess after the celebration. Empty bottles of alcohol, soda cans, and empty food plates were found throughout the whole living room and the kitchen. Kuroka was sleeping peacefully in one of the couches while she held an empty bottle of wine in her left hand. Rainer lays asleep on the floor next to Kuroka. The scent of alcohol surrounded her as well. Tosca was sleeping on top of the living room table. Her tail was acting as some sort of body pillow for her. Rael was sitting in a chair while holding a glass of wine in her right hand. A long night of alcohol and food. I'm amazed at the stamina of some of them. I'm more amazed at the fact that you're still up and not even a little bit drunk after such a long night. Issei walks into the living room. I'm a seraph and drinking supernatural alcohol is something common within our society. Holy wine is good, but in excess, it can lead to bad results. I have learned how to control how much I drink as well. It didn't affect you either, even with your appearance, so we are in the same boat. Only us as survivors after a long night of celebration. Rael puts the glass on the table before she looks at him. Did you get them to their rooms? I did. Asia was really tired after so many soda cans and food. She was easier to take care of than Tia. A drunk dragon is much worse than what you think. She tried to make me get in the bed with her, but I was able to calm her down. She even gave me a small bite before I left as a gift. Issei continues to walk until he reaches the table. She looks so peaceful like this. Issei then starts to pick her. A table is not a bed, Tosca. Let's get you back to your bed. Tosca twitches for a second after feeling the hands of someone on her body. Her nose detects the scent of Issei and this causes her to relax. That's good. Keep sleeping and leave the rest to me. Once she is in his arms, Issei walks towards the next body. Kuroka, I shouldn't have let you get some of that wine. You're not ready for alcohol yet. The extra set of arms appears and these lift Kuroka's sleeping form with a lot of care. Kuroka purrs while being held in his arms. Definitely a house cat. Our cute kitty cat. Issei smiles before he turns around and begins to walk towards the next room. Wait for me. Rael starts to float and begins to follow him. I never asked you about it, but what are you feeling at this moment? You're 8 and you just became a parent. It is not something common in this age for someone so young to become a parent. I'm not human anymore, but I can't say that is not something that is affecting me in some way. Having a child means having another life to take care of, or at least that is how I see it. I have been feeling many things since Tosca came out of the egg. Happiness due to seeing her alive and well. Worry because I don't know if I'm going to be the best parental figure for her. I also feel anxious due to not knowing if I can do a good job as my parents did. Rael pays close attention to his words. Are you regretting saving her? No, I saved her life and I feel proud about it. I'm just worried about what's going to happen in the future. Can I take care of her and make sure she doesn't follow my past mistakes? I don't know what happens in the future, but I hope that Tosca doesn't end up like my past self. I want her to follow a path that is guided by reason like Tiamat has done for a long time, and not one driven by superficial desires like me. Tiamat is going to be there for her as well, so there is a high chance that her presence will lead this child to becoming a reasonable dragon, Rael says. I hope that she chooses that path, Issei says. The pair continue to walk until they reach Tosca's room. Once inside, Issei sets Tosca down in the bed. Tosca reacts to the scent of her bed and quickly settles down with a smile on her face. Isaiah, Issei smiles. I hope that you two continue to be so close to each other. He puts the sheets on top of Tosca and starts walking away from her bed. Sweet dreams. Rael continues to watch in silence as Issei does all of this. A child in appearance but a man when it comes to his mind. You are a unique case. Accepting the sins of Ddraig as your own is something impressive, but you have shown us many things in such a short time. We were lucky you were the last user of the boosted gear. If any other person had been in your shoes, I doubt that all of this would have happened. Father, I want to keep watching over him and see where he goes. So, please don't let me be separated from his path. The pair leaves Tosca's room and they start to move on into Kuroka's room. After a few steps, the pair reaches the room of the Nekomata. Issei opens the door. His eyes wander a little bit around the room, but they focus back on the bed quickly. She has been working a lot, Rail says. Look at all these magic targets in the walls. Several white demi-torsos were hanging from the walls. Rail approaches one of the targets and finds several deep cuts around its whole body. She has been training. Even if she has a lot of that untapped power, she needs to gain control over it before she can use it with ease. I don't doubt that she is going to become one of the strongest devils around in the future. Issei approaches the bed and starts to put the kitty down on her bed. What are your thoughts regarding her? Are you going to let her go if some devil offers her a spot in its peerage? Issei puts a sheet on top of Kuroka before he pats her head with a lot of care. I care for her safety and I hope that she keeps smiling as she does now. I don't know what path she will take in the future, but I will support her no matter what. Be it joining a new peerage, staying with us, or choosing to move on her own to another place, I'm going to support her. She has endured a lot for her sister's sake, and now she deserves a life in which she can feel happy. I don't have the right to prevent her from leaving if or when that time comes. Are you sure? You dragons are known for being very attached to certain things. Issei shakes his head. I'm going to make sure that my instincts don't get in the way. She has the right to follow her own path when she no longer needs my protection. Issei pats Kuroka's head once more before he gets up and begins to approach the door. Rail follows him. We're going to have to wait and see if that becomes a reality. I doubt that she'll leave your side. You're someone who made a mark on her life if what she has told me is true. Saving her sister's life, offering her a home, and keeping her safe from the few devils that see her as a criminal are more than enough reasons for her to grow attached to you. Issei shakes his head. Riaz is the one that saved Cheyenne. The royal faction is no more. The Nibiru's clan was taken care of by Surzech, and I just offered her a home. I'm just a helping hand in her life, and that was something that shouldn't have happened. Issei blushes after remembering the occasion. Rail giggled. My dear Welsh dragon, a helping hand means more than what you think. You are leaving marks in many people's lives in ways that you can't even imagine. Even if you aren't trying to be a force of good, your actions are mostly virtuous, and I have seen how you have offered a chance to those that have chosen to oppose you. You are worthy of the affection you're gaining. Rail puts her arms around his neck and hugs him. You're a dragon that has learned from his past sins, and I hope to be there to see how many other lives you affect in positive ways. Issei goes silent. His mind was trying to focus on the conversation they were having, but his instincts were being activated by Rail's closeness. His nose catches the scent of the seraph. Why is it so appealing? Come on, Gabriel, you should know this already. You are a fruit that tempts others to bite you. I appreciate your words, but please don't get close to me. Issei slowly grabs her arms and moves them away from him. I hear you and I appreciate your words, Rail. He smiles at her, but his eyes had a hint of animalistic lust deep inside them. Rail looks into his eyes and notices something different in them. What is this that's new? Maybe if I get closer, I might see more of it. Issei stops her before she can get any closer. Personal space, Rail. Remember that. The boy turns around and continues to walk towards the living room. Rail is left a bit shaken by his actions. Did I go too far? The seraph asks herself before she continues ahead. Issei, I'm sorry if I did something bad. Is all right. Just remember to be mindful of personal spaces. Issei tries to avoid eye contact. Personal space, now that I think about it, he usually tries to sit down away from me. He doesn't mind the others, so why does he only do that with me? Is this due to my brother's conditions? She begins to ponder about it. The pair continues to walk until they reach the living room. Why do I feel so sick? Rainier was sitting down on the couch. She didn't look like a proper maid at that moment. Call it a hangover. It seems that you pushed yourself too far with the demonic wine we got. I told you to not follow Tiamat's example. Issei approaches the fallen angel. You're taking the day off. I can clean this mess while you and the others sleep. But I'm the maid, well Sama, Rainier says. Grafia really made you into a maid physically and mentally. She is someone that we should all fear. Issei smiles before he lifts her. Rainier, you need a day off and I don't want to use the slave mark to force you to do it. Let me take care of the house until you feel fine. Grafia won't know about it. Rainier grows angry after he mentions her teacher and the ways of the maid. Rainier pinches one of his cheeks. You're an asshole, but I will take the offer. My head is still spinning. You need to learn self-control when drinking or find a way of developing a strong resistance to supernatural alcohol, Rail says. Rainier covers her eyes. Just take me to my bed. I want to forget about all of this. Issei smiles before he starts to walk the same path again. My poor maid has a weakness to excessive levels of alcohol. I should keep that in mind. 7:48 a.m., rooftop. The living room and the kitchen were clean after they took the time to take care of the mess from the previous night. Everyone except for Rail and him were sleeping, so that left the pair to enjoy a quiet morning by themselves. Issei was holding a cup of coffee. Nothing is better than a hot cup of coffee in the morning. I support that. Humans do have the best coffee in all of the realms, Rail said, taking a sip from her cup. Such a beautiful morning. She was floating at a decent distance from him while he sat on a bench. It was an enjoyable moment, but Rael had questions and she wanted answers. She approaches him and takes a seat on the same bench. Why do you try to sit away from me in most cases? Issei doesn't make eye contact and keeps sipping his coffee. Issei, no answer. Ddraig, no answer once more. Rael grows anxious and decides to force him to look at her. She puts the coffee cup away and then she grabs his face. She forces him to look at her. Welsh dragon, answer me. Issei says nothing for a few moments, but he decides to tell her. You are a golden apple in my life. What, Gabriel, have you ever realized how males see you? Sort of. I know that many men find me attractive. Well, that same thing happens to me. I don't know why, but your scent, beauty, and your whole aura make you into some sort of golden apple that is tempting me to bite it, to make you mine. I'm keeping my instincts under control, but the closer you get to me, the worse they become. I don't know why, but this is what happens to me when you get too close. Even then I told myself that I wasn't going to give in. I'm not a slave to my instincts and I won't fall to the temptation. I'm not going to touch you, Issei says. Rael grows silent. Her eyes notice the same glint of lust in his eyes once more. I'm tempting him. Rael blushes and she quickly releases him. She gets up from the bench and walks a few steps away. How didn't I notice that all of this time I have been tempting him? Father, what am I doing? I'm making life harder for this poor dragon. She turns around and her eyes meet his. Those eyes, they have been watching me with the lust that only a dragon could have, and yet you never made a move. How much control do you have over yourself? Gabriel, you don't need to feel bad about it. This is something that I need to manage on my own, but just be mindful of my personal space. The closer you get to me, the stronger the desire becomes, and we both know that we should never cross that line. Issei stands up. I see you as an important ally, so I won't do something that could affect that. I value our current relationship too much. The boy turns around and begins to walk away. Rael stays frozen in place. Many ideas were going through her mind. The blush on her face wasn't going away either. He values our relationship, but his eyes look at me with lust. They were so captivating and yet so impure. What am I supposed to do, Father? Give me a signal. I don't know what to do. It took many hours for Rael to cool down after that interaction. She had learned something new today, but there was a long road ahead of her alongside Issei. But while all of this was happening, Offeyes kept observing Issei and his interactions with the rest of the house's inhabitants. You are interesting, Ddraig. In the end, the wait won't be boring. The small girl then feels the rumbling of her stomach. You are becoming a problem. I'm your boss and you shouldn't be asking for food so much. Ddraig, it was just another day in the Chaos residence. A black airship continues to move across the night sky at an impressive speed. Inside the ship, a group of people that were dressed in black suits waited for the moment to start the mission they were here for. The memories of their meeting with Azazel before the mission was still fresh inside their minds. This mission is only about rescue and nothing else. We are sending you into enemy territory, so you have to be careful with each step you take. This map shows the area in which vampires have their base. We want this mission to be as clean as possible and with no kills, so we won't use magic to enter the base. We are going to divide you into two groups and drop you off in two separate areas by using the Black Crow or X. The first group is going to fall into this area in the south of the castle and they will act as backup and support. 5 members of the mission are going to be in this group. Your task is to prepare a quick temporal base for the mission while also providing assistance and exchanging members with the second group in case we have injuries. The second group is the one that is going to fall in the area around the north of the castle. Your task is simple and straight to the point. You enter the base of the vampires and divide yourself into 2 smaller groups. You need to stay hidden for as long as possible while you search for the targets and don't let them figure out your identities. Finding the targets is crucial, but I also need you to be careful. Vampires are not easy opponents, and during the night they are some of the strongest opponents you could ever face. So, make sure you don't get killed by one of them. Welsh Dragon, you are the crucial member of this group. Your sense of smell will help you to track those children down. I ask that you make sure you get those kids out. If things take a turn for the worse, make sure to do what's necessary to achieve the desired goal of this mission. Get everyone out, even if it means a few deaths in the end. He knew that and he was determined to make sure that the mission was a success. Issei, are you sure about this? Riaz, who was sitting next to him, turned her eyes towards him. She was covered from head to toe in an attire that made it almost impossible for someone to discover her identity. I don't have any experience when it comes to this. Don't worry about it and just focus on following my lead. I trust you and I know that you can do it. Just take deep breaths and stay with me at all times. Issei says. Just stay close to him and everything is going to be fine. Just leave the hard part to me and the rest. Hiroka, who was sitting on the other side of Issei, joined in. Hiroka, you need to remember that this is not a mission like in Italy. There's no killing and you need to make sure that your spells are not lethal. Rainer says while sitting next to Asia. Riaz, try to follow Asia's actions. Relax and keep calm. A few deep breaths can help you if you start feeling stressed out. Asia nods. This is my first time on a mission like this as well, so don't feel bad. Just try to stay calm. That's right, young child of the Gremory clan. You just need to calm down and follow the instructions of your leader. A deep voice captures the attention of everyone. Riaz and the others' eyes turned toward the owner of the voice. He was tall and one of the oldest fallen angels around. He had just exited the pilot cabinet of the ship. Barakil-sama, I can't thank you enough for coming back to Grigori after so long. Rainier lowers her head as a sign of respect towards her senior. The other fallen angels present did the same. Raise your head, Rainier. I always told you that you can talk to me normally. I'm sorry for not being here when the faction needed me the most. Barakil says. Rainier and her fellow fallen angels shake their heads. You have a family now. It makes sense for you to be away for so long. You did a lot for us, so you had the right to get some time off. We understand your reasons for being away. The other fallen angels continue to talk one after another. Each one of them was excited about having him back. We know and understand the reason why you weren't here. We don't blame you and we're just happy with seeing you back. Things are changing and having you back in the field is a great thing. Rainier says. Barakil didn't expect the warm welcome he was receiving from the rest of the faction. He expected at least some angry comments, but the whole faction welcomed him with open arms. Maybe it was because they needed him back after Cockabeel betrayed the faction or the close call with the massive attack of the Welsh dragon, but Grigori needed him and that was more important than anything else. The old man smiles and bows his head towards his peers. It's good to be back. I promise to be here and lead you alongside the others into this new era of change. The fallen angels clap for a few moments after hearing his words. He had the charisma to incite the hearts of his fellow fallen angels. Barakil raises his head and then his eyes meet those of Issei. In all my years I never expected to find myself alongside you in this situation. I said before, but once again, I'm sorry for what happened to you 2 years ago. I can't change the past, but I hope that the alliance between us continues until the end of time. As long as Grigori follows the rules that we agreed on, the alliance will continue. Issei starts to talk. But if you try to save Cockabeel when the time comes for me to get my hands on him, I promise you that you won't survive. Barakil nods. I know, and I promise to let you do whatever you want to do to him. Cockabeel and I were allies, but that doesn't mean that I have any feelings of appreciation towards him. He made his own choices and he is going to pay for his actions. His life is yours and I won't interfere. Good. Now let us focus on this mission. We need to make sure to get those children out of that castle. Issei said. Everyone in the airship nods. The stakes were high and failing wasn't an option. Meanwhile, Dungeon of the Teep's castle. Darkness surrounded the area. The scent of human and the disgusting scent of decomposing bodies consumed the whole dungeon. Like any dungeon, there were several rooms in which the vampires of the Teep's faction could keep their prey and toys, but it was also the place in which they would exile their unwanted children. Valerie and Gasper were 2 of those children, the only ones that were still alive after the rough life they had. Neither of them knew who their mothers were. Neither of them had ever seen the world on the surface. Since their birth, both of them had been thrown into the darkness of the dungeon and barely survived with what was given to them by the guards once in a while. Gasper was chained onto the wall of his cell. His face was covered with an iron mask and his clothes were nothing more than a few pieces of patched textiles. His whole body was filled with scars of whippings and other kinds of torture such as stakes and nails that had been driven through his body. His lack of muscle mass was also proof of his mistreatment. Monster, you are a monster, an impure being that shouldn't have been born. These injuries and the fact that you're alive after so much pain is proof enough. You are a beast that shouldn't be alive. The voices of his supposed older siblings were still fresh in his mind. If only you hadn't been born, our father would be alive today. Why did you have to be born? Why couldn't you die at birth? They torture him, physically and mentally. There was no show of mercy or compassion from them when it came to him. He was unwanted, hated, broken, and yet there was a single source of hope in the darkness of this hell. Gasper, can you hear my voice? A weak feminine voice calls out to him from within the darkness. Valerie, I can hear you, Gasper replies. Within the room across his own, a young girl was laying on the floor with chains attached to her ankles. Her attire wasn't better than Gasper's. Her pale blonde hair was a mess and her weak body wasn't helping her either. Her body had a few scars but not as many as Gasper. I had another dream. Valerie's red eyes turned towards the ceiling. The world outside, I dreamed about us reaching it and finally eating something sweet. What did you see in that dream? Gasper asks. Her voice was the only thing he knew about her besides her red eyes that matched his as well. Bright colors like the ones the humans described to us. No walls, no corpses, no chains, and just freedom. Valerie extends her arm towards the ceiling. A place away from this darkness. A place for us. Gasper grows quiet. A place on the surface. Valerie gets up and starts to drag herself into the door of her cell. Even within the complete darkness, she can notice his eyes. One day, we're going to get out of this place. I will find a way to get us out. You and I will finally be free from these chains. Gasper couldn't avoid forming a smile. Since day one, you haven't stopped shining and giving me strength to continue. Her presence and voice were the one thing that kept him sane even after all of these years. You and me until the end, Valerie. Yes, Valerie replies with a weak smile. 2 children that supported each other emotionally while everyone else around them just made them suffer. They only had each other since they could remember, but that night everything was going to change. Back in the Black Crow, everyone get in position. Team 1, remember your directions. Stay hidden and pay attention to your surroundings. Barakil says. The small group composed of Rainier, Asia, and 3 other fallen angels nod before they get into position. Some of the members are holding some kind of container in their arms before the jump. The doors of the airship open and the group see the incredible fall before them. Rainier, Asia, be careful. Don't put yourself in danger and get out of the area if things take a turn for the worst, says Issei. Both girls turn around and nod towards him. Rainer grabs Asia's hand. Stay close to me at all times. Got it, Asia said before she strengthened her grip on Rainer. She tries to control her breathing and relaxes her body before she does this insane action for a child her age. No differences, Hiroyuki Sawano. The team approaches the edge and awaits their orders. Seconds go by until they hear his scream. Now Barakil screams. The team starts to jump one after the other, with the last ones being Asia and Rainer. The night is illuminated by the moon, and even at this height vampires would surely notice the airship and the fallen angels falling from it, but thanks to their suits they were mostly unnoticeable. Asia holds her breath as her body descends into the dark forest that covers the territory under the control of the Teeps faction. Her eyes wander around for a few moments until they find the castle in the distance. Is it Rainer? Yes, that's the target of the mission, but if everything goes well, we won't see the inside of the building. Rainer pulls Asia into her before she puts her arms around her. Get ready, we're going to glide into safety. Everyone, prepare to open your wings, wait until the right moment, we don't want to get seen. The other members of the team do as told. They focus their eyes on one area that seems perfect for the base. The group keeps descending while holding their formation until they open their wings and start to glide into safety. Let's hope that the suits work as they are supposed to, Rainer thinks as they approach the end of their gliding time. Back with the rest. Team 1 has reached the goal. The rest is up to you. Rainer informs the rest through a small magic circle. Got it. Be careful, Issei said before he got up and approached the doors of the airship. It's our turn. Let's get into position. Everyone gets into their spots. Issei is in the front alongside Barakil. You and me saving children together. Who would have thought something like this? Barakil says as they look into the area below them. They were right on top of the castle at that moment. Life is filled with unexpected situations, and this is just one of many that continue to happen to me. Once enemies and now allies. My luck works in weird ways. Let's grab a drink one of these days and talk about our lives. Ddraig takes over. Well, we are living in the same city now. It wouldn't hurt to have a chat with you. I'll bring my daughter and wife along, Barakil says. I'll wait patiently. Ddraig turns around and looks at the rest of the team. Riaz and Kuroka are right behind him. Both looked ready for action. Let's do this. Ddraig smiles before he jumps out of the plane. The rest of the group follows shortly after. Lilith, our mother and progenitor, please protect us in this mission. Riaz prays to their progenitor while she descends into the forest with the rest. Some moments afterward, the walls of the castle. The guards of the Teeps faction continue to do their rounds around the outer walls of the castle. This is so boring. Nothing ever happens around here, said one of the guards. Hey, don't say that. We don't know when the Camilla faction might decide to attack us. Another guard replied. Those E's from the Camilla faction won't move a finger. They are too afraid to even try something against us and our king. The second guard sighs. Idiot, saying things like that are going to jinx us. Shut your mouth and do your job. I want a calm night before we go to sleep. Someone is a scaredy-cat. Aha, are you afraid of someone showing up and attacking the base? That won't happen. The first guard continues. We are the Teeps faction, we won't fall to anyone. Give it a rest, you idiot. Yes, we are the strongest, but you need to be less prideful. Why did it have to be you instead of someone else as my partner? The second guard was visibly annoyed. Hey, just relax. It is all right to be prideful. Hear me out. Why don't we into the dungeon in secret and torture the impure bastards? I heard that the boy is very resistant when it comes to pain, and the girl's screams seem to be impressive. Just imagine penetrating any of those two. His face was turning into one of a completely depraved male. The second guard's face turns in disgust. You're completely sick but also a massive idiot. Those two are the toys of some of our lords. Only those with power can touch those two, and I doubt that our lords would approve of someone else touching their toys. They want them to last for a long time, and I don't doubt that our king is going to forgive you if you try to release your Yule desires with them. They are impure beings, and mixing with any of them is going to get you executed. Are you forgetting that the boy's father got executed by the king for asking for the boy's freedom? How can I forget that our king was the one that executed him in front of everyone? His decapitated head was put on a spike and it was left outside for 3 years for everyone to see it. That was an amazing execution. The first guard reminiscences of the event. You are a lost cause. I'm going to ask for a different partner next time. The second guard says. The second guard starts to walk away from the first guard and follows his round by walking towards the northeast side of the wall. The first guard continues to think about his disgusting ideas, which leads to an opening for the first team. The infiltration group finishes climbing the wall. Barakil quickly knocks the depraved guard out with a quick electric-charged attack. The body of the guard falls unconscious, but Barakil doesn't leave it on the floor. He grabs the guard and throws it over the guard and into the depth of the forest. Did you have to do that? Kuroka asks. Leave not a single body in the open. That bastard also deserves to die under the sunlight, but I doubt that the fall is enough to kill him. Let's move. If what we heard is true, we need to find a way into the dungeons. Barakil says. Right, let's split up. Kuroka, go with Barakil and follow any scent that is not that of a vampire. Your sense of smell should be strong enough to find the difference between a vampire and a dhampir. We're trying to reach the dungeon, so keep going into the lower levels of the castle. Ddraig says. Kuroka nods. Just follow a scent that is different from the rest. Got it. Barakiel follows Kuroka alongside 3 of the remaining fallen angels while Issei takes Rias and the remaining fallen ones. Each group takes a different path to cover more ground. Back in the dungeons, the steps of someone grabbed the attention of both Dhampirs. The light of 2 torches started to illuminate the area. How many days have gone by since my last visit? A calm masculine voice was heard. Valerie twitches in fear after hearing his voice. Gasper tries to release himself from the chains. Not him, please, everything but him. Not again. What is that I'm hearing? Is someone excited about my visit? The voice asks. The lights continue to approach until they stop right in front of both cells. 2 guards were accompanying a black-haired man. His face was similar to that of a doll. His clothes were fancy and seemed expensive. His eyes were just as crimson as those of any of the children. Marius. Valerie backs away from the door until she is sitting in a corner of her cell. Oh, is someone not happy about seeing me? Valerie, you heard me. I came here to visit you and the bastard of the former head of the Vladi family. Marius approaches Valerie's cell. Maybe you're afraid of what I might do to you. How are the nails? Have they grown back? Maybe we should try something different next time. Leave her alone. If you want someone to torture, I'm right here. Gasper calls out even when he is as scared as Valerie. I can endure it. For Valerie, I need to be strong. I will survive. Marius turns around and approaches Gasper's cell. Guards open his cell. I think he needs a lesson. The guards do as told and open the cell. Gasper the bastard, the only Dhampir in all of the Vladi's lineage. You're one strong child. We threw you into the dungeon as soon as you were born with your mother. I still can't understand why your father had such a big interest in that woman. A slave is nothing else than a toy, and as soon as he learned about the pregnancy, he should have killed you with that woman. Marius removes his globes and coat. He grabs a hammer and a few nails. Dhampir are monsters that shouldn't exist. The fact that you survived and that woman died is proof of your monstrosity. Gasper looks at the hammer. Deep breaths. Gasper. It's just a few nails. Marius puts the first nail on one of Gasper's shoulders before he smashes into his skin. Gasper holds the pain inside. A single tear escapes his eye. No scream, such a small body should feel it. Let me try another spot. Marius takes another nail and puts it around Gasper's right femur. Let's try again. The hammer hits the next nail and Gasper feels how the metal of the nail hits his bone. Gasper bites his own lips to keep the screams inside. Valerie is hearing all of this and is unable to keep the tears inside. Gasper, why do we need to endure all of this? No screams. Am I growing weak? Marius takes the hammer and smashes it into Gasper's chest. The impact is massive and Gasper feels a massive amount of pain. What about now? Are you feeling any pain? Marius asks the child in front of him. Gasper's eyes turn towards him. His eyes are burning with anger. Marius feels a chill after seeing those eyes behind the iron mask. How dare you? Marius grabs the hammer once more and hits Gasper with it several times. You impure bastard. How dare you raise your eyes towards me? You're nothing other than a bastard with no parents. A beast that will never escape this place. The guards watched in silence as Gasper was being pummeled into a pulp, but his eyes kept shining with anger towards Marius. Starts to stain the walls of the cell once more as the hits continue. Minutes go by until Marius stops. He throws the hammer into the floor. I'm going to love your execution. Father has finally given the order and I got the pleasure of choosing how your execution is going to go. I'm going to break you in front of everyone in so many ways that everyone is going to think twice before having another Dhampir. Marius turns around. His eyes are shining with complete insanity. My dear Valerie, you should feel happy. You're going to get a seat in the first row on the day of the execution. You're going to see his whole execution alongside everyone else in the faction. Valerie grows pale after hearing the revelation. No, this can't be real. Tears start to fall from her eyes. Are you crying? Oh, such a cute sight. A bastard child crying for her fellow bastard. Such a cute sight. Guards get her out of her cell. Marius says. The guards move and do as told. They open the cell and approach the crying girl. Let me go. Valerie tries to fight back, but the guards don't back away. One of the guards punches her without any compassion while the other one releases her ankle chains. A dizzy and why Valerie is dragged out of her cell. She was being treated like some kind of war prisoner. Look at yourself, Valerie. I can't believe that my father's is running through you. Marius grabs her by the neck and lifts her up. It would be so easy for me to kill you right here and now, but father has denied your execution. One dead Dhampir is better than none, so I will take what I can get. Marius throws Valerie into the cell of Gasper. Since his execution is going to take place in 3 days, I will give you the time to finally touch and see each other before his execution takes place. Enjoy my little gift. I'm going to come back on the day of the execution. Guards close the cell and make sure that nobody gets to him before I do. I'm going to be the one to end his life. The guards do as told and close the cell. Valerie loses no time and approaches Gasper with visible difficulty. Gasper, can you hear me? Valerie touches his body and feels all of that he has lost. Re. Gasper tries to speak. Look at them. Such a pathetic view. I'm going to count every second until the execution. Enjoy your last moments. Marius starts to walk away with the guards. The darkness starts to consume the area once more. Gasper, I'm sorry. I couldn't do anything. Valerie tries to apologize. Gasper tries to talk but instead he coughs. His injuries were bad, and even if his body was resistant, it didn't mean that he was immortal. Each new hit, each new method of torture, the lack of nutrients, all of this was creating the perfect recipe for his death. And now his execution has been confirmed. It was practically a miracle for him to be alive after so long. You need to escape. Gasper pushes himself to say what he wants to say. Valerie looks up and sees his crimson eyes. They were filled with pain and sadness. Valerie cries even harder after seeing that. I can't leave you alone. I can't continue without you. In this place where not even their own families care about them, they only had each other, and now they only had 3 days left, or so they thought. Sometime later, in a different part of the castle, Ddraig. The group continues to move deeper inside the castle while making sure that nobody notices their presence. The suits hide their scents and help them to hide within the shadows of the castle. When it came to making sounds, it was all up to them. Ddraig was leading them. His scent was crucial for them since it told them how close or how far the vampires were. Right now, they were walking through one of the long halls of the place, which was decorated with paintings and sculptures of major figures within the Teeps faction. Why do they need so many sculptures of the same guy? Riaz asks after noticing the similarities between some of the sculptures. I have no idea, but let's focus on the mission, one Fallen replies. Everyone hide behind the statues. Now Ddraig says. The fallen angels nod and they drag the girl alongside them before hiding behind some of the statues. Ddraig does the same and they wait. A group of guards enters the hall. Are you sure about this? Asks one of the guards. Yes, I'm sure. I heard it with my own ears from one of the guards following Marius. The king has approved the execution of the boy. It's going to happen in 3 days. I'm amazed it took that long. The kid is a monster, and even with that iron mask his eyes make me shiver whenever I bring some food to him and the girl. What about the girl? She is a monster like him. The king hasn't approved it yet, but I doubt she is going to last much longer. Marius is constantly asking for their execution, and it won't be long before he gets what he wants. The group of guards continues to walk until they leave the hall. Before anyone can move, Ddraig stops them after smelling another scent. On the second level of the hall, a fancy man with black hair is seen walking around for a few moments until he reaches the left side of the hall and exits it. Ddraig's nose inhales his scent and it detects a foreign one. This is the scent of, but not the of a vampire. This has to be them. Ddraig exits his hiding spot. Come on, let's move. I have the scent and I think we can find our way towards them. Stay close. The rest of the group nods before they follow him into another exit. 3 days they were planning to execute him in 3 days, Riaz asks. This is the faction of vampires. They have their own sets of value, Ms. Gremory. One of the fallen angels says. They have lost their way since their creators died. The vampires of today are nothing like their former selves. The human world wasn't their original home. They were created in their own realm like other supernatural beings. The war, the death of their creators, the loss of their original home, and the division into 2 factions led to the current vampires that we know today. The other fallen angel joins in. What happened to their original home? Riaz asks. Without a deity to keep it stable and sustainable, the whole realm went silent. The realm died like a dry branch. Their original food source disappeared alongside the realm, and that forced them to look for another place to call home. That led to them coming to the world created by Gaia and humans, which became their new food source. The first fallen angel explains. That sucks, but that doesn't give them the right to do all of this. They need to change, or one day the other factions are going to take care of them. Riaz says, focus on the mission and talk about the future of vampires afterward. We're getting closer. The scent is much stronger this way. Ddraig says. Meanwhile, Barakil and the other group. This place reeks of. How can they live like this? Kuroka asks. Before the group was the kitchen of the castle. There were normal ingredients around, but there were also at least 5 corpses that were being drained out of there. This is a dead end. We need to look for another scent. Barakil said. Before their group could move away, a set of eyes found them. A chef had just entered the room. Time froze for each side. Damn it. Barakil curses himself before he reacts and cuts the distance between him and the vampire chef. Sorry for this. Barakil charges his hand with electricity once more before he knocks the vampire out with one single hit. The unconscious chef falls to the floor. The rest of the team sighs. That was a close one, Kuroka says. Before anyone can say something else, an alarm is heard across the whole castle. Don't tell me that. Kuroka focuses on Barakil. They either found the guard from before or that son of a whore woke up. Let's move, Barakil screams. Kuroka starts to move alongside the rest. She creates a small magic circle. They know we are here. I heard the alarm as well. We are close to the targets. Draw their attention for just a bit until we get the children. Ddraig orders. You got it. Kuroka ends the call. Barakil creates his own small magic circle. Rainier, change of plan. We're creating a diversion. Get ready to use that thing. Point of view, Rainier. Understood. Rainier turns towards her team. They were found. Get ready to shoot. The other fallen angels nod and start to set up the artifacts they brought with them. Are they in trouble? Asia asks. At least not for now, but things might get even worse. Let's hope that Wasame is close to the targets. Rainier says. Back in the dungeon. The pair couldn't hear what was happening on the surface. Gasper was still weak after the beating that he received. Valerie was doing her best to try to stop the bleeding and remove the nails that were still stuck on Gasper's body. Gasper, this is the second one. I'm going to do it fast. Gasper slowly nods. 1, 2, 3. Valerie pulls the object with all of her strength. Gasper bites his lips once more. The nail comes out after a few moments. Valerie takes another piece of cloth from her clothes before she uses it to block the injury. This won't help for long. I need to do something. Maybe I can use the nails to free you from the chains. Gasper coughs once more. No, open the door. You need to escape. I won't do it. I won't leave you alone while I survive. Valerie looks into his eyes. You're the only thing I have. I can't continue without you. I won't give up on you. Before Gasper can say something, the steps of someone grab their attention. The pair watched as the darkness was illuminated by a group of mysterious people. Finally, we found you too, Ddraig says as he stops in front of the cell. A miracle had happened within the darkness of the dungeon. Freedom had finally come to them. The pair were frozen in place. Ddraig, we have to move. Let's get them out, says one of the fallen angels. They have anti-magic measures around this place, so we shouldn't waste any time in this place. The other one replies after noticing a few runes on the ceiling on the way here. I know, just give me a few moments. Ddraig touches the door of the cell before melting it away. We have been looking for you throughout this whole castle. Ddraig approaches the kids without losing any time. He sees the state of their bodies. Bastards, stay away. We don't have anything to do with you, said Gasper. Valerie puts herself in front of Gasper to protect him. Ddraig ignores his words and continues to approach the pair. I'm not your enemy. None of us are. The dragon grabs the helmet of his suit and removes it before leaving it on the floor for now. My name is Ddraig. I am the Welsh dragon. My team and I came to this place to get you two out of this place. He is a kid like us, thought Gasper. His eyes are creepy, thought Valerie. Ddraig points his finger towards the chains that are attached to Gasper's before he shoots them down with a few small fires. Gasper falls to the floor, which surprises Valerie. She turns around before she aids him. His body is unable to stand up. I'm not your enemy. I came here to help you. This place is not a place for a child, and your injuries tell me all that I need to know. Ddraig continues to move. We can get you out of this place, you just need to let us help you too. His hand reaches out into his pocket storage before he grabs 2 bags with his right hand. You're going to need these. The children look at the bags with visible interest. Their bodies haven't tasted any human since they were babies. The rest of the inhabitants in the castle prevented any from reaching them due to the fear of them becoming stronger. Ddraig approaches the pair even more before he kneels in front of them. Let's also get that mask out of your face. Ddraig uses his left hand to cut Gasper's mask with a single hit. The pieces of the mask fall onto the floor and they reveal his almost skeletal face. Valerie is deeply affected by this. Gasper, how did we last this long like this? Here, you two need to drink this. We don't have too much time. Ddraig offers the bags to the children. Gasper looks at the bags before he turns towards Ddraig. Why are you doing this? I will answer that question once we get out of this place. Eat now and talk later, Ddraig says. Valerie grabs the bags before Gasper can continue to talk. We need this. We can talk afterward. Valerie pushes one of the bags into Gasper's face. Bite it. Gasper doubts for a second before his hunger takes over. His sharp canines sink into the bag and start to suck all the out of it. His body grows hot with excitement as his body absorbs the nutrients of the. Then a memory rushes in. A memory of the past. Gasper, my poor child. I can't get us out of this hell, but at least I can give you my to make sure you survive. Drink it, my child. Make sure you survive and find a way out. Her voice was weak, but it had a certain charm. Mom. Gasper continues to suck every last drop until the bag is empty. His injuries ceased to bleed and his body gained some strength, but it was still far from being optimal for him to move on his own. Thank you, Valerie. Valerie shakes her head. It's okay. Now drink yours and let's move on, Ddraig says. Meanwhile, outside of the castle, explosions continue to take place around the outside of the castle as the second team continues to draw the attention of the vampires inside the castle. Take this. Kuroka creates 5 wheels made out of black flames before she releases them against a group of vampires who were surrounding her. The wheel forces her enemies to evade the attack while the less fortunate ones are crushed and left unable to fight by the attack. Kill that. Kill every single one of these intruders, screams one of the leaders of the faction who was present in the area. Why don't you face me yourself instead of just giving orders? Barakil appears before the leader. He charges his fists with electricity once more before he knocks the air out of the old vampire with a series of electrifying punches. The vampire falls to the floor unconscious and Barakil looks around the area. God, they just keep coming one after the other. Come on, Welsh dragon. We can't stay for too long in this place, Barakil thinks while making sure that the rest of the team is not getting killed by the onslaught of vampires. Barakil-sama, we are ready. Help is on the way. A small magic circle appears next to Barakil's face and the voice of Rainier is heard from it. About time. Barakil looks towards the sky and watches as 3 small missiles start to approach the castle. The projectiles make contact with different parts of the castle, but instead of causing explosions, they release some kind of crimson gas that starts to spread out. One of the 3 missiles descended close to the area in which Kuroka was fighting, and it didn't take too long for the gas to reach its objectives. What is this? One of the vampires asks. The vampire smells the gas and finds nothing wrong with it at the beginning until his eyes start to get irritated. What is happening to me? Other vampires start to feel the effects of the gas as well and the symptoms that come with it. Vampires start to fall to the floor while screaming in pain and scratching their throats. Breathing became difficult for them as well as the inside of their throats were getting irritated by the gas. Hiroka looks around and only finds the vampires screaming on the floor. A gas that only affects vampires. Azazel's inventions are insane. Rainer's point of view. Reload and shoot once more. The gas effects won't last very long. Rainer orders the rest of the team. Got it. The rest of the fallen ones replied. What is that gas? Asia asks after seeing the missile contents. Vampires have weaknesses to different things like any other being. Holy symbols and artifacts are a few of them. Sunlight makes them weak and irritates their skin. Asshole Sama and the rest of my research team have investigated the weaknesses of many beings throughout the years for ways in which to stop possible enemy attacks. One of our creations was this gas and it proved effective at stopping vampires but is not lethal. Its effects can last a few minutes depending on how much exposure the individual vampire has to the gas. Rainer explains. You helped to create this. You're amazing, Rainer. Asia says with a smile that wasn't visible due to her helmet. I'm a researcher after all. I hope that the rest of our inventions might prove useful in the future as well. Rainer looks towards the castle. Well, Sama, come on, give us an answer. Back in the dungeons. Are you okay or do you need more time? Ddraig asks. His helmet was covering his face once more. Jasper, who is getting a piggyback ride from Ddraig, shakes his head. I'm fine. We can go. Valerie was getting the same treatment with one of the fallen angels. Please, let this be the right path for us. Both were too weak to make it to the surface and out of this hell even if they had received some bags. All right, we're using magic to transport ourselves outside the castle as soon as we reach the surface. Ddraig says. The rest of the team nods and begins to move alongside him. They run across several rows of cells while being surrounded by the disgusting scent of the place. This is horrible. How could someone do something like this to his own children? The lack of nutrients, the horrible cells, the mask and chains, all of this is disgusting. Rias thought while she ran right behind Ddraig. Issei, how can something like this be possible? They are just kids. Jasper strengthens his hold on Issei after hearing the question. I don't have a clear answer for you. The complexity of the mind of living beings is something that is hard to understand. To us all of this is horrendous, but to vampires, it might be something different. But even if they claim to have a reason for doing all of this, I choose not to understand or accept it. Sometimes it is better to be selfish and follow your own values, while other times it is okay to stop and reflect before acting. It depends on what kind of situation you might find yourself in. Issei replies. So, it's okay for me to hate all of this? Rias asks. It is all right. Hate what you want to hate and love what you want to love. You're free to think any sort of way you want to. Now focus on the path ahead of us. We're getting closer to the stairs and my nose is telling me that we might be getting some company soon. The groups continue to run through the cells until they reach the stairs, and the first thing they find is two of the guards from the surface waiting for them. Leave the fighting to me and focus on moving forward. We need to get out of this place. Issei gets ready for a tedious run towards the surface. Meanwhile, the throne room. An old rustic man with long black hair and crimson eyes sat down on a golden throne. A glass filled with wine was resting on his hand while he heard the complaints of his followers. My liege, we have been unable to take care of the intruders. My men have informed me of a mysterious gas that has spread out inside one of the areas of the castle. This is a declaration of war, my liege. My liege, we need to capture one of the intruders and find out who is responsible for this atrocious act towards our glorious home. King Teeps ignores them. His mind was deep in thought at that moment. A group of unidentified intruders that don't have sense. What kind of faction could pull something like this, and for what reason? Is this an actual declaration of war, or is someone trying to get something out of it? I'm still alive, so my head is not the target. King Teeps turns towards his closest advisors. My children, have you heard about any deaths within our troops? Not a single one, father, replies the oldest son. We are yet to hear about any sort of kill, Marius replies. So, what is their objective? What did they come here to obtain? Our treasury is not accessible from inside the castle and its location is a secret. What can they get out of this place then? King Teeps asks. Rescuing someone. Maybe one of our victims. If they are human, then it would make sense for them to enter the castle without being detected. The oldest son says. That would mean that they already failed. There's not a single human alive within the castle. Marius laughs. That is indeed true. But what other reason might they have, unless is that one doesn't just barge into a den of vampires without an objective? Unless they know something we don't know about. King Teeps says. What are you suggesting then, father? Is there another treasure that we don't know about? The eldest son asks. Marius, take the Vladdy siblings and go to the dungeons. Make sure that the dampers are still there. Don't waste a single second. King Teeps says. Marius excuses himself and transforms into a flock of bats that exits the throne room. Father, does this mean that they came for those two? Asks the eldest son. My child, dampers are half-humans, and because of that, they don't possess as many weaknesses as us. They also have the chance of obtaining one of the so-called sacred gears. I fear what one damper could become if I let it go free. We need to keep them under our claws and make sure they never become a challenge to us. I allowed the existence of those two for some amusement and respect towards the late memory of my former friend Vladdy, but the time has come for the child to die. That girl will also die if my assumptions are true. They won't get out of this place alive, King Teeps claims, but he lacks the knowledge of who the person inside of his castle was. Back with Issei, you monster, another guard says before his body is thrown down the stairs. The group looks behind them and finds several other guards that were left in similar states. No amount of armor, shadow manipulation, or bat transformation were able to help them against Issei. And here is the exit. Let's get out of this place and reunite with the rest of the team, Issei says, opening the door. The group follows after him and before long they are back on the surface. They find themselves in an oval room with several different paths and a massive water fountain in the middle. Gasper and Valerie look around. Their eyes are static at the sight of so many new colors and the new smells surrounding them. Gasper, we are finally on the surface, Valerie says as her eyes become watery. We're finally out, Gasper replies. His head rests on Issei's shoulder while he lets a few tears out. Go ahead and release some of your pain. Issei pats the head of the Dhampir for a second before he forms a small magic circle. We got the children. Mission accomplished. Retreat from the base and return to the crow. Don't hang around and return to the crow. That's my will. Sama, what's their status? Rainier asks. Need medical assistance and a new diet. Tell Asia to get ready but first get back to the crow. Understood. See you back in the crow, says Barakil. See you there, says Rainier. The magic circle disappears. Issei sighs and feels relief for a second before his instincts kick into overdrive. Damn it. Issei takes a scallon out. Several shadows approach the group from all directions before they come out of the floor and try to impale everyone on the group. Myriad of blades. Issei uses the sword and cuts the shadows down before any can reach his team. Magic circle now. Both fallen angels nod and they created a teletransportation circle below the team. Oh no, you won't. Get them, Marius screams. 8 vampires approach the group from different directions with the intent of killing everyone. Gasper recognizes the faces. His grip around Issei's neck grows stronger due to his anger. Welsh Dragon, please lend me your power. I need to kill all of them. I'll pay any price for this. They need to pay for what they did to us. Riaz and Valerie are in shock after hearing what Gasper said. So, these are the targets of your anger, Issei sighs. Go now. I'll finish here before I go back. Issei gets out of the teletransportation circle alongside Gasper before meeting the enemies head-on. Riaz tries to get out as well, but the fallen angels keep her inside. Issei, Gasper, what are you doing? Valerie calls out his name, but neither was able to stop them. Both girls watch as the pair left to start a fight for vengeance before they are transported away. Back in the Black Crow, the rest of the team awaited the return of Issei and the others. What is taking them so long? Kuroka asks. Maybe they were forced to fight another group of vampires, Barakil says. We need to wait and see. Rainier joins in. Before anyone can say another thing, the group watches as the magic circle brings another group of their allies back. Their joy is cut short after they realize the missing dragon. Where is Issei? Asia asks. He stayed behind for some reason. We believe it was due to the Dhampir child, says one of the fallen angels. He would ask Kuroka. Riaz approaches Valerie. Who were those vampires? Why did Gasper ask him to kill them? Valerie tries to hold the tears in. They are the ones that torture us the most throughout all of these years. One of those vampires is my brother and the rest are Gasper's siblings. The revelation takes everyone by surprise except for Barakil. The hate of one child against his family. Are you doing this for his sake or just to teach him a lesson? Barakil sat in silence while he awaited the end of this mission. Back in the Teeps castle, a storm was about to start. The rumbling of thunder could be heard throughout the whole castle. A sense of dread and fear started to invade all of the inhabitants of the castle as one beast set out to hunt his prey down. Issei blocked the attacks of the vampires before kicking them away from him with ease. The vampires stood up once more after being kicked and took stances around the boy while holding their weapons. Who are you? Why did you have that monster on your back? Marius asks. That kick wasn't a normal kick. This child is nothing normal. You ask about my identity as if a dead vampire needs to know who killed them, Issei replies. Gasper, are you sure that you want this? Once I start I won't stop and their deaths are going to become part of your sins. Are you willing to accept that? Are you willing to exchange your life for their deaths? Gasper looks at each of the vampires. I have been enduring their torture for as long as I could remember. I have been robbed of my own freedom, and they have also taken Valerie's freedom away. Some of you claim to share a father with me while also making me endure the worst kind of treatment. I will exchange my life for their deaths. I have no family in this castle and only see the ones that made me and Valerie suffer. Kill each one until there's not a single one left. For the sake of our freedom, take their lives away. The vampires back away a few centimeters after seeing his eyes filled with anger. The monster they had helped to create was about to bite back and take its well-deserved revenge. Issei laughs. Then I accept your soul as payment. For just this night I will become your blade and help you to transform into the monster they will see during their last moments. Go insane for just this once. Let's begin then. You're surrounded by all of us. What can a child like you do? One of Gasper's siblings asks. Ahaha, that's the funny part. This is not a fight and we're not trapped in here with you. Crimson flames start to surround all of the area. All exits, windows, and possible ways of escape are blocked by Issei's flames. You're trapped in here with us. I'm my own master now. Their legs begin to shake as his power is released. Some try to keep their stances and face the challenge in front of them, but others begin to doubt their chances. Their eyes look into the eyes of Gasper for some sign of fear or weakness, but at this moment he was only filled with raw anger and hate. He was truly the monster they had helped to create. One of the siblings tries to attack with his sharp vampire nails, but these are quickly cut down by a swift movement of Issei's sword. My nails. The first victim. Issei lifts the sword once more and makes a diagonal cut that separates the body into two parts. Shoots out like a fountain from the lower half, which stains Gasper and Issei's face. Gregorious. Gasper calls out his name before tasting his. Disgusting. Next one. Issei cuts the distance between him and one of the ladies present in the room. He lifts the sword and cuts both of her arms. She screams in pain. Miranda. Gasper continues. Issei lifts her body through the neck before he stabs her with the sword a bunch of times. Stop it. Miranda tries to talk. The dead shouldn't talk, Issei said before cutting the woman into two halves that fall on opposite sides of him. Issei and Gasper turn their heads towards the left. Alexa. The female vampire tries to run after hearing her name, but Issei was faster than her. He grabs one of her legs and starts to smash her around the floor like some ragdoll. Each hit is stronger than the one before, and the other vampires present can't help but feel complete desperation. In the end, the Y-body of Alexa is lifted by the extra set of arms that Issei has. I'm sorry. Alexa tries to find some mercy. You didn't care about our pain either, Gasper replies before Issei cuts her head off. Then the next one should. Issei releases the headless body and turns around. You. His finger points to a young man with similar hair to Gasper. Percival. Gasper looks at the male with not a single drop of mercy. The memories of those nights were still fresh on his mind. Percival uses his shadow to create some kind of cocoon to protect himself. Bad choice. Issei summons more of his flames and these start to take the shape of his army. The burning copies approach the cocoon before they create thin spears that they began to use to pierce the cocoon. The screams of Percival are heard by the rest of the group. They were frozen due to the fear, and even breathing became almost impossible for them. It doesn't take long for the cocoon to start to burn until nothing other than ashes is left behind. Go and burn the other corpses as well. Now let's see who should be the next one. Issei looks around. Walter. Gasper points his finger towards the next sibling. You can't do this, Gasper. You can't kill all of us. That would mean the end of the Vladdy line. Walter tries to use reason. I don't care. I'm not a Vladdy and you're not my brother. Gasper remembers how many times they told him the same thing. I think your chest seems to lack space. Let's make some. Issei orders the extra set of arms. The arms approach the vampire. Stay away. I can't die here. Walter screams. You don't get to choose, Issei replies. The arms force their way into the chest cavity of Walter before they start to pull his organs out. Walter tries to fight back, but the arms are much stronger. After some moments, Walter lays on the floor with tears in his eyes while his organs lay around the floor. Yes, his words are cut short as the flame soldiers descend on him and finish the job. 5 done and 3 left. Who's the next one? All of them until nobody is left. Until I can't no longer feel this rage. Gasper's eyes start to change and something activates for the first time in his life. The remaining vampires feel how their bodies get frozen in time. My body, what is happening to me? Gasper. Marius tried everything but his body wasn't responding. Could this be your power, Gasper? Let's finish this and take you back to a place where you can start again. Issei approaches the final victims of this execution. They couldn't move an inch nor could they scream, but the pain was still there and they were going to suffer until the last second. A few minutes afterward, he was laying in front of the last victim of his vengeance, or at least their remains. Covered the whole place, and both boys were also covered from head to toe. The last punishments were too brutal to be even considered fair, but Issei followed through with the task until the very end. What do you feel now after seeing them in that state? Gasper, are you happy with what you got out of our deal? I don't know how to describe it. It just feels weird and not what I was expecting. Gasper looks into the result of his desire. They were supposed to be my family and they never showed me mercy. They burned me, stabbed me, broke my limbs, and so many things that all of this punishment seems nothing compared to what they did to me. Tell me, is this what I'm supposed to feel? Gasper tries to turn around. Issei stops him. You need to watch out. Your sacred gear is still active. Let me cover your eyes until we can figure something out. Issei looks around and finds one piece of cloth that remained from the curtains of one of the windows. He picks it up and ties it around Gasper's eyes. Vengeance is something that is meant to disappear as quickly as it's done. You can't feel happy forever if vengeance is the only thing that you have. It is a one-time enjoyment that disappears once it is done. I think I understand. Gasper relaxes as Issei puts the cloth around his eyes. Is this power why you came for us? It's hard to explain, but I will give you the answers you're looking for once we're back in the underworld. There's a lot that you need to understand if you want the full answer. Gasper goes silent for a few seconds before he talks again. Can you promise me something? What? I don't want to suffer like this ever again. I don't want Valerie to do it either. I just want to be happy and not to feel any pain. Gasper starts to release a few tears. I want to live. I want a life with Valerie away from this place. I don't want more chains or torture. No more hunger or fear of being hurt. Issei pats his head. He understood this poor child. I understand your desire. I can make sure that happens, so just leave it to me. Just trust me and I'll make sure you can feel happy. I'll be the brother you never had and help you to become someone that can protect what matters to him. Can you do that? Only if you let me help you. I sold my soul for vengeance, so my life is in your hands. And I accepted the job, but not for the sake of owning you, but for releasing you from the hate you felt. This is the first and last time you ever do something such as this, Gasper. You can't become this monster ever again. Do you understand that you're not the monster they were creating? Got it. Yes. Issei pats his head once more. All right, let's go, little brother. It's time for us to leave this place. We might never come back to this place. Let's go towards your new life. Issei gives him another piggyback ride. Yes, brother. Gasper relaxes and rests his head on his brother's back. Issei looks around one last time before he reabsorbs his crimson flames back. Then he creates a magic circle before he disappears alongside Gasper. Back in the throne room, King Teep stops trembling after feeling the disappearance of the strong intruder. Father, who was that? The remaining son asks. A true monster, my son. King Teeps didn't want to believe it, but his instincts told him what he needed to know. Marius, I'm sorry, my child. The Teeps faction lost more than what they expected that night. Back in the Black Crow, the group watched as a magic circle appeared before them. They counted the second until they saw him. Sorry for keeping you waiting, says Issei. A few seconds go by. The rest of the team sees it and smells it as well. You idiot! Riaz moves before anyone can react. She slaps him across the face. That hurts, but I understand. Sorry for making you worry. Issei smiles. Riaz slaps him again, and again, and again, until she can't endure it anymore and hugs him. I feared the worst. You stupid fire lizard. Issei smiles. It's okay, Riaz. I just needed to take care of something with Gasper. Sorry for making you worry. It wasn't my intention. He looks at the rest of his group. I'm sorry. Rainer sighs. You need to be more careful, Well-sama. You almost gave us a heart attack. Asia approaches him and joins the hug. I'm just glad you're back. Glad to have you back, Issei, but don't do it again. We're a team and losing you is not something we want. Hiroka said while looking more relaxed. Can we call the mission done then? Barakil asks. Yes, it is done. Issei kneels and puts Gasper on the floor. The targets were rescued without any deaths on our team. The mission was a success. The ship explodes into cheers and screams of celebration, but one young girl ignored everything and just walked towards her friend in between all that celebration. Gasper feels the arms of someone around him. Valerie, thank you. Please don't go away ever again. Valerie says. Gasper puts his arms around her as well. I won't. Sometime after, Lilith. Congratulations, Welsh Dragon. You did it. As Hazel said, it was thanks to everyone. It went well because the team worked well together. Issei says. It was indeed a success, but we hope for less, Michael says. A few sacrifices needed to be made, but as long as they don't know who was responsible, we can relax. Surzich takes another sip of his coffee. Now we need to discuss who's going to take care of the children. The boy had his first dance with his sacred gear. He lacks control over it. Adjuka says, I want to ask that you leave them to me. They need to stay together and I can make sure that he learns how to control the sacred gear one day. Issei says, you want to take the responsibility of raising 2 sacred gear users? Are you sure about this? Serafal asks. I am. I promised him that I was going to take care of him, and after what I saw is best if I'm the one that leads him. It would also hurt to separate them since they are connected. We want them to trust us and make sure that they stay with us. Issei explains. He was calling you brother for some reason. Does it have to do with your little bath? Shemhazai asks. It does. Just trust me with the 2 of them. I only ask this from all of you. Issei lowers his head. The rest of the alliance grows quiet for a few seconds before they start to talk once more. In the end, it doesn't really matter who takes care of them as long as they are within the alliance. I approve of giving him the responsibility of the pair of Dampiers. Michael says, things might change in the future. For now, I also approve of this. Make sure to protect them from any danger. Surzich says, who knows if one day Riaz gets to have either of them on her peerage. Adjuka, Serafal, and Falbium give their good eye as well. I don't think we can say no. Protecting those children is what matters in the end. So, you have my approval as well. Azazel says, mine as well. Shemhazai joins in. I'm only representing my father's interests, but I don't think he would disagree with this. You have my approval as well. Daincha is the last one to accept. Lift your head, Welsh Dragon. You might look like a child, but you're a man and a leader before our eyes. We believe in your actions, so make sure you continue to prove to us that our trust in you is in the right place. Michael smiles. Issei lifts his head. Thank you. Much later, the rooftop of the Chaos residence. Homemade Kazoku, thank you. The Chaos family sat down on the rooftop while sharing a calm late afternoon with their new members. So that's what the sun looks like. It's so bright. What do you think of it? Gasper Valerie asked. It is indeed beautiful. I never thought that the world outside would be so bright. Gasper replied. Both were wearing new clothes which hide most of their scars. Look at them. After so much time in the darkness, they are finally able to enjoy what the outside looks like, and it is all thanks to you. Rael said while looking at Issei. I couldn't do it by myself. The mission was a success thanks to everyone that participated in it. Asia, Rainier, and Kuroka did a great job, says Issei. It was nothing. I enjoyed the exercise that I got from it. Kuroka turns towards the pair of Dampiers. I also feel proud of being involved in their rescue. Asia nods. I'm happy for them. After seeing their bodies, I couldn't feel happier about them getting to live with us. They deserved all the love they can get. It's up to us to make sure they can enjoy their new lives. Rainer joins in. We already have Tosca, Asia, and our kitty cat, but 2 more children won't hurt us, Tiamat says while hugging her daughter. Tia, please let me go. Tosca blushed. Nope, you're so cute when you blush, Tia said. Issei smiles while he looks at the faces of those around him. A place where I belong. Ddraig, is this what we're trying to reach? The Welsh dragon looks into the sky and thinks about his past. 2 years ago, I lost everything and now I have something precious to me. Issei then feels the arms of an invisible dragon around his neck. Don't worry, I'm not forgetting you either, Off-Ice. This is our home now. Things that he couldn't control made him lose his humanity and family, but something else came out from the flames. This is his story. The story of the child that is walking a path that nobody else could take on. The path is far from over. Arc 0, from the flames I was reborn. The child that became a dragon. Done. Arc 1, the luck of a dragon is not fair. The birth of the sacred nest. About to start. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.